10-year-old Lihan sat inside the aircraft. He had the unmistakable look of a street-smart kid, but his style was sharp, and his gaze was shockingly intense. It was a cold, piercing stare, far too old for a child his age. And even more impressive, he was the leader of a pack of orphans. A thoughtful voice broke the silence, laced with curiosity. The leader of the orphans, you say? That's quite impressive. The soldier tried to reassure the boy. Relax, kid. You're not going to prison. The man then asked him, have you ever heard of a place called ARK? Lion shot back, ARK? You mean the training facility for psychers, people with psychic powers. So you're a psyker, then? The soldier praised him. A sharp one. At that, you're not just some common psyker. You are meant to be a savior for humanity, and your days of starving in the slums are over. You'll have a warm bed and good food in a much better place. But the boy's voice cut him off, suddenly turning harsh. Just me? Am I the only one who gets to eat well? He demanded the same for his family, the other orphans. Lion's protective instincts flared. If you want me at ARK, then you'll take responsibility for all of them. Their food, their clothes, a roof over their heads, and their education. Everything. Even this veteran soldier was taken aback by the boy's sheer audacity. He finally agreed. All right, I understand. I will take full responsibility for your family and ensure they are cared for. However, this is all conditional. It only happens if you stay at ARK as a psyker. Do you understand what I'm saying? The boy knew better than anyone that there's no such thing as a free meal. Of course. And so, the 10-year-old stood alone, a heavy bag slung over his shoulder, waiting as the helicopter descended, then boarded with steady steps, without a hint of fear. The soldier had explained it to him earlier. There are ranks for psychers. And naturally, he was starting at the very bottom. He walked slowly through the facility, the soldier's words echoing in his mind. If you care about your family, then you have to survive here, no matter what it takes. ARK. With fierce determination burning in his eyes, Lihan stared at the imposing main building. But then, a faint whimpering sound stole his attention. Lihan shifted his gaze to the side, where a crowd of kids had gathered. Go back to whatever gutter you crawled out of. A blonde kid stood arrogantly in the center of the circle, sneering. Look at you, crying like a baby who was forced to be here. It's because they let trash like you and that people look down on all of us. You're pathetic. The bully boy could only sob helplessly. Finally, some of the other kids couldn't stay silent any longer. And what about you? What gives you the right to be so arrogant? The blonde kid just scoffed at them. Idiots. Then, to show off his power, he began to flex his abilities. My origins are on a completely different level from yours. I'm already a trained psyker. The other kids stammered in fear. Those rocks, they're floating. This is the first time I've ever seen someone use their psychic powers for real. The blonde bully made a stone levitate from the ground, hovering it menacingly in his hand. I wonder if they'll send you home if you get injured and become useless. This is no place for a weakling like you to survive. You'll thank me for this later. Now, get out of my sight. With that, he sent the sharpened stone flying straight at the helpless boy. But in that split second, a small hand shot out, blocking the attack just inches from the boy's face. It was Lihan. He caught the speeding rock with his bare hand. The crying child looked up, his tear-streaked face filled with awe, as if he were staring at a god. Lihan, completely unfazed, looked at the bully. Too slow, he said coolly. Wouldn't it have been faster to just throw it with your arm? Furious that his spotlight was stolen, the blonde kid gritted his teeth. Who the hell are you? Lihan's answer was short and simple. Your new ethics instructor. The crowd of kids immediately started chanting. Fight, fight, teach him a lesson. Suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps approached from behind. A stern voice boomed, that's enough, you two clowns, cutting their brawl short. Elsewhere, in a dark room, the nightmare returned to haunt John Red. His heavy, labored breaths echoed in the crushing silence. He was inside a towering mech suit, gripping a devastatingly powerful chain gun. A blinding bolt of energy crashed down from the sky, followed by the earth-shattering roar of an unknown alien creature. Using its immense power, it summoned a fearsome legion of monsters, backed by a swarming horde of smaller creatures. Inside the mech, the soldier's eyes widened in horror, but he didn't dare take a single step back. He tightened his grip on the weapon, unleashing a relentless stream of fire. Any monster that lunged forward was torn to shreds, falling to the ground one after another. Even as he mowed down the swarm, the soldier's eyes ached with strain. He couldn't afford to lower his guard for even a second. The scene before him was pure cinematic chaos. A lone soldier in a mech suit, facing off against a horde of monsters that seemed endless. Smoke and fire filled the air. The soldier gasped for breath, exhaustion setting in. But suddenly, his brow furrowed deeply. A new, undeniable horror flashed in his eyes. A blinding, turquoise light erupted, brighter than 1,000 suns, and from within that light emerged a terrifying, draconic monstrosity. The dragon coiled its colossal body, its jaws gaping wide to reveal rows of deadly fangs. It lunged toward him with the speed of light, its eyes burning with a bloodlust ready to devour its next meal. The soldier was frozen solid, staring wide-eyed as death itself rushed towards him. All his strength vanished, and his body buckled, the rifle slipping from his limp hands and clattering to the ground. An icy fear was suddenly replaced by a scorching heat, but this was a literal inferno. The green dragon's flames engulfed him in pure agony. Jed screamed in despair as the fire seared his flesh from his bones. Suddenly, the soldier's eyes snapped open, his face pale with terror. Red woke up, gasping, ripped from the nightmare. He was panting, frantically trying to catch his breath. He buried his face in his hands and cursed, "Damn it, that same hellish dream again." After running his hands through his hair in frustration, he remembered. Today was the final day of recruitment. Outside, countless helicopters swarmed the sky. As he walked down to the training grounds, his foul mood soured even more when he saw a couple of brats sparring. A vein throbbed in his temple. He stormed towards them with a murderous aura. The kids were terrified by his overwhelming presence and immediately backed away, clearing a path. John Red's voice boomed with authority. "Both of you, step forward." With a furious expression, John Red barked. "What are your names?" The blonde kid shouted back with a serious tone. "Simon, sir." The black-haired boy was much colder. "Lee Han." John Red's face was terrifying as he stared down the two kids. Del Simon, having already received some training, carried himself like a true soldier. Simon was the first to answer the unspoken question. "I've only mastered basic telekinesis, sir." The black-haired boy shot a worried glance at his friend. John Red just raised an eyebrow. "Is that so?" Before Simon could even process the question, a fist slammed into his gut. He gasped in pain and crumpled to the ground, clutching his stomach as he trembled. John Red didn't spare the whimpering Simon a second glance, instead glaring down at him with pure contempt. "You're already this arrogant with so little power? Pathetic." He then turned to the black-haired boy, who was watching with a furious expression. He challenged Lee Han with a condescending tone. "What about you?" Then, with a sneer, he said, "I like that you try to help the weak, but it's the same old story." Without finishing, he drove another powerful punch into Lee Han's stomach. "If you don't even have Simon's potential, then you're even more worthless than trash." The blow sent the boy flying, his back slamming hard against the wall with a sickening thud. After the beatdown, he calmly announced, "Everyone, listen up. In 3 weeks, you'll be transferred to the freshman division. If you can't demonstrate telekinetic abilities by then, you will be expelled." Nearby, the black-haired boy clutched his chest, gritting his teeth as he glared at the instructor. With the announcement made, the man finally introduced himself. His introduction dripped with disdain. "This is a bit late, but my name is Red. I'm in charge of turning you worthless idiots and pieces of trash into psychic warriors capable of fighting dragons." Not caring if they were listening, he cut his speech short. "That's the end of my introduction." He then barked a new order at the recruits. "Now, run laps around this training field until I, your instructor, tell you to stop." Seeing them hesitate, his voice dropped to a dangerous growl. "Get your asses in gear, now." Out on the track, Sergeant Red was pushing his new students to their absolute limits. "Don't you dare stop. The moment you stop, you're expelled." Lee Han kept his pace steady, his mind racing. "I'm used to this kind of treatment. But the others definitely aren't." One by one, several recruits started collapsing from exhaustion. I can't run anymore." Seeing this, Sergeant Red's face contorted with rage, veins bulging on his forehead. He roared, "Useless weaklings. Don't get in the way of others. Go home to your mommies." He pointed at the exhausted kids on the ground. "You two are expelled." As Lee Han ran past, he thought to himself, "I can handle this kind of hellish training." He gasped for breath as he ran, sweat soaking through his clothes, dripping onto the pavement. "But what I'm worried about is my psychic potential." He glanced worriedly at the blonde kid running ahead of him. "Can I really do what he can?" He desperately asked himself. "I have psychic powers too, right?" At that same moment, another boy was stumbling badly. His steps grew unsteady, and sweat poured down his face in streams. The world started to spin in his vision, and he could no longer see what was in front of him. Unable to take another step, Kuro collapsed, his body hitting the ground hard. Sergeant Red stalked towards him, his eyes looking at the boy like he was garbage. He snarled, "Pathetic. Go home and sleep." The boy looked up, his eyes filled with tears, and stammered, I don't think I can go any further." As he spoke, his body suddenly jolted. His eyes widened in shock, not understanding what was happening. Red simply watched in silence, his face emotionless, but his eyes held a flicker of something deeper. It was Lee Han. He had run over to Kuro and was now lifting him up, letting the exhausted boy lean on him for support. He stared directly into Red's eyes, his voice filled with determination. He never said he was giving up. Then he turned to Kuro with a reassuring smile, his gaze unwavering and resolute. He was right. Kuro's shining eyes trembled as he replied, "Yes." Red watched the scene in silence. The two boys helped each other up and kept running, leaving the cold-hearted sergeant far behind them. As the sun finally set, the day's training was over. Sergeant Red blew a sharp blast on his whistle, his order cutting through the air. "Halt." Hearing the signal, he immediately collapsed to the ground, the tension finally draining from his face. All around him, the others fell too, some lying flat, others just sitting, all of them gasping for breath. He stood tall, surveying the exhausted children. They had started with 73 recruits. Now, only 40 remained. His expression was as cold and hard as stone. Today's session is over, but starting tomorrow, the real training begins. During this training period, every single morning will begin with a run. Just like today, a stunned silence fell over the group at his demonic proclamation. What did he say? But Li-Han just watched Kuro, who was trembling beside him, as fresh tears began to fall. The next day dawned over the training grounds under a clear, sunless sky. The crisp air should have been refreshing, but the brutal training had already begun. A 5-hour morning run. Every recruit ran with grim, serious determination. They all pushed themselves to the absolute limit. No one dared to give up. No one even dared to rest. At 8 o'clock, they ate breakfast in a heavy silence. By 9, they were in the classroom, where Sergeant Red stood perfectly straight and began his lecture. Imagine that inside your body, there is a core, a place that can generate psychic energy. It could be your head or your heart. You could even picture it in your dantian, like in the old martial arts tales. The most important part of this is simply deciding where that core is. Li-Han focused on his words, gently placing a hand over his heart. "I'll start from here," he thought to himself. At 12:30, during lunch, Li-Han was walking quietly with his tray when he suddenly spotted Kuro sitting all by himself. Li-Han called out to him softly, then walked over with a smile, placing his tray on the table next to Kuro. "Let's eat together." Hearing this, Kuro shyly agreed. Okay. His name was Kuro. He was the first real friend I'd made here. I was smiling, watching him enjoy his meal, but then I turned and saw Sel Simon standing nearby, holding a tray. Our eyes locked, and we both scowled at each other. Kuro whispered, "His name is Sel Simon. I heard he got a scholarship from England." Hearing that, the black-haired boy just scoffed. "That explains it. No wonder he's so stuck up." He continued in a low voice, his eyes fixed on the blonde boy as he walked past. "He may not like me, but there's nothing he can really do about it. I hope we'll be able to use telekinesis within 3 weeks." Hearing this, Kuro smiled, his expression a bit shy. "Oh, I can already do that." Li-Han's head whipped around, his face frozen in shock. "You? What? Kuro?" he thought. "You're the most interesting one here." He let out a sigh of relief. Maybe I shouldn't worry so much about the others. Night descended. The day's schedule was combat practice and an afternoon run, followed by dinner. After a tense roll call, it was lights out at 10 p.m. sharp. The barracks fell into pitch-black darkness, but Li-Han lay awake, tossing and turning in his bunk. He silently stared at the ceiling, thinking. Showers, food, a pillow, and a blanket. This is so much better than my old life. It's not even comparable. But I want to go home. He immediately shook his head, trying to banish the thought. Then, with newfound determination, he thought, I can't be this weak. 2 weeks passed. A pen magically lifted into the air, held aloft by a young boy's psychic energy. "I did it," the boy cheered. "It's working." After that, the number of kids who could use telekinesis grew quickly. Only Li-Han remained, silently focusing his energy, trying to make his own pen rise from the desk. But the pen remained perfectly still. His face grew tighter with worry and pressure. What am I supposed to do? Am I just not talented enough for this? He suddenly remembered asking Kuro for help. He just gotten a timid reply. A trick? I don't really know one. Sorry. He was out of options. Then he thought of one other person. The only person he could ask. It was the blonde boy, sitting on a bench, chatting with a friend. Suddenly, the friend's eyes went wide, pointing at someone standing opposite them. The blonde boy looked over. A mocking smirk spread across Sel Simon's face. Well, look who it is. What do you want? Li-Han stood silently, looking at Simon's completely unsurprised face. He frowned and asked, You already knew why I came here, didn't you? Simon laughed. Of course. You've come to ask for the secret to my technique, right? Then, the blonde boy's expression instantly changed. He lifted his chin slightly, a small smile on his face. But I think you're holding your head a little too high. I thought your country was supposed to be so polite. Li-Han grit his teeth, glaring at him. He thought with a sinking heart, right now, my pride doesn't matter anymore. At that thought, he immediately dropped to his knees, looking up in supplication. "Teach me, please." The blond boy was silent for a moment. Then, his brow furrowed deeply, as if he had just made a very important decision. Finally, he rose to his feet, signaling to the person behind him. "Give me the pencil," he said, then replied in a low voice. "Stand up. I will teach you. You're the one who asked for my help, so don't complain about my methods. Got it?" With the pencil in his hand, Dell's entire aura changed in an instant. His gaze locked forward as he lunged, plunging the pencil directly into Lai Han's left chest before he could even process it, his face a mask of pure shock. Panic surged through him. "What?" Just then, a helicopter roared across the sky. Nearby, down on the ground, Sergeant Red stood smoking by a window, gritting his teeth as he stared up into the sky. "Can't believe it's already induction day. Time really does fly." Suddenly, the door was thrown open, revealing a short, bald man. He grinned, calling out, "Sergeant Red," before letting out a smug laugh. "I knew I'd find you in here." Seeing the man, Red stood up and moved forward to offer a curt greeting. "Ah, long time no see." But Octo ignored him. The first thing he noticed was the stench filling the room. He immediately pinched his nose in disgust. "It reeks in here. The air is thick with cigarette smoke. You can't be smoking in here." "Sergeant," Red's jaw tightened as he glared at the man. "What the hell are you doing here?" Ignoring the question, the man sauntered in as if he owned the place, promptly sitting down in one of the chairs. With a casual look, he said to Red, "Now that I'm here, I think we'll be seeing more of each other. So, what's your take on these new recruits?" Red looked down at him and scoffed coldly. "The recruits are nothing but a bunch of fools." The man was stunned. "What do you mean by that? Are you kidding me?" Red crossed his arms, puffing his chest out like a peacock. "Well, there are at least two of them with some potential." Hearing this only seemed to confuse the man even more. Red explained quietly, "I can't stand his personality, but Del Simon isn't half bad." He recalled all the times Del had displayed his talent, a skill level that surpassed all the other first years. Octo stroked his face, a look of satisfaction spreading across it. If it's Simon, could he be the final genius to come from the Royal British ARK Academy? I have very high hopes for that boy. But Red just ignored the bald old man. Red continued his assessment. The other one. That boy has loyalty. He remembered the sight of Lai Han helping an exhausted Kuro, adding, "That kid's mental fortitude is leagues above the other recruits." But then he thought to himself, he may be an ideal soldier, but this is a place for the transcendent, not the mediocre. If a cadet can't use a single psychic skill, then this is no place for them. Seeing Red's somber expression was unusual, so the bald man asked in a softer tone, "What's the kid's name?" Then, as if he suddenly remembered something, Octo shot to his feet, pointing with a burst of excitement. "That's right. I heard a few things on my way here. Do you know what the recruits are calling you?" Red shot him a calm, sideways glance. "I'm sure it's bastard or something along those lines, right?" Hearing that, the man's excitement vanished. "Yeah," he replied in a small voice. "That's right." On the training grounds, Sergeant Red stood with the same intense energy as always, his eyes burning with unrelenting strictness. Standing before his students, he began his speech. "As you all know, today you will be officially appointed as first years. However, that title is reserved only for those who are ready to become true psychers." A wave of anxiety washed over the recruits. Red's voice cut through the tension. "The most fundamental skill of a psychic is energy convergence. This technique can be identified by the light that shines from one's eyes." His expression became terrifying. His own eyes blazed with a crimson light, and the sheer force of his aura was enough to frighten anyone who met his gaze. "It doesn't matter if you can use telekinesis or not. Anyone who can do this can stay." As he spoke, he pointed to where Octo was standing and waving. "Those who have mastered energy convergence, line up over there in front of the technician." Then he pointed in another direction. Over there stood tall men in black business suits. "Anyone who fails will report here. Agents and a helicopter are waiting to take you home immediately." At these words, fear gripped Lehan, and he clenched his jaw, staring intently in one direction. It was a man in a major's uniform, standing with the group in black. The major bellowed Sergeant Red's order, "Move your feet, now." Most of the recruits began to shuffle away, exhausted and crying, but Lai Han stood frozen in place, fists clenched, his mind racing. Kuro didn't know what to do, turning back to look at his friend with concern. Li Han silently placed a hand over his own chest, clutching it tightly. He remembered the moment Del Simon drove the pencil straight into him, causing him to cough in agony before collapsing to the ground. The wound on his left chest was still bleeding. "This is the answer." He trembled, gasping for breath as he looked back at the blonde. "Weren't you trying to kill me?" Blood dripped from the pencil in Del Simon's hand. "Don't worry, I didn't push it in deep. It will help you focus, help you feel it more easily. From now on, that wound is your psychic conduit." Lai Han was stunned. The blonde had knelt to face him, a faint smile on his lips. Think of it this way. That wound is draining your psychic energy, but if you keep it locked inside your chest, you'll never break through. He then got to his feet and offered the pen back to his friend, but the kid just shook his head, refusing. No way, man, it's covered in blood. Lai Han watched him go, a realization dawning on him. So, he already knows my core is the heart. Clutching his chest, he thought back. Ever since that day, I've been able to feel it for sure, but it's like my psychic energy is constantly draining away. He gritted his teeth, his mind racing with worry. So what do I have to do to finally bring this power out? Suddenly, Red's powerful roar shattered his thoughts and yanked him back to reality. Lai Han was the last one standing. Seeing the boy frozen with a hand on his chest, the instructor's voice was a low, dangerous growl. Don't just stand there. Move. Kuro watched on, his heart pounding with worry. Ignoring the instructor's command, he focused all his will on his friend, hoping he could succeed. Think, Li Han, think. I have to do this. I can't go back. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Colonel Red's anger was escalating. A fire ignited in his eyes, his teeth grinding as he clenched his fists. That damn brat. Red's boots began to thud heavily against the ground as he stalked towards the boy. At this sight, a wave of fear washed over the other trainees. Even Del Simon looked on with a trace of tension. He closed the distance, his voice like ice. A soldier always obeys their superior's orders. No exceptions. Then, he drew back his arm, preparing to bring a devastating... No exceptions. Just then, Lai Han's eyes snapped open. He clenched his jaw, his mind screaming. I have to do something. Think, what can I possibly do? His gaze locked onto the pen clipped to Red's uniform. The blow crashed into his face, sending him flying backwards to slam hard against the ground. I can't think of a single thing. He pushed himself up, and in his hand was the instructor's pen. He shot to his feet, holding the pen high. The lieutenant colonel's eyes widened in surprise. Without hesitation, he gripped the pen tight and plunged it directly into his own chest. If the pathway is the problem, then I'll just have to force it wide open. The other trainees gasped in horror at his reckless act. Red roared, instantly grabbing Lai Han by the collar and yanking him off the ground. What the hell do you think you're doing? You coward. Do you actually want to die? The pen clattered to the ground, followed by a growing pool of crimson. Tears streamed down Li Han's face as he stared, trembling, at the instructor. Red watched him in cold silence, then let out a short sigh, dropped him to the ground, and turned to walk away. I've never seen someone as useless as you. He paused mid-stride, then slowly glanced back over his shoulder at the boy, and then he added quietly, but, congratulations, I suppose. Lai Han was still on the ground, his face swollen and bruised, his shirt completely soaked in blood. He panted for breath, tears still welling in his eyes as he stared blankly after the instructor. The battle was over, and a wave of relief finally washed over Lai Han. Exhausted, he thought to himself. I've finally made it to the starting line. Kuro rushed to his side, sobbing with worry and relief. Lai Han, are you okay? The boy just managed a weak smile and a wave. I'm fine. This is nothing. Another instructor approached, suddenly tossing an object at him. Hey, Lai Han, this is your reward. Surprised, he fumbled to catch it. What is this? The man immediately began to explain the mysterious device. It's the latest in our directional bracelet technology. A synthesized voice beeped to life. Verifying user. Lai Han, military intern. User registration complete. He stared at the device, fascinated and amazed. This is incredible. Seeing the boy's excitement, the instructor chuckled. Right? And if you want to know what else it can do. But he was cut off by Red's booming voice. Attention. The class mission will soon commence. All trainees, assemble with your assigned class once I've marked you off the roster. He raised a hand, gesturing for them to gather. Classes have been divided based on your abilities. This mission will be the culmination of the past 3 weeks of training. But remember, as long as you have the skill, you can be promoted and rise through the ranks. Hearing the word mission, Lai Han's eyes lit up, his expression becoming deadly. Sergeant Red continued his explanation. To the 25 of you who are left, congratulations on making it this far. But from this moment on, you must all remember one thing. I am a bastard. A shockwave of fear ran through the trainees. But first, I need to clear up a little misunderstanding you all have. The other instructor watched him with a weary look. My God, he really knows how to hold a grudge. As he spoke, a dangerous glint exploded in his eyes, a terrifying look that seemed to threaten their very souls. I'm not just a bastard. I'm the worst bastard. He then began calling out the mission assignments. Class A, 1 person, the blonde kid. Class B, 4 people. Kuro's team, those 5 will be with me. The sergeant will take Class C, 5 people. And Class D, 15 people. Hearing the assignments, Lihan thought to himself. It doesn't matter which class I'm in. I'll climb the ranks soon enough. Red handed the remaining list to another officer. These 20 will be with Instructor W. Cheney. This man's appearance alone was enough to make you tremble. He was absolutely massive. It looked like a single punch from him would be enough to log you out of existence permanently. The trainees stared at him, their blood running cold. Every single one of them was terrified. He's huge. This man looked even more terrifying than Sergeant Red. But Wu Qian simply beamed, introducing himself to the recruits. My name is Wu Qian, your new instructor. Things are about to get tough, but let's rely on each other and do our best. You really can't judge a book by its cover. They were stunned. Who knew that colossal frame housed such a warm, disarming smile? Their attitudes changed in an instant. He's so kind. It feels like he's warming our hearts. A chorus of shouts rose up. Let's go. Under the blazing sun, everyone marched in perfect formation. Diamond was focused on the drill when he suddenly noticed the person beside him. Seeing it was Lihan, he immediately veered away. Neither of them even spared the other a glance. Suddenly, the sound of crying caught his attention. It was Kuro, still worried and shedding tears for him. Seeing this, Lihan softened his voice to comfort him. Don't worry, Kuro. He spoke with absolute resolve. I'll be there soon. Kuro nodded and ran off with a smile. The instructor's voice boomed. All right, let's move to the training hall. Arriving at the hall, the instructor had changed into different attire. He held a long staff, spinning it with powerful, sharp movements. A clear display of his immense strength and expertise. The kids' eyes went wide, amazed by their new instructor. Lihan remained silent, his gaze locked on every single movement of the staff. After the display, the instructor stood and began. You must be wondering, why are we learning swordsmanship and spear techniques when our enemies are dragons, right? The reason lies in the psychic equipment you'll be using. A dragon's power is limitless. No earthly material can contain that kind of psychic energy, but a dragon's own hide and bones can both store and conduct it. Therefore, weapons forged from dragons can also inflict fatal damage upon them. It's the simple rule of turning their own strength against them. Lihan listened intently to the explanation, then asked curiously, Sir, how did you first catch a dragon without those weapons? The instructor's brow furrowed, his expression turning grim. He recalled a dark memory and shared the tale with the recruits. In the beginning, fighting with our bare hands, a single dragon slaughtered hundreds of seekers. Even with other seekers providing long-range support, to land a critical blow, we had to get in close with our weapons. We had to plunge our weapons into a dragon's weak point and unleash a torrent of psychic energy. And the soldiers who took on this perilous mission were called strikers. Hearing the history of the strikers, the recruits were filled with awe and admiration. So cool. As soon as the story ended, the instructor signaled for training to begin. Now then, find the weapon that best suits you today. Without a moment's hesitation, Lihan picked up a spear, just like the one his teacher used. He believed this path would make him more like his instructor, or a true seeker. Seeing his choice, the man asked, You like the spear? Lihan answered without thinking, Yes. He then explained, The feeling of the wind when I swing it is amazing and cool, and I love the sound it makes. Wu Qian saw the boundless potential in this student. From what he'd already observed, Lihan's judgment and the raw power he showed against Sergeant Red were anything but ordinary. Every dodge, every strike. It was proof that this boy had survived an incredibly brutal environment. But because of that, he already possessed real combat experience. The instructor offered his sincere encouragement. Do your absolute best. Lihan replied with a cheerful grin. The instructor smiled back, and I'll do my best to help you. Hearing those words, a fiery determination burned even brighter inside him. Lihan gripped the staff tightly, his eyes fixed on it. 2 weeks passed, and everyone trained relentlessly together. Today, he and Jose were facing off. Both were panting, staring each other down. Lihan broke the silence with a challenge. You look tired already. You can just surrender, Jose. Not to be outdone, Jose shot back. What did you just say? You're the one taking it easy and trying to stall for time. Seizing the moment of distraction, Jose launched a surprise attack. He thrust his spear straight for Lihan's face, shouting, Didn't you know? But Lihan's reflexes were faster, raising his own spear to block the incoming strike. That was careless. This time, Lihan charged forward, unleashing a powerful blow that caught Jose completely off guard. The resounding clash of their spears echoed through the hall. The force of the impact was so overwhelming, Jose never expected to lose his grip. His spear clattered to the floor. This was the second week of their first year. Lihan moved in for the finishing blow. He swung his arm, landing a decisive strike on Jose's neck. Seeing no way to win, Jose finally conceded. I lose. With that, Lihan had defeated every single student in Class D using the weapon that was made for him. After the battle, the tension between them vanished. This time, Jose spoke first. I've learned my lesson. Han, you've probably heard, right? I'm moving up to Class C next week, so the class president position will be empty. The brown-haired boy pointed directly at him. I think you should be the next class president. Han never expected this and hesitated to respond. I can't do that. Jose's words sounded like a final farewell. Everyone will follow you. We already discussed it among ourselves. Han replied with a hint of shyness. Jose, everyone, thank you. As darkness settled over the dorms, Han contemplated his path. If I become class president, will that guarantee my promotion? Suddenly, Sergeant Red's voice boomed, delivering a crushing verdict. You can't do it. The words echoed like a waking nightmare. This scene, it felt all too familiar. Someone in the crowd gasped. Sergeant Red, a muscular cadet, asked, his voice filled with disbelief. That bastard? Another replied, his face twisting in disgust. You know he doesn't mess around. I've taken a beating from him more than once. As a group approached, another voice muttered, and trust me, that's not even the worst of it. He's fighting someone. Who is it? The shock was palpable. A first year. Just then, Han aimed his sharp weapon at the instructor's blazing hand. With a grim expression, John Red casually lit a cigarette using the flames flickering from his own palm. From the floor above, upperclassmen started shouting, Hey, little freshman, try not to get completely destroyed. Another one sneered, You idiot, what if he hears you? Someone else laughed. It doesn't matter. He has no clue who we are. Sergeant Red glanced up, a scornful smirk playing on his lips. Pathetic cowards. Seeing this, Han's gaze hardened with resolve as he tightened his grip on the spear. With a severe expression, Sergeant Red pointed down at the boy. This is the brat you want as your class president? You're really going to entrust all of Class D to someone who's late to manifest their powers? To someone who can't even master basic telekinesis? Is that really your decision? A heavy silence fell, but Han didn't move an inch. The sergeant finally let out a sigh, his expression turning ice cold. You absolute fools, but there must be a reason you've placed your faith in him, right? He then called out to Han. The sudden call startled the young cadet. John Red stomped hard on a nearby mop, snapping off its pointed wooden handle. With a powerful flick of his wrist, he hurled it towards Han. To everyone's surprise, Han caught it cleanly. John Red stood tall, his voice ringing out, I hear you're unmatched with a weapon in this class. Then prove your worth. By facing me. Han could hardly believe it as he glanced down at the crude weapon in his hands. With this, a flicker of worry crossed his face. But the end is so sharp. A dangerous glint appeared in Sergeant Red's eyes. Are you worried that a mere rookie like you might actually injure me? Han, flustered, quickly denied it. No, sir. Hearing this, the instructor ripped off his jacket and tossed it aside. Han looked down, a question in his voice. Sir, are you planning to fight me barehanded? Of course. Sergeant Red tilted his head back with contempt. You think I need a weapon to deal with a brat like you? He flicked his cigarette away, one hand casually in his pocket. The rules are simple. If you can make any part of my body touch the ground, even a knee, you win. Han held his weapon ready, his stance firm. Then, how do I lose? Sergeant Red continued. You just have to surrender. A determined smile spread across Han's face. In that case, there's no way I'm going to lose. He loosened up with a few practice swings as John Red mirrored the movement, his eyes never leaving the boy. A student gasped in shock. He's actually going to fight him? Another cadet whistled in admiration. That kid's got some serious guts. The crowd murmured amongst themselves as Dio Simon pushed through, an irritated look on his face. Even if he has guts, how can he possibly win against an instructor? Dio Simon shoved his way to the front for a better view. He leaned against the railing, watching intently. Idiot, he cursed under his breath. Han charged forward, his spirit blazing with determination. John Red blocked the first powerful swing with one arm, then effortlessly parried the next two strikes. But Sergeant Red sensed something was off. In a flash, Han launched himself into the air, soaring right over the instructor's head. He brought his weapon crashing down from above, but John Red caught the shaft with his bare hand. The sergeant grabbed Han's collar with both massive hands. Then, he drove a devastating kick straight into the boy's gut, the impact contorting Han's face in pain. Overwhelmed by pain, Han collapsed to the ground, his face twisted in agony as Sergeant Red's boot hovered menacingly above him. John Red's foot came crashing down towards his head. It slammed into the ground with incredible force, but Han had already rolled to safety. He used the staff to break his momentum, landing on one knee. Pure terror filled Han's wide eyes. His body still trembled. He was actually trying to kill me. John Red's expression remained grim. Unleash your true feelings. He spoke with chilling clarity. Dragons and their minions slaughter their enemies without hesitation. Visions of terrifying monsters tearing through soldiers flashed in Li Han's mind. I won't go easy on you just because you're weak. The instructor's voice cut through his fear. When you face them for real, this fear you feel now will seem pathetic. Li Han was still shaking, but he called out with newfound resolve. He pushed himself back to his feet, weapon in hand. The sight made John Red's eyes widen in genuine surprise. Done with the pleasantries, the instructor raised a hand, preparing to lunge. It seems you're ready for more. He lunged forward and grabbed Li Han by the neck. With a single, powerful motion, he hurled the boy into the air, sending him crashing headfirst into the ground. Li Han winced, rubbing his aching head, but then he saw it. A fresh cut had appeared on John Red's face. When did that? The students roared with excitement. They screamed for him to shatter the instructor's pride. Li Han lunged forward again, his weapon a blur. Sergeant John Red dodged with blinding speed, but his casual demeanor was gone. A thought crossed his mind. Should I analyze his movements more closely? Then, a shocking realization hit him. Li Han vanished, reappearing behind the sergeant. But John Red was already moving, evading another relentless flurry of attacks. He sidestepped yet another strike. John Red finally understood. The kid was using centripetal force and raw acceleration to attack. Li Han's weapon left elegant trails in the air, catching Sergeant Red's sharp gaze. A smirk formed on his lips. So, this is why W. Chen praised him so highly. His interest was finally piqued. I'm starting to enjoy this, Li Han. The boy dug his heels into the ground, bracing for impact. He launched himself into a spinning aerial assault, weapon aimed straight for Sergeant Red. This is it, the finishing blow. I'll meet it head-on. Li Han's staff shattered on impact. A jagged piece plunged deep into John Red's torso. The sergeant's face twisted in agony. Sergeant Red gripped the splintered wood embedded in his side. He ripped it out with a savage snarl. A murderous aura exploded from him, aimed at Li Han, who was now kneeling on the ground. In a flash, he seized Li Han by the throat, brutally hoisting the boy into the air. Li Han gasped, choking for breath. Why don't we end this right now? Sergeant Red growled, his voice laced with fury. Surrender, Li Han. He tossed the bloody shard aside. His grip began to burn with intense heat, forcing a scream of pain from the boy. To see a student's face drain of color like this, it was going too far. With a menacing glare, the sergeant increased the heat on his hand. Surrender now. Keep this up, and you will die. Tears of helplessness streamed down Li Han's face, but his spirit remained unbroken. Even if I die, I will never give up, he screamed through the agony, just as someone shoved through the crowd of onlookers. W. Chen cried out, his voice filled with urgency. Sergeant Red. He rushed forward, finally getting John Red's attention. Stop this at once. Are you actually trying to kill him? Sergeant Red's expression was like ice as he replied. Damn it. He refuses to surrender, and I refuse to lose. Instructor Chen's face grew grim as he gritted his teeth. What are we supposed to do? W. Chen's face was like stone as he said, No, I am done with your training methods. John Red ran a hand through his hair, grabbing his jacket and roaring with fury. Shut your mouth. Sergeant Red stood defiantly, jacket slung over his shoulder. He declared, I will accept my defeat because I never received his surrender. I acknowledge his victory. He put on his jacket, shooting one last irritated glance at Instructor Chen, who was now cradling the unconscious Li Han in his arms. Simon was stunned. He actually surpassed his own limits. Jose couldn't believe it either. He proved just how strong he really is. As John Red walked away, W. Chen's expression shifted. I'm moving Li Han to Class B. The sprawling hospital campus was bathed in warm sunlight. Whispers echoed down the long hallway. A woman eyed him skeptically. Class B. She and John Red walked side by side down the corridor. Hearing her question, he answered without hesitation. That's right. I'm putting him on the list for promotion. She was still doubtful. I can't believe it. A transfer from Class F all the way to Class B, even if you recommend it, will the higher-ups ever approve? John Red's gaze was firm. Honestly, he has the skill for Class A. His only barrier is his psychic ability. She still didn't get it. But the higher-ups always prioritize psychic powers. John Red shot her an irritated look. Those fools have it all wrong. What we need for the dragon hunt isn't just magic. It's an iron will. The guts to drive a weapon into a vital point while staring fear in the face. In that regard, Li Han has the potential to become the #1 striker out there. To miss out on a talent like that, just because his psychic abilities are slow to develop, would be a complete disgrace. Who knows? The kid I've chosen might just become the one to save the world. Hearing him praise Li Han so intensely, she looked up at him, unable to believe her own ears. I've never heard you praise anyone this much. I thought you hated Li Han. John Red's response was calm. No. On the contrary, I like him even more now. She could only sigh. You truly are a brute. It was Sergeant Red's 7th day in the hospital. The woman held a medical chart, staring straight ahead. She called out loudly, Aren't you going to go in? She was talking to Instructor W. Chen, who was standing awkwardly in the hallway, clutching a large fruit basket. He jumped when she called his name, stammering, Ah, what? She glanced at the basket in his hands. What is all that? W. Chen quickly replied, Oh, just some get-well gifts. She stepped closer, looking up at him. Then why aren't you going inside? W. Chen scratched his head in embarrassment. Well, you see, he gestured through the glass window of the room. I probably shouldn't disturb him right now. Inside the room, he had finally formed a beautiful, blue sphere of energy. A look of immense strain crossed his face as the orb pulsed with a shimmering light. Suddenly, his eyes glowed with the same blue hue, and a powerful magical aura erupted around him. Standing outside, the other two couldn't help but cheer him on silently. Within the room, the light from the sphere grew even more intense. Seeing this, they joyfully high-fived each other in celebration, then immediately turned away in embarrassment. Wei was the first to speak. That kid's concentration is incredible. She touched her chin with a serious expression. You can go in now. Wei slowly stepped into the room. Lai Han let out a long sigh of relief, his eyes still locked on the energy orb. Wei's voice cut through the silence. It's been a while, Han. How have you been? Seeing his mentor, Li Han's face lit up with joy. Coach Wei. I'm all better now, thank you. The man pulled up a chair and sat down calmly. I brought you some snacks. Lai Han beamed and thanked his teacher again. Wei carefully sliced an apple into small pieces, poured milk into a glass, and placed it on the table for him, speaking softly. So, you'll be entering the beta class tomorrow. I'm very proud of you for constantly practicing your telekinesis. Lai Han glanced at his teacher as he ate. Yes, sir. My power level is below average, so I thought I should master my telekinesis before starting classes. Wei continued, peeling the apple, his gaze unwavering. A wise decision. It doesn't matter how skilled you are with a weapon. You still need to have a basic grasp of telekinesis as a psyker, he explained. Battles between psychers mostly happen in the air, so you have to be able to retrieve your weapon if you drop it mid-fight. Suddenly, a realization seemed to strike him. He snapped his fingers and quickly walked out toward the reception desk. The receptionist saw Wei and spoke up. Sir, are you heading out at this hour? He scratched his head. It won't take long. Outside the hospital, Lai Han couldn't help but look around curiously. Coach Wei, he asked, why are we at the gym? Hearing this, the man turned his head. Lai Han, looking at your psychic progression rate, the probability of you awakening a true psyche is extremely low. It's not like the others who can conjure flames or use teleportation. It's best if you don't even dream of doing things like that. Hearing this, a flicker of fear crossed Li Han's eyes as he frowned. Wei's eyes shone with a determined blue light. Lai Han asked, Then how can I ever join the fight? The young boy stared, completely stunned by the scene before him. Wei continued, The answer is simple. You will train your telekinesis to its absolute limit, and that telekinesis will become your psyche. The words echoed in his mind. To the absolute limit of my telekinesis, Wei used floating metal bars as a staircase, slowly descending. Psychic abilities are just like our muscles. The more we use and train them, the stronger they become. The top-tier psychic abilities are nothing more than an illusion at first. Your power has more potential than we thought. Don't give up. Just keep training. Hope ignited in Lai Han's expression. Seeing this display of power, Lai Han clenched his fists tightly. Yes, coach. His small feet stepped onto the academy grounds, his eyes looking up at the sign for the beta class. Lai Han took a deep breath, but just as he was about to enter, Dimichi threw the door open, causing him to crash right into him. Dimichi looked down, confused. What the? Who's this? Seeing the smaller boy rubbing his head in pain, he said, Li Han? When Li Han heard his name, he looked up, bewildered. You know me? Dimichi slung an arm around his shoulder with a teasing grin. Are you kidding? Everyone in our class knows who you are. He smiled brightly and extended a hand. Anyway, welcome. I'm the Class B president, Dmitry Vladimirovich Bechov. Hearing such a long name, Lai Han asked with a puzzled look, Do I have to call you that every time? He didn't forget to shake the offered hand. As they shook, the class president replied, Just call me Dmitry. I hope we can be good friends. Lai Han simply replied, Yeah. Dmitry started walking ahead. You're just in time. We have free-form martial arts class right now. Follow me. They entered a massive room with a high ceiling. As the two walked in, Dmitry chatted and laughed endlessly. But Li Han's expression suddenly turned serious. He thought, martial arts. This is what I love most. But the suffocating academy schedule, the stress from my lack of psychic power, and the constant fear of being expelled. After all this is the only place I can release all my frustration. He gripped the wooden staff in his hands, his eyes burning with determination. Everything I held deep inside my heart. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward, stunning Demichi. He moved like a blur, striking down the others in the class one by one. As the other students fell to the ground in pain, Lai Han's cold voice rang out. Was it fun? Behind him, a small figure was crying his eyes out. The figure turned at the sound of Li Han's voice. Kuro's psyche is a non-combat ability. Do you enjoy bullying someone so weak? You should all be grateful there isn't a real war during our training. Anger blazed in his eyes, his voice laced with fury. Demichi watched, stunned, a thought flashing through his mind. Just as I expected, he makes me want to fight him right now. The twin wooden swords clattered to the ground, followed by a small hand and tears. The sound of footsteps drew closer. A young man with orange hair appeared, a sneer of contempt twisting his face. What do you think you're doing, Kuro? Get on your feet. Suddenly, a white-haired young man stepped forward, blocking their path. Hey, it's my turn. Kuro trembled in fear. Somebody, please help me. But the other guys just kept on chattering. Guess I'll be third, then. Fear gripped Kuro's heart. Please, someone save me. Suddenly, a shadow fell over him. Seeing Lai Han, the bullies turned on him, aiming their wooden swords in his direction. What do you think you're doing? In a flash, he moved, taking them all down before they could even react. Kuro watched in disbelief. Is this for real? The tears continued to stream down his face. Kuro reached out a trembling hand. Lie. But before he could finish, Lai Han roared, Demichi, is this how Class B practices sparring? Startled by his fury, the boy hesitated, pulling his hand back while still whispering his name. Demichi ran a hand through his hair, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Let's call it ruthless training. An enemy will never spare its prey, not even when it's on the verge of death. You're the strange one here. Impulsively saving someone like that is just a fast track to your own grave. Hearing that, rage simmered within him. Damn it, I can't even argue with that. His hands clenched into tight fists. Demichi then picked up a wooden sword. However, he continued, 3 guys couldn't even handle one little kid. How utterly pathetic. The 3 bullies were still groaning on the ground. Demichi's voice cut through the air. So, Li Han, why don't you show them what a real fight looks like? Lai Han's face hardened with fury, his knuckles white as he gripped the wooden staff. Are you sure about this? Instantly, Demichi lunged forward, slamming his wooden sword down with brutal force. But Li Han met the blow with his own staff. He continued his wild, relentless assault. Lai Han gripped his staff, a flicker of worry in his eyes. If I block one more hit like that, this staff is going to shatter. As his opponent charged, Lai Han dodged swiftly. When he overcommits, he thought, I'll break his stance. He raised his staff high, then brought it crashing down on Demichi's leg. The surprise attack staggered him. This is the final blow, Li Han thought, thrusting his staff directly at his. He stomped his foot, putting all his power into the thrust. The staff shot forward, grazing past Demichi's cheek. But Demichi leaped into the air, delivering a vicious headbutt. The impact sent Lai Han staggering backward, crashing hard onto the ground as he clutched his head in pain. Damn it. A headbutt? This is supposed to be a martial arts match. A terrifying grin spread across Demichi's face. Ha. You can't just watch the weapon. You have to watch my every move. I've been training in Sambo since the day I was born. If I had properly connected just now, I doubt your bones would have ever healed correctly. Sambo is a Russian martial art originating from the Soviet Union, and is now Lai Han used his staff to push himself back up. Hey, is that all you've got? You really think you can take down a dragon with that Sambo of yours? Demichi let out a cold laugh. Ha! I'd snap a dragon's neck if that's what it took. The goons Lai Han had taken down started cheering. Go, Demichi, go. Show him the mighty Siberian tiger. He glanced back at them, annoyed. It's just tiger, you idiots. And don't you forget it. But they just kept going. You're only 12 years old. What else would we call you? You should be getting ready for your funeral. Watching them, Lai Han couldn't help but think, these kids have sharp tongues, but it seems they don't actually mean any harm. The cheers continued. Focus up. He's got some really close friends, Lai Han thought. His gaze then shifted to Kuro, standing alone. A pang of sympathy hit him. Suddenly, Demichi's voice shattered the moment. Don't lose focus, Lai Han. He charged forward, leaping right over Lai Han's staff. Lai Han thought, I really didn't want to take it this far. The two squared off again, ready for the next clash. Demichi lunged at him once more. Lai Han slammed the butt of his staff into the ground and used it to vault high into the air. This is the end. The move left Demichi completely stunned. Now airborne, he gripped his staff tightly, swinging it down with immense force. The 3 lackeys watched in horror. their faces draining of all color. The impact shattered Dimichi's sword into countless fragments, but the powerful blow was too much for Lai Han's staff, and it splintered apart as well. Dimichi's eyes widened. That bastard. He was aiming for my weapon the entire time. The broken pieces of Li Han's staff fell to the dirt. Unarmed, Dimichi charged forward like a cornered beast. He moved to grapple him to the ground. You don't want me to snap this arm, do you? He twisted Lai Han's arm into a painful lock as his friends cheered wildly from the side. The crowd kept chanting, Dimichi, Dimichi. Gritting his teeth through the pain, Lai Han issued a challenge. If you're going to do it, then do it. You don't have the guts. The taunt made Dimichi's face darken instantly. A wave of fear washed over his friends. Lai Han writhed on the ground in agony. Dimichi finally let out a breath, releasing the hold. This, he said, is why I told you to just surrender. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air. You dirty fighter. Behind them, Kuro couldn't stop the tears from falling. Daichi turned to leave, but glanced back at him. I hate to admit it, but you've got guts. I broke your arm, and you didn't even make a sound. Then he turned to his crew and ordered, one of you, get him to the hospital. But he didn't realize Lai Han was already back on his feet, gripping the splintered half of his weapon. In an instant, he brought it crashing down on him. Rage blazed in Lai Han's eyes. The others you fought, they must have screamed in agony from just a broken arm, right? Get up, let's finish this. He looked down at the broken stick in his hand. In response, Daichi just gave him a thumbs up. Later, in the infirmary, Daichi's eyes shot open and he bolted upright in his bed. A sudden sound nearby grabbed his attention. A video message was playing, drawing his gaze. He saw Lai Han in the next bed, his arm heavily bandaged. On his watch, the face of a proud man appeared on screen. You've exceeded all of my expectations. Lai Han, thanks to you, the children are living very well. I'll see you again soon. That's all for now. Goodbye. Lai Han stared at the screen, watching his 3 younger siblings with the man, unable to stop the tears welling in his eyes. The kids are okay. They've even gained some weight. He turned to Daichi. You're awake? He continued. I was genuinely furious that day, but I don't hold any grudges or blame you for it. Hearing this, Daichi's expression softened. Same here. But next time, let's fight in a real competition. Lai Han's gaze fell. I think I made a mistake with Kuro that day. He thought to himself, I should have reached for his hand instead of just picking a fight. Daichi's face grew serious. I understand why you'd think that, but if you keep using it, you could be dead by 52. Lai Han was baffled. What? What are you talking about? The two of them walked out of the infirmary. Lai Han asked suspiciously, Where are you dragging me off to? Daichi replied, It's better for you to see it yourself than just hear it from me. The emergency room. Lai Han was confused. Daichi explained that this place could save any life, as long as the patient was still breathing. At that moment, a patient writhing in pain on a gurney was rushed into the ER by a team of doctors. They flew past so fast it made Lai Han flinch back. He watched, puzzled. What's wrong with him? Daichi began to explain. Can you guess what their training regimen is like? Lai Han stared ahead, deep in thought. But forget that. Isn't that upperclassman about our age? He thought to himself, the guy they just wheeled in. He was huge. He then said aloud, He looks like he's bulked up. Almost as big as our coach. Daichi scratched his head and clarified. Once you master 52, you start taking the drug. Your body grows at an incredible rate, and you become a full-grown adult. As the words sank in, Lai Han's world came crashing down. What? Daichi pressed on. Don't tell me you forgot. We have to fight dragons in 3 years. They're not going to wait around for us to grow up. Not bad. The response stunned Daichi. Huh? Lai Han continued. I've always wanted to become an adult as quickly as possible. He thought to himself, it's the only way I can survive. I've always had to fight against grown-ups. His mind flashed back to the past, fighting them for scraps of food, getting punched so hard he was sent flying backward. He remembered being beaten mercilessly by them, and in the end, still losing everything he had managed to save. Back in the present, he spoke with conviction. I don't need a happy childhood. All I need is to survive. Daichi let out a long sigh. That's the iron will of a true warrior. Lai Han lowered his head. I understand. Let's go back. The coach's voice echoed. Today, you will all participate in a mock battle, designed to feel like a real combat situation. You just need to execute your moves exactly as you practiced. We depart at 16:30, but first, finish getting your equipment ready. Daichi spoke up. Looks like we're in for some parachute training. Don't tell me you're still dwelling on what you saw at the hospital. Hearing this, Lai Han clutched his duffel bag tightly, looked right at him, and broke into a completely confident smile. But then he noticed something. Hey, this bag is completely filled with food. I'm starting to think this isn't just a simple parachute drill. Daichi looked away with a worried expression. Some of these idiots have already forgotten the mission. That's when Lai Han's eyes widened in realization. Yeah. Daichi slapped him on the shoulder. Look over there, Lai Han. That guy. Isn't he the last genius of our class? I'm dying for a shot at him. Lai Han replied, exasperated. Dude, this is a parachute jump. Delmong glanced over at Daichi's group, who were glaring at him with pure disgust. He was completely baffled, thinking to himself, what the heck is that guy's problem? Just then, Lai Han spotted Kuro sitting alone, looking miserable. Suddenly, the coach's voice boomed, stop dawdling. Get on the helicopter, now. With their helmets on, the entire squad got a move on and headed toward the chopper. The team scrambled into the helicopter. The coach stood back, watching their every move. As the trainees' helicopter began to lift off, an instructor below gave the order, let's move out. Run glanced up at the chopper in the sky and said, this is the last time those kids will have a reason to smile.
Lai Han, you were the first person I always thought of, and you'd appear instantly. But now, no matter how long I wait, I can't find you.
Are you really not coming this time? Kuro thought as tears streamed down his face. It turns out he'd gotten tangled in vines during his parachute drop. 1 hour earlier, the choppers were soaring over the ocean. Inside the helicopter, the cabin was buzzing with chatter. Hey, where are we headed? Headquarters looks so small from up here. Suddenly, a notification lit up his watch. You are now above a deserted island. This is your destination. And the stage for your survival training. Jay circled below on an inflatable boat, announcing, the rations in your packs will last for the next 2 days. After that, you're on your own. A wave of panic swept through the trainees. Why is this suddenly a survival mission? On a deserted island with only 2 days of food. Seeing the panicked faces, Dimichi just laughed. Think of it as a camping trip. This is going to be fun. Joe continued the briefing, his face utterly serious. The instructors will return in 1 week to retrieve you. Try to survive until then. The sky was a brilliant blue, with the warm sun shining down. Joe was currently on rescue duty, pulling trainees who had missed the drop zone from the ocean. Hoisting one kid up, he turned to his partner. Is this the last one? The other agent replied immediately. Yes, sir. I believe that's the last of the stragglers. As he spoke, he checked a tracking device. Joe asked, are the kids scattered? He responded, everything is proceeding according to plan. However, 7 of them have already grouped up to form a team. Joe's gaze drifted to the horizon. Right. They may be kids, but they're not as naive as we think. They've all grown up now. If things spiral out of control, the strong will dominate. Instead of starving, they'll undoubtedly choose to prey on each other. On the island, an arrogant young man was already looting supplies, a smug look plastered on his face. Thanks for the food. I'll be sure to enjoy every last bite. His crew gathered around, laughing at their stolen prize. Ha ha, this fool didn't even touch a single thing. The orange-haired kid glanced back and said smugly, hey, we still need to report back to the captain. Everyone, come look at this. Their leader, Kaz, was sitting on a rock, looking annoyed. At his subordinate's call, he snapped, you idiots. I told you to gather as much food as you could before nightfall. Did you really think I formed this team just to share supplies? His expression turned terrifying, his voice ice cold. We have to stick together and take everything from everyone else. That way, no one will ever dare to look down on us again. The other lackeys saw the logic and shouted his agreement. That's right. The others roared in unison. We don't care if it's Dimichi or Lai Han, we'll take them all on. Deo Sion is nothing to us either. Probably. Suddenly, they sensed something, whipping around to glare at the bushes behind them. Did you hear that? Sounds like our next prey. With smug smirks, the group shouldered their packs. They moved towards the source of the sound. Li Han was thinking about how much time he had wasted since landing in the ocean. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and his head snapped to the side. I'm way too exposed out in the open. I need to find cover first. With that thought, he turned towards the dense forest nearby. Without hesitation, he silently melted into the trees. For people who have never known true hunger, a 2-day supply of food is nothing. When pushed to the brink, humanity will always choose to exploit others. I wonder if a guy like Simon has ever felt true hunger in his life. As he thought that, Simon himself was snapping with irritation. Who are you, and why are you following me? Dimichi appeared with a provoking smirk. You're the genius, Simon, right? Fight me. Simon didn't answer, simply turning his back to walk away. I don't want to waste the energy. Dimichi frantically chased after him. Hey, wait. I don't mean any harm. I just want to fight you once, Simon thought to himself. Is this guy crazy? When he couldn't get Simon to fight, Dimichi tried to play it cool. All right, fine. Of course not. It was too sudden, right? We have plenty of time anyway. We can do it when we're closer. Simon was completely annoyed. What a total pain. But Demichi continued to follow him like a shadow. The sun set with alarming speed. Elsewhere, Kaz's group was still on the hunt. He's around here somewhere, Kaz insisted. I know it. At that moment, Kuro, tangled in a mess of vines, screamed out, "Help me, please." The others burst into laughter. Kaz pointed at him, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Well now, doesn't he look right at home hanging from a tree? Model. The bag was dropped gently to the ground. Kaz and the orange-haired punk looked completely satisfied. The punk sneered. Thanks for the help, buddy. Kuro. As he turned to leave, he just had to twist the knife. Good luck out there. Tears streamed down Kuro's face. Wait, if you got the bag, can you please get me down? Kaz just smirked. If you weren't stuck in that tree, we would have beaten you to a pulp before taking your stuff. Count yourself lucky and just wait for an instructor to find you. You won't starve to death even if you're up there for a whole week. With that, the group walked away, their mocking laughter echoing back. Besides, it looks like it's about to rain, so you won't die of thirst either. Why do you always have to add that last little jab? Kuro couldn't hold back the sobs. It's just too cruel. Night fell, and Kuro was still hanging in the tree, crying endlessly. Suddenly, he remembered something Simon had once told him. Pathetic. Did you do something wrong? Your crying is getting on my nerves. Shut up. Nobody cries over something so small. Kuro mumbled to himself, I'm not supposed to cry, even when I want to. But that thought just made the tears fall even harder. His sobs echoed through the forest until he was completely drained of energy. Then, suddenly, he stopped. Below him, a small figure was running his way. Lihan. His eyes were heavy as they slowly closed, but the figure just faded away, vanishing into thin air. Just then, the real Lihan emerged from the bushes, his voice cutting through the silence. What happened here? The next morning, Lihan was busy with something just outside their tent. Kuro crawled out, his face a mask of surprise as he watched him. Hearing the noise, Lihan turned with a cheerful smile. Oh, you're awake. Kuro could only stammer in response. Lihan pointed. This is our breakfast. On the grass was a small plate with a few crackers and half a chocolate bar. Holding up his own meager portion, Lihan said, I couldn't find your bag anywhere, so you can share with me. Hearing this, Kuro's heart sank. That's not even enough food for one person. I don't want to be a burden to him. As he thought this, he reached for the food with a trembling hand, his stomach screaming in protest. I should have said no, but I'm just so hungry. Kuro stuffed the food into his mouth, tears streaming down his face again. Thank you. Even as he said the words, he couldn't help but curse himself. Kuro, you idiot. You're absolutely pathetic. The tears just wouldn't stop. Thank you so much. Lihan looked a little stunned by the display, then said, Let's go find some water after we finish eating. A swarm of camera drones patrolled the forest, tracking every single move the kids made. Elsewhere, a man sat watching the feeds they sent back. A voice called from the doorway, Sergeant Vance, this is a no-smoking area. He scowled in annoyance. Shut up, he said, taking a long drag from his cigarette. The other person pressed on and stopped trying to look cool by turning off all the lights. Find any interesting kids. The sergeant pointed at a screen. One of them has already lost his mind. Look at this kid here. On the screen, some young man was excitedly putting a basket on his head like a helmet, exclaiming, 1 week on a deserted island? This is hilarious. All I have to do is survive, right? This kid's name was Glutmer from Norway. He had already built himself a crude raft to escape the island. Back with Lihan, the two had managed to find a source of water. Without hesitating, Lihan scooped some up, took a drink, and turned to Kuro. It's perfectly fine, you can drink it. Drink as much as you can, and remember to fill up our reserves. A while later, the sun was high in the sky. Lihan glanced up, exhausted. It's too hard to move around during the day. Let's head back to the shelter. Kuro, feeling stronger, nodded in agreement. Okay. Lihan's mind was already racing. We need enough rations to last 2 people for our entire stay here. What can I even find on this island? I haven't even seen a single coconut tree. Is this why everyone resorts to robbing each other? Suddenly, a red aura flared around Kuro as he realized something, and he quickly yanked Lihan back. He yelled, Lihan, stop. The sudden pull made Lihan stumble to a halt, tripping over something unseen. Both of them froze at the edge of a deep pit. Right in front of them was a trap. It wouldn't have killed me, but I would have been stuck for days. He turned to Kuro, his eyes wide. How did you know? Kuro just stammered, unsure of what to say. Lihan was in disbelief. You're saying, you could see it? Kuro could only mumble. Yeah. I mean, I guess I'd say it was like sizzling, like the sound of something frying. Lihan listened, thinking. Knowing Kuro's personality, that ability to see, it's a form of enlightenment. It might even be the power to predict the future, an incredibly rare and superior skill. Could this desperate situation on the island be the catalyst for Kuro's awakening? He glanced over at the boy, his mind still working. This survival training might just be the perfect opportunity to witness Kuro's true potential. Meanwhile, back at Lai Han's tent, two familiar figures appeared. One of them tore open the tent flap without a second thought. It was Cass. He peered inside and thought, two of them. Huh? There's no bag here. I bet they took it with them. The orange-haired kid let out a cruel laugh, clicking his tongue and cracking his knuckles. You want me to just crush them both? He replied grimly. They're not gone for good. They'll be back. Probably searching for water. A dangerous glint appeared in his eyes. They'll circle back to ambush us when our guard is down. A while later, Kuro finally staggered back to their camp, completely exhausted. I just want to collapse right now, he thought. Lai Han smiled warmly. All right, let's get you inside. But suddenly, Lai Han stopped. Kuro, wait a second. Confused, Kuro turned. Huh. He knelt and picked up a small stone. Someone was here, and they just left. The marker I left by the entrance was moved. There are two sets of footprints near the tent, and even more in the distance. If it's a group, they're definitely here to rob us. Pack everything. We're leaving now. Exhausted, Kuro forced himself to his feet. I understand. As the sun began to set, the two continued their search for a safe place. Lai Han spoke. We have to find shelter before it gets completely dark. Kuro, do you see anywhere suitable? But Kuro's mind was somewhere else. I feel so strange, he thought. It's like my eyes are being forced shut. Not getting an answer, Lai Han turned and called out, Kuro. Hey, Kuro. The shout snapped him awake. A crimson aura flared around him as his eyes shot open in pure terror. In his vision, a vicious beast loomed over him, while Li Han was desperately fighting it. The monster charged forward without a shred of hesitation. Back in reality, Kuro instinctively threw out his hands and shoved Lai Han. The unexpected force sent Lai Han stumbling backward, completely off balance. Kuro fell hard from the momentum as well. In that exact instant, a massive beast lunged into the space between them. Li Han stared, completely stunned. Ugh! The beast's razor-sharp eyes locked onto him. He glanced toward his weapon. Damn it, my weapon. The monster let out a terrifying roar, its jaws opening wide to tear him apart. Paralyzed by fear, Lai Han squeezed his eyes shut. Suddenly, a torrent of fire erupted, slamming into the monster and sending it flying. Lai Han whipped his head toward the source of the flames. It was Jose, using his ability to blast the beast away. You okay? He asked. Lai Han's eyes widened in disbelief. Jose. Lai Han, Jose called back. Is that Kuro with you? Just then, a sharp pain shot through his wounded leg. Your leg? Li Han asked with concern. Jose glanced down. Oh, this? Some bastards set up a trap. I can barely even stand. It's a good thing I ran into you too, he said, slumping to the ground. Kuro watched timidly from the side. A trap? We saw one just like it earlier, Lai Han said. Yeah. Must be the work of the same crew. Jose looked around. So there are thieves in here too. Not that I have any food for them to steal. Lai Han was surprised. Why's that? Jose grinned and patted his stomach. The second my leg got messed up, I ate everything before someone else could take it. Hearing this idiotic reasoning, Lai Han thought with a sigh, has he always been this much of a fool? All right, let's find a place to hide for now, he announced. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Khan sat alone by a campfire, lost in a grim memory. His father's hand gripped his shoulder. Earlier, when you entered the airport, his voice echoed in his mind. The sensors were triggered. It seems you possess psychic abilities. This is a golden opportunity, Kahans. You must enroll in the ARK Academy. He remembered his own confusion. But father, what about the movie I'm currently filming? At his question, his father's voice had turned to pure rage. Kahans, if you become a psyker, you won't have to waste your time with such childish games ever again. You'll have fame and wealth beyond your wildest dreams. When this war is over, psychers will become this nation's new army. You could become a legend who commands all others. Back in the present, he approached the academy gates, a bitter curse on his lips. Elsewhere, a pair of hands pressed firmly against the dirt. It was Dimichi, powering through a set of push-ups. Simon watched him, remarking dryly, You've got a lot of energy to burn. Dimichi shot him a sharp glance. Simon casually ate his rations. We're already low on food. How do you expect to survive the remaining 5 days at this rate? Dimichi pushed himself up, rolling his powerful shoulders. I'm a physical type. To become an elite psyker, this is the absolute minimum level of training. Simon scoffed in irritation. You fool. Psychers are supposed to fight with their minds. A thought suddenly crossed Dimichi's mind. He rubbed the bridge of his nose. I miss you, Lai Han. He's the only one who can actually match me in a hand-to-hand fight. The moment Simon heard that name, his eyes blazed, and his hair practically stood on end. Lihan, he snarled. You fought Lihan before? A smirk crept across Dimichi's face. He took the bait, he thought victoriously. Thanks, Lihan. You're the key to getting under his skin. The next morning, back at Lihan's hideout, the atmosphere was much brighter. Good morning. Let's all stick together until this training is over. Kuro and I are going to look for food. Jose, since you're injured, you stay here and guard the camp. Jose gave a thumbs up. Okay, thanks you too. Lihan grinned. No problem. With your fire ability, we have a massive advantage in this survival test. They soon arrived at a river, where a school of fish swam in the clear water. As they stood on the bank watching, Lihan spoke up. With fire, it means we can finally cook all this food. But hearing that, Hugo's face tightened with worry. But do you even know how to fish? We don't have any gear. Hearing this, Lihan looked at Kuro with total confidence and said, Thank you. Kuro frantically waved his hands, completely flustered. For what? Lihan just smiled warmly. You saved me when we were in danger yesterday. And then you found this safe cave for us. I thought helping you was the right thing to do, but I realized I couldn't keep going like that, so I was stuck. But when we landed here, I was completely convinced. You're a psychic genius. You have the power to defend yourself, and even to save me. We can overcome this if we rely on each other, because we're friends. At those words, a deep blush crept across Kuro's entire face. He remembered his childhood, a nameless orphan back in Japan, a name given to him because of his skin. Kuro, you crybaby, stop crying. You're useless, just a stupid piece of trash. Back then, all he could do was cry, utterly helpless. But now he had a real friend. Lihan continued. It's incredible, even better than I imagined. Now all we need to do is... He trailed off, noticing Kuro staring intently into the water. He was channeling his psychic power to control the school of fish. A thought echoed in Kuro's mind. I can see them. I can see the location of every single fish. Lihan watched him, lost in thought. Kuro was a natural genius, able to use his extrasensory perception from day one. If we combine foresight and ESP, we can easily catch fish without any equipment. Now, Kuro yelled, and at that very moment, a huge fish leaped from the water. Lihan shouted in excitement, You did it, Kuro. And then a second, a third, a fourth, a fifth fish all flew onto the shore, guided by his power. In the end, they had a basket overflowing with food. The two of them carried their prize back to camp. Lihan turned to Kuro with a huge grin. You're in a great mood today. You caught 8 fish. That's amazing. Kuro replied cheerfully. I think I'm starting to get the hang of it. Hee. Rose is going to be so happy. Lihan nodded in agreement. That little glutton. Your scaling skills have improved. 2. Suddenly, the air grew intensely hot, forcing them to shield their faces. Lihan sensed something was terribly wrong. The basket of fish slipped from his grasp, tumbling down the cliffside as he yelled, Kuro, wait here. Seeing their tent torn to shreds, his heart pounded with fear. What happened? The scene before him filled him with dread. Rose was lying unconscious on the ground. A voice suddenly echoed through the forest. A wooden sword flew through the air. Simon caught it firmly, his gaze resolute. He spoke, You think this is some kind of normal training? You even brought 2 weapons. Dimichi just ran a hand through his hair. I've been thinking about dual wielding lately. Looks cool, right? Simon was exasperated. That's not the point, Dimichi replied. Then why'd you agree to a match? I'm so excited I could explode. Simon challenged him. If you truly want to fight Lihan fairly, then you must be Dimichi Vladimir Perov, the class president of Class B, right? Simon dropped into a fighting stance. I heard you were recommended for Class A. I'll see for myself if you're worthy. Hearing that, Dimichi's voice crackled with excitement. I'm starting to like you. Let's begin. With that, both of them charged towards each other at blinding speed. But then, Simon came to a sudden halt. Dimichi thought to himself, damn it, if he stops so abruptly, this is my chance. But Simon instantly sprang up, landing a solid blow on Dimichi. Dimichi spoke, Is that it? His question left Simon confused and grim-faced. Dimichi continued, You don't really think that's all, do you? The 2 warriors resumed their duel. If he retreats, Dimichi thought, I'll have the advantage. He lunged forward, and their fierce battle continued. The speed of the sword strikes was starting to give Simon some trouble. A blade sliced towards him, but he managed to dodge just in time. With sharp eyes, Simon slipped behind Dimichi, unleashing a powerful swing, but his opponent narrowly dodged it once again. Dimichi spun around instantly as Simon lunged, but he deftly evaded the attack. Simon realized something was off, and in that instant, his sword was knocked from his hand. Dimichi quickly regained his posture. It's over. Dimichi raised his sword high, preparing for the final strike. But suddenly, Something hit him, making him freeze in place. Simon's eyes were now glowing with a blue light, and his sword was resting on Dimichi's shoulder. Simon brushed his hair back and said, "Sorry. If this were a simple sparring match, you would have won. But like I said, we are psychers." He thought, is Li Han even stronger than this guy? Back with Li Han, he was holding Rose, desperately shouting her name. "Rose, wake up. Rose." Rose's weak voice whispered, I'm not dead. Li Han, stop shouting." With the sky still light, the three of them sat inside the cave. Li Han asked, "Who did this to you?" Rose, looking like a worn-out rag doll, answered, "Kahan. His group has 7 people. They took all of our food. They'll be back. We should probably find a new shelter." Hearing this, Li Han's voice was cold and resolute. "No, I'm not kind enough to let the bastards who hurt my friend just walk away." Rose's heart ached. Friends. Li Han supported Jose's battered body, his voice grim. "We need to find a new shelter. Now. We'll let them have this place. For now, we'll strike back when the sun goes down." As darkness fell, Kuro watched from the shadows. "Just as we predicted. They're using our cave for shelter. Kuro, begin whenever you're ready. I can't do this alone. But together, we can crush those bastards." Kuro's resolve hardened. Li Han is the only one who's ever trusted me. I will not let him down. Instantly, he unleashed his psychic abilities. A volley of stones shot through the air, heading straight for the enemy group. The rocks slammed into their ranks, catching the orange-haired youth off guard. "What the hell?" he roared. "It's an ambush." Kaz, annoyed by the commotion, barked, "Get outside." His entire crew scrambled out of the cave. From the other side, the barrage continued, forcing them to run and dodge. Kuro smirked. "I can predict your every move." In the next instant, more of them were struck down by perfectly aimed stones. "Damn it, it's too dark. I can't see a thing." Just then, Li Han burst from the shadows, taking them down one by one with brutal force. Kaz watched from the back, his eyes blazing with fury. A murderous aura began to surround him. The two leaders finally stood face to face. Li Han raised his weapon, pointing it directly at Kaz. Li Han clutched a heavy branch, his gaze locked on Kaz with pure rage. Kaz stared back, bewildered. "Li Han, did he really take down 6 of my men by himself?" "No, that's impossible." Kaz touched the side of his own face, his eyes narrowing. "You didn't come alone," he stated. "Who else is with you?" He was right. At this point, there was no reason for Li Han to hide it any longer. So he called out, "You can come out now, Kuro." A moment later, Kuro emerged from the nearby bushes. Li Han then glanced at his friend with complete confidence. "I can handle this one myself." Kaz glared at them with pure contempt. "Beaten by 2 weaklings, and one of them is Kuro." Li Han's expression darkened, his teeth clenched in fury. "We came for revenge. For what you did to Jose. This is more than just some petty squabble, so don't you dare expect any mercy." Kaz picked up a wooden plank of his own. "I've heard enough of this crap. Let's settle this with our fists." Kaz tightened the sash around his waist, settling into a combat stance. Li Han mirrored him, pointing his branch forward in a challenge. "Bring it on." Kaz was the first to charge forward. Li Han held his ground, gripping his weapon tightly, his eyes never leaving his opponent. And with a single, powerful counter, Li Han sent Kaz flying back, spitting blood. The shock on Kaz's face was undeniable, but he recovered instantly, his will to fight unbroken. Kaz swung his plank with a roar, aiming straight for Li Han's head. "Die." But Li Han dodged it just in time. With sharp eyes and swift movements, he saw his opening and slammed his own weapon into Kaz's chest. The impact sent a wave of agony through Kaz. He trembled, sweat pouring down his face as he ground his teeth in pain. In stark contrast, Li Han was perfectly calm. "Does it hurt?" he asked coolly. Kaz couldn't even speak, the pain causing his entire body to shake. When Kaz didn't answer, Li Han scoffed. "You better get used to it. This is only the beginning." Unable to stand the humiliation, Kaz roared in fury. "Stop acting so damn smug." The words had barely left his mouth when Li Han unleashed another flurry of attacks. Kaz could only brace for impact, unable to dodge a single blow. With one final strike, Li Han sent Kaz's weapon flying from his grasp. Kaz himself collapsed to the ground, crying out in agony. Blood trickled from his lips as he struggled to get back on his feet. Disbelief flooded Kaz's mind. Impossible. How could Li Han be this strong? A moment later, Li Han stood over him, his expression cold and furious. Jose was already hurt. Did you really have to beat him until he was broken? Kaz didn't answer out loud, but as he struggled to his feet, a single thought consumed him. "Don't you dare look down on me. How dare you?" He dug his fingers into the dirt, venting his rage. His eyes were wide with a maddened fury, his teeth grinding together. And then, Flashes of his bitter past flooded his mind. I was a genius, a famous actor in Germany. My father used my fame for his own political ambitions. He gained everything he ever wanted from it, but it was never enough to satisfy his greed. Then came the day his father forced his hand. If you become my pawn, this entire city will belong to us. You must push forward, Kaz, even if you have to crush others to do it. And from that day on, a twisted philosophy took root in his heart. To achieve his goals, he would stop at nothing. Today was no different. As Kaz finally forced himself to his feet, he clenched his fists, his teeth grinding. I refuse to let it end like this. The words barely escaped his lips before he flung the handful of dirt he'd clawed up straight into Lai Han's face. A bastard like you needs to learn his place. Caught off guard by the surprise attack, he had no time to defend himself, forced to shut his eyes as dirt flew into the air. Seizing that opening, Kenz lunged forward and threw a punch. Lai Han groaned in pain as the blow connected hard, sending him flying and coughing up blood. Seeing this, Kuro charged forward, screaming, Lai Han. But before he could get there, Kenz brutally grabbed Lai Han by the collar, and he didn't stop there. He shot a ferocious glare straight at Kuro, a silent, menacing threat. Don't you dare come any closer. The words froze Kuro in place, his face draining of all color. He could only watch helplessly as Kenz relentlessly pounded his fists into Lai Han's chest. Kuro could only grit his teeth, forced to watch the brutal beating. After a moment, Kenz finally threw Lai Han to the ground like a rag doll. He then picked up a heavy wooden club. A wave of pure terror washed over Kuro, fearing he would use it on Lai Han. Just as he feared, Kenz gripped the club with both hands, his eyes burning into Kuro as he vowed, I will never let anyone surpass me again. To stop him, Kuro decided to use his special ability, commanding small stones to launch an attack. Ken shot him a deadly glare and growled, You! But Kuro stood his ground, shouting back, Don't you dare touch Li Han. However, Kuro's defiance only infuriated Ken's, making Kuro his next target. Ken stalked toward him, his voice low and threatening. So now you think you can look down on me, too? A second later, he grabbed Kuro by the collar and roared, I've hated your guts from the very beginning. How can a weakling like you possibly belong here? Yet, Kuro didn't even try to resist. Just then, a figure rose up from behind Ken's. Meanwhile, he continued to taunt Kuro, a worthless piece of trash like you should have been kicked out a long time ago. The words had barely left his mouth when a fist slammed into his face. The impact was so powerful it sent Ken's flying, spitting up blood. Lai Han stood over him, his voice seething with rage, and you think you're better than anyone else. Try not to hide behind your so-called brothers all the time. Del Simon, Demichi, Jose, and even Kuro. Every single one of them is stronger than you. These words hit Ken's like a physical blow, leaving him trembling and utterly speechless. But Lai Han wasn't done, with Ken's fighting spirit completely shattered. Lai Han quickly grabbed the wooden club and advanced on him, snarling, There's always someone stronger. So what does that make you? Ken's was now terrified. Before striking, Lai Han stared down at him with pure contempt, You are nothing. At that moment, Ken's had completely lost his will to fight. His previous arrogance was gone, replaced by beads of cold sweat. The next second, Lai Han's expression turned savage as he thrust the sharp end of the club straight at his opponent. Just as it was about to pierce Ken's throat, he stopped. Ken's didn't even fight back, only looking at Lai Han with pitiful eyes. And then, Lai Han's voice dropped to a whisper. Everyone has a reason for wanting to be strong. If you want to keep moving forward, find another way. But if you touch my friend again, I won't be as merciful as I was today. With that, Lai Han slammed the club into the ground beside Ken's, turned his back, and walked away. He left Ken's lying there, completely baffled as to why he'd been spared. Ken's then closed his eyes, a faint smile on his lips as he thought to himself, Dad, I stopped wanting to be your mistake a long time ago. Sometime after that, an announcement was made. Ken's had voluntarily withdrawn from the program. At that same moment, Jose was overjoyed to see Kuro helping Lai Han return to camp. Later, Kuro and Lai Han were happily messing around. When a massive fish leaped from the water, they both stared in wide-eyed amazement. And just like that, their final 3 days on the deserted island came to an end. Soon after, a helicopter appeared in the sky. As soon as they saw it, they cheered with joy. It's the rescue chopper. They're here. At this, Jose sighed in relief. I never want to go through something like that again. Lai Han wholeheartedly agreed. Haha. Before boarding the chopper, the other students swarmed them excitedly. Li Han, Kuro, Jose, thank you. We only survived because you shared your food. How did you even catch fish? Kuro, you're awesome. Jose, why did you hide your ability to use fire? Though he was thinking they were incredibly annoying, on the outside he feigned embarrassment, scratching his head and stammering. The person you should really be thanking is Lai Han. Jose quickly pointed over his shoulder at Lai Han, who was standing behind him. A second later, a call came through from John Red. The survival training exercise has now concluded. Congratulations to everyone for successfully completing your week-long assignment. Not only Lai Han, but Del Simon and Dimichi also received the call. Sergeant Red, it's so good to hear your voice. I'm starving. Next, John Red continued, you will board the helicopter upon deployment. Hearing that, Lai Han felt a sense of unease, thinking, upon deployment? What does that mean? Though they still didn't understand John Red's intentions, everyone boarded the helicopter as instructed. A moment later, he appeared in person. With a grim expression, John Red announced to the group, your survival training was observed by our evaluators. After the final vote was cast, the results are in. You four are the only ones who have been selected. This isn't your average survival training anymore. This is a trial to find the raw gems, the ones worthy of defending humanity. Kuro, Simon, Dimichi, and Li Han were the chosen few promoted to level 2. The sun was out and the field was empty. So Jose tracked down Li Han, hoping to start a game. Hey, Li Han, it's our day off. You up for some soccer? Li Han barely looked up from his book, answering with a bored tone. Soccer? Jose grinned, producing a ball. Ever played before? At that, Li Han shot up, snapping his book shut. I know how. A day off at the ARK was a rare treasure, so they gathered a crowd, splitting into 2 teams on the field. Watching from the sidelines, Jose's eyes gleamed with excitement. Everyone's good to go, right? Then let the game begin. But while everyone else was warming up on the field, Li Han's only thought was, I just wanted a break. On the field, Dimichi shot Del Simon a warning glance. No using your psychic powers, got it. He scoffed back, I know. But a different fire burned inside Del Simon's mind. He was still seething. At the ARK, downtime was only granted for critical reasons. Today, all Level 1 instructors were in a high-stakes meeting, deciding the fate of the Level 2 candidates. Inside the conference room, the air was thick with tension. Instructor John Red's gaze was sharp, locked on the man across from him. An irritated Wen sat there, a storm brewing in his expression. After a moment, Alexander, the chief of staff, spoke with grim authority. Let's begin. From down the table, Gray, head of Research Division 2, broke the silence. We have 4 promotion slots this time. What's the verdict on the children? The response was quick. Simon and Dimichi are naturals. They don't just meet the standards, they shatter them. But the other 2. Let's start with Li Han. Since his enrollment, his psychic energy levels have consistently been the lowest. If not for John Red's special consideration, he'd still be stuck in Class D. Yet here he is, a Level 2 candidate. Why was a kid like that even considered for promotion? John Red. State your case. Without a moment's hesitation, John Red countered with his own evidence, pulling up Li Han's data on the holographic display to make his point. As you all saw during the incident with Sergeant Red, Li Han possesses exceptional weapon proficiency, patience, and an iron will. He has everything a soldier requires. Alexander raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the glowing praise. Such high compliments. That's not like you, John. John Red didn't respond out loud, but his inner thoughts were sharp. If I don't sing his praises, you'll never approve his promotion. He pressed his advantage, continuing to list the unique skills Li Han held, far beyond his latent psychic abilities. Li Han's teleportation skill is remarkably sophisticated. He even combines it with a rotational technique to amplify his attacks. What's truly astonishing is that he developed this on his own, without any instruction. Meanwhile, as the intense debate raged on, the meeting's participants were also monitoring the cadets on the field, watching their soccer game unfold via the surveillance system. John Red's words gave Alexander pause. The chief of staff fell into a thoughtful silence. After a long moment, he finally spoke. The next candidate. At that very instant on the field, Jose elbowed Li Han, fighting for the ball. Hey, you rat. You said you never played before, but you're a natural. Li Han just grinned back. What can I say? Nearby, Dimichi stared Del Simon down with a smirk. Isn't your famous older brother supposed to be the soccer star? Del Simon shot back instantly. What's that got to do with me? Dimichi just shrugged, his smirk widening. Who knows? Del Simon's temper flared. Are you an idiot, Dimichi? Back in the meeting room, Gray suddenly slammed her hand on the table, shooting to her feet. You have got to be kidding me. As a psychic specialist, Gray was extremely sensitive to mental profiles, and after reviewing Kuro's file, she was absolutely radiating with fury. The very mention of his name made her blood boil. Right after promotion, they undergo the psychic alteration procedure. Their mental fortitude is the most critical factor. Are you asking me to send that boy to his death? John Red didn't argue. He simply closed his eyes and let out a heavy sigh. Then, after carefully considering his words, he finally countered. Kuro's psychological growth is the best of them all. He surpasses even the so-called geniuses. Plus, he possesses the ability to see the immediate future, a power that is absolutely critical to our strategy. But Alexander remained unconvinced, his voice firm. The problem is his mental stability. John Red played his trump card, pointing to Li Han as the perfect partner for Kuro. And that is precisely why Li Han must be promoted alongside him. Kuro's mental state is heavily influenced by Li Han, who has become a sort of older brother figure to him. This argument clearly put Alexander in a difficult position. He slowly removed his glasses, rubbing the bridge of his nose as he asked, "Li Han." "Again," he murmured. "It seems you two are quite determined to see him promoted." As he spoke, his sharp, accusatory gaze fell upon Wei Chen and John Red. All the while, outside on the field, the boys were lost in their game, completely unaware of the debate over their fates. At that moment, Li Han had possession of the ball. He spotted Jose making a break ahead of him, planning his pass. Li Han executed the pass perfectly, sending the ball flying. "Nice one," Jose yelled back in approval. The opposing team immediately swarmed to intercept, but Jose was far faster than any of them had anticipated. He was all alone, driving the ball towards the goal, forcing the enemy keeper to stay on high alert. What's more, Del Simon and Dimichi were positioned right in front of the net, making Jose mutter nervously. They're all gathered there. Just then, Li Han appeared at the perfect moment. He quickly passed the ball to him. And then, it was Li Han himself who blasted the shot into the net, stunning the three defenders completely. The rest of his team roared in celebration. "WHOA, it's in." Jose immediately high-fived him, shouting, "Nice one, Li Han." He simply replied, "We make a pretty good team, huh?" A second later, a loud voice cut through the air. "That's enough. The promotion evaluation is over. The announcement will be made soon. But since everyone is already here, I'll just announce the results now." The man who arrived was John Red, and his presence immediately captured everyone's attention. Just as he promised, John Red got straight to the point. "All candidates have been promoted." But hearing this news, Li Han's expression hardened with anger as he clenched his fists tightly. Jose instantly walked over and patted his shoulder, asking with concern, "What's wrong?" Li Han slowly turned his head towards Jose, then forced a smile. "Congrats on the promotion. Make sure to save a spot for me." Li Han let out a sigh, then smiled faintly. A moment later, he held out his hand. "Yeah. See you around, Jose." As Li Han and Jose shook hands, John Red barked another order. "Return to the dorms. Those who were promoted, pack your things and assemble." Before heading back, Li Han turned to the instructor and said, "Thank you, sir. Today's evaluation and the selection for Class D. I believe it was all thanks to you." Sergeant John Red seemed taken aback by his words, but he played it off, pulling out a cigar as he replied coolly, "I'm not so sure you want to be thanking me. From now on, you can't quit. If you complete the second stage, you'll see me again, so survive." With a grave expression, Li Han gave him a sharp, military-style salute, a silent promise to John Red. And with that, the man lit his cigar and walked away. That afternoon, the four of them finished packing and gathered together. A second later, Dimichi spoke with arrogance. "All right, gentlemen, let's move out." Meanwhile, Del Simon just looked confused. Kuro was trembling with fear, sweating as he huddled close to Li Han. But our main character just asked confidently, "Right, we're heading to Sector 2, aren't we?" Li Han, ever the caretaker, noticed Kuro shaking and gently patted his shoulder to reassure him. Seeing this, the boy called out to him, and Li Han answered softly, "Don't worry, we're going together." But Kuro still replied in a panicked voice, "But I'm scared. We have to get surgery to become adults." Dimichi tried to encourage him by shouting with excitement, "What's there to be afraid of? Let's go." His hyped-up attitude clearly annoyed Del Simon. "Why are you so excited?" Dimichi shot back, "We're going to get so much stronger than we are now." By nightfall, the group had arrived at Sector 2, where they were greeted by Sasa Gray. "Hello, children. For the next 5 weeks, I will be your caretaker. My name is Dr. Sasa Gray." Li Han seemed hesitant and asked, "5 weeks?" The doctor then had to explain, "Yes. It takes 5 weeks for your bodies to mature into your adult forms. The first 2 weeks will be spent in incubation pods. The following 3 weeks will be for rehabilitation training." Hearing this, Del Simon and Dimichi's faces grew tense, while Kuro's face twisted in fear. But all three of them were thinking the exact same thing. 2 weeks inside that machine. A moment later, Li Han's expression turned serious. He held out his hand to the group and said, "See you all in 2 weeks." The other three were completely shocked by his words. But then, they too extended their hands, a show of true fighting spirit. All four of them shouted in unison, "All right." Seeing their incredible unity, Sasa Gray smiled with satisfaction, thinking to herself, "Truly amazing." Sergeant Red's top recommendations, indeed. She stood there watching the four kids, hands clasped together, talking amongst themselves. You can do this too. How childish. This was 1 week before the experiment was set to begin. At that time, Sasa, Gray, and her assistant were directly monitoring the entire process. First, her gaze fell on Kuro. The boy was crying in terror as he was submerged in a specially formulated solution, a respirator clamped over his mouth and nose. Del Simon, on the other hand, was surprisingly calm. Then it was Dimichi's turn, who scowled and thought, damn it, this feels disgusting. And finally, there was Lai Han. As the solution was pumped higher and higher, rising over his head, he thought in discomfort, I can't breathe. Elsewhere, Sasa Gray watched over the four children with a worried expression, thinking, they're completely consumed by fear. Every child who goes through this feels the same way. I'm sorry. Just hang on a little longer. The children will lose consciousness soon. Immediately, she proceeded to the second phase of the experiment, ordering her partner, inject the needles and add the surgical tools once they go unconscious. 1 week passed. Sasa Gray approached the test tube containing Lai Han. She stood there, observing him and murmuring in her mind, it's been a week today. Thankfully, there have been no complications. Today's procedure will be their most critical moment. Does humanity truly deserve to exist? If we have to go this far? Lost in these thoughts, Sasa Gray turned back to her monitor, checking the technical specifications. Seeing her clutch her head a second later, an associate asked with concern, Dr. Gray, are you tired? You should get some rest. And just like that, Sasa Gray headed for the exit. As she slowly stepped outside, a surprise was waiting for her. John Red was already there in the waiting room. Seeing him, she asked in surprise, I thought you said you didn't like that kid. So why do you keep showing up here? He didn't answer right away, taking a slow drag from his cigar first. Finally, John Red cooked up an excuse. I'm making sure the doctor doesn't damage my property or get us all killed. A look of pure frustration and disgust flashed across Sasa Gray's face. She let out a heavy sigh, twisting the cap off a water bottle. There are no problems. We're currently in the middle of the second culture fluid injection phase. This second culture fluid contains the dragon's soul core, a dense liquid that dilutes a dragon's heart. Hearing this, a worried expression crept onto John Red's face as he thought to himself, if the kids are forced to resonate with the dragon core, they should be able to wield the dragon's psychic energy more easily. Then maybe Lai Han can do it. Just then, an alarm blared from the watch on Sasa Gray's wrist, making her anxious and startling him with its suddenness. Sasa Gray immediately bolted. Bursting through the door in a panic, she yelled, what's wrong? Worried about the kids, John Red followed right behind her. A moment later, her associate pointed towards Lai Han's pod, stammering, it's his consciousness. Lai Han has regained consciousness, and he's in excruciating pain. Sasa Gray barked out an order, we have to stop this. Without another word, she lunged for the lever to terminate the experiment, but his hand shot out, stopping her cold. The sudden action left her stunned. She turned to John Red, her face a whirlwind of questions. Gray demanded bluntly, Sergeant Red, why? He quickly explained, you can't shut it down, Doctor. No matter what, that boy has to reach level 2. And just like that, after 5 grueling weeks, the experiment succeeded. Now, Lai Han looked like a full-grown adult sitting across from Sasa Gray. She finally asked him, so, how are you feeling? Lai Han replied cheerfully, thanks to you, I feel great. Then, Sasa Gray revealed the truth. We've never had a case like yours before. This is the first time we've seen anyone resist the psychic energy itself. Next, she recounted in detail what happened that day. Back then, Sasa Gray had screamed at John Red, are you insane? If this continues, the kid will die. I have to shut down the pod now. But even as she trembled, sweating in fear, he remained firm, insisting that Lai Han wasn't recognized for his psychic abilities anyway. Continue the process, Doctor, but without the psychic resonance. If it's this kid, he can overcome it. As he said this, John Red gripped her hands tightly, preventing her from moving. So now, Sasa Gray explained to Lai Han, you're the only special case who developed purely physical strength. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Like your body feels disconnected, perhaps? He confirmed once again, I honestly feel refreshed. Plus, I feel like I have less to worry about now. Hearing these words, Sasa Gray praised Lai Han in her mind. This kid's mentality is incredibly stable. I bet he's the trainee Sergeant Red always praises for having a superior mindset. Their psychic energy resonates directly with their mental state. So how can a kid with such a strong mind have such low psychic energy? After a moment, she let him go. All right, you can go now. However, a question still lingered in Sasa Gray's mind. I'm sure there's a connection to what's blocking his psychic energy's growth. The moment he stepped outside, Lai Han was met with a surprise. Because Dimichi was waiting for him, radiating pure excitement. I came to see you, Lai Han. As of today, we're officially level 2. Behind Dimichi stood Delmon. And Li Han smiled back, 5 long weeks, but they flew by so fast. Everyone has changed so much, especially Kuro, who had just arrived as well. Finally, Lai Han added, I'm just glad everyone made it out alive. At that, Delson scoffed, turning away. Luck? That was a given. Stop being so arrogant and acting like your Captain Diane, Dimichi teased. He's definitely going through a phase. But Lai Han stepped in. Don't tease him anymore. The level 2 dorms, from the outside, look no different than the ones for level 1. But from level 2 onward, training is done in squads. Each squad has 4 to 10 members, and there are currently 12 level 2 squads. After checking into his dorm room, Lai Han was confused and complained to himself. Why in the world do I have a private room? Kuro and I were assigned to Team 7. Without wasting a moment, we went to meet our new captain. He introduced himself immediately. I'm Katasuki, captain of Team 7. You must be Kuro and Lai Han, right? As second years, your training gets intense, but it boils down to 3 core disciplines: pistols, combat gliders, and sparring. Any idea why we still drill with handguns? Lai Han answered immediately. We were taught that modern weapons are still effective against their minions. Katasuki elaborated. Exactly. The foot soldiers we faced so far, goblins, boars, werewolves, they're all low-intellect beasts. But recently, a smarter species has emerged. They're called the EU. They act as commanders for the mid-level grunts, and the damn things can even wield spiritual force. He then posed a follow-up question. If the EU's spiritual force, wouldn't physical weapons be useless? The captain smirked. Good question. You're right. They're immune to physical attacks while their power is active. But just like dragons, their spiritual force has a limit. Our goal is to strike the moment they're drained. And just like pistol training, our work with gliders and in sparring is just as critical. Sparring is how we compete against other teams. These sessions are held in artificial forests, using small-scale combat training arenas. The main event is capture the flag. The objective is to steal the flag from the enemy's home base. It demands sharp strategies from each team, focusing on every member's individual abilities. But this training is incredibly dangerous. Even with blunted blades, these steel weapons can cause devastating injuries. As for combat gliders, that's just a fancy way of saying you'll learn to use a flight board. The goal is simple: knock your opponent out of the sky. But you absolutely need a support person watching your back. The support has to control countless different gliders at once. Their job is to help their teammates maneuver. In rare cases, a support might even have to use a glider to attack the enemy directly. Until now, we haven't had a psyker strong enough to fill the support role for our team. But now that you're here, we don't have to worry anymore, right, Kuro? As he spoke, Katasuki pointed directly at Kuro, who flinched at the sudden attention. A wave of anxiety washed over Kuro's face. Katasuki's expression hardened into a look of disdain as he pressed him. You can handle it, can't you? Kuro hesitated, stammering. Well, that's... The guy standing next to Katasuki saw Kuro's weakness and exploded. Can't you give a straight answer? This isn't a request. You're on this team now. You have to pull your weight and fill the position we need. Li Han immediately stepped forward to defend him. Kuro can definitely do it. But he's not the kind of person who performs well when you pressure him like this. This only enraged the other guy more. He stormed up to Lai Han, getting in his face. Shut your mouth, rookie. What the hell do you know? A second later, Katasuki asserted his authority as captain. His voice boomed. That's enough. Lai Han has a point. It's their first day, and they still have a lot to learn. And Lai Han, even though we're all second years, everyone here is your senior with more experience. You'd better watch your attitude. To be brutally honest. At this, his gaze shifted to Lai Han, his eyes full of provocation. All of his earlier enthusiasm was gone. Katasuki now looked at them with open contempt. You're only here because I wanted Kuro on my squad. You two are basically a package deal. A buy one, get one free. I don't expect much from someone with your low spiritual force. Just try not to get in our way. As soon as he finished, the other team members erupted in mocking laughter. Lai Han lowered his head, letting them have their fun for a moment. After a short pause, he looked up with confidence and replied, Yeah, I get it. I'll do my best not to hold you guys back. Captain Katasuki then extended his hand for a handshake. Katasuki held out his own hand and said, Humph, fine, then. And right there, in front of everyone, the two of them shook hands. But inside, the captain was thinking, Arrogant little brat. Let's see how long that pride of yours lasts. At the same time, Lai Han was muttering in his own mind, I'll show you just how much I can endure. Lai Han slowly stepped into his private bathroom. The first thing he did was turn on the shower, letting the cool water run over him from head to toe. His mind drifted back to the training session from earlier. A sign hung in front of the shooting range, warning everyone it was an active area. Inside, Lai Han's group was training hard, firing their pistols under close supervision. He was in a state of intense concentration. His performance actually seemed to satisfy Katsuki. After practicing stationary shooting, they moved on to firing while on the move, and the captain was still watching him like a hawk. Sprinting while carrying a heavy gun was no easy feat, but he poured every ounce of effort into it. On top of that, Li Han had to observe carefully, because the targets were constantly in motion. Every single shot had to be aimed perfectly. After the session, Li Han reviewed his results, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. Not bad, he thought. I guess they can't call me the deadweight of the team anymore, can they? But a second later, a panicked Katsuki suddenly sprinted towards him, leaving Li Han completely confused. Then, the captain screamed, "Kuro, what in the world are you doing?" He stammered in response. Me? Kato clutched his head in frustration. Damn it, I'm speechless. With that, he stormed off in a rage. Thinking back on that moment, Li Han felt a wave of dissatisfaction. Was he still not good enough to be acknowledged? He soaked in the hot water for a while, then toweled himself off and stepped out. But then, Li Han remembered the smug look on Kato's face when he divided the teams. He had been assigned to the reserves. During the practice battles, any squad with too many members had to cut down its roster to fit the requirements. Our team was one of those with an extra person, and we already have plenty of close combat specialists like you. Everyone from level 2 gets to watch the match from the training center anyway, so don't be too sad. You still get a seat. As he spoke, Kato intentionally walked over to Li Han and condescendingly brushed off his shoulder. After this thought, Li Han's gaze fell on a photo on his desk. He picked it up and told himself, "It's fine. Everything is still okay." Later, everyone gathered in the hall and heard the announcement that today's Capture the Flag match would be between Team 3 and Team 9. Immediately after, Kato started mocking them. Team 3 has some new faces, so watch them carefully and analyze their tactics. Meanwhile, Li Han felt a surge of annoyance and muttered to himself, "The new face on Team 3, he means Del Simon." A moment later, the match was broadcast live on screen. As they watched, people started whispering, "That bastard is Del Simon, the psychic genius. He just looks like a brute." A moment later, Karen, leading her team, yelled out, "Are those lunatics out of their minds, sending all their members to attack like this?" Hearing that, Zoe pointed at them and answered through gritted teeth, "Our side has the undefeated psychic. We're going to completely crush you and easily take back all the flags." The second he finished speaking, Del Simon unleashed his psychic abilities. Seeing this, Karen immediately commanded, "Stop playing around. Take him down before he uses his psychic powers." However, when they looked again, all of their weapons had vanished, leaving her to ask in a daze, "Wait, what is this? Our weapons." At that moment, Del Simon was focusing his power to telekinetically move all of their weapons towards him. After losing their weapons, they all looked up to see them suspended in mid-air, held by Del Simon's psychic ability. They asked each other in pure astonishment, "How is he doing this?" He didn't stop there. He then used his ability to restrain them, and Del Simon succeeded, forcing the entire group to scream out in pain. Watching from the outside, Joe seized the opportunity to attack, yelling, "They have an opening, move in." Del Simon didn't join the attack, letting his teammates charge forward with their wooden swords. Because they were unarmed and caught by surprise, Karen's team could only take the beating. Finally, Zoe said excitedly, "There's no need to watch anymore. They've more than got this in the bag." After watching the match, Kato laughed loudly and said, "Having a talented psychic in a practice battle is incredibly important. The strategy I came up with is pretty much the same. We can do it because we have Kuro." But he wasn't confident, so Kuro remained silent. Right after, Li Han offered his own opinion. "Captain, I see it differently. Team 9 didn't use any specific strategy at all. They didn't use the terrain to their advantage, either. They just attacked with the skill and power of a single individual. What if?" He stopped suddenly. Kato thought for a moment, and his curiosity getting the better of him, he asked, "What if what?" "Spit it out. What if you were the captain? Is that what you were going to say?" Li Han didn't answer right away, instead observing his opponent's attitude while thinking to himself, "Now I get it. This is the reason this guy hates me so much." A second later, Chris suddenly called out, "Li Han." He immediately turned to look, and Chris motioned for him to go somewhere else to talk. Li Han followed Chris to a more private location to speak. When it was just the two of them, he said bluntly, "I'll admit it. You're strong. Kato and I both acknowledge you, but you're not a good fit for Team 7. All the members on the team feel the same way." At that moment, Li Han finally understood everything and muttered to himself, "So Kato has been watching me." Wanting to understand the other's thoughts, he asked, "Why do you think I'm not a good fit for Team 7? Chris quickly replied, "You're not afraid to speak up and contradict Kato's ideas during training. Even though I agree that your ideas are actually better, Team 7 only needs one leader. If there's someone on the team who doubts and opposes Kato, the entire squad will be divided. As long as Kato is the captain, you will never be able to participate in the practice matches. You should put in a transfer request to another team when the time is right. Lai Han understood his meaning and replied, "So that's how it is." After Chris walked away, he stood there, thinking to himself, "Now I understand. A captain needs to have the complete trust of all the members of the team. I was a threat to his position." A transfer request. Once he had thought everything through, Lai Han went to find W. Chen. Staring at the form, he asked in disbelief, "Lai Han, are you serious about this?" But the young man's response was firm. "Yes, Professor." Professor Chen looked troubled, running a hand through his hair. "I see. However, the second-rank professors must discuss this first. I'm afraid this will take quite some time." Back in the solitude of his room, Lai Han's mind was racing. "This is for the best," he thought. "The decision is made. Now, I can concentrate on honing my own abilities without having to worry about sparring matches anymore. And in the meantime, I can analyze every team battle to develop my own unique strategies." Just then, Kuro arrived at his door. A smile broke across Li Han's face. "Come on in, Kuro." Kuro grinned back, asking, "Li Han, what were you talking to the vice captain about earlier?" Deciding to keep it a secret, Li Han simply replied, "It was nothing important." "So, are you prepared for the hoverboard match tomorrow?" Kuro's face lit up with excitement. "I can control 4 hoverboards at the same time now." Impressed, Lai Han asked for clarification. "You mean empty ones?" Kuro shook his head with confidence. "No, with riders on them." Lai Han's eyes went wide. "Seriously? Wow, your psychic abilities are leveling up at an incredible speed. I think you have the potential to become one of the most powerful second-rank psychics." Hearing such high praise, Kuro lowered his head shyly. A moment later, Lai Han sighed and gave his friend some words of encouragement. "Don't worry, Kuro, I'll be rooting for you." His friend looked up with a small smile and nodded. "Yeah." The next day, the Great Hall was electric, buzzing with anticipation. Whispers rippled through the crowd. "I heard Team 7 has a real powerhouse on their side." "Yeah, a kid named Kuro or something. I wonder what he can do." Lai Han's gaze was locked on the large screen, his heart pounding with concern for his friend. Down in the staging area, just before the battle, Captain Kato turned to Kuro with a final reminder. "All right, let's move out. We're counting on your support, Kuro." The young psychic gave a firm, determined nod in response. Every eye in the hall was glued to the arena. An announcer's voice boomed, "Team 1 versus Team 7. The aerial team battle begins now." As the fight began, Lai Han was already calculating. The key to all aerial combat is the hoverboard. Most dragons can fly, so fighting in the air is a necessity. Besides jetpacks and grappling hooks, hoverboards are the standard. They're a type of automated drone that provides a foothold in midair. Some militarized versions can even fire projectiles. In aerial matches, a combatant usually pilots 2 boards, one for movement and the other as a weapon against opponents. But the most vital role in any aerial team is the support. Their job is to control multiple hoverboards from the back line, minimizing the mental strain on their teammates. It's the perfect position for Kuro, given his ability to pilot 4 boards at once. On the battlefield, Captain Kato's voice rang with confidence. "Let's go, Team 7. If we stick to the plan, victory is guaranteed." He decided to press for a quick and decisive victory. Full frontal assault, go. The entire squad surged forward, led by the fiery Chris. From the other side, Team 1's captain called out, "Team 1, get in position." As he charged, Chris couldn't help but admire his captain's bold strategy. Team 1 advanced slowly, moving as a single, cautious unit. Just as Kato had predicted, they had their own prodigy, a notoriously aggressive fighter named Dimichi. In the next instant, Dimichi gave a subtle hand signal to his team, split into 2 groups and attacked from the flanks. His teammates understood immediately, breaking formation to execute the pincer maneuver. But it was a trap. Dimichi's teammate, Karin, flew right into an ambush set by Team 7's powerful warrior, Chris. Panic flashed across Karin's face. In the end, a single, devastating overhead strike from Chris knocked him out of the match. A second later, Kato himself struck down Dimichi, who coughed up blood from the impact. As he fell, he screamed in utter disbelief. How is this possible? Meanwhile, Kato just smirked, a victorious gleam in his eye. Excellent. Everything is going according to plan. The crowd watched in stunned silence, unable to believe their eyes. Then the whispers started. What? They took out 2 of them right from the start. Has Team 7 always been this strong? It's like they knew their opponent's every move. During the halftime break, Team 7 regrouped. Kato looked directly at his ace. Kuro, your role in this strategy is critical. Team 1 doesn't have a skilled support player. That means each of them has to control their own board. Since you can pilot 4 at once, you will be in charge of my board and the vice captains. Use your precognition to see their movements and pilot our boards accordingly. Kuro's response was swift and sure. Got it. At that moment, Chris slammed his fist into his palm, his eyes lighting up with understanding. I see. I get it now. Our close quarters combat skills are our greatest strength. You're saying we should press that advantage and take them all down, right? Kato grinned, pleased that his teammate understood the plan. Exactly. As the team celebrated their early victory, Lihan watched from the stands, deep in thought. Kato's strategy is working. For now, at least. After a moment, Kato gave the order. All right, team. Let's advance. But in the heat of battle, Kuro's mental state began to crumble. He was paralyzed by tension, whispering to himself, I can't mess this up. The team will lose because of me. His crippling anxiety shattered his focus. His vision blurred catastrophically, making it impossible to even recognize the faces before him. Moments later, Team 1's Daniel landed a brutal strike on Haruto from Team 7, sending blood flying from his mouth. Daniel then spat at his own teammate, these damn freaks. Were they always this powerful? I can't believe we're the only two left. As the words left his lips, the 4 remaining members of Team 7 closed in, surrounding them. The situation was dire for Team 1. Daniel's gaze locked onto Kuro, a desperate plan forming in his mind. We have to take out their support. With that thought, Daniel gave Ma the signal. It was time for Plan A. He focused all his energy for one final charge. Letting out a fierce battle cry, he lunged forward. Kato yelled out a warning. He's coming. Internally, he wondered, is he trying to force a one-on-one fight? Just then, Ma provided the perfect cover for Daniel, allowing him to break through the front line. Ma, in turn, was pinned down by Chris and Kato. Realization dawned on Kato, who cursed in fury, damn it. We walked right into their trap. He immediately barked an order, stop that bastard. But it was already too late. Daniel had already slipped past the other 2 defenders. Enraged, Team 7's Haruto cursed and tried to give chase, but Kato held him back. Don't chase him. Get over here, Kato ordered. This psycho is trying to take us all down with him. Ma was giving his absolute all, sweat pouring down his face. Meanwhile, Lihan watched in horror, screaming internally for Kuro. No, they have to protect Kuro. If he gets isolated from the team. At that moment, Kato's previous words echoed in Kuro's mind. Kuro, boards 4 and 8 must always stay behind you. So as Daniel charged straight for him, he was completely paralyzed with panic. Somehow, through the panic, Kuro managed to focus his thoughts on boards 4 and 8. A second later, using his psychic abilities, he took control of the 2 hoverboards. As Daniel raised his wooden sword for the final blow, boards 4 and 8 shot towards him from the sides. Meanwhile, Ma was completely overwhelmed by the 3 members of Team 7. Haruto's blade rested on Ma's neck. With a single, swift motion, he struck, and blood sprayed through the air. Ma collapsed right in front of them. Suddenly exhausted, Kato's thoughts shot back to Kuro, an internal scream of panic. What about our rear guard? In the end, Daniel had successfully taken Kuro down. A triumphant smirk spread across his face. The moment Kuro collapsed, the hoverboards under their feet clattered to the ground. Kato instantly knew. Damn it, Kuro. He's out cold. A wave of shock rippled through the entire arena at the result. What just happened? It's a one-on-one fight now. Looks like that kid Kuro was controlling all their boards. Even so, their defenses were just too weak. Lihan kept his eyes glued to the screen, a question forming in his mind. So that's how it plays out. Kato's entire strategy depends on Kuro's incredible psychic abilities. Just then, Kuro stirred, instinctively lashing out with his mental power. Daniel barely managed to block the attack. But then, a shocking sight behind him made him freeze. 2 of the hoverboards were engulfed in flames. Kuro's face twisted in fear, his body trembling uncontrollably. Daniel just sighed and looked at him. Too bad. Seeing Kuro's devastated expression, Lihan understood completely. Kuro must have been fighting under immense pressure. In the end, it caused him to break. There would be no miracles today. The arena speakers crackled to life. Team 1 is the winner. Amid the roaring cheers of the crowd, Lihan turned and walked away alone, his face a mask of frustration. After a few steps, he came to a decision, steeling his resolve. If I were captain, I would never leave Kuro isolated like that. 3 weeks later, Lihan went to see W. Chen. The instructor looked up and asked, Lihan, about that application you submitted. The council has approved your request to form a new team. Lihan was ecstatic, but he kept his expression perfectly neutral. Inside, however, he was screaming with joy. They actually approved it. W. Chen then handed Lihan a document. Because of your outstanding leadership evaluation in the first tier, the faculty has agreed to give you a chance. I believe they want to test both your reputation and your resourcefulness. Lai Han took the paper and carefully read over the contents. Team formation conditions. 1. A team must have a minimum of 4 members, including the captain. 2. You have the right to recruit 1 member from an existing team, provided they accept your offer. If I try to poach someone, the other captains will hate my guts. They've already taken steps to protect their core members. Lai Han looked up with a confident gaze. So you're saying I should focus on what's possible? And then Chen broke into a wide smile and praised him. You're as sharp as ever, Lai Han. I expect great things from you. With that, Lai Han took his leave from the office. Standing just outside Chen's door, he lowered his head, lost in thought. My own team. The first names on Lai Han's list were Jose and Kuro. But at that thought, a wave of despair washed over him. Jose wasn't even here, so he'd have to start with Kuro. Before seeking him out, Lai Han searched his mind for another candidate, and then his eyes lit up as the perfect person came to mind. Of course, there was one more. Wasting no time, Lai Han knocked on their door. The person he was looking for, Demichi, greeted him with a friendly smile. Hey, Li Han, what's up? Meanwhile, in another room, Katsuki sighed, rubbing his forehead in frustration. Damn it, he grumbled, cracking open a can of beer. Our team's rank is plummeting, and it's all Kuro's fault. Chris, who was sitting across from him, tried to offer some encouragement. We really should have tried harder to recruit Simon. Katsuki thought back to Simon's skills. Yeah, Simon's a monster. His combat ability and mental fortitude are on another level. He could take on 2 or 3 opponents at once, but Kuro can't do anything on his own. His stats are a total lie. I only keep him around because I don't have a replacement. The two of them were so wrapped up in their conversation, they never noticed. Just around the corner, Lai Han was hiding behind a wall, silently taking in every last word. After hearing enough, he returned to Demichi's room. The idea seemed to intrigue him. So, he asked, you're planning to form a new team. Who else are you trying to recruit besides me? Lai Han answered honestly, Kuro. I started this whole thing believing he would join me. But Demichi immediately pointed out the flaw in his plan. No captain is just going to let you poach one of their members that easily. You still haven't answered my question, Lai Han reminded him. Demichi scratched his head and said, Look, I really appreciate the offer, but the answer is no. Lai Han, I'm the next in line to lead Team 5. I can't just abandon my guys now. A flicker of disappointment crossed Lai Han's face, but he nodded. I understand. Demichi watched him for a long moment before speaking. Besides, I'd rather be your rival than your teammate. It's way more fun that way. The two stared at each other and smiled. Lai Han stood up. Just don't come crying to me when I beat you to a pulp. Demichi fired back. Next time, I'll be sure to break both of your arms. As he walked slowly down the hallway, he could hear the whispers and feel everyone's eyes on him. There's Li Han. Does he really want to be a captain that badly? What an arrogant bastard. Li Han ignored their words and walked on with his head held high. Let them say what they want. Once the news that I was forming a new team got out, every captain started watching my every move, just as I'd expected. Katsuki, in particular, stepped up to block his path, his eyes blazing with fury. Lai Han, is this how you stab me in the back? I don't care if you leave my team or start a new one, but I swear I won't let you have Kuro. Glancing at a bewildered Kuro hiding behind Katsuki, Li Han spoke calmly. Kuro will never reach his full potential under your command. Katsuki pointed a finger at Kuro. Don't act like you know what you're talking about. Kuro is going to keep improving and become a core member of Team 7. Lai Han's voice turned to ice. If a war broke out right now, would you ask the enemy to wait for him? I'm certain I can unlock his true potential immediately. A real commander wins with the forces they have. Blaming your own people won't change the outcome. Insulted by Lai Han's sharp words, Katsuki's anger boiled over. He lunged forward, grabbing his collar and screaming, You bastard! I don't care what you say. I'm not giving Kuro to you. Lai Han stared him down. That's not your decision to make. It's Kuro's. Katsuki immediately whipped his head around to glare at Kuro. If you go, I'll kill you. Kuro flinched in fear, his body trembling. But Lai Han quickly stepped in. You really think you can make a threat like that? You're full of it. You talk so much that if you fell into water, your mouth would be the only thing that floats. Katsuki was shaking with rage. He could no longer control himself and threw a massive punch right at Lai Han. He fell to the ground but immediately sat back up. I'll let that slide, Kato. A stunt like this isn't enough to slow me down. Then he stood up, walked over to Kuro, and said, I'll be waiting for you. As he walked away, the taunts continued. What a fool. Who would leave their own team to follow a captain with 0 track record? Who knows how they'll treat him if his new team fails? Kuro stood there silently, his lips pressed tight as his body trembled, but he didn't say a word. As for Lai Han, he walked on, thinking, I've asked everyone I can think of. What do I do now? What if this doesn't work? Lost in his thoughts, he wasn't paying attention and bumped right into someone. He looked up, startled, to see it was silent. He quickly apologized, "My bad. I was just thinking." But the other boy didn't say a word and simply walked on, making Lihan look back with curiosity. He's so fast. But then he noticed his clothes were different. No, wait a minute. Is he even allowed to wear that? Suddenly, a beep from his watch cut through his thoughts. He quickly read the message. All captains, assemble in front of Building 2. The scene shifts to the assembly point where the squad captains stand gathered. One of them begins to speak. These 6 are newly promoted, and they are waiting for a squad assignment. We've decided to let the new captains make their choice first. Lihan steps forward. All eyes turn to him as he steals his resolve. This is my chance. I have to recruit at least one person right now. Stepping up, he introduces himself. My name is Lihan, captain of my squad is currently short on members. Everyone is welcome. His announcement is met with a wave of mocking laughter. Katasuki even scoffs, short on members? You mean you don't have any, right? But then, one person raises their hand. I'll volunteer. Looking closer, Lihan's eyes widen in disbelief. Jose. Back in the dorms, the two of them talk it over. Having secured his very first member, Lihan feels an incredible sense of relief. Jose stretches and leans back in his chair. It would be even better if we had one more person. Lihan just smiles at him. Well, that's just how it is for a brand new squad. Then, his expression turns serious. Thank you for believing in me and joining the team. Jose, I've always wanted to be on the same squad as you. Jose grins back. The guys who passed on you are total idiots. If they knew what you're capable of, there'd be a line out the door. He stands and stretches. Anyway, let's try to recruit more people tomorrow. I'm heading back to my room. Just as they're about to leave, a knock echoes from the door. Their visitor is none other than Kuro. Lihan is completely stunned to see him, especially since his face is covered in fresh bandages. He asks with concern, "What happened to your face?" Seeing Lihan, Kuro just scratches his head and grins. I told Katasuki I was leaving Squad 7, and that bastard couldn't even finish me off. Hearing this amazing news, Lihan is ecstatic. That's incredible. Are you really the Kuro I know? Kuro looks away, a bit embarrassed. It really wasn't a big deal. Jose, who was listening in, throws his arms up in celebration. The same team from the desert island. No matter who our opponent is, there's no way we'll lose. Just then, another person arrives to join the party. In a calm voice, he makes an offer. This looks like fun. Can I join? Everyone's talking about you like you're the scum of the earth, Lihan. That means Squad 13 is probably where the most fun is at. Lihan is so surprised, he just freezes in the doorway. Jose walks over and claps his shoulder. Lihan, you know this guy, don't you? He used to be in Class B. A huge smile spreads across Lihan's face. Of course. You're exactly who our squad needs. Clud. Clud grins and gives a small wave. Please, take care of me. So, Squad 13 is an official team now? Huh. At that, Lihan's voice grows heavy. Yeah. But now we're a thorn in the side of every other squad. If we're not careful, we could be disbanded. You all know what happens to us in that situation, right? Clud raises his hand. I'm more than ready. Kuro grins. Me too. With 3 members finally gathered, Lihan closes his eyes, thinking to himself, the weight on my shoulders is immense. But I have a feeling I can do this. He turns to his new team. All right, assemble tomorrow. The next day, the 4 members of Squad 13 gather, standing in a straight line. Before them stands a stern-looking instructor. It's a pleasure to meet you, Squad 13. I am second-class head instructor Rosman, Captain Lihan, and members Jose Basta, Clud Mayer, and Kuro, correct? He points directly at Kuro. What happened to your face? Kuro, his face still slightly swollen, replies, I slipped on the stairs, sir. Rosman obviously knows the real cause of the injuries, but seeing that Kuro won't talk, he just sighs. Be more careful. Then, he gets right down to business. As of today, you have a grace period before the competitions begin. This period will last for approximately 3 weeks. After it ends, your participation is mandatory, so prepare yourselves. The event type and your opponent will be decided at random by the head instructor, and you will be notified at that time. Lihan grips the gun in his hand, thinking, Rossman, is he warning us not to let our guard down for a single second? Inside the training area, members from all the other squads are gathered. Event type, gunfight. Opponent, Squad 9. Squad 9. They have the most victories and the highest score in gunfights. Clud sighs, taking off his helmet as he walks. This is crazy. I don't like this at all. The goal is to just not get shot, right? The moment the words leave his mouth, Lihan appears and slugs him hard across the face. What are you doing? Are you trying to die? He roars. Don't you ever take that off. I don't care what the situation is. Staring at his captain's terrifying expression, Clud turns pale and stammers. G got it. As the captain, Lai Han has a duty to protect his team. He declares, I will not allow a single member of this squad to die. He then seriously lays out his plan for them. The strategy is called Mobile Bunker. I just came up with the name, so don't laugh. The three of them repeat in unison. Mobile Bunker. Deep in the forest, Squad 9 and Squad 13 prepare for their gunfight. Each team is positioned at their own base. Squad 9 gets into formation, shouting as one, let's end this quick. On the other side, Squad 13 is also in position. Lai Han rallies their spirits. We will absolutely win this. With both teams ready, the command to start rings out. In front of the monitors, the other squads are cheering wildly. This is a match no one can afford to look away from. Don't hold back. Team 9. Annihilate those traitors. The crowd scrambled for the best vantage point, eager to witness the perfect battle. In the midst of the roaring crowd stood Demichi. He chuckled. Man, those guys are popular. Dai Meng stood nearby, his expression grim. He thought, you can't win a firefight. So, what's your next move? Li Han, deep within the forest, cautious footsteps advanced. One of them spoke up. There's no trace of them. My guess is they're hiding near the starting point, another replied. It's the only move they have left. Let's go. Hidden behind a tree not far away, Cannot watch their every move. He thought to himself, they're faster than I expected. Cannot quickly relayed the information to Li Han. The enemy is within a 200-meter radius. I'm on my way to join you. Receiving the message, Li Han grew tense. They're coming. Nearby, Z and Kuro gasped for breath, leaning against a tree trunk. Z panted. They're not even giving us a moment's rest. Damn, that Team 9. Good thing we finished our preparations, but I need time to recover. Li Han replied, Knut must already know our situation. Instead of trying to reach us, he'll stick close to Gut's position. At that moment, Gut was desperately trying to escape. As he ran to regroup with his team, he was unfortunately spotted by Team 9 and hunted down. A bullet tore through his leg. Gut cried out in agony, but his pursuers didn't let up, continuing the chase. He's over there. Despite the searing pain in his leg, Gut kept running and screaming. It hurts so much. Damn it. Realizing he couldn't outrun them, he made a desperate choice. He spun around, hugging his rifle and unleashing a storm of bullets at them, praying, please, just let me hit one of them. The men from Team 9 hid behind trees and sneered. Who's he trying to hit, shooting like that? Gut stumbled and fell to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Team 9 immediately launched a counterattack. Gut scrambled behind a tree for cover, he thought. According to the plan, I need to regroup with the team. But with this leg, I'll only slow them down. It's better if I buy them more time. On Team 9's side, one of them suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, why is there only one of them? Their captain scoffed dismissively. There are only 4 of them. Who needs reconnaissance for a team that small? This will end in a direct confrontation anyway. After a moment of thought, he commanded, I'm rushing in. Cover me. Back with Li Han, he turned to his 2 remaining teammates. It's time for us to begin. 2. Thanks to Knut, we have all the time we need. The 3 of them raised their guns in silent agreement. Li Han continued, I'm certain Knut is injured. He must have decided to stall for time instead of rejoining us. Z gave a thumbs up. Thanks to him, we're fully recovered. A moment ago, I honestly had no strength left to fight, Kuro added. That's because we used our force fields and fire to cut down the trees. With all preparations complete, Li Han gave the order. Now, it's time we put them to use. When the spectators on the monitors saw Li Han's team start chopping down trees at the beginning of the match, they buzzed with confusion. What the hell is Team 13 doing? Are they chopping down that tree? The only ones who understood the strategy were Demichi and Simon. They're making a shield. This kind of strategy is only possible because of Kuro. Back with the unfortunate Knut, he was giving his all against 4 opponents. But then, his gun clicked empty. Damn it, reload. Just as he ejected the magazine, a pair of boots stepped in front of him. The man pointed his gun at Knut and laughed. Wow, you really are all alone. I thought it was a trap, but it was just a stupid strategy. Watching this, Demichi grinned. One member of Team 13 is down. How much longer can they last? All they have left is that tree shield. Can they really win with just that? Hearing this, Dai Meng replied, that strategy has one critical weakness, and I'm certain Li Han is aware of it. As bullets rained down harmlessly, a member of Team 9 yelled in frustration, what is that thing? They're getting closer, and we can't stop them. At that moment, the captain of Team 9 finally realized his team's fatal flaw, because we chose 4 members based solely on their marksmanship. Not a single one of us has enough psychic power to destroy that thing. And he knew it, damn it. He ordered his teammates, "Get behind the trees. We have to stall for as long as possible. I'm sure their psychic user will eventually get tired." But this, too, was all part of Li Han's plan. Li Han thought, "Yes, I'm fully aware of that weakness, but this tree shield was just to get us close enough for Rose to use her ignition ability." The ground suddenly burst into flames, and thick smoke billowed into the air. The members of Team 9 were completely caught by surprise. Fire out of nowhere, so much smoke. They began to cough violently. The audience watched in awe. Is that an ignition ability? Team 9 is completely enveloped in smoke. Is a move like this even allowed? Yao appeared and said, "That's enough smoke, Li Han. Those bastards can't see a thing in front of them." He nodded. "Good. I'll leave any runners to you." Two members of Team 9 were quickly taken down. Though they knew they were under attack, their remaining members were confident. "Stay calm. They can't see us either." But the moment the words left his mouth, two bullets pierced through the dense smoke, striking them both down. Dongfan cried out, "What was that?" Kuro and Li Han replied in unison, "We have eyes that see everything." The announcer's voice boomed over the speakers. "All members of Squad 9 are unable to continue. Squad 13 wins." The spectators were completely stunned. How in the world did they pull that off? Kuro had tossed a stone to reveal their position. And then there was Li Han. His marksmanship was on another level entirely. Seeing Squad 13's victory, Demichi was ecstatic. They actually did it. In stark contrast, Simon seethed with frustration beside him. Li Han. Kuro. Those bastards. Now that the battle was over, Kuro and Jose took off their helmets, smiling at Li Han. He answered them with a simple thumbs up. Watching the fight from a monitor, Commander Grossma stared intently at Li Han, lost in thought. The sound of celebration filled the room. "This is the special meal reserved for the victors. Totally worth all the effort we put in." Jose laughed. "Incredible, especially since you even took a bullet." Clue shot back with a joke. "Hey, if you haven't been shot at least once, you're not allowed to be here." Looking at the magnificent feast laid out before them, filled with delicacies, everyone felt that the hardships of the day had been completely worth it. Just then, Jose spoke up. "And now, the man of the hour. The one who led us to victory is right here." He pointed at Li Han, who shyly held up a chicken leg like a microphone. "Captain Li Han, please tell us how you're feeling right now." Caught completely off guard, Li Han awkwardly scratched his head, unsure of what to say. After thinking for a moment, he finally spoke. "Thank you, everyone. I know some of the strategies during the match were a bit extreme, but I truly believe it's because of everyone's hard work that we were able to win today." Kuro quickly added, "Not extreme at all. Those strategies were pure genius." Li Han gave a weak smile and said, "We were lucky. Our opponents were strong, but they were also incredibly predictable. Almost every member of Squad 9 excels at long-range shooting." Clue looked incredibly pleased with his decision to join Squad 13. "It was brilliant," he exclaimed. "The ability to predict the enemy's numbers. Just as I'd hoped, my judgment of character is never wrong." As he was speaking, his arms suddenly seized up in a cramp, and he began to tremble in his seat. Jose asked with concern, "Do you need to rest?" Gritting his teeth through the pain, he forced a thumbs up and declared, "This is nothing. I wouldn't miss a party like this even if I were on my deathbed." Meanwhile, in a different room, Rosman sat at his desk, his eyes glued to the monitor. "I pitted them against Squad 9. I never expected them to actually win. My goal was for them to lose, at any cost. I have to apply more pressure before they start thinking there's something special. So, which squad is the right choice?" His hand hovered over the analysis chart for Katosuki. "Squad 7, he mused. "If it's Squad 7, they'll use every last bit of their power to utterly crush Squad 13. But what if Squad 7 loses too?" His expression suddenly hardened. "Then I'll just have to create a situation where it's impossible for them to lose." After the victory celebration, Li Han returned to his room. He lay on his bed, but his mind was racing and sleep refused to come. He suddenly sat bolt upright. "It's been a while since I couldn't sleep because I was replaying the day's events. I have an absolutely incredible team. So, it's time to stop worrying. No matter who my opponent is, I will defeat every last one of them." The next morning, back at the training grounds, Squad 1 versus Squad 13. A legendary battle was about to begin. Before the match started, the captain of Squad 1 gave a stern reminder. "Everyone remembers our strategy, right? We have to be cautious of Kuro and Jose. In terms of psychic power, they're at the top of the second-year class. The two of us must pin them down. Their psychic abilities are formidable, but you just need to unnerve them. Break their concentration." The whole team responded in unison. "Understood," the captain continued. "As for the others, I don't know their combat potential, but they won't be an issue because we have the strongest, the captain of the ace team. And just like the day before, A huge crowd gathered to watch the match on the screens. Dimichi folded his arms and said, "How much does the coach despise these guys? I can't believe they have to face Squad 1 right after their firefight with Squad 9. Their only chance of winning is to take down the captain himself, the guy wearing the headband. But he's an absolute monster. It's almost impossible to suppress him, even with 2 or 3 powerful fighters attacking him at once. With him leading the charge, they'll easily crush any long-range support and wipe out all remaining opponents. It's Squad 1's signature move, the tank rush." The thought made Dimichi even more excited. So, in the end, what kind of strategy will Lai Han come up with to face this impossible situation? Standing beside him, Simon was getting extremely irritated by his constant chatter. He finally growled in a low voice, "Can you just stand there and shut your mouth?" At that moment, Squad 1's captain suddenly froze, a question dawning on him. Why? Is that Kuro, the captain? Because he sees the green sash, a symbol for the strongest warrior, being worn by someone as weak as Kuro on Team 13. Meng asked, "What's our move? We can't even see Lai Han." It was Kuro's first fight as captain, and the pressure was crushing him. CL and Jose stood in front, trying to calm him. "Don't be so tense, Kuro. We got your back, no matter what happens." The captain of Team 1's face darkened. "Just keep pushing forward like this," he commanded. "No matter where that guy is hiding, he won't find a single opening in our formation." Then, he roared the command to advance. But at that moment, Lai Han, who had been missing, was perched on a towering treetop right above them. He stood there in silence, observing the entire battlefield. Facing a powerhouse like Team 1, Li Han knew a direct assault was foolish. He had devised a plan for the quickest possible victory. Winning doesn't mean we have to wipe them all out. We just need to take down their designated captain. Down below, the two teams charged, clashing in a frenzy. Lai Han's eyes met Kuro's in a silent exchange. "Good, almost there. Are you ready, Kuro?" Kuro looked up at him in the tree and gave a slight nod. Lai Han thought to himself, "There's nothing to worry about. We've trained for this moment endlessly." When the timing was perfect and Meng was in position, he launched himself from the tree, while Jose and Jinu used every ounce of their strength to hold their target in place. Team 1, still oblivious to the looming threat, was celebrating. "Perfect. We have them completely under control." They locked their eyes on the green sash on Kuro's head. "Kuro's ours. Victory is ours." The two of them swung their weapons down on Kuro, who raised his psychic powers to block the attack, his eyes tracking Lai Han's descent. Seeing Kuro fighting without even looking at them, Team 1's captain was baffled. What the hell is he looking at? But in that instant, a massive crash echoed from right behind him. He and his teammates spun around in shock to see a cloud of dust. "What the hell was that?" they yelled. As the dust settled, it revealed Mac, knocked out cold on the ground, with Jose and Jinu panting, completely exhausted. And there, standing before them, was Li Han himself. He held out his hand with a smirk and said, "I believe this is our win." From the monitors, a voice announced, "The battle is over. Team 13 is victorious." The spectators were completely stunned. Witnessing the insane strategy, they erupted in whispers. "What? Did he really just jump from that tree? That tree is as tall as 5 buildings stacked together. I don't care if he's reckless, but that's just insane. He's completely out of his mind." But damn, that was cool. Watching the crowd now cheering for Team 13's victory, Dimitri chuckled. These are the same people who were cursing his name not too long ago. I get it now. It's because he always pulls off these insane, unexpected stunts. They were growing curious about Lai Han. That captain is incredible. Who is he? That's Li Han, from Team 7. Why doesn't he participate in these matches more often? What is Team 7's captain even doing? How could they not hold onto a guy like that? Seems like he isn't getting much respect from his own team. Hearing the criticism directed at him, Katsuki, the captain of Team 7, stood not far away, his face twisting in anger. Flashing back to one day before the match, Lai Han was practicing his high jumps while Kuro trained to master his psychic abilities. During a break, Lai Han approached Kuro with constant encouragement. "Keep this up, and the real fight will feel easy. You're doing great, Kuro." Hearing this, Kuro replied, "I think you're the amazing one, Lai Han. But, are you scared?" Lai Han answered, "Of course. If we lose, you better watch your nose. Tomorrow decides our team's survival." He continued, "It's incredibly difficult to control things with telekinesis, but if it were easy, every psychic would be able to fly." Kuro listened intently as Lai Han finally revealed his plan. "Tomorrow, I'm going to jump from a high place to launch a surprise attack. At that exact moment, you need to control my falling speed so that neither I nor they end up dead. I'm counting on you." Back in the present, after the match, Kuro knelt before Lai Han, clasping his hands in guilt. "I'm sorry. It's my fault your arm is broken." Lai Han sat with his broken arm in a cast, cross-legged at a table full of food. "It's all right, Kuro," he said awkwardly. Nobody died, right. Besides, that was a really tough maneuver. You did great, CL said, munching on a chicken leg beside him. Don't beat yourself up, Kuro. Could we have taken down that monster any other way? Jose, sipping a drink, asked with a grin. Anyway, there are no more matches scheduled until Lihan recovers, right? As he spoke, a notification lit up his watch. The match was scheduled for 2 days from now, Team 7 versus Team 13. The sound of frantic footsteps echoed, followed by a door slamming open. Grossman looked up from his desk at the newcomer, his voice dripping with ice. Well, I didn't think you'd come here. Outside, under the blazing sun, Jose's voice erupted. Don't you see what's wrong with this? Our team has an injured player, and they schedule a match immediately. It's like they're telling us to throw the game. And worse, our opponent is Team 7. They'll kick our asses because they're on a massive hot streak. Jose raged. This is completely unfair. We need to protest this. What the hell is going on? But their instructor, Grossman, simply provoked him. It's perfectly obvious that you all will defeat Team 7. Unless you don't have enough confidence to win. Back in the office, Katasuki had come to confront Grossman, feeling his own team was being disrespected. He declared, even if no one on Team 13 was injured, we'd still crush them any day. Grossman smiled. So, you're saying you'll win then, captain of Team 7, Katasuki. Stepping out of the room, Katasuki felt even more irritated. Damn it. He's not listening to a single word I'm saying. Despite that, there was nothing more he could do but leave in frustration. Just then, Lihan arrived with his arm in a cast to rally his teammates. It's useless. Even if we complain about it, the only thing we can do now is win. To be honest, I still haven't figured out how. But I'm sure I'll find a way before the match begins. As they were talking, a mocking voice cut through the air from behind. How interesting. I certainly hope you're not all talk. The person who appeared was Katasuki. His gaze fell on Lihan's plastered arm as he asked, but are you really okay with that arm? Lihan simply shook his other arm and replied, it's a bit of a handicap for me. Sure. But against Team 7, my right hand is all I need. Katasuki leaned in close, his voice a low warning. Aerial combat isn't some simple battle you can win with rushed preparations. If you're too soft, you'll find it hard to win. You know that. Lihan's voice grew heavy as he replied, I'm preparing a special strategy just for you. If you don't come at us seriously, we're going to wipe the floor with you. Katasuki's temper flared as he pointed a finger in Lihan's face. I'll kill you, Lihan. You and Kuro both. But Lihan's unyielding aura made him hesitate. Kato, if you've never killed anyone before, don't you dare threaten us like that. Katasuki retorted. Okay, then just you wait and see. After saying that, he turned and stormed away. Watching him go, Jose cursed under his breath. What a complete bastard. Lihan's voice was grim. He's not to be taken lightly. Now, let's head to the training room. In the training room, all 4 members pushed themselves to their absolute limit. Lihan struggled with his one good arm, wiping sweat from his face as he thought, this is trouble. Even when I'm in my best condition, I can only control 2 flight boards at most. And now, I can only manage 1? He then turned to watch the others train. Jose was working on his firepower, but it seemed he was also struggling to control 2 boards with ease. Looking over at Kuro training relentlessly, he thought, we might have to rely on Kuro, but I don't want him to carry the whole team like that. Even though Team 7 doesn't have a strong support unit, they're a well-balanced team. Their morale is high and their tactics are pretty solid. Team 7 is a powerhouse led by Katasuki. We have almost no chance of winning against them. His deep thoughts were cut off by a sudden call. Jose walked over with a worried expression, saying, Lihan, we've got a problem. He then threw a blast of fire into the air, which sputtered out almost instantly. In an aerial battle, there's nothing to burn. I don't think my firepower will be very strong then. What's more, with everyone flying around, I don't think I'll be able to hit my targets easily. Standing on the observation deck above, Team 7 was immensely pleased to see Team 13 hitting a dead end. Are they really having trouble with those skills? Chris said, I don't think we have anything to worry about, Kato. Katasuki replied casually, of course not. Our strategy is designed for victory. There's no reason for us to lose. Our victory is 100% guaranteed. On the day of the match, everyone was notified to come and watch, but they all seemed extremely confused. Why is Team 13 competing again? Isn't Lihan injured? They don't even have any aerial combat experience. Daimichi, of course, wouldn't miss any battle. He stood there with his hand on his chin, thinking, it's like this whole thing is set up for them to lose. He's a real piece of work, that coach Grossman. These words reached the ears of Simon, who was standing in front. He turned his head and shot him a glare, saying, what are you doing? Daimichi turned his head away and smiled. You told me to stand next to you. Simon said, annoyed. You're being a real distraction." Then he continued, "Grossman is trying to adjust every team's win rate to be around 50%. The professor's analysis would be the final word on the contest and the conflicts between the teams. But even so, Simon thought to himself that winning this time would be nearly impossible. In the combat zone, Lee Han saw that both teams had finally assembled, standing face to face. Katsuki, the arrogant captain of Team 7, spoke first. "Let's annihilate them and show them our true power," Lee Han calmly replied. "How are you holding up, Oze?" Oze gave a thumbs up and grinned. "I'm feeling fantastic. I'm gonna burn everything to the ground, so don't you worry." Lee Han turned to him and nodded. "I'm counting on you to shine, because you are the core of this entire strategy." An announcer's voice echoed through the arena. "Attention, the match will now begin. Each team, launch your flight platforms." As the platforms materialize, the entire hall gasped in utter disbelief. What's with Team 13's numbers? Are they insane? Even Katsuki's face went pale at the overwhelming sight. He stammered, "That's 16. In his mind, he was screaming that it was impossible. The typical number of platforms a second year could control was 4 for a support member and 2 for everyone else. Just 2 days ago, 2 of their members couldn't even handle 2 platforms, and now they have 16. Even if every single one of them controlled 2 platforms, that would still leave 10 extras. Katsuki couldn't believe his eyes. He desperately searched for a reason for this ridiculous number of platforms, but the only answer he could find was Kuro. But there's no way Kuro could control 10 of them on his own. Crit, standing beside Katsuki, urged him on. "Katsuki, give us the order." "Quick." Seizing the opportunity, Lee Han's voice dripped with sarcasm. "You seem a little flustered. I'll show you soon enough, Katsuki." 16. The members of Team 7 shouted in astonishment. One of them spoke up, looking worried. "Wait a second, is that even possible?" Hearing them whisper behind him, Katsuki snapped in frustration. "Don't lose your heads. Just stick to the plan. We'll take them down one by one." On the other side, Jose and Chloe stepped onto their platforms, ready for Lee Han's command. The threat Lee Han had made to Katsuki was no mere bluff. Lee Han only intended to use one hand for this fight. "We didn't stop to rest once during our psychic training. Even though my psychic power is below average, I've mastered the ability to focus my strength exactly where I want it. If I use this correctly, I can not only control objects, but I can make them fly even faster." A powerful spiritual force radiated from his entire arm. With a single motion, he launched a platform forward, sending it flying past Jose and Chloe, straight towards Team 7. Katsuki cursed under his breath. He's insane. Is he planning to use all those platforms as weapons? It's fast, but unless he's aiming directly for me, I have more than enough time to dodge. He remembered Jose's words from practice. Since there aren't any explosive materials in aerial combat, I don't think my combustion ability will be very useful. In that moment, a wild idea had sparked in Lee Han's mind. "Jose," he had said, "I think I just found something you can burn during our aerial battle." Back in the present, Jose focused his firepower, unleashing a blast aimed directly at the platform Lee Han had just thrown at Team 7, causing it to detonate right in their faces. The explosion didn't just shock Team 7. Even Lee Han's teammates watching on the monitors were completely stunned. They stared at each other, erupting into a frenzy of discussion. What the hell was that? Did they just blow up a flight board? How much does one of those cost? It's got to be more than an instructor's monthly salary. But soon, the cost no longer mattered. They started cheering for Lee Han. Who cares? Just blow them all up. The battle raged on as Lee Han and Jose continued to detonate one platform after another. The members of Team 7 couldn't hold out for long and began to fall from the sky. A desperate Katsuki roared out his orders. "Damn it, stop them. They're going to blow up all of our platforms." Crit shouted back. "But if we get any closer, we'll get caught in the blast." Outside the arena, the one person in the most pain was Professor Grossman. He frantically ran onto the scene, screaming, "Stop this at once, Lee Han." In Grossman's office, the silence was suffocating. He glared at the person standing before him with a murderous aura. That person was Lee Han. Standing there, he thought to himself, did he really call me up here just to stare at me for 10 straight minutes? Dealing with Sergeant Red is so much easier. By now, he would have already unleashed a storm of curses at me. Finally, Grossman rubbed his head and spoke. "This is a very awkward way to start, but do you have any idea how much a single flight board costs?" Hearing this, Lee Han was a bit speechless. "I'm aware that they're very expensive." Grossman looked at him grimly. "If you weren't on the team, you couldn't pay that off in your entire lifetime." Instead of addressing the cost, Lee Han changed the subject. "Didn't you call me here to discuss my strategy?" The professor shook his head. Technically, it didn't violate any rules. But can't you see how controversial this is? Some instructors might praise you for finding such a creative loophole, but I'm not one of them. The next time you plan on doing something like this, You will notify me beforehand. Li Han nodded. Understood. He then asked, may I ask you one more thing? Receiving the professor's permission, he continued. If we were fighting dragons, this strategy wouldn't be controversial, and you wouldn't be asking me the price of a hoverboard. We have to win, no matter the cost. Isn't that the entire point of this training? Rosman was stunned by the question. Then he stood up and let out a booming laugh. You've really got me figured out. You talk just like someone I used to know. He leaned against the table, staring at him, and said, that's a great attitude to have, Lai Han. I'm really looking forward to your future matches. You're dismissed. Just as Captain Lai Han stepped out of the room, he ran straight into Katasuki. Katasuki glared at him, the memory of their recent battle flashing through his mind. He had charged directly at Lai Han, but was thrown off by the explosion, and then Lai Han used his own body to slam him to the ground. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth in fury, pointing a finger at Lai Han. Even if you won with that cowardly strategy, no one is going to praise you for it. Lai Han calmly replied, that's for others to decide. Did you wait here just to say that to me? Katasuki faked a cough and said, I was just passing by. Who would want to wait for a bastard like you? As Lai Han walked away, he continued to shout after him, I'll be the one to crush you next time, so don't you dare lose to anyone else before then. That evening, back in their room, his teammates welcomed him with a huge spread of food. Welcome back, Captain, Kuro said. They declared us the winning team. Jose said worriedly, I was so afraid it was against the rules. Klaus added, it wasn't against the rules, but it was probably pretty close. Noticing Jose staring at the clock, Kuro asked curiously, what's wrong, Jose? He replied, oh, nothing. Doesn't this always happen when we're having a party? This. Just as he finished speaking, a sharp beeping sound rang out. Jay said, just as I predicted. Of course. All four of them stared with wide eyes. Match schedule in 7 days, capture the flag, Team 5 versus Team 13. The day had finally come, the day Demichi had been waiting for. His team had been matched against Lai Han's. At that moment, he was still in the weight room, completely unaware of the news. Lai Han gave a faint smile and said, after a direct declaration of war, they pit us against the strongest team in that category. That's Grossman for you. It's just one thing after another. Returning from the training center, Demichi was enjoying the fresh air. This feels great, but it's so hot. I need to take a shower as soon as I get back. As he was walking, he saw his team's former captain pass by, and he immediately called out, wait, captain. I mean, former captain, since I'm the captain now. But the other person ignored him and walked straight past. Demichi immediately chased after him and grabbed his shoulder. You think you can ignore me just because you're a third year now? Then Demichi pointed at himself and said proudly, Team 5 is doing extremely well, because I'm the captain now. But the other person glanced at him coldly, his whole body radiating a deadly murderous aura as he spoke. Get lost before I kill you. Startled by his aura, Demichi asked, what's wrong with you? What happened? Demichi's own fighting spirit flared with enthusiasm, and he asked, no, that's not right. Tell me the details after we fight. Lai Han was training in the forest. One hand gripped his spear tightly, while the other rested on his leg as he panted heavily. Someone was slowly approaching. Looking at the person, he thought to himself, what's with this bastard? He's too strong. The person approaching was the same one Lai Han had bumped into in the hallway a few days ago. He was dressed strangely, and on his face, he wore a terrifying mask. Suddenly, he vanished before Lai Han's eyes, only to reappear right in front of him. Caught off guard, Lai Han was immediately knocked to his knees. This all happened 6 days ago. Lai Han was in Grossman's office, his eyes wide as he exclaimed, what? Is that true? Grossman nodded and said, it's true. I can't give you the details right now, but Demichi was suddenly injured and can't participate in the upcoming match. But he pointed at Lai Han and continued, the match will still proceed as scheduled. Hearing this, Lai Han thought to himself, without Demichi, Team 5 will be like a chicken with its head cut off. This is basically a free win. Grossman held a few papers in his hand and said, this is the real reason I called you in here. Lai Han took the papers, read them carefully, and then asked, what is this? He replied, this is a request to transfer to your team. You're famous for being able to utilize your team members. Kato from Team B seems to have been criticized. Lai Han didn't say anything, just thought to himself, I knew this would happen. I'm sure most of the second years want to transfer because if they join my team, they'll get to fight right away. All right, Grossman continued, think it over carefully. You don't have to decide right now. He immediately replied, I don't need to. I'll take them all. We're not in a position to be picky. After that, the 4 transfer applicants stood in a single line in front of Lai Han. He greeted them cheerfully. Welcome to Team 13, Domingo, Kim, Andy, and Jong Jito. We'll start preparing for tomorrow's match. In the meantime, I'll observe your special abilities and assign roles. Any objections? At that moment, someone spoke up, Captain Lee Han. He was a little surprised to realize this person was Korean. He asked him, "Is there something you want to say, Jong Jido?" The boy scratched his head and said with a smile, "No, no. I just wanted to ask you to look out for me, your fellow Korean. Evil doesn't discriminate by nationality." Lee Han's expression turned cold. "If you want our protection, you'd better prove your worth first." The man looked annoyed, but finally relented. "Fine, just make sure you—" Lee Han turned his back. "We're done for today." Dismissed. Watching him leave, the man cursed under his breath. "What an inflexible bastard. Shibble." He then stormed off as well. As he left, the remaining two exchanged a puzzled look. "What does shibble even mean?" The other guy shrugged. "I know that one. It's a Korean curse. I picked it up from watching K-dramas. Let's rewind to 1 hour ago. Team 5 versus Team 13 in a game of Capture the Flag. As the dome overhead began to seal itself shut, confusion spread through the ranks. What's going on? Why are they closing the dome? Are they trying to simulate a nighttime environment? Jose grumbled in frustration. "They're trying to make us lose no matter what. How cheap can they get?" Hearing this, Lee Han spoke with a steady voice. "Don't get worked up. The enemy is fighting in the exact same conditions. Let your eyes adjust to the darkness." Once everyone's vision had adapted, Lee Han started issuing commands. Claus's squad will take the lead, with Jose's squad providing support. Kuro, and I will strike from the flank. Without Dimit, Team 5 is the weakest opponent we've ever faced. But don't get arrogant. Give it your all and secure the victory. 10 minutes earlier, both teams began to move on Lee Han's command. "Lead team, advance." "All right, support team, move in." After the two squads entered the field, he raised his hand. "Now, we're going in too." 5 minutes ago, under Lee Han's brilliant command, Team 5 was being systematically dismantled. "Excellent. We're almost there." Staring at the defeated figures on the ground, he asked, "Is that everyone from Team 5? Claus peered ahead and replied, "Not yet. Look, next to the flag. Is that the only one left?" Did he just stand by and watch his entire team get wiped out? Just then, the lone figure stood up, two swords gleaming in his hands as he faced Team 13. He moved like a phantom, cutting down 4 of them in a single, fluid motion. Lee Han stared, stunned by his unbelievable speed. What the hell? Behind him, Kuro yelled out a warning. "Watch out." But before the words even left his mouth, he was sent flying. Lee Han barely registered it, his mind racing. A damn teleportation skill. I don't even have time to be surprised. And just like that, only 3 of them remained. Jay grit his teeth in frustration. "We can't even get close to him." He roared and charged forward, swinging his sword wildly. But the masked man, he simply flipped through the air, delivering a kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Even the spectators were in complete shock. Did Team 13 just get wiped out? But who was that guy in the bone mask? Don't tell me. That's the rumored Silent One, isn't it? The Silent One. He's really the Silent One. Hearing that name, something clicked in Simon's mind. If that's him, then during training, his central nervous system was damaged, and he lost the ability to speak. But after that accident, his combat abilities grew at an unnatural rate, and he was designated a special experimental subject. That level 3. A level 3 is that powerful? Isn't it against the rules for a level 3 to fight in a level 2 match? Lee Han, bleeding from the attack, trembled on one knee, struggling to grip his spear and force himself to stand. Suddenly, Lee Han spoke, his voice ringing with defiance. "I don't know who you are, but I have no intention of losing to you, Bone Mask." In that instant, Lee Han's powerful spiritual energy flared to life. With blazing determination in his eyes, he glared at his opponent. The masked man, sensing his opponent's renewed will to fight, immediately prepared to engage. They rushed each other at the same time. Watching the battle on the monitor, Simon finally realized the true, terrifying power of the masked man and clenched his teeth in anger. So that bastard has been holding back. He's on a completely different level from every other level 2 here. Given the situation, there's no way to win. So what will you do now, Lee Han? At that moment, our hero was desperately trying to formulate a plan. If I can't block his next attack, it's over. But I won't go down that easily. Let's analyze what just happened. He can cover about 15 meters in the blink of an eye. Factoring in the energy cost for such a massive burst of movement, he can probably only do it twice in a row. The victory condition is capturing the flag, not defeating him. If I can just stall him for a moment, we can win. And my only chance to do that is right after he uses his ability. In a flash, the man teleported, just as Lee Han predicted. His form was already fading. Lee Han began counting his opponent's steps. 1, 2, 3. The moment he materialized, Lee Han didn't hesitate. He lunged forward, swinging a powerful fist right at the man's face. But he dodged. The attack only managed to tear the man's hood. In an instant, the opponent countered, stomping Li Han to the ground and raising his sword for the final blow. But then, a confident smile spread across Li Han's face, giving the masked man a sudden sense of dread. It turns out Li Han's spear had been precisely thrown into the air, and at that very moment, it was plummeting back down. With a sharp whistle, it sliced past the masked man, shattering a piece of his mask. He staggered and fell to one knee. But in a battle like this, a single second of distraction can change absolutely everything. His eyes snapped open, but it was too late. Li Han held the flag, turning to face him. You regained consciousness in only 3 seconds. Impressive. But that was all the time I needed to take the flag. This is our victory. Witnessing Li Han's stunning win, Simon was overcome with a bitter mix of envy and frustration. That's insane. Li Han actually took down a level 3 user. I should have joined Team 13 when I had the chance. After the battle, Kuro enjoyed a peaceful stroll under the summer sun, sharing his snacks with a familiar stray cat. Samir, kitty, good boy. Wow, you've got a big appetite. Watching the cat eat, he gently stroked its fur and began to open up. There was another cat, just like you, near my old orphanage. Back then, I didn't have a single friend. I wasn't good at anything, and I always looked out of place. But I have my own talents now, and I have friends too. Just then, Jijo appeared from behind, watching the foolish display. Kuro, he thought with a smirk. Unbelievable. This loser is actually talking to a cat. What a pathetic failure. Your rank is obviously lower than mine, anyway. He then called out, Hey Kuro, what are you doing here? Mortified that someone had seen him, Kuro's face flushed red as he stammered, Jijo. Before Kuro could finish, Jijo cut him off. I think we should discuss a few things during the break. Kuro was stunned. Discuss? Jijo placed a hand on his shoulder and nodded. Yeah. As you know, our team doesn't have a vice captain yet, right? I'm thinking of nominating myself for the role, and I think it would be great if you'd support me. As he spoke, Kuro's cat kept rubbing against his leg, much to Jijo's annoyance. He looked down and snarled. Get off me, you filthy stray. You're getting my clothes dirty. I'm in the middle of something important, so why don't you get lost? Without another word, he brutally kicked the small cat, sending it flying. Kuro stared in horror, but Jijo ignored his expression and kept rambling. But Kuro didn't hear a single word. He watched the cat and roared, Get out of my way, Jijo. Their eyes locked. Tears welled up in Kuro's eyes as a powerful psychic energy erupted from his body, terrifying Jijo. What? What is this? A nearby trash can trembled violently before being crushed by the immense psychic pressure. Jijo screamed in fear. Kuro stared him down, his voice dripping with rage. Don't you ever do something like that again. Trembling, Jijo instantly lowered his voice, pleading, Okay, I get it. With that assurance, Kuro left the trembling Jijo on the ground and ran after the cat. Meanwhile, at the infirmary, Li Han was visiting his good friend, Dimichi. Dimichi sat up in bed, his expression serious. You didn't come here just for a social call, did you? So what brings you here? Li Han was silent for a moment, then spoke. I could only speculate before, because it seemed like Ares was hiding a secret. But seeing you now, everything is crystal clear.
The one who did this to you was a level 3 user, wasn't he?
Dimichi flinched, shocked that Li Han knew. He clutched his head and let out a heavy sigh. Yes, it was my former team leader. Level 3 is a completely different world. Dimichi's hand unconsciously gripped the thin blanket as he continued. No, it's not just a difference in level. I couldn't even move a muscle before I was defeated. Damn it, seeing Dimichi in this state worried Li Han. This is the first time I've ever seen him so broken. Suddenly, Dimichi remembered something crucial. Oh, right, that bastard. He wasn't himself. It was like he'd gone completely berserk. Li Han's eyes narrowed. If he wasn't like that from the start, then this must have something to do with how the level 3s are operating. Think about it. The equipment for level 3 users at Ares is scarce, and meeting one is extremely rare. We still have a long way to go before we even complete our level 2 training. That means we'll be forced into real combat before we even reach level 3. Hearing this, the color drained from Dimichi's face. What? Is that even possible? The scene changes. A robot stands before a door. As it steps outside, a small cat appears. But a moment later, Kuro's voice called out, There you are, little guy. He ran over like a happy child and scooped up the cat. Are you hurt? Let's go back. I'll give you lots of tasty food. Suddenly, he noticed the robot and froze, clutching the cat tightly. The robot's voice echoed, Who are you? Who are you? The voice sounded oddly familiar. Kuro muttered, That voice is. Then, the robot's face was revealed. Kuro gasped in shock. Sergeant Red. The man smiled warmly at him. Oh, it's you, Kuro. You look so different now. I almost didn't recognize you. At the Ares Development Center, John Red's voice rang out again. Are you lost? You've wandered pretty far. He bought 2 canned drinks, handing one to Kuro. A ride will be here soon to take you back to the dorms. Have this while you wait. A flustered Kuro accepted the drink. Thank you, sir. As he opened it, he looked at the sergeant and asked hesitantly, You're not mad? John Red looked surprised. What? Oh, about you being here. The second-generation psychic armor will be unveiled soon. I'm sure of it. Knowing about it early doesn't matter, since a second year like me can't leave ARK anyway. Kuro sighed, saying, That's right. Our reinforced bodies are forbidden from leaving this place until we can no longer fight, because we're nothing more than assets belonging to ARK. A flicker of emotion crossed John Red's face. He looked at Kuro and said, That's the truth. And the people who suddenly fly into a rage, they're the ones with rotten personalities. Total psychopaths, don't you think? Red's words sent a shiver down his spine. He thought to himself, Sergeant Red doesn't seem to realize. He's talking about himself. Just then, a professor approached from behind. He spoke up, asking, How is the experiment proceeding? John Red glanced at him. Exactly what I'd expect from you, old man. The psychic power response rate is incredibly high, but I think you should reduce the amount of dragon material in the system. Power amplification is crucial, but if it's this sensitive, it'll be a nightmare to control. Unlike our first generation, these kids can summon their psychic power as easily as breathing. The old man looked at Kuro, extending a hand. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm the head of Team 1, Charles Smith. Hello, my name is Kuro. John Red quickly made the introduction. This old geezer is a living legend in psychic armor design. The professor explained that the first generation was a rush job, making it rather crude, but the second generation has been drastically improved. It will become the ultimate piece of equipment. John Red added, It was designed for you kids. I can barely even control it myself. Worry washed over Kuro's face. He realized he would have to wear that very armor and head into real combat. Visions flooded his mind. Of himself clad in that suit, facing down hordes of vicious monsters. An involuntary chill ran down his spine, cold and sharp. After a bit more conversation, the transport vehicle arrived. They walked him all the way to the car. See you around, Kuro. Once Kuro was gone, John Red pulled out a cigar. Lighting it, he asked, What's going to happen to the main armor I tested today? Smith replied, It will be disassembled and recycled, piece by piece. Dragon materials are exceptionally rare, so we're always facing a shortage. Red looked puzzled. Why not just leave it as is? How do you know someone else couldn't pilot it? Shifting scenes to Lee Han's activities. The daily schedule at ARK officially begins at 5 a.m., but I always wake up at 4 a.m. to sketch out battle strategies, record the special abilities of my team members, and other notes. Of course, I also objectively analyze my own skills and assign them a score. My psychic power is still below average. In other words, its efficiency is pathetic. I can't even use the basic telekinesis that Instructor Wayne taught, but I did discover one ability that seems to be unique to me among all the kids here. Absolute precision when using my psychic power. Kuro and Simon can use telekinesis to turn a pencil to dust, but they could never write with it. I can dominate everyone when it comes to psychic control. I have to train even harder to perfect this precision. Just as he finished his notes, it was time for training. The watch on Lihan's wrist beeped, signaling him to join his teammates for a run around the grounds. Demichi spotted Lihan and ran up to greet him. Seeing Demichi, he asked, How was that spatial rift you saw yesterday? Demichi replied, Nothing much, really. It was sparkly, though. A good spot for a date. A spatial rift is a scar left on the world from when the Dragon Legions attacked and the gates were forced shut. Under Grossman's command, the second years were split into 2 groups to observe these rifts. He explained that a spatial rift is a direct connection between Earth and other worlds, and one theory suggests it triggered the emergence of psychic power users. Seeing a rift will be a good experience for all of you. There's no danger, so don't worry. It formed over 10 years ago, and there hasn't been any activity from it since. Lihan pressed on. I heard psychic users feel something strange when they get near it. You might feel a little dizzy, but it's hard to explain. You're going to see for yourself today, so you'll understand. Now, let's give it our all, Demichi shouted, running off with a burst of energy. After the session, Lihan gathered Team 13 for a briefing. We'll assemble at the helicopter pad at 10 a.m. After you eat and shower, you can enjoy some free time. Jose, catching his breath, said, This feels like a real field trip. With that, Lihan dismissed everyone back to their rooms. On his way back, someone ran up to him. It's great to finally meet you, Lihan. If you're free, I'd like to invite you for breakfast. Lihan recognized him as Zoe, the captain of Team 10. He smiled and replied, I'm honored you remember me. After Silent was defeated, Grossman stopped openly rooting for our failure, but we still lost a few times. Team 10 was one of the few teams that managed to defeat us. Lihan walked and chatted happily with him. I've always wanted to learn more about your strategies, so I'm glad we have this chance to talk. Zoe seemed a bit embarrassed. I'm nothing compared to you. At the helicopter pad, nearly a dozen aircraft were ready. Once all the cadets were aboard, the commander began the briefing. Shinizu, the place we are heading, is one of the 6 locations where a spatial gate opened during the first Great Invasion. In Shinizu, the Dragon Corps was summoned. This is a tale of Korea and China. The ironclad Allied forces were useless, turning the Korean peninsula into a desolate wasteland. With its government annihilated, North Korea's people fled across the border. South Korea took in the refugees while battling the invaders, plunging the nation into social and economic chaos. Then, the man's gaze fell on Lai Han. He asked pointedly, South Korea, that's your home, isn't it? He nodded in reply. That's right. Jiro and I were both born there. As dawn broke, their helicopter finally reached its destination. The commander announced, we've arrived in Shinizu. Inside, everyone moved toward the tail of the chopper. A commanding voice cut through the noise. Move to the rear hatch. The moment the hatch opened, an invisible pressure washed over them, making everyone uneasy. Lai Han wondered, what is this pressure? It feels like I could be devoured at any second. Back in their seats, the soldiers began grumbling about the strange sensation. I'm suddenly exhausted, even though we did nothing, Kuro said. I feel awful. Zeus clutched his head. I just want a shower and an early night. But Lai Han remained silent, his gaze fixed on the world through the helicopter's window. He watched the other choppers, thinking, if they're Squad 4, then that's Squad 10. We're flying in close formation. Suddenly, through the glass, he saw John, the leader of Squad 10, who gave him a cheerful wave. In the next instant, John's helicopter was engulfed by a blinding purple light, and then it exploded in midair. Right before Lai Han's disbelieving eyes. Stunned, he couldn't process what he'd seen. His voice trembled. What? What was that light? Their own aircraft was now riddled with holes from the blast. Panic erupted. Was Squad 10 just annihilated? Lai Han thought of his comrade. I just said hello to him for the first time this morning. A familiar voice cut through his shock, desperately shouting his name. Han! Lai Han! Lai Han! The man grabbed his shoulders, shaking him hard, his voice laced with pure terror. He pointed at their failing aircraft. This is an emergency. Your squad members are bailing out. The helicopter shuddered violently, as if it would tear itself apart, sparks flying from the damaged frame. Li Han yelled over the blaring alarms. This bird is going down. I'll send the info to HQ. Hurry. Beside him, a young-faced trainee nodded without a second thought. Kim Min-soo replied, trying to swallow his panic. Yes, sir. As the emergency hatch blew open, the man in the red cap roared again, trying to snap them out of their shock. Is everyone ready? Go. Hearing the command, the trainee responded instantly. Yes, sir. Watching the soldiers leap from the tilting wreck, the man in the red cap gave a final, solemn order to the last man. Once you hit the ground, rally the members and wait for extraction. If your primary instructor doesn't make it, you're in command. His face was pale, but his eyes hardened with a newfound resolve. Lai Han heard this and nodded quickly. Yes, I understand. Before he could finish, the chopper erupted in a fireball, and the blast threw him clear. When he opened his eyes, he was suspended high in the air. Lai Han gasped for breath, looking up at the thick black smoke rising from the forest. He remembered the explosion, the instructor and everyone else. Gone in an instant. As chaos swirled around him, he forced his mind back into combat mode. I have to stay calm. The words from his training echoed in his head, helping him regain his composure. We were trained for this, Lai Han thought, already bracing for the worst-case scenario. His teammates could be injured or trapped. Some would be wounded for sure. Others too panicked to move. His face was streaked with dirt, but his eyes held an unwavering resolve. He muttered, as if making a promise to himself, I have to find them. He raised his head toward the distant column of smoke, where the light was fading into the dense forest. He narrowed his eyes. Is that the crash site? But he immediately dismissed the thought, remembering their pre-arranged signal. No. That could be the signal from Jose. With that, he drew his knife, cut the cords, binding him, and dropped silently to the ground below. He rose quietly, his eyes scanning the area. Suddenly, a faint noise from behind made him whip around. Instantly, his knife was back in his hand as he dropped into a combat stance. Zhang Jizhou stepped out from the bushes. Startled, Lai Han lowered his weapon. Zhang Jizhou, what are you doing here? Zhang Jizhou brushed a leaf from his shoulder, his voice as icy as ever. He explained calmly. During the jump, I was observing our helicopter. Jizhou continued, his serious gaze locked on Lai Han. I noticed you were the last one to jump. Without missing a beat, he recited the protocol as if from a training manual. In a situation like this, you need to locate the squad leader first. Hearing this, Lihan turned to look at him, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. To make the right call in a situation like this, he's tougher than I gave him credit for. Wasting no time, he urged the young man forward. Let's move. We have to regroup with the others. Now. Zhang Jizhou gave a firm nod, and together, they plunged into the dense forest. Lihan didn't miss a beat, giving him instructions. Snap some branches as we go, and use your dagger to mark the trees. Emerging from the tree line, they reached the crash site. Lihan's face was grim. This was Squad 2's chopper. Squad 8 must be en route. They cautiously approached the wreckage. Inside was a horrifying scene of bodies strewn about. The color drained from Zhang Jizhou's face. He clenched his jaw as a wave of nausea washed over him, threatening to spill. His mind screamed with a chilling thought. If we hadn't gotten away, this would have been our fate. Lihan watched from behind as the redhead finished getting sick. Wiping his mouth, Zhang Jizhou stared in disbelief, wondering, doesn't he feel anything at all? Seeing Lihan's stoic expression, he couldn't stop himself from asking, does this not bother you at all? Lihan turned to move on, his voice flat and detached as he answered the tired question. This isn't the first corpse we've seen. Leaning against a tree, Zhang Jizhou hesitated, but before he could finish, Lihan cut him off. Move it, before someone else ends up dead. But his words died in his throat. He fell silent, his eyes widening in shock as he looked up. A monster was slowly emerging from the wreckage. Its form was massive and terrifying, a dire wolf. Its entire body pulsed with a sinister blue energy, yet it was covered in matted fur. Without a second's hesitation, Lihan drew his blade. He paused for a beat, eyes locked on the beast, then gave a sharp command to the redhead, Zhang Jizhou. Scavenge the chopper for anything useful. I'll draw its attention. Zhang Jizhou froze in place, his body trembling. Through gritted teeth, he asked, can't we just run for it? Lihan gripped his knife, sinking into a combat stance, his gaze never leaving the dire wolf. If we turn our backs now, we're dead. This thing's reach is longer than you think. With eyes blazing, he roared a battle command. We kill it, right here, right now. The words had barely left his mouth when the dire wolf lunged. Vicious, whip-like tendrils shot out from its body. A tendril instantly coiled around his hand. Seeing this, Lihan roared, go, Zhang Jizhou. Now. At once, the redhead turned tail and fled. Okay, but just when you'd think he was abandoning him, the redhead charged forward, right towards Lihan. Zhang Jizhou's mind was screaming, damn it, I just want to run. But just then, Lihan's blade flashed, severing the monster's tendril. Seeing his chance, Lihan yelled, nice, now get in there. The dire wolf snapped its fang-filled maw, lunging straight for Lihan. But with lightning-fast reflexes, he dodged just in time. He followed up with a powerful swing, slicing clean through another of the beast's appendages. The dire wolf reeled back, one of its limbs severed. It shrieked in agony, then launched itself at him with renewed fury. Lihan's face was taut with strain as he braced himself against a tree. The dire wolf closed the distance in an instant. It swiped with a massive claw, but Lihan ducked under the vicious attack. Meanwhile, the redhead reached the shattered chopper, trembling with fear. Damn it, he thought. I really don't want to go in there. If this keeps up, we're both going to die. What if I just use Lihan as a distraction and escape? The thought horrified him. He slapped both his cheeks hard, shouting, get a grip, Zhang Jizhou. You loser. You are not a coward. I will not betray my comrade. Stealing his resolve, he dashed inside the wreck. Outside, the desperate battle raged on. Inside the chopper, Zhang Jizhou frantically searched for anything that could turn the tide. Damn it, no V2 rounds left. I'll just take this. At that very moment, a tendril wrapped tight around one of Lihan's arms. He gritted his teeth, a dreadful realization dawning on him. The limb I severed. It's already regenerated. It was over. The dire wolf had him pinned, restraining his body and his knife arm. The creature's gaping maw drew closer, ready to devour him whole. But suddenly, a psychic force sent a heavy metal plate flying through the air, smashing directly into the dire wolf's head. Stunned, Lihan turned towards the source of the power. He breathed the name in disbelief. Zhang Jizhou. The redhead stood there, gasping for breath, his hand outstretched. He charged forward, thinking, sorry, I'm late. Lihan. At the same time, the enraged beast released Lihan and turned its full attention to the new threat. Another metal sheet flew towards it, but this time, the dire wolf was ready. With a single swipe, it batted the projectile aside. Zhang Jizhou gripped a makeshift blade, his mind racing. If our roles were reversed, I know you'd be watching my every move. You're smart enough to see the opening. He then reared back with the blade, taking aim to throw it straight at the dire wolf. The monster sidestepped the projectile with ease, then continued its relentless charge. It tackled him with brutal force, sending Zhang Jijo crashing to the ground. The dire wolf opened its jaws, ready for the killing bite. Its fangs were inches from his throat when suddenly the beast froze, and a torrent of blood spewed from its mouth. A blade tore through the dire wolf's mouth, spraying blood across the young man's face. The monster collapsed, killed in a single strike, its dying eyes locked on the horrified boy frozen on the ground. Lai Han stood over him, panting for breath, his hand clenched around the knife that just slayed the beast. In that split second between life and death, a long blade had plunged into the dire wolf's back. GJ was gasping for air. His eyes held the look of a man just dragged back from the gates of hell, and the one who pulled him from the brink of death was Lai Han. He gritted his teeth, glaring at the beast with pure hatred. This was the creature that had almost killed his comrade. With the dire wolf dead, its massive body pinned Jij, who struggled to push it off. The red-haired boy grunted in anger. Damn it, is it really dead? Lai Han offered a hand to help him up. Yeah, it is. You did good. Hearing this, Jij squinted one eye, rubbing the fresh claw mark on his cheek. He grumbled irritably. I feel like my whole body's been shattered. Li Han gently put an arm over his shoulder, helping him away from the bloody scene of the fight. In a clearing nearby, the rest of their organization was waiting for Lai Han and Jij. They'd lit a campfire, hoping the two could use it to find their location. One of them spoke up. Lai Han will definitely see the smoke and find us. Kuro flashed a confident smile, giving Jose a thumbs up. As long as Lai Han is with us, no matter what happens, he'll handle it. Jose nodded in complete agreement with Kuro. He had absolute faith in his captain, smiling back at Kuro. He always makes the right call. Two members of another team glanced at each other. They were Bavis and Felix, who had also gotten lost in the forest. Bavis spoke. Team 13 really puts a lot of trust in their captain, Felix calmly replied. Once you see his combat abilities, you understand why they have so much faith in him. Hearing footsteps approach, Kuro thought his captain had finally arrived. He turned with a bright smile, calling out, Lai Han. But it wasn't Li Han who appeared from the darkness. It was a different group of people. Kuro called out to the newcomers. Hey, aren't you guys from Team 9? Every single member of Team 9 had a haunted look on their face, as if they'd just escaped something terrifying. Glue noticed their expressions and found it strange. He immediately asked, There are 6 of you. Did your helicopter crash, too? A purple-haired man from the group spoke for them, answering that it wasn't a crash. All of them stared at the ground, avoiding eye contact with everyone. The purple-haired man began to recount what his team had endured. We were ambushed. Our guide and our captain, they're both dead. After hearing his story, Glue, Jose, and Kuro were completely stunned. They spoke in unison. Are we the only ones who made it out alive? A familiar voice cut through the darkness. You guys encountered the dire wolves? Kuro and Jose's eyes widened at the sound of that voice. They snapped their heads toward it. It was Lai Han and Jij, the two people Team 13 had been waiting for. Lai Han supported the red-haired boy as they both looked at the assembled group. There are 3 types of monster tribes. They all have bizarre appearances, with 4 eyes and pointed ears, and they command the dire wolves like their own personal hunting dogs. Felix was horrified by this revelation. He stammered, What do we do? We don't have any weapons or equipment. Beside him, Bavis couldn't keep his composure either, his face pale with fear. Are we just going to die here, helpless? Lai Han's anger flared at their defeated words. He roared at the group, Focus. His shouts silenced everyone, and all eyes turned to him. Lai Han scanned the crowd and declared, I have a plan. At his words, the members of Team 9 stared, wide-eyed. A spark of hope, a desperate will to live, ignited within them. As for Team 13, their eyes were already filled with unwavering trust for their captain. Lai Han observed their reactions before continuing, So I'm going to need you to lend me your strength. He urged them on, explaining that even if the rescue team was on its way, it would take at least 5 hours. We have to build a fortress to hold out until then. 2 hours later, they had gathered logs, sharpened them into spikes, and bound them together, creating a solid defensive wall around their designated area. All preparations were complete. For normal people without weapons, this would be an impossible task. Boulders were gathered and piled up, and the sturdy barricades were firmly erected. Being unarmed is a huge disadvantage, but because we are psychers, anything is possible. Torches were lit and attached to the barricades. Glue looked on, confused, and asked Lai Han, Is it really okay to make it this bright? Dire wolves have a keen sense of smell and excellent night vision anyway. Now, we wait. Glenn shot a doubtful look at Leo, but that skepticism was met with a gaze of absolute determination. Although Glenn trusted his captain, a lightning-fast plan like this still planted a sea of doubt in his heart. Leo, it's just us two right now, so I have to ask. Even if the rescue team arrives, What if we lose the signal again? Glenn's anxiety grew as he recalled the helicopters being struck down by a strange, violet light. Will they even understand the situation here? Glenn stood, waiting for an answer, while Leo's brow furrowed in thought. He had, of course, considered the worst-case scenario. But what mattered most right now was surviving, no matter the cost. So he replied to Glenn, "Survival comes first. Let's focus on executing this strategy as effectively as possible." Hearing that answer, Glenn thought to himself, "Just as I expected, he knows everything." He bit his lip, his brows knitting together. The premonition of a bloody battle sent a shiver down his spine. Would this fight truly be that catastrophic? In this moment, all their ambitions and rivalries felt like a cruel joke. Suddenly, a guttural growl echoed around them, making everyone jump. They gripped their weapons, preparing to face the snarling beasts. Cade. He began to unleash his power. His white hair billowed upwards, as if lifted by a powerful gale from beneath the earth. His eyes glowed with an intense light, his teeth clenched in a snarl. An immense energy exploded from his entire body, engulfing the whole combat zone they had initially barricaded. This energy field was designed to lock down the area, pinpoint the monster's locations, and relay that information to his comrades. As Cade's power surged, both Bevis and Jose turned to look at him, their faces masks of pure astonishment at his strength. That Cade, he's that powerful? Since when? Cade quickly detected a bizarre creature, a four-eyed monster moving on all fours. He immediately alerted the others. At 6 o'clock, a beast is approaching. Everyone spotted it instantly, and Leo and Glenn stood before it, blades drawn. Spear team, concentrate your attack on the target. Following the order, the spearmen readied their weapons, aiming directly at the monster. The second Leo roared, "Charge!" He and Glenn rushed forward together, blades arcing toward the grotesque creature. The spear team's eyes burned with resolve. Every single one of them was ready to annihilate the monster before them. As they prepared to throw, one phrase echoed in their minds: "Launch it with all the ferocious energy you can muster." You can't think of this as an act of protection, because that hesitation will only slow the spear's flight. In perfect unison, they launched their spears with every ounce of their strength. 4 spears slammed into the dire wolf's stomach, making it roar in agony. Without giving it a moment's rest, Leo commanded the next wave. He and Glenn threw their own blades with all their might, piercing the beast. The monster reeled from the impact of 6 blades hitting it in rapid succession. It howled, its cries a symphony of pain. Suddenly, a powerful force struck Glenn from behind. The attack landed squarely on his back, giving him no time to react. Glenn was thrown back, his body slamming violently into the barrier fence. Seeing him hit, Leo yelled out in alarm, "Glenn." Fortunately, he hadn't been impaled on the fence's sharp spikes. He trembled and groaned in pain, but quickly tried to reassure his captain, "Leo, don't worry." Then, another monster appeared. It snarled viciously before the 2 Skypers. Its razor-sharp claws scraped against each other, creating a high-pitched shriek. It lunged, tearing into the barricade, growling as it shredded the defenses. The sturdy fences the team had built were torn apart as if they were nothing more than a cookie. Seeing the dire situation, Leo screamed, "Cade, next location." Cade used his ability to pinpoint the next threat. 2 monsters burst from the bushes. He shouted out their position. 12 o'clock, 2 of them. Leo received the warning, then commanded, "Jose, light the barricade on fire." Hearing Leo's order, Jose immediately used his torch to set the barrier ablaze. The 2 monsters seemed to fear the fire, held back by the wall of flames. Noticing the beast's hesitation, Leo rallied his team. "They're stopped. Take out the ones that are tangled up first." One of the 2 creatures trapped by the fire leaped through the inferno. But before it could land, as its head cleared the flames, the team members shouted in unison. Now, the spear team slammed 3 javelins deep into its belly. It lost its momentum and fell back into the raging fire. The flames consumed its flesh, causing it to shriek in agony. But as one fell, another had already cleared the fire, landing safely on the ground. Spear team. 4 spears shot toward the dire wolf, but this one was different, more cunning than the rest. It instantly coiled its body, using its hardened back to deflect all 4 lances. The spearmen were stunned into silence. That bastard. It blocked the attack with its back. Is it just trying to stall until we're out of spears? Lehan snatched a spear from a nearby comrade. As he charged the beast, he yelled to Jijo, "So this thing has a brain after all. Back me up." Lihan leaped into the air, aiming for the dire wolf's front leg. "I'm going to tear that jaw of yours right off." A blazing determination burned fiercely in his eyes. He locked onto the beast's paw and drove the spear straight through it. An agonizing roar ripped from its throat as it reared back in pain. And in that moment of vulnerability, another spear shot forward, piercing straight through its skull. It was Jijo's kill. The monster's blood sprayed everywhere, coating him in its filth. He gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed with rage. These beasts were really starting to piss him off. Shut your mouth and just die, you piece of trash. Kuro sensed an imminent threat and screamed, Jijo, look out. Hearing Kuro's warning, Lai-Han whipped his head toward Jijo. The beast wasn't dead yet. With its last ounce of strength, it lunged, swiping its claws right at Jijo. Lai-Han yanked him back just in time, dodging the fatal blow. Thud. The monster collapsed to the ground as Jijo stared in shock. Damn it, stubborn till the end. He looked at the gash in his shirt and let out a sigh of relief. Good thing it only tore my clothes. But the words had barely left his mouth when an arrow glowing with a sinister purple light pierced his left side. Thump. Blood sprayed from the wound as he collapsed to the ground. Lai-Han watched in horror, screaming his name, Dong Jijo. Kuro felt a wave of powerlessness wash over him. He hadn't been able to sense the attacker. Jijo. I'm sorry, I couldn't cover everything. Still, getting hit by an arrow is better than a dire wolf's claws. The attack had taken him completely out of the fight. Jijo clutched his wound, his body trembling uncontrollably. Lai-Han held him close and yelled to Kuro. If they're using arrows, that means there's an archer. Kuro, find them now. It's time. Signal, the ambush squad. The very team Lai-Han had spoken of was already hidden, lying in wait. Their eyes burned with killing intent, waiting for a single command to spring their trap. This was Lai-Han's hidden ace, saved for this very moment. The ambush squad consisted of 3 members. Back when Lai-Han was explaining the plan, he'd already anticipated the presence of stealth hunters. Lai-Han had pointed to a small wooden plank in his hand. He'll use his psychokinesis on this plank, letting you ride it through the air. Once Kuro pinpoints the hunter's location, he will guide you directly to them. And now, in the heat of battle, the plan was unfolding perfectly. Kuro was using his psychic powers to transport the ambush squad directly to the enemy's location. The ambush team descended upon the hunters in an instant. The bald-headed member drew his blade across one hunter's throat. The curly-haired man followed, grabbing another by the neck, while plunging a dagger deep into his heart. Wiped them all out. And just like that, the last hunter fell. Mission accomplished for the ambush squad. But just as the last calculated threat was eliminated, Kuro collapsed, blood streaming from his nose from the strain. He gasped for air, his body on the verge of shutting down completely. Kuro's limbs felt like jelly. He had to brace his hands on his knees just to stay upright. His voice trembled as he spoke, I can't use my powers anymore. Lai-Han assessed the team's grim situation. Kuro could barely stand, let alone walk. They were down to their last 2 spears. And Jijo's condition was critical. A cold dread crept into Li-Han's heart. We've really pushed ourselves to the absolute limit. If more enemies show up, we'll have to run. Suddenly, a low growl echoed from the darkness. Lai-Han's pupils dilated in terror. His team was in the worst possible state. If that sound was what he thought it was, their chances of survival were next to 0. The growls belonged to the dire wolves hiding in the forest. Hordes of the ferocious beasts began to emerge, ready to attack. The 4 members of Team 13 stood back to back, forming a defensive circle. They watched the approaching pack with extreme caution. Lai-Han scanned the area, quickly grasping their strategy. They're trying to box us in. Their pack leader must be nearby. After a moment of observation, he finally spotted it. The alpha of this monstrous pack, White Fang, a beast that looked almost identical to the others, save for its brilliant, snow-white fur. This was a more intelligent, evolved form of the dire wolf. The alpha wolf bared its razor-sharp teeth, drool dripping from its jaws. As it stared at Lai-Han's team with ravenous hunger, beneath Leo's feet, a dark killing intent began to rise, coiling around his body like shadowy tendrils and freezing him in place. This malevolent aura is paralyzing me. Meanwhile, the very barricade their squad had built was now completely swarmed, monsters closing in from every direction. The dark energy clung to him, growing stronger by the second, rapidly creeping up to his shoulders. Leo struggled desperately against the terrifying force. What can I do? How do I break free? Just as despair began to set in that moment of utter helplessness, his eyes instinctively flickered toward the sky. Up above, a series of lights pierced the darkness. They grew larger and brighter, rapidly descending toward the battlefield. Leo's eyes widened, his pupils dilating as if he'd just seen his savior. With a surge of newfound hope, he shattered the dark aura binding him, thinking, we're going to live. Leo spun around, rallying his comrades for one final push. Everyone, to your weapons. He yelled, we just need to hold on a little longer. Hearing this, Kuro channeled the last of his strength, preparing to unleash his ability. Gritting his teeth, he activated his power. A wave of energy erupted from Kuro, flowing into Leo and Jose to reinforce them. But his stamina was already dangerously low, and pouring what was left into 2 other people completely drained him in an instant. His brow furrowed, his face contorted from the immense strain. He was completely exhausted. He could barely stand, bracing his hands on his knees as his body trembled uncontrollably from the effort. The white-fanged dire wolf let out a menacing growl, but it no longer struck fear into the hearts of Leo or his team, because their salvation had finally arrived. Empowered by Kuro's energy, Leo and Jose stood tall, exuding the fierce aura of mighty tigers. Wasting no time, the direwolf and its pack lunged forward. It leaped straight for Leo, its jaws snapping shut with terrifying force, aiming to tear him in two. But Leo refused to yield, his own fighting spirit blazing. He charged forward with his spear and roared, "They're here." Just then, a dropship slammed down from the sky, crushing the direwolf beneath it. Crash! The impact echoed like a thunderclap on a clear day. A thick cloud of white smoke billowed out, obscuring everything as the ground shook violently from the impact. The ship's descent kicked up a storm of dust and debris, forcing everyone nearby to shield their eyes from the blast. Leo gritted his teeth, squinting through the haze toward the dropship as its main hatch began to hiss open. A pair of armored boots hit the ground. A figure emerged, clad in massive power armor that made him look like a hulking mech. He wielded a heavy-duty machine gun, his ice-cold eyes sweeping over them. Inside the formidable suit was Sergeant Red. "It's a damn miracle you kids held out this long." Later, the blinding sun beat down. Jose raised a hand to shield his eyes from the glare, its shadow falling across his face. The expression on his face at that moment was impossible to describe. How could anyone put into words the feeling of narrowly escaping certain death? In that moment, Sergeant Red's words echoed in his mind. "It really was a miracle," he breathed. Colt sat beside him, his right arm bound tightly in a cast from the battle. Colt stared toward the sun, his expression unreadable. "Yeah," he muttered dryly. "A real miracle. Half the platoon was wiped out that day, but we're still here." Colt's grim reminder instantly killed Jose's mood. The light in Jose's eyes dimmed for a moment. He drifted off, his gaze distant, before suddenly speaking again. "Still, it was incredible, wasn't it? That psycho-frame armor." The image of Sergeant Red, a one-man army in his power suit, was burned into his memory. He had torn through the direwolf pack, mowing them down one by one and annihilating the beasts with ease. The sheer power he displayed had left an unforgettable impression on both Jose and Colt. "Yeah, those things that almost killed us. He cut through them like they were nothing." The memory of the team's tearful, relieved celebration flashed by. Some of them were so happy they were crying. "But you know something?" Colt continued. "As terrifying as that was, and even while everyone else was just celebrating being alive, I saw Leo standing off to the side, completely silent. His eyes were fixed on something far away, as if he were contemplating something awful. Seeing him like that, it was jarring. The look on his face was terrifying, deadly serious, with an inferno blazing in his eyes." Colt turned to Jose. It looked like something was seriously weighing on his mind. In a quiet room, Leo sat alone on his bed. With one leg drawn up and his hand resting on his knee, he was completely lost in thought. Ever since we got back from that dimensional rift, all the petty rivalries just seemed so pointless now. Outside the therapy clinic, Suki approached with a somber look on his face. Hearing his name, Leo stood and went to meet him. Suki looked him straight in the eye and spoke his mind. "I used to hate your guts," he admitted. "But now, I'm just glad you're still alive." Suki's mind flashed back to that fateful day, a memory that still haunted him. The world was a blur of raging fires and thick, choking smoke. With his eyes blown wide, he stared at nothing, cradling the bloody corpse of his comrade and roaring until the veins in his neck bulged. Suki didn't hide her feelings at all. "Just like you said, I'm not ready to kill anyone, or to watch anyone else be killed. Those monsters are still out there, everywhere. And now I know who our real enemy is." Lihan's brow furrowed, his lips pressed into a thin line. His fist tightened, a silent vow of determination. He understood exactly what Suki meant. He thought to himself, the enemy's forces are nothing like ours. We have to get stronger. A black-gloved hand, wearing a communication bracelet, moved. Bam! The fist slammed into the wall with enough force to shatter the concrete. The explosive sound made Lihan flinch. He whipped his head toward the punctured wall, his face a mask of pure shock. A message lit up the bracelet on the arm. "Lihan, you've been summoned. Report immediately. An emergency meeting. All personnel assemble now." After receiving the directive, he and the other guy started walking toward the meeting point. But before leaving, Lihan grabbed a sheet of paper and taped it over the gaping hole in the wall. "That should cover it for now," he muttered. But why would he punch through a wall? The one who had just delivered the message was known as Silence. As they walked to the meeting, Lihan eyed the man in front of him. He couldn't figure him out. This guy is completely insane. After a moment, he spoke up. "Excuse me, can I ask who called this meeting?" The other guy tilted his head slightly, then began tapping something on his communication bracelet. Lihan waited behind him, a flicker of curiosity on his face. Sergeant Red. Now, stop bothering me. He held up his arm for Lai Han to see the message, then raised his middle finger, making his annoyance crystal clear. Seeing that gesture and remembering their last fight, Lai Han finally began to understand the hostility aimed at him. All right, so he hates me because of that match? Huh? They arrived at a massive, four-story building surrounded by lush greenery. Security cameras were mounted everywhere, watching every angle. Silence and Lai Han walked into the sprawling complex. The inside was even more immense than it looked. In the center of the lobby, two men sat at a reception table. Sergeant Red looked up, his face devoid of emotion as his eyes landed on Lai Han. He in silence stood at attention before Sergeant Red, waiting for him to speak. Sergeant Red rested his arms on the chair, one leg crossed over the other, radiating an aura of complete control. The man across from him had long, blonde hair. That man sat rigidly, his hands clasped tightly on his knees. Seeing a familiar silhouette, Li Han glanced over at the person facing the sergeant. As if sensing his gaze, the other man turned his head. His eyes locked onto Lai Han with a burning hatred, as if they were mortal enemies from a past life. Then, Sergeant Red looked up, scowling as he spoke. Stop sniffing around like a dog that lost its bone and sit down. This is going to take a while. The Archon leadership was debating the last battle. 1/4 of the second years died in the incident. Not in a real war, but during a training exercise. Archon's chief of staff, Alexander Recco, laced his fingers together. His brow was knitted with tension, his face taut with concern as he made his point. We must confer with the commander-in-chief and reveal the truth of what happened. Regarding the severe loss of assets, his expression softened into a sigh. It was the final decision of the High Committee. An empty chair sat at the table, a stark reminder of a missing member. Head coach Grossman will be entrusted with full responsibility. Sergeant Red and the others listened intently to Alexander's words, their faces unreadable, perfect masks of military discipline. Now, let's talk about the incident itself. Opposite them sat W. Chen and the others, their expressions just as cold and emotionless. They were attacked by treacherous hunters with grotesque appearances, pointed ears, monstrous claws. Savage direwolves they had tamed and kept like house pets. He began playing the flight recorder's camera footage for the trainers. The attack is suspected to be the work of the Eon Mages, but I want to hear your candid thoughts. Our missions have always been to eliminate werewolves and low-level fighters, like the EU Hunters. The first opinions were voiced. This time, we initiated the attack, and the EU Mages revealed themselves. This is the first time that's happened since the war began. The EU Mages are also capable of opening gates. On screen, a freezing machine held a person in cryostasis. Perhaps the war will begin sooner than the prophecy foretold. Sergeant Red's eyes widened. Should we awaken the prophet? Back in the present, he sat before his students. The only remaining letter for a team call sign is W. Choose between white and whiskey. Lai Han and Simon wore the exact same expression, a deep scowl aimed at each other. A temporary squad for a special mission. Hearing this, Lai Han's face went completely blank. He vaguely turned to look at Simon, who looked as if he couldn't believe his own ears. He shot Lai Han a suspicious glare. Us? On the same team? Silent held up the data wristband, and both Simon and Lai Han immediately turned their gaze towards it. Simon and Lai Han exchanged a look. The name wasn't half bad. Without objection, they both gave their approval. I'll go with whiskey, then. Same here. Seeing they were all on board, Sergeant Red made it official. All right, from this moment on, this squad's call sign is whiskey. The team's entire demeanor instantly shifted, but not a single one of them dared to talk back. Lai Han's eyes fell to the floor, avoiding the sergeant's intense stare. Simon, however, shot a sharp, defiant glare. As for Silent, his mask completely concealed whatever he was feeling. Only his body gave him away, frozen like a statue. Sergeant Red remained in his seat, staring down his cadets. Now then, he began, let's go over your mission objective. This entire operation was born from a tense meeting between Sergeant Red and a man named Alexander. The man looked utterly exhausted, rubbing the bridge of his nose. A prophet. I know having one would be a huge advantage right now, but there will come a time when we need them even more. A dark expression fell over Sergeant Red's face. Alexander pressed him. What's your take on this? Sergeant Red didn't mince words. We need to sideline the prophet issue for now. Instead, grant me permission to assemble a new squad. Alexander's eyebrows shot up, clearly surprised by the request. A squad? Sergeant Red's jaw tightened with barely contained rage, his eyes burning like embers as he growled. We will capture them alive, and we will torture them. It's the most direct way to get intel from the enemy. Back in the present, the squad's faces were a canvas of pure shock, their eyes wide with disbelief and panic. Your mission is to capture the EU Mages and Shu. The scene then shifted, and the two found themselves standing before their instructor. The man greeted them with a bizarre, almost manic posture, yet his voice boomed with a cheerful welcome. "Welcome, you middle school runts." After his ridiculously over-the-top greeting, he continued in the same tone. "Go on, pick out a basic dragon weapon. They've all got serial numbers, so you'd better bring them back." Li Han gripped the palm, studying its every detail. "So this is a dragon weapon." Suddenly, the spearhead erupted in a vibrant blue glow, catching him completely by surprise. The instructor, however, didn't even bat an eye. He just grinned, pushing up his glasses with a single finger in a classic, all-knowing pose. "The draconic material is absorbing your spiritual energy." Nearby, Simon's sword was doing the exact same thing, humming as it drew power from him. "Do you have any other models?" he demanded. "Something with a longer, narrower blade." The instructor's sudden annoyance was almost comical. He jabbed a finger right at Simon. "You don't get custom orders until you're a third-year brat. What do you think? I forge one of these every single day." Faced with that kind of attitude, Simon knew he was beaten. "Fine, fine." A moment later, the instructor held out a glowing sphere. "Next piece of gear. Take it." It floated into the air, bathing them in blue light. They took the orbs, their eyes wide with awe as the light continued to pulse. Li Han asked, his voice filled with wonder, "Is this a hoverboard?" "A compact version," the instructor explained. "I've stripped out every function except for pure movement." With that, their preparations felt complete. Li Han put on his helmet, clipped the flight orb to his hip, shouldered his pack, and slung the weapon across his back. His silhouette radiated pure determination. Bathed in the golden light of the setting sun, against a breathtaking sky, the silhouettes of these young heroes boarded the train, a final farewell echoing behind them. "Good luck out there, kids." Meanwhile, at the Shinizu spatial rift, a shimmering purple barrier, like a wall of violet flame, separated the two sides of the tier in reality. To avoid a potential ambush, the soldiers were already deep in discussion. "We'll move on foot to the operational zone from here." Another soldier confirmed their objective. "The mission is to capture the mage." Every soldier was resolute. Their goal? Capture the EU mages alive and make it back. The search team order was assigned. Silent would take point. Li Han would follow, with Simon covering the rear. This triggered a memory for Li Han, a conversation he'd had with John Red. He confronted the sergeant, who had a cigarette dangling from his lips. "Why did you put me on this mission?" Li Han stood face to face with Sergeant Red. "Are you serious?" the sergeant had asked. "There are third-year cadets much stronger than me," Li Han argued. But Sergeant Red just shook his head. "If I was only looking for raw combat power, I'd agree with you." The man stood ramrod straight, his powerful frame impossible to ignore. The ever-present cigarette was still in his hand as his voice dropped. "But from a strategic standpoint, things look different. Your squad managed to survive an encounter with those monster grunts, with zero equipment." Then, his expression grew deadly serious. "And that's not your only strength." Li Han froze. He knew that most cadets who returned from a spatial rift were crippled by psychological trauma. The memories of that hellscape flooded his mind. A brutal, unforgiving world. A battlefield where the weak were devoured. He remembered seeing the strongest soldiers break down, screaming in agony. He remembered those who had lost their minds completely, crawling on the ground like animals, scrounging for scraps. In the end, everyone breaks. Sergeant Red lit a fresh cigarette, his voice a low growl. "From that perspective, you, Li Han, are an absolute monster." A cold sweat trickled down Li Han's spine. "There were even times I thought you were just insane." Back in the present, Sergeant Red's words echoed with perfect, chilling clarity in his mind. "The only thing you're missing now is real combat experience." Thinking back on those words, Li Han's expression hardened with unwavering resolve. A fire of determination ignited within him. And he wasn't the only one. Simon felt it too. That past experience was exactly why Sergeant Red had chosen them. But a bitter memory surfaced in Simon's mind. The day Li Han's face was broadcast on every screen, to the sound of thunderous applause. Unbelievable. Li Han actually took down a Tier 3. Back then, Simon's entire body had trembled with sheer intensity. A single thought blazed in his mind. "Just you wait, Li Han. I'll show everyone who's truly the strongest." Just then, Sergeant Red's voice cut through the tension. "All right, we'll take a break in shifts. Silent and Li Han, you're one team. Simon, you're with me." They were gathered in the shell of a ruined room, without even 4 proper walls to protect them. Meanwhile, Simon stood guard with a death grip on his weapon, his focus absolute. Beside him, Sergeant John Red's expression was just as grim, his eyes locked on the horizon, scanning for any threat. While the other two kept watch, Li Han removed his helmet, trying to catch his breath. Next to him, Silent was drenched in sweat, partly from the stifling heat, but mostly from the crushing weight of anxiety. His expression suddenly darkened, a shadow of sorrow clouding his eyes. Li Han's mind drifted to the faces of his old comrades, the fallen members of his squad, who never made it back. I know the odds are slim, he thought, but they have to be out there somewhere. A slight movement snapped Li Han back to reality. It was Silent, also reaching to remove his helmet, but Li Han's unintentional stare made him freeze mid-motion. The awkward silence stretched on. Realizing his mistake, Li Han quickly averted his gaze. I'll look away. Why don't you get some air? Hearing that, Silent dropped the idea entirely. He let his hand fall, instead tapping a device on his wrist. Silent slowly turned his head. Text scrolled across his helmet's visor. I'm not hot. Li Han replied awkwardly. Oh, okay. A short while later, the squad was posted on watch at the edge of a forest. From this point on, their comms wouldn't work on standard channels. An alert chimed in their ears. Switching to squad exclusive network. The team remained on high alert, covering all angles. Silent's focus was locked dead ahead. In the distance, he spotted two unfamiliar figures dressed in enemy gear. He immediately sent an alert. Enemy scouts ahead. E-class. 2 of them. Keeping his eyes on the targets, Silent's fingers flew across his keypad. Finally, the message was sent. They're approaching. The other 3 members converged, weapons raised and ready. The order came through clear. Silent, take them out. In response, Silent drew his blade. A green aura flared to life around his body. His energy output was off the charts. He became a blur, moving like the wind itself. He swept past the 2 scouts, and in a flash, their heads tumbled to the ground. All he could think was flash step. Text scrolled across his visor. No. Sergeant Red watched him, a satisfied smirk on his face. He even had a message ready. What a maniac. But Simon's face was a mask of pure disbelief. Li Han was just as stunned. That kind of ability. It was like a cheat code for assassination. Suddenly, Silent sensed something else. His hand tightened around his blade's hilt. More E-class scouts were nearby. But this time, they sensed something was wrong. One of them snapped his gaze toward the tree where Silent was hidden. Silent moved with silent grace, weapon held firm. He looked every bit the warrior, poised for battle. But just then, a message came through. Wait, Silent. It was from his teammate, Li Han, who was observing the situation carefully. I think it's better to follow them than to kill them. It wasn't just him watching. John Red was also assessing the scene through his scope. Hearing the proposal, the sergeant asked simply, why? Li Han watched their retreating figures, his voice filled with confidence. They're heading for the rift, and their guard is down. They must be returning from a recon mission. Hearing Li Han's deduction, Sergeant Red couldn't help but be impressed. Smart thinking. Excellent observation skills, Li Han. He then relayed the order to Silent. Silent, tail them. We'll follow from a distance. But Simon's expression twisted with frustration and anger. The reason was clear. He felt outshined by Li Han yet again. While Li Han earned the sergeant's praise, Simon had only thought of mindless killing. It's not over. He seethed internally. I will surpass you. Following orders, Silent expertly shadowed the enemy scouts. Through his feed, their every move was being meticulously recorded and transmitted back to the team. And sure enough, they were heading straight for the rift. A place teeming with hostile forces. A figure was seated above the scouts. Clearly a leader, or someone holding a position of great power. At their feet lay a gruesome row of corpses. Looking closer, they saw it was a woman with vibrant blue hair. In her hand, she wielded a scepter that radiated immense power. Her nails were unnaturally long, like the legs of a spider. They seemed to consume her fingers, making them look even thinner than the talons themselves. So that was an E-class mage. Watching the feed, Sergeant Red's voice crackled over the comms. See that gem at the top of her staff? His words drew everyone's attention to the stone. It glowed with a brilliant, otherworldly green light. That's a psionic crystal. I'm sure you learned about them in training. Both Simon and Li Han could only look on in shock. It had to be a spirit power stone. An image of a blue gem flooded their minds, one that radiated a mysterious and powerful violet smoke. This stone could hold a massive amount of spirit energy. They were definitely using it to shoot down the aircraft. It was surrounded by a pulsating violet light. It seemed to be charging up at this very moment. The gem on the staff glowed with an immense violet energy. Everyone understood. Judging by its brilliance, it had enough power for one more shot. They began to analyze the enemy's strength. The opposition consisted of 1 elven mage and 6 elven warriors, a total of 7. The scene ahead confirmed their intel. 6 scouts were still surrounding the elven mage, but there was a silver lining. They hadn't been spotted yet, with the target, enemy numbers, and location confirmed. Sergeant Red gave the order. Everyone, rendezvous at Silent's position. Every single face was hardened with resolve. Simong focused intensely, trying to keep pace with Li Han. Meanwhile, Li Han's expression was one of fierce, heroic determination. John Red declared the start of the mage capture mission. He warned them, the elven mage can teleport. We have to grab it before it ever sees us coming. The elf's face came into view. It looked like a goblin with long, pointed ears, and on its head was a helmet shaped like a beast's skull. The eyes and ears of the beast on the helmet were enveloped in a sinister blue light. But most unsettling were its eyes, glowing a stark, milky white. Its mouth hung agape, making its face even more terrifying. Its hands were thin, but radiated strength. As expected, the mage was surrounded by its scouts. John Red gave the signal to advance. Silent, you will capture the elven mage. The plan is unchanged, John Red continued. The rest of us will eliminate the guards. Silent's team had already fanned out, hiding in the nearby bushes. They watched the enemy, every movement precise and careful. As their leader, he was dead serious. From this point on, there was no room for error, even though he'd seen it through the comms device. Witnessing the scene in person still sent a jolt of shock through Lihan. It's as bright as day. But what are those things lying on the ground? Suddenly, his eyes flew wide open in horrifying realization. He looked closer at the shapes he'd seen scattered about. They were bodies, their eyes wide open in death. Their faces were twisted in agony, a truly pitiful sight. Seeing this, a furious expression twisted Lai Han's face. He glared at the corpses lying at the mage's feet. Lai Han was seething, his entire body trembling with rage. Seeing this, Sergeant Red tried to snap him out of it. Lai Han. He realized the kid's spirit energy was leaking out. Why is he suddenly losing control like this? In the dead of night, John Red knew. If this continued, the entire squad would be in danger. The four of them were still hidden in the brush, watching the elf. The creature was absorbing energy. If Lai Han didn't calm down immediately, it would spell disaster. The elven mage could detect spirit power. But Red tried to reassure himself. No, it probably can't sense this small amount. Then, he spoke with deadly seriousness. Don't move. The situation had changed. John Red had no choice but to alter the plan. He gave a swift command. All units, fall back. Hearing the order, everyone was stunned but began to pull back. Even Silent, hidden perfectly behind a bush, was shaken by the news. Simong's reaction was even more pronounced, his face a mask of pure shock. But Li Han was the only one who completely ignored Sergeant Red's command. The energy pouring out of him grew stronger by the second. His face twisted into a ferocious, terrifying snarl. He thought to himself, I need to take care of this bastard myself. Watching carefully, Sergeant Red calculated. That small leak isn't enough for it to find us, as long as no more energy spills out. But the moment that thought crossed his mind, he turned and his eyes widened in horror at a brilliant flash of blue light. Right before him, Lai Han was now completely shrouded in a massive aura. A blazing tide of blue energy overwhelmed the darkness. There was no controlling him now. John Red cursed under his breath. Damn it! At that moment, the elf was drawn to the sudden surge of power. It turned, its eyes blinded by the intense blue light. John Red immediately dove to the ground, his face taut with tension. The elven mage followed the energy signature and flew towards them, aiming its scepter directly at the source. It seemed like Li Han was about to be obliterated in that instant, but unexpectedly, he was knocked to the ground. It was Sergeant Red. He had lunged towards Lai Han, pushing him out of the way. The impact seemed to snap him back to his senses. John Red's expression was resolute and powerful. Behind him, the violet glow from the blast illuminated his features, making him look almost terrifying. As his senses returned, the first thing Lai Han saw was Sergeant Red's powerful frame about to crash down on top of him, filling him with absolute dread. But unfortunately, John Red didn't have the luxury of time that Lai Han did. A split second later, the violet blast slammed into him, sending him spinning as blood erupted from his body. It carved a brilliant violet scar through the darkness, shattering the silence that had just blanketed the forest. In that moment, Lai Han's daze completely vanished. He screamed at the top of his lungs, Sergeant Red. John Red lay crumpled at his feet. He struggled to speak, his words weak. Are you back with us now? Those words bored deep into Li Han's very soul. His eyes shot open with a horrifying realization that just a few moments of lost control had thrown everything into chaos. How did it spiral so far out of his grasp? Worse, Sergeant Red, the man who trusted him most, now had only one leg left after risking it all to save him just moments ago. Sergeant Red's face was a mask of agony, but his voice was steel. If I'm out of the fight, you take command. Now go. Lai Han squeezed his eyes shut, his head bowed in shame. Guilt crashed over him like a tidal wave. He spoke, his voice tight. We're falling back. Cover me. At his command, Silent once again became a blur, vanishing into the wind. Ximen hoisted his weapon high, his knuckles white, showing he was more than ready for the coming fight. Just moments after staring death in the face, Two comrades supported each other, a grim sight of two soldiers with only 3 legs between them. He proved his sense of responsibility through his actions, carefully supporting John Red after the catastrophe. Lai Han was fully snapped back to reality now, cursing himself under his breath. Damn it, son of a bitch. At the same time, the mage Eo Lu unleashed a piercing, arcane shriek, its meaning a complete mystery. But as soon as they heard it, the scouts scrambled away in a sudden, disciplined retreat, as if he'd just given them a direct order. Silent swung his energy-infused blade with ferocious power, the sheer force of the slash whipping up a gust of wind. And just like that, a single strike from his sword grievously wounded one of the scouts. Meanwhile, 2 more scouts charged uphill, right where Simon was taking aim. Down below, Silent was a whirlwind of steel, holding back the rest. Shimon braced himself, unloading a volley of shots forward. However, these scouts were no ordinary monsters. They expertly deflected the bullets by raising the hardened scales on their forearms. Seeing this, Simon growled in frustration and holstered his weapon. Just like Lai Han, an aura flared to life around him as he used his power to tear 2 massive slabs of earth from the ground. Just as the creatures leaped in for the kill, he slammed the 2 stone shields into them, causing one scout's head to explode in a shower of gore. But his attack only took down one of them. Damn it, I was too slow. With 1 slab of rock left and another scout closing in, Simon seethed with rage. Son of a bitch. Even after watching its ally get its head blown off, the remaining monster didn't even flinch. It swung its weapon towards Simon. Seeing this, Silent could only think, "Are you done yet?" In the next instant, he appeared in a flash, cleaving the second scout's head from its shoulders right before Himon's eyes. A spray of black blood coated Jimon's armor, and his expression turned grim. Facing the one who just stole his kill, Simon could only mutter his name. Silent. How in the world did you take that thing down? Nearly half of the mage Eo Lu's allies had been annihilated, but he showed no fear, continuing his guttural chant, deep in some dark ritual. The remaining creatures suddenly turned back, as if a puppet master had just pulled their strings. Simon and Silent were taken aback. They've given up chasing us. They walked back toward Lai Han, who was shrouded in guilt, blaming himself for the failed plan. Without a word, Silent strode forward and decked him, the surprise attack sending Li Han sprawling to the ground. Silent's aura blazed, ready to deliver another brutal lesson to the fallen leader. But just then, Simon stepped in and stopped him. That's enough. Sergeant Red, slumped against a tree, had no strength to stand. A large part of his leg was gone, covered in a makeshift bandage. He could only sit on the ground, leaning back as he spoke with what little strength he had left. We can't proceed with the plan anymore. Pushing forward will only make things worse. John Red suggested they retreat, but he was cut off by Lai Han, who was just getting to his feet. No. We stick to the plan. Hearing those words, Silent violently shook off Simon's hand, looking like he was about to truly finish Lai Han. He lunged forward, slamming a vicious kick into Lai Han's head and making his nose bleed. Seeing the situation escalating, Simon knew this was no time for infighting. He rushed in to pull Silent back, shouting, "Silent." He tried to calm his furious comrade. "I know you're angry, but Li Han is our commander now. If you keep this up, I won't let it slide." His words seemed to have an effect. Silent calmed down and fell silent, but it was only for the sake of the mission. He crossed his arms, his anger simmering just beneath the surface. After reining in his hot-headed teammate, Simon turned his serious gaze on their new leader. Lai Han knelt on the ground, rubbing the bruises Silent had so generously given him, and listened to what Simon had to say. "You're aware that all of this is your fault, right? If you come up with another half-baked plan, I'll kill you myself before we're forced to retreat," he said with deadly seriousness. "I'll make my decision after I hear what you have in mind. As much as I hate to admit it, I'm the sharpest one among all the middle schoolers here." Lai Han just lowered his head. He still looked strong, but now carried the unspoken burden of a young man forced to grow up too fast. He stood and looked Silent dead in the eye. "Stop fuming and listen to me. Silent. Things aren't as bad as they seem right now." Wow, Lai Han really has a way with words. After all of Simon's efforts to hold him back, a single sentence made Silent's hand tremble with rage. But not wanting to strike him again, Silent could only grab his own shaking fist, desperately trying to contain his fury. Simon couldn't believe his ears and had to ask again, "Not bad? Are you serious?" But Lai Han affirmed it with absolute certainty. "That's right. Why were we trying to rush this in the first place?" He began his analysis. Because of the AU mage's fire-based psychic energy and his ability to escape with instant teleportation. The image of the exploding aircraft flashed in his mind. Alongside it, he pictured the grotesque, nightmarish form of the Elang. Connecting the dots, he said, "But we don't need to worry about that anymore." After hearing the breakdown, Simon started to recall the details. "You're right about the fire energy. That guy used up the last of his explosive power. But why do you think he can't teleport? He remembered the sight of the EU mage standing beside the rift. For the past 10 years, these things have lived in hiding because they are cautious and cunning creatures. But now, even with their lives on the line, they refuse to break formation. And then, Lihan said something that shocked them both. The truth is, that mage was trying to drain the very last drop of psychic energy from the crystal. Simon's face went pale with shock. Even Silent, who was still seething with anger, had the exact same expression. Lihan had seen right through their enemy's bluff. He explained, "Think about it. He had his U warriors turn back to protect him instead of continuing their pursuit. In that single moment, Lihan had found the enemy's fatal weakness. He would never have done that if he could still teleport. There has to be a reason he can't leave that spot." The space around them fell into a terrifying, heavy silence once more. Silent and Simon exchanged a look, a silent understanding passing between them. Simon spoke for them both. "All right, Lihan, tell us your plan." Without a word, Lihan pictured the spatial rift, a glowing wound in the endless darkness. He gripped the mini hoverboard in his hand, his resolve hardening. "I'm going to capture the EU mage." Recalling their defensive formation, he laid out the strategy. "I'll ambush them from inside the spatial rift." Then, like a true commander, he gave the orders. "You two will create a diversion from the front, even if the AU mage can detect psychic energy." He carefully considered the possibilities. If that psychic energy is leaking from the spatial rift itself, a place already overflowing with immense power, it will be difficult for him to pinpoint us. His vision will also be blinded by the rift's light, but Simon saw a critical flaw. So will yours. Besides being blinded by the light, he hesitated, remembering the image of that monstrosity's gaping, terrifying maw and the ship. Simon pressed on. "You'll also be under immense pressure from the rift, right? Can you maintain control under those conditions?" Simon warned him. "If you make one mistake, you'll die." However, Lihan cut off his ominous words. "I am confident in my ability to control my psychic energy." Picturing the treacherous position he would soon be in, he clarified, "It's not that I'm trying to cover for my own weaknesses." Thinking of the responsibility on his shoulders, Lihan declared, "It's because I'm the only one who can do it." An enraged Simon told Silent he must have seen his own comrades among those bodies. He's like a machine, a cold-blooded bastard. But to see that and have no reaction, he wouldn't even be human. Hearing this, the other person shot back. But even in a situation that turned catastrophic because of his own mistake, he was still able to calmly observe the enemy and plan the next move. It's astounding. That's why Squad 13 trusts Lihan so completely. At that same moment, Lihan arrived at his destination and thought to himself, "Good, just in time." Before him was a bottomless abyss teeming with countless monsters, forcing him to remember the grim reality. One wrong step, and it's all over. A second later, Lihan decided to use the hoverboard Professor Octo had given him. At the same time, Simon checked his watch, murmuring to himself, 15 minutes up. Just then, Lihan shot forward on his hoverboard. Next, he angled his body toward the abyss and whispered, "The plan starts now." While diving, Lihan deliberately stepped off the board for a few seconds. A moment later, he was safely back on the hover disc. At that instant, Simon and Silent spotted their target and charged in to attack. On the other hand, seeing AU, Simon was taken aback, thinking, "They have more AU warriors? Did the patrol units already return?" The enemy numbers were now overwhelming, while their side had only Simon and Silent. As Silent chose close quarters combat, a blur of swords strikes against the enemy. Simon provided covering fire with his gun. During the clash, AU warrior laughed, openly mocking them. But a mere second later, Silent was already behind him, ending the creature's life with a single, clean strike from his blade. With an irritated glare, he shot a look in his direction. A second later, Del Simon suddenly whipped his gun around, aiming it right at Silent. Before he could even understand what was happening, a shot exploded past Silent's head. It slammed into Elang, who was sneaking up from behind, ready to strike him down. A moment later, they both gave a curt nod, a silent understanding passing between them. Elsewhere, Del Simon was worried sick about Lihan, silently cheering him on. "Come on, Lihan, you can't fail your first mission." He was journeying deeper into the abyss. After moving forward, an unsettling feeling made Lihan curse under his breath. Damn it, this feeling again. This was unmistakably dragon fear. In an instant, a colossal black dragon materialized right before his very eyes. However, he tried to trick himself, thinking, "It's only an illusion. Don't hesitate." As the dragon opened its enormous maw, Lihan charged straight towards it. Desperate to snap himself out of the trance, Lihan bit down on his own finger until it bled. He stared ahead, his eyes blazing with fury, but he didn't stop there. With a powerful roar, Lihan launched himself straight into the black dragon's gaping mouth. Back with Del Simon, he was still pinning down the enemy. After a moment, he scanned the area ahead and muttered to himself, only 2 targets left. The 2 he was referring to were the last of the patrol soldiers. The mage, Yu, still hadn't fled. Silent was already calculating their strategy. They have to protect Yu, which means they won't advance. Finally, Del Simon took aim at the group. Sensing the imminent danger, the mage Au quickly began to cast his spell. He channeled power into the gem on his forehead, and the 2 soldiers instantly did the same, creating a barrier to block the shots. Del Simon realized what was happening and stopped firing. He thought to himself, they can see the bullet paths and are using a force shield, so he yelled out, "Nice defense." Just then, a dark figure suddenly appeared from behind the mage Au. Seeing this, Del Simon shouted, "But it only works from the front." He said that because the shadow was Lai Han, who was clutching a syringe in his hand. Lai Han successfully wrapped his arm around the mage's neck, causing Au to scream in terror. The 2 patrolmen also froze in fear at the sight. Seizing the opportunity, Silent rushed forward with his sword. He thought. In the blink of an eye, he had already cut down both of them. At the same time, Li Han successfully drove the needle into the mage Au's neck. A second later, despite the target's desperate struggles, he injected the drug. Then, Lai Han's eyes went wide as he watched for the results, pleading in his mind, "Come on, work." Worst case scenario, he'll just teleport away. As searing pain coursed through him, the mage Au's body began to change. In the next instant, his body began to disintegrate, starting from the top of his head. Lai Han screamed in horror. No. But it was already too late. The mage's body was dissolving faster and faster. In the end, only a pink orb of light remained. He cursed in pure rage. Damn it. All he could do was watch helplessly. Then, as the mage's remains solidified into an object in his hand, Lai Han asked anxiously, "Did it work?" The scene shifts, and the team has returned safely to headquarters. John Red was at his terminal when Lai Han came to see him. He couldn't help but notice his superior's amputated leg. When he saw Li Han staring, John Red said with annoyance, "Stop gawking like that. I can get a prosthetic, plus I get a disability pension. It's a pretty sweet retirement deal, so stop apologizing." Lai Han could only reply, "Yes, sir." John Red then encouraged him, saying, "Following through with the plan was the right decision. Lai Han, if you had backed out, my leg would have cried its non-existent eyes out. Good work. Thanks to you. I've finished the strategy report. Now we just need to get the details from the one we captured. Can we even interrogate a being from another world? There's a mind reader here, probably the only one who can do it. This is a hospital room, you know." A second later, someone else arrived. It was Silent, but he seemed hesitant, only standing in the doorway. Seeing him, John Red said, "It's fine, Silent, come in." Silent didn't speak directly, but threw a device on his arm. "Sir, are you okay?" John Red lit a cigar and replied, "I was thinking about going on a diet, but I don't need to now, since I'm a lot lighter." At that, Silent actually let out a laugh. Since he couldn't see his face, Lai Han thought in confusion, "Is he laughing?" He watched the 2 of them, and a thought crossed his mind. "I'm seeing it with my own eyes, but it's still hard to believe that someone like Sergeant Red can talk so easily with Silent." After chatting for a bit longer, he kicked them both out. "Get out of here, you old man and you fake ninja. I need to reminisce about my lost leg in peace." On the way out, Silent spoke up to apologize to Lai Han. "I'm sorry for hitting you. If I were in your position, I would have done the same." He smiled cheerfully in response. "No, I deserved it. I put everyone in danger." Hearing this, Silent turned to study Lai Han's expression. After a moment, Silent added, "But you managed to overcome it. Now I see why Sergeant Red has such high expectations for you." With a sincere tone, he began, "I don't think Sergeant Red is the type to talk about his likes and dislikes, but he'll just bully us either way." Hearing this, Silent covered his face and laughed, which took him by surprise. Just like that, the 2 of them reached the intersection. Lai Han spoke up, "This is it for me. See you later, Silent." After saying their goodbyes, they waved and turned to leave. But the moment he turned his back, Silent used the device on his wrist to speak. Wanting Lai Han to stop, Silent even threw a small rock, hitting him in the head. He immediately turned back to see Silent looking at him with a sigh. Finally, Silent offered some encouragement, telling him to study hard so he could get to high school soon. Then, he raised a single finger, a silent but clear curse. Lai Han's mind also drifted back to the incident at the Black Dragon's lair. And to John Red's words, "You felt the pressure from the rift too, didn't you? Can you control your flight under those conditions? If you make one mistake, we all die." Back then, he had answered with total certainty, "I have absolute confidence in my external force abilities. I'm doing this not to make up for a mistake, but because I have the highest chance of success." At that moment, at the international airport, a team of specialists was disembarking from their plane, a group of about 8 people. Among them, there was only one woman. The leader of this group was a man named James, and he was from America. The moment he stepped off the plane, James struggled with the heat, unbuttoning his collar as he complained, "It's too hot." A moment later, a welcome party arrived for James's team. His subordinate immediately reported to Alexander Rico that the inspection council had arrived, and so the order was given: escort them to the grand conference hall. Make sure they arrive safely. Following Alexander Rico's command, the entire squad saluted James's group. "Thank you for traveling all this way to be here. We will now escort you to the conference hall to prevent anyone from getting lost. We've prepared these short-range communication devices and a map for your convenience." With that, they were handed the devices. He looked at the gadget with interest, thinking to himself, "This is all I'll need." Then, seeing James casually wander off alone, David was both surprised and confused. He raised his voice, shouting, "Inspector James Dew, please allow me to escort you." But James simply waved off David's offer. "It's fine. I can manage on my own. An inspector has that right, doesn't he?" Although clearly annoyed, David had no choice but to agree. "Yes, sir." But inside, David was cursing James out. Damn it, he's one of those difficult types. At the same time, his colleague Michael was muttering to himself in frustration. "Whatever. The information you're about to show us is probably just for show anyway." After walking a few steps, James suddenly remembered something. He scratched his head and sighed, startling the confused David. He spun around and asked him directly, "Where is that punk named Lai Han?" After getting directions from David, James finally found his way to Lai Han. Upon arriving, he generously pulled out a mountain of sweets, handing them out to Kuro, Jose, and the team with a brilliant smile. "It's a pleasure to meet all of you. There's plenty more for Team 13, so just stuff it in your pockets for now. You're all like my own grandkids, so I'm going to take good care of you." But the young man cut in, reminding him of their duty. "Inspector, we need to continue our training." James quickly held up a hand, replying with a flustered look. Right. I won't disturb you then." He then politely stood to the side, watching as Lai Han barked out orders to his team. "Everyone, prepare to move out. We're heading to the firing range," he commanded, while James thought to himself, "So that must be Lai Han." According to his initial file, there's nothing special about him. But during the competition, he became famous and achieved great results at the spatial rift. A while later, James found himself waiting outside. Growing bored from the long wait, he started doing some light stretches. James yawned and complained to himself, "These stubborn bastards." After that incident at the spatial rift, there haven't been any more competitions. All the other teams are on break, so why are these kids still training so hard? Just then, James heard footsteps and looked over. As a few people emerged, James wondered, are they finished? Meanwhile, as they were leaving, Lai Han announced, "All right, everyone, we're heading to the armory next." Intrigued by the boy, James sighed and muttered, "He really is a stubborn one." That afternoon, Lai Han was training with Kuro on the volleyball court. And sure enough, James had followed them there. He stood on a high platform, observing the two below. Lai Han, holding a wooden log, looked at his teammate. "Kuro, you'll be my training partner today." The sudden request caught Kuro completely off guard. His surprise quickly turned into fear, and he gritted his teeth. Lai Han gave Kuro no chance to refuse, immediately ordering him get into position. Kuro stared at Lai Han with terrified eyes, his mind racing. Why does he want to partner with me? This doesn't feel like a normal training session at all. Meanwhile, a plan was forming in Lai Han's mind, a plan concerning the spatial rift. "I've learned an incredibly important lesson. You can't fight in the real world with willpower alone." Kuro had to start evolving into a versatile warrior. At level 1, he was still weak. Our bodies have already transcended their limits, so now it's just a matter of mental fortitude. With that, Lai Han charged forward, roaring, "Here I come." Kuro instantly reacted, using his innate spiritual power to counter Lai Han's movements. Lai Han struck with blinding speed and zero mercy. In that moment, Kuro's own unique abilities flared to life, but in the end, a sharp blow still landed on his neck. The impact sent him staggering backward. However, Kuro managed to deflect every single one of Lai Han's follow-up attacks. His own counters were relentless, each carrying a deadly intent. While dodging, Kuro's mind raced with panic. "This is suffocating. I seriously thought I was about to die." And Lai Han didn't miss the look of sheer terror on his face. On the next attack, Kuro desperately grabbed one end of the wooden staff, only for the other end to be aimed right at his throat. Lai Han's voice was low and serious. "Even if you can see the immediate future, you'll never win by only defending. Try attacking me." Kuro's voice was laced with anxiety as he asked back, "Me?" Kuro hesitated, his mind a whirlwind of doubt. A second later, he squeezed his eyes shut and grit his teeth, forcing himself to make a decision. As Lai Han had hoped, after a loud battle cry, Kuro finally charged. A look of satisfaction crossed Lai Han's face, but there was still a critical flaw. The moment the weapon was knocked from his hands, his eyes flew open, and he screamed in fear. Lai Han immediately reprimanded him. Open your eyes when you attack, and keep a firm grip on your weapon. Kuro lowered his head in shame, mumbling, I'm sorry. Lai Han watched him in silence for a moment. After a beat, he instructed him again. Kuro, this time, come at me with everything you've got. It was as if something clicked in Kuro's mind. A new light ignited in his eyes. Nearby, Jose, who had been training, heard this and yelled in shock. What? What are you saying? Even Gluth wore a baffled expression. Instantly, every eye in the area was fixed on Kuro, the sudden attention creating an immense pressure on him. But Li Han kept pushing. Kuro, from this moment on, I will attack you with my full power. I expect you to do the same. Jose stopped his own training to watch, commenting, based on weapon skill alone, Lai Han's victory is guaranteed. Gluth immediately countered. But if you factor in spiritual power, the outcome is far from certain. Seeing Kuro still hesitating, Li Han pressed him again. What is it, Kuro? Are you afraid of hurting me? Kuro answered with raw honesty. Yeah, I really don't understand why you're doing this. I'm sorry, but you must have a reason. I have complete faith in you, so I'll do whatever you ask. I trust you, Lai Han. In that instant, Kuro activated his spiritual power, his fists clenching tight, ready for battle at a moment's notice. Before today's training session began, Lai Han had gone to seek Wei Chen's advice. The moment Wei Chen saw him, he offered him a drink with a warm smile. Well, Lai Han, what brings you here today? Ah, this is oolong tea. Try some. Lai Han politely took the cup and took a sip. Afterwards, Lai Han praised the tea. It's delicious, thank you, teacher. But inwardly, he thought, this tastes really strange. Wei Chen watched him and sighed to himself. Look at this kid, he's still so young. A second later, Li Han's expression turned serious. The truth is, I came here because of Kuro. Hearing this, Wei Chen was surprised, taking a sip of tea as he wondered what it could be. Kuro. Li Han stated bluntly, he lacks offensive techniques. He hesitates too much in a fight. I'm afraid it's going to get him killed someday. Yet, Wei Chen seemed unfazed, calmly replying, people undergo psychological shifts based on the dangers they confront. Lai Han was confused, thinking to himself, psychological shifts. Without making him wait, Wei Chen explained, it's the natural reluctance to harm another person. Even the bravest soldiers can waver when they have to take a life. But once they undergo that psychological shift, they're able to act. It's true that it's a bit cruel to force Kuro to take that step, but he needs a catalyst. Just like that time in the desert when you pushed him past his limits because he had absolute faith in you. That's why, right now, only you can help Kuro. Back in the present, Kuro's spiritual power was surging. Recalling Wei Chen's words, Lai Han took off his jacket with a confident smirk. So this is what a person's psychological shift looks like. Meanwhile, Jose looked on with frustration. Kuro, that damn idiot, he doesn't listen to anything. Gluth turned to him and asked, should we stop them? On the other hand, someone else was watching with growing excitement, James. A look of pure astonishment crossed his face as he exclaimed aloud, so this is the power of a rank A. Lai Han ripped off his shirt and tied it around his waist. He settled into a combat stance, thinking to himself, this is unbelievable. How should I even handle this? Should I fight him the same way Kuro does? Watching nervously from the sidelines, Jose told Glu, Kuro can now see every single one of Li Han's moves. He can dodge them with ease. Glu nodded in agreement. Attacking now will be incredibly tough for him. Just then, Kuro launched his assault on Lai Han. On the other side, he unleashed his psychic energy. Kuro's attacks were lightning fast and precise, but Lai Han managed to evade them just in time. And as they clashed, he silently analyzed his opponent's style. Even though he's throwing that with psychokinesis, its power is on par with my own physical strength. From the outside, Glu commented casually, then he should just catch it instead of dodging. But Jose shot that down. Easier said than done. Who could actually pull that off? Wanting to push Kuro to his absolute limit, Lai Han decided to provoke him. Is that it? Just one spear? Are you underestimating me? You'll have to do better than that, Kuro. Understanding the challenge, he simply replied, right. Lai Han tightened his grip on his weapon, a smirk playing on his lips. Kuro, you have to attack me eventually. You can't just keep dodging forever. Come at me with that spear in your hands. Hearing this, Kuro gave him a confused look. Despite the hesitation, Lai Han charged toward Kuro, shouting, brace yourself, here I come. An instant later, Kuro countered with his psychic power. But Lai Han parried the blow. Not stopping there, Kuro used his energy to control the nearby spears. Meanwhile, Lai Han taunted him again. You're running out of weapons, you know. The moment Kuro finished speaking, he attacked his opponent again. Suddenly, his resolve hardened. He unleashed his psychic energy with a battle cry, fueling his own confidence. With a surge of power, Kuro commanded all the nearby spears, sending them hurtling towards Lai Han. Lai Han quickly grabbed his shirt, his eyes turned ice cold, searching for a weak point in the barrage. Finally, he found it. With a single whip of the shirt in his hand, Lai Han carved a path right through the storm of spears. Seeing this, Jose gasped in utter disbelief. He channeled his power into the jacket to knock the spears aside. Glue, on the other hand, cheered for Kuro. Raise your spear and fight, Kuro. Even Li Han was waiting for it, but his opponent was still hesitating. A second later, Kuro tightened his grip on his weapon, and with a loud roar, he charged back into the fight. But in a flash, Lai Han shattered the weapon in his hands. Without pausing, he closed the distance between them. When Kuro saw Lai Han winding up for a finger flick, he was completely bewildered. But a moment later, he cried out in pain as the flick landed squarely on his forehead. Lai Han added cheerfully, "It's good that you can still keep your eyes open when you attack, Kuro." Kuro just clutched his head, groaning in pain as he glared at his opponent. A moment later, Jose and Glue rushed onto the field. They danced around celebrating, buzzing with excitement. So ruthless. What a fighting machine. Kuro, you've got to try harder. Lai Han continued to tease him. Kuro, you're still too green. When you threw all those spears at once, why did you aim them all at the same spot on my body? If you'd spread them out, it would have been harder to dodge. I might have taken a hit in the arm or leg. Kuro answered honestly. I was afraid I'd actually hit you. Lai Han turned to him. For real? Kuro continued. Plus, I never expected you to use a jacket to block them like that. Watching the four of them train so cheerfully, James felt a spark of interest and thought to himself, Lai Han. He's even more impressive than the rumors said. I'm certain he'll bring great things to ARK in the future. This is something ARK never mentioned to me. With that thought, he began to walk towards them. The moment the group saw James, they were all taken aback. He spoke casually. Could you spare a moment of your time for me, Lai Han? Unsure if he was addressing the right person, James's expression was a bit awkward. Meanwhile, Lai Han was just confused by his sudden appearance. Nevertheless, Lai Han agreed to meet with James privately. After hearing him out, Lai Han said in disbelief, What are you talking about? What happened at the spatial rift? I already submitted everything I know in my report to the council. James handed Lai Han a canned drink and replied, I just wanted to hear it directly from you. Come on, sit down. Make yourself comfortable. Inwardly, however, he was thinking, get ready. Lai Han, my special skill has been honed through dozens of negotiations. Right now, James was putting on an incredibly expressive face, a social skill, not a psychic one. He feigned surprise as Lai Han recounted the events. A second later, James murmured to himself internally, if I agree with you at a certain moment or about a certain action. While thinking this, he praised Li Han out loud. Wow, that's absolutely incredible. Then, he continued his inner monologue. You'll feel more at ease and unconsciously say something you never intended to reveal. At that point, James put on another shocked expression and exclaimed loudly, What a crazy idea for that moment. Absolutely brilliant. An instant later, he thought with satisfaction, I've almost got him. His curiosity getting the better of him, James moved closer to Lai Han, his voice laced with urgency. And then what happened? After spinning such a long tale only to see the man was still not satisfied, Lai Han was bewildered, turning to him with a hint of annoyance. What do you mean? And then what? At that moment, James thought to himself, that's everything reported so far. He pressed Li Han once more. Is there nothing else to the story? Li Han answered honestly, No, sir. All the details are in the report. James studied the young man's face and muttered internally, not a single flicker of emotion. What a cunning little brat. Deciding to end the conversation quickly, Lai Han took the initiative. I'm going to get some more training in, sir. Though slightly disappointed, James had to relent. Very well. As the inspector watched him leave, Lai Han thought with satisfaction, my orders are to maintain secrecy no matter what. You won't get a single thing from me. That damn inspector. A moment later, James pulled out his phone, rapidly dialing a number before making the call. Investigate Lai Han. Everything from the spatial rift incident until now. Yes, get me every piece of information you can find and report back immediately. Early the next morning, Lai Han was already out for a run, counting off. 1. Zhang Jiro and Jose were following close behind him. Lai Han's squad was already outpacing the others. As they ran, they chanted in unison. 1, 2. Trailing them was Dimichi's squad. He was also pushing his team hard, their voices echoing. 1, 2. After a while, Dimichi caught up to Lai Han and called out, Hey, Lai Han. Seeing him, Lihan grinned. Pushing yourself as hard as ever, I see. Dimichi replied, I have to give it my all, no matter what. You see that guy over there? He's an inspector from Russia. He's been shadowing us for days now, and it's really getting on our nerves. He just keeps rambling on about fighting for the motherland, even after the war with the dragons is over. This new information caught Lai Han completely off guard. After the war with the dragons, what is he talking about fighting? The organization is supposed to be dismantled once the war ends. Before long, Dimichi's squad was running shoulder to shoulder with Lai Han's. Then, he confessed the truth to him. Lai Han. My superiors want to launch a war to conquer the world after we defeat the dragons. The revelation struck Lai Han like a physical blow, his face a mask of disbelief. Meanwhile, Jose and Kuro were sparring in the volleyball court, with Li Han watching from the sidelines. Nearby, Zhang Jiro and Klut were training together as well. But as he watched, Lai Han's mind was reeling, consumed by what Dimichi had told him earlier. It makes no sense. We're about to defeat the greatest enemy humanity has ever faced, yet peace is still out of reach. Just then, James opened the door and walked in. A confident smirk played on his lips as he thought, Lai Han, I've finally found you. That period you were missing from the organization after the Shinu incident. It's clear you were on a secret mission. Today, I'm going to turn those rumors into facts. Even if it meant intimidating the boy, James's sudden appearance had captured the attention of everyone in the room. But when they saw the men following behind James, Lai Han's group instantly went on high alert. Jose and Kuro swiftly activated the devices on their arms. In an instant, Jose, Zhang Jiro, and Klut fixed the inspector with a challenging glare. This sudden hostility stunned James. Huh? Before he could react, Lai Han was on him, tying his hands. The movements were so fast and decisive that James had no time to resist, asking in sheer terror, Lai Han, what is the meaning of this? His men immediately drew their firearms, but it was useless. Kuro's psychic power took control, disassembling their guns piece by piece in midair. The other two men clutched their now useless hands, crying out in pain. Next, Li Han declared with absolute certainty, we have to secure your safety, immediately. James trembled with a mix of fear and frustration. Couldn't you have explained things first? Lai Han replied urgently, we have our orders. Sir, please cooperate. Utterly confused, James demanded, but why? The moment he spoke, the entire building began to shake violently, and debris rained down from the ceiling. Lai Han quickly activated his arm device and shouted, enemy attack. A commander's voice crackled over the comms. Attack warning. All units, protect the surrounding inspectors immediately. Only then did James understand. He wondered grimly, why are they targeting the inspectors? Could there be a mole? With his orders clear, Lai Han took command. Jose, I'm entrusting the inspectors to you. Zhang Jiro, Klut, grab your weapons. Kuro asked anxiously, who are the enemies? Is it the EU? Lai Han simply answered, they're human, that's for sure. After securing James and his men, he distributed weapons and began assigning roles. Each of you gets 2 clips. That's 60 rounds per person. To be extra careful, Lai Han double-checked his own firearm. A moment later, he called out to the other squads, how many people are each of you protecting? Felix called back, 4. Dimichi answered, 2, and Del Simon shouted, 6. Listening to the exchange, James made a quiet calculation in his head. The other squad captains were completely accepting Li Han as their overall commander. He had a point. The kid's experience and track record were flawless, but Leo Han was already thinking ahead. What was the most advantageous terrain for them? With that thought, Leo Han's order was swift and decisive. All units, assemble at Simulated Arena 4. Bring all your gear. They moved out on his command. Meanwhile, Leo Han's squad was already escorting James's group to safety. A moment later, he turned to the older man. Inspector, what can you tell me about the enemy? As he spoke, Leo Han carefully observed the man's every reaction. Leo Han's eyes narrowed, processing the information. After a beat, he spoke softly. It seems you realized something when I showed you that message. And for the record, Inspector, I don't think you're a traitor. At that, James let out a heavy sigh. The purebloods. That's what they call themselves. Jose could only ask in disbelief. The purebloods? James quickly explained. They're a group of fanatics who don't see espers as human, and they want every single one of us dead. Their movement is fueled by religion and a primal fear of the new humanity's power. Jose's voice rose in outrage. The dragons will invade in 3 years, and they still want to kill us? The inspector seemed to shrink under his gaze as he answered. They believe the espers are the very reason the dragons are coming. They think if they just kill every esper, the dragons will disappear. It's all a lie, of course. Espers only appeared when the first gates opened. Just as he finished speaking, the enemy arrived, leaping from helicopters that swarmed the sky. The leader's voice boomed from above, filled with righteous fury. "We found them, the monsters who defy God." Enemy choppers blotted out the sky. In an instant, the first shots were fired, streaking towards the enemy aircraft. They even brought out heavy cannons, blasting several choppers out of the air. Fiery wreckage rained down from above as more helicopters exploded in the hail of gunfire, but the team's focus never wavered. Despite their efforts, several enemy choppers managed to land. Troops poured out, guns blazing, as they launched their counterattack. Leo Han saw everything. He could hear their footsteps pounding the ground, getting closer. A cold rage settled over Leo Han. Above them, another enemy chopper, critically damaged, began to spiral downwards. It crashed nearby, sending up a plume of thick, black smoke. "Enemy bird is down," Leo Han stated, turning to Glut. "High probability of survivors. Did you get a head count?" The young man answered immediately. "Roughly 4 of them." As Leo Han scanned the battlefield, he thought to himself, "I chose this simulated battleground with its abundant cover, precisely to avoid a direct fight." He bowed his head, lost in thought for a few seconds, before looking up again to survey the chaos. In that moment, Leo Han made his decision. "Everyone, get ready. Our only objective now is a massacre." On his command, they opened fire, leaving no one standing. The enemy leader watched in horror. He scrambled to check on his fallen men, and when the assault intensified, he grabbed one of their corpses, using it as a human shield. Firing back, he managed to hit one of the soldiers, who cried out in pain. But then, a voice cut through the gunfire, striking terror into his heart. "Earth belongs to humanity. Monsters like you don't belong here." Leo Han's voice was like ice. "What's required of us now is death." His words made Jose lower his head in contemplation, while James watched Leo Han with wary eyes. He glanced from the commander to Jose, who was still deep in thought.
James thought to himself, "Most of them are useless right now. Except, perhaps, for that one kid."
Glut, meanwhile, appeared surprisingly confident. Leo Han gave the order, "Glut, let's move." As they walked away, a realization struck James. Those bastards are far stronger than professionally trained soldiers. But there's still one key difference. When it comes to the act of killing, our side is filled with battle-hardened veterans. Just as he thought this, the enemy leader pulled out a hidden weapon to cut his restraints. Glut, following close behind Leo Han, paused as his commander turned back to him. "Can you do it?" Leo Han stared at his subordinate, waiting for an answer. Glut's voice was firm. "I'll pretend they're deer, and I'll hunt them down. It's simple. We kill them, or they kill us." But hearing those words, Leo Han felt a familiar, unpleasant memory surface. It brought him back to a dark time in Seoul, Korea. He was running for his life. "Stop right there, you little bastard." He fled through the pouring rain, clutching some fruit in his hands. The man chasing him had a look of pure malice on his face. He sprinted until he reached the traffic light near the railroad tracks. The signal was flashing red. It was a clear warning not to cross. But Leo Han ran anyway. Just then, a hand grabbed the collar of his shirt. Terror seized him as the man began to beat him, until finally, Leo Han kicked out, striking his attacker square in the face. The man lay sprawled beneath his feet, but suddenly, the world began to spin. A second later, Leo Han collapsed, the fruit scattering across the wet ground. Leo Han was terrified, tears streaming down his face as he stared at an apple rolling across the street. But in the present, a burning helicopter roared before his eyes. He gave Clue the signal. Clue responded with a sharp nod. Without a word, they cautiously pushed deeper inside. A moment later, Leo Han pulled out his hoverboard and began stripping off his clothes. He then draped the clothes over the board, sending it out as a decoy to scout for any hidden enemies. Just as he predicted, gunfire erupted, riddling the decoy with holes. The muzzle flashes gave away their position, and Clue moved in for the ambush. The enemy was confused. "What the hell?" one of them muttered. As the clothes were shredded by bullets, they finally saw the hoverboard underneath. At that exact moment, Clue opened fire. They immediately shot back, cursing. "Damn it." Before the curse left his lips, Clue wiped them all out. The final enemy was shot right in the back. The shot came from Leo Han. His aim was always perfect. But he wasn't satisfied, thinking, "Damn, I need to be more precise." Just then, Clue spotted a survivor. The man was still spitting curses. "You bastards." Realizing one was still alive, Clue gritted his teeth, his eyes squeezed shut in fury. The survivor stared back, trembling in fear. A moment later, Clue commanded himself, "Open your eyes." Before finishing him off, they locked eyes in a tense stare-down. Then, to vent his rage, Clue unloaded his clip into the man. Seeing this, Leo Han approached with concern. But Clue had already composed himself. "I'm fine," he answered. Meanwhile, back with Kuro's group, Jose still had his gun trained on James. But Kuro, he was shaking uncontrollably. His trembling caught James' eye. The man glanced over, thinking to himself, this kid is shaking again. I doubt he could even kill an ant. But where is he looking? That single thought saved him. James dodged just in time. Suddenly, Kuro screamed, they're here. Startled, James thought, who's here? Kuro was gritting his teeth in terror. Hearing the scream, DM shot a look in his direction. Just then, Kuro spotted an enemy nearby. He screamed in pure panic, everyone, get down. Jose whipped his head around, startled. Even Jiro looked horrified. James spun around in a flash. A moment later, the enemy soldier was down, but the one who fired the shot was James. In the midst of the chaos, he'd snatched the gun right out of Kuro's hands, but Kuro's eyes darted elsewhere. He'd spotted another one. Instinctively, Kuro used his psychic powers to yank a sheet of metal into the air, creating a shield that blocked the incoming bullets. And James immediately took down the second shooter. A second later, the metal sheet clattered to the ground. James spun on Kuro, furious. Is that all of them? Kuro stammered in response. Huh? Oh, yes. Diem, however, was impressed. You may not be a shooter, but that psychic ability of yours is incredible. Lihan rushed back to the group, his voice tense. Is everyone okay? James quickly tossed the gun back to Kuro. Then, James raised his hands in surrender, a smirk on his face. You're a smart kid. I'm sure you understand the situation, right? Lihan glared at him, his expression grim. At that moment, from the shadows, the remaining enemies got their orders. A voice commanded, keep going. The words had barely faded when they unleashed a hail of gunfire. After a moment, they ceased fire to assess the damage. Their leader was among them. He was leading his forces deep into a tunnel. A moment later, the leader smirked. The rat's nest is finally open. Time to exterminate them. A masked man raised his gun high, his voice booming arrogantly. The world is being deceived by evil. The dragon race will not invade Earth again. He was trying to brainwash the crowd. It's been 10 years since they vanished. What are those bastards planning? Now that they've finished training their so-called gods, they plan to rule us with a new species, the Psychic Masters. They are conspiring to dominate all of humanity. The masked man's words were a clear call to war. He stood before a massive crowd, every single one of them armed to the teeth. The masked man's voice dropped to a menacing growl. Let the purge begin, for the sake of humanity. In the forest of mock battleground number 4, Li Han and his team assembled. Once they were all present, a voice rang out. All second-level soldiers have gathered. A man was brought in, his hands bound tightly. He was seething with rage, shouting, You bastards, do you have any idea who we inspectors are? Do you really think you can get away with this? He leaned forward to continue his threat. Once we get back, before he could finish, a hand shot out and grabbed him by the collar. Simon hauled him into the air by his collar, his face a mask of pure fury. Shut your mouth before I kill you. You still don't get why you're tied up, old man? Suddenly, Simon's expression twisted into a crazed look. He stared at the man with pure hatred and screamed, One of you, a traitor, set this whole thing up, a goddamn traitor. He let out a cold sneer. All because of that one traitor. I have to put someone down. The man's face went ghost white, trembling too hard to even speak. His eyes began to burn a dark, venomous blue, like a phantom flame. He stared down the old man, his rage a tangible force. Never in my life have I felt such utter disgust. The old man shuddered, his legs giving out as he collapsed to his knees in silence. A voice from behind cut through the tension. That's enough, Song. Li Han stepped forward, followed closely by Jose. Li Han spoke, his voice calm and steady. Our mission is simply to guard these inspectors. Nothing more. Hearing this, the man turned to Li Han, giving a silent nod. He immediately slung his gear over his shoulder and strode past, leaving everyone standing in his wake. Jose grumbled under his breath. That arrogant Simon. He follows Li Han's orders that easily. At a massive Class 1 weapons training facility, a figure staggered through the halls, leaving a trail of blood with every step. W. Chen held a dead man by the throat, hoisting the body high into the air. His face was a grim mask, completely ignoring the blood that now stained his hands. W. Chen gritted his teeth, his breathing ragged. He scanned the area, seeing only absolute chaos and hearing the constant cries of terrified children. Bodies were scattered everywhere. W. Chen clutched his injured arm, so exhausted he could barely stand. He released the wound for a second, crying out in pure agony. W. Chen struggled to focus on his watch, gasping out 2 words with the last of his strength. Li Han. The sound of frantic footsteps pounded across the forest floor, echoing the desperate call of Li Han's name. A team was on the move. Leading the charge was Li Han himself, sprinting at full speed, with his weapon gripped tightly in his hand. He ran, his thoughts racing. Those bastards, they're targeting the S1 headquarters. W. Chen's trembling voice came again. Lai Han. He spoke into his watch. The enemy has breached the shelter. Given their position, only an S2 unit can intercept them. W. Chen's face darkened as he gritted his teeth and spoke his last words. I'm leaving it all to you. Li Han's group continued to press forward. Worry ate at Li Han's core. Besides the instructors, only S1 cadets are in there. If we're too late, it's all over. A man's body was ripped apart by a hail of bullets. A squad of masked assailants fired relentlessly, showing no mercy. Their masked leader frowned. This is a real pain. He looked down at the levels below him and scoffed. This place is a damn maze. He then spoke into his comms, looking straight ahead. There's a door up there. He questioned the other end of the call. Delta. Alpha. What's your status? Delta's voice crackled in response. This is Delta. We are still searching. Alpha's followed immediately after. This is Alpha. We breached the shelter but detected hostiles on our tail. Outside, a squad leader reported into his comms that they were about to engage. The two sides faced off, ready to charge. Lai Han chambered around, his body poised for battle as he spoke. We're out of time. We have to face them head-on. He turned, his calm gaze landing on the blonde-haired young man. They don't have any heavy weapons. Simon, can you block them? Hearing his name, the young man stared back intently. Accepting the mission, he roared with fierce determination for all to hear. Let me show them what I can do. Fire on my signal. Lai Han charged ahead, glancing back to command the squad following close behind. Simon will take the lead. Everyone, get behind him. The two forces rushed toward each other as his shout pierced the air. Open fire. Simon instantly established a defensive line, his body hurtling forward with unyielding resolve. He screamed his command. Now. Standing at the center of the chaos, a powerful aura exploded outwards, shielding his body. Wisps of blue energy shot out around him, enveloping the masked enemies. The masked man raised his gun defensively, struggling to speak. What in the hell is this? Before they could even understand what was happening, the masked men were cut down by gunfire, falling one by one. From a distance, Glut and the others took them down with precision shots. Lai Han stared down at the fallen leader, who glared back with bitter resentment and cursed. You monstrous bastards. He trembled, trying to force his gaze onto Lai Han's group. You should all be erased from this world. A single shot rang out. Glut lowered his rifle, hissing through clenched teeth. You're the real monsters. Lai Han calmly placed a hand on Glut's shoulder to restrain him. Calm down, Glut. There are still enemies inside. Glut looked at him, completely stunned. Lai Han turned to the others and announced, and as for the rest of you. His next words sent a shockwave through the group. I'm forming a temporary combat team with the members present here. We're all quite similar. So remember this one thing. Lai Han's expression turned cold and deadly serious as he recalled his own past. He knew the price of being ruled by emotion was a lesson carved deep into his soul. It was a mistake he would never make again. Lai Han gritted his teeth with grim determination, speaking to everyone. From this moment forward, you will cast aside every last emotion. If you can't do that, this entire team will be annihilated. Suddenly, someone knelt down, drawing lines in the dirt with a stick. I know this terrain better than they do. If we deploy our forces here, there won't be any problems. Li Han looked up at his men and gave the order. Team captains, move out with your squads. At his command, everyone began to disperse. But as Demichi walked away, he suddenly glanced back over his shoulder. He stopped in his tracks, turning to call out to Li Han. I have urgent business. It'll be quick. Can we do this now? I'll hand my duties over to my second in command. Demichi lowered his head, his face a mask of sorrow. I have to confirm something first. Li Han nodded in understanding. Go ahead, Michi. Meanwhile, before a warehouse door, a lone figure stood among countless bodies strewn across the ground. Demichi stood there, his expression hardening. He stared silently at the person opposite him. The spiky-haired young man called out to the figure inside. Hey, what the hell are you doing here? Hearing the voice, the stranger slowly turned to face Demichi. Veins bulged on the buzz-cut man's forehead as he snarled. You're choking one of our own. Snap out of it. A man was being held aloft by his throat. The captor looked up, a disbelieving sneer on his face. Our own? You think ARK is on our side? His eyes darted towards Demichi. I don't know if you realize this yet, but once you're a third year, you'll be sent out to fight in the real world. Demichi stared at him in silence. The long-haired man then began to tell Demichi his story. On one mission, I was overwhelmed by absolute terror and despair. It was like every instinct I had was screaming, that there was no way I could defeat it. Demichi thought to himself, quiet and grim. Afraid of a dragon, the long-haired man released his grip, dropping the other soldier. Freed, the man collapsed to the ground, choking and sputtering. He then stepped closer to Demichi. And yet, ARK ordered me to take that thing down. He raised a hand to his face, his expression twisted in anguish. ARK treats us like disposable pawns, and I was just a defective piece, but it was too wasteful to just throw me away. So, what do you think they did? His mind flashed back to his agonizing past. Remembering the moment they held him down, silencing his screams, they pinned my body and injected me with some unknown drug. Recalling this, his voice dropped to a hateful growl. They recycled me. They did it by strapping me down and injecting a mind control serum straight into my brain. Demichi listened in grim silence as the man continued. You think ARK is the only one? Our homeland, the invaders, they're all the same. Their only purpose is to either exploit us or kill us. Protecting humanity under these circumstances, it's just not worth it. But suddenly, Demichi let out a sharp, cynical laugh. The long-haired man's eyes widened in surprise. Demichi tossed his gun aside. With his free hand, he shrugged off his jacket and spoke. I don't give a damn about ARK either, but I have a family to protect back home. You get it? A fiery aura erupted from Demichi's body. So first, I'm gonna beat that damn dragon to a pulp, and then I'll crush any bastard who gets in my way. In a command room, a voice echoed with concern. Looks like Alpha Team is done for. On the monitor, 4 dots appeared, E, Z, and Delta, all designated as enemies of Alpha Team. The voice spoke again. Enemy Unit Delta is approaching your position. On the screen, blue and red dots clustered together. A voice came through the comms. Please, take them out for us. A man methodically loaded bullets into his magazine. The masked man raised his rifle, speaking to the person behind him. I'll use this to wipe them all out at once. The monitor continued to show the red dots closing in. Seeing this, someone remarked in awe. I can't believe ARK has a facility like this. Li Han's team moved cautiously inside. One of them wondered aloud. How did they know about this place when we had no clue? Li Han scanned his surroundings, his brow furrowed. It's just as I suspected. The only explanation is that there's a traitor among the inspectors. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something. His pace quickened, his steps growing more urgent. Stopping dead in front of a grenade, Li Han yelled, Hold it. He threw out an arm, stopping everyone behind him. His voice dropped to a tense whisper. It's a trap. He then crouched down slowly, peering at what lay ahead. Li Han bit his lip, his mind racing. Should I have brought Kuro with me? Just then, the masked man opened a door, his icy gaze sweeping the room. 2 soldiers behind him pulled the door wide open. We found them, he announced. The masked man's cold eyes looked down, his voice like ice. Eliminate them all. A soldier next to him spoke up, horrified. But sir, they're just kids. They're not even armed. The man was completely unfazed. I know. Private, get rid of your compassion. Hearing this, the soldier trembled uncontrollably. He shakily raised his rifle towards the children. One day, these monsters will try to rule over our children. The soldier clutched his head in terror, sweat pouring down his face. This is insane. It's a massacre. The children huddled together, shaking with fear, their faces stained with tears. They pressed themselves into the corner of the room. The soldier screamed, Killing children is. Before he could finish, a bullet from the masked man pierced through his head. With an icy stare, he pressed the gun right against the soldier's face. The soldier's eyes widened as he collapsed, hearing the masked man's final words. Future generations will decide whether this was right or wrong. Then, lowering his weapon with a cold expression, he muttered, This isn't about fear. I'm simply doing what must be done. Outside, Li Han glanced beside him in a panic, only to see the blonde-haired young man fall. Nas. Li Han screamed in terror. Li Han and Simon quickly dragged Nas inside. He immediately handed him off to others, grabbed his rifle, and yelled, Simon, let's go. The 2 of them charged out, guns raised. Li Han's heart pounded when he saw the masked man aiming directly at him. He realized with dread that it was a grenade launcher. At that same moment, the attacker pulled the trigger, firing a massive projectile. Simon's blood ran cold as he lunged forward. His eyes widened at the incoming shell. There's not enough time to raise my shield. Gritting his teeth, Li Han thrust his hand forward, unleashing his defensive ability, but his mind raced with panic. This is bad. Even a shield won't be enough to stop it. Li Han leaped into the air, his hands swiping upwards in a powerful arc. As the energy coalesced into a hand and touched the projectile, he instantly calculated. I have to imagine myself catching the grenade with my bare hands. He clenched his jaw, gripping his rifle with one hand as he rapidly dropped into a crouch. With a defiant roar, he planted his feet and hurled the captured projectile right back at them. The reverse grenade stunned the enemy, and before they could react, a massive explosion erupted. The blast shook the entire area. Li Han raised his rifle and fired another shot for good measure. In that moment, all the masked assailants finally collapsed. Suddenly, the watches on their wrists began to beep. Li Han's attention snapped back to them as a voice crackled from the device. Delta Team. This is Easy Team. Hearing this, Li Han's eyes shot wide. A notification flashed on a nearby monitor. The center has been wiped out. He silently stared at the watch in his hand as another command came through. Proceed with Area D. Elsewhere, Dimichi was sent flying, crashing through a glass door. The long-haired man continued his brutal assault on Dimichi. He didn't stop there, unleashing a savage barrage that made the boy cough up blood. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he threw Dimichi violently against a wall. The impact was so brutal it cracked the concrete behind him. The long-haired man raised a fist and drove it straight into Dimichi's gut. A spray of blood erupted from the boy's mouth. Seeing Dimichi crumble, the attacker picked up an iron bar and said coldly, "I've explained all this. Why do you still refuse to understand?" A manic gleam now filled his eyes. Holding the heavy iron bar, he spoke in a low tone. "Each of us has an opponent that we can never defeat, no matter how hard we struggle." Finishing his sentence, the long-haired man raised the bar with all his strength, intending to impale the boy cornered against the wall. But suddenly, Dimichi slowly lifted his head, forcing the attacker to stare back in shock. An inferno of flames began to radiate from Dimichi's body. He looked up and declared, "I still don't get it. How could I possibly lose to a coward like you?" In another room, Clue sat injured, his leg bandaged, carefully leaning against a wall. Clue's mind drifted back to his childhood, to his desperate need for attention. He recalled a conversation between Li Han and Jose. Back then, Jose had clapped Li Han on the shoulder and said, "Li Han, you know that guy, right? The one who came from Class B." Li Han had smiled brightly in response. "Of course, he's the prodigy our squadron has been searching for." Clue thought of their expectations and drowned in self-loathing. "I'm not worthy of any of it. How utterly pathetic." Someone approached him and said, "I'm sorry, but we don't have a squad available to help you evacuate right now. Wait for us here." With that, they ran off, leaving Clue all alone. He lifted his head, his teeth clenched in frustration. At Simulated Battlefield 4, the others were still fighting the masked men. A masked enemy pulled the pin on a grenade and threw it. As the grenade arched through the air, a soldier spotted it and yelled, "Grenade at 12 o'clock." He quickly activated his defenses. The grenade detonated harmlessly in midair, creating a massive cloud of smoke. One of the masked men grew anxious, telling his comrade, "Our weapons aren't doing anything to them." The others were getting restless too. "Damn it, where is our air support? We're running out of time." A masked soldier thought worriedly, "The frontline squadron is about to get wiped out. The other members will be here soon." He stammered, trembling, "If we just had an airstrike, we could kill all of these monsters." Jed and the others hid behind a thick wall, thinking, "Li Han's plan is working. From here, we don't even need to aim. If we just calmly hold them off and buy some time, reinforcements will arrive soon." The sound of a drill whirred relentlessly. The masked men were breaking through the door. One of them reported, "Emergency. The enemy is rapidly approaching via the shortest route." Looking at a monitor, someone observed, "It seems they've deployed the Delta unit." A masked man spoke up, "They may be young, but their bodies, they're completely inhuman. I thought they were just a bunch of kids." The masked man muttered, recalling the last encounter. They didn't panic, not even after seeing the area Delta team had swept clean. Li Han's team was already on the move, pushing forward with incredible speed. Li Han activated his watch, then suddenly raised a hand. "Hold." His squad was closing in on the enemy. "Squad easy." He turned to his team, whispering, "I'll explain the plan." In the next instant, the battle exploded into pure chaos and smoke. An alarm blared. "Target alert." First autonomous bombing drone identified. A small aircraft dove sharply, heading straight for the simulated battlefield on the 4th floor. Someone asked Li Han, "You're seriously going into the air vents?" He replied with calm confidence, "That's right. These ducts are all connected to the inside of that room." Staring at the monitor, Li Han explained, "I'll get inside before those doors open and hit them from the rear." Simong pointed at Li Han, protesting, "We still don't know if the metal plating on those vents is even bulletproof, and if you approach from behind to create a diversion, the chance of you dying is incredibly high." Li Han turned his head. "But we are completely out of time." Before Li Han could finish, a new voice cut in. "I only caught the second half of that plan, but I think I can help." Everyone watched with concern as Clut limped toward them, clutching the wound on his leg. "Clut, your leg." Clut brushed off their worries. "It is what it is." Simong asked, his eyes wide, "Is that the effect of your healing element? That power really suits you." Clut smirked in response, "Thanks for the compliment." He glanced at the ground, assessing the situation. "Wider than I thought." Clut's eyes darted around slyly. Li Han gave the command. "Simong and I will move in first. The second their attention is split, we all attack at once." A loud noise echoed from above as the iron beams began to vibrate. The masked enemy spotted them immediately, roaring, "There's something up there." Open fire. Klut used the distraction to break away as Li Han urged, "Go now." The two sides clashed in a maelstrom of gunfire, bullets ripping through the air. The noise was deafening. Li Han charged ahead. "Just keep firing forward." One of the masked enemies crumpled to the ground, but their leader didn't even flinch, simply reloading his weapon. A flicker of blue light appeared in Klut's eyes as he threw up a hand to deploy a defensive shield. A massive explosion erupted, sending him flying backward. A voice from the enemy side yelled, "Targets eliminated." Their leader spoke into his comms. "Are the doors open?" A voice crackled in response. Entering immediately, Li Han roared, "Don't let them in. Everyone, move now." From within the thick smoke, a figure stood up. Klut's voice was ice cold. "Where the hell do you bastards think you're going?" Li Han and Simon could only stare in shock. Klut stood tall, enveloped by a swirling green aura. Blood was still trickling from his mouth. He spoke again. "Do you have any idea how much this pisses me off?" The green light pulsed as he spoke to himself. "Always getting injured at the most critical moment. Thinking I'm worthless. A burden to everyone else." He raised his gun, a crazed look on his face as a wild grin spread across his lips. "Now this is absolutely insane." "That's right. What was it?" "A healing element should at least be this powerful." Another small aircraft screamed toward the ground, sending everyone into a panic. Kuro fell to his knees, clutching his head, as someone called his name in alarm. A massive wave of power erupted from him, spiraling out of control. Kuro looked to the sky, his eyes filled with fear, thinking, "Li Han, I'm so glad you're not here." A new aircraft suddenly appeared overhead, streaking past the crowd. "What is that?" Shockingly, its bay doors opened, dropping several massive projectiles. The crowd stared in horror. "Are those bombs?" The atmosphere became unbearably tense. A voice cried out from the crowd, "Missiles are being deployed." They screamed in desperation. "Do something. We're all going to die." Kuro's eyes stared intently at the scene as memories from his past came flooding back. Life had been so difficult. Countless memories of being bullied and ostracized washed over him. He recalled the days he had to endure everything alone. "But I'd rather be here than go back to that old life." Then, an image of Li Han appeared like the sun, saving him from those terrible days. "Thank you, Li Han. This is all to repay you." To him, Li Han was a shining light that pulled him out of the darkness. "It's a good thing you're not here right now." A serious glint flashed in Kuro's eyes. "You shouldn't die in a place like this." A hand reached out, grasping a stone as if to show him the path forward. "If you were here right now." The memory faded, and Kuro made his decision. A blue aura radiated from his hand as he thought to himself, "I will not give up." That energy surged through his entire body, shooting up to stop a bomb right above him, shocking everyone. A bald man stared in disbelief, thinking, "What the hell is that?" Then, something even more shocking happened. A hand. That's right. It was Kuro's psychic power. It had formed a giant hand that reached high into the air, blocking the bombs that had just been dropped. Wherever the hand moved, the bombs were stopped. The two forces collided, creating a massive explosion, and for a moment, everyone's lives were saved. The aftershock from the blast was immense. As the dust settled, the bald man opened his eyes, his voice filled with awe. "I've never witnessed psychic power on this level. The sheer scale is unimaginable." Nearby, one of the men seethed with rage. "They're nothing but cruel monsters. They don't deserve to live." A wicked glint appeared in his eyes. "If I can just make it out of this alive." He pulled a firearm from his jacket, aiming it directly at Kuro. This time, Kuro's luck had just run out. The scene shifts to Glut's group as a voice calls out, "Glut, Glut, wake up." The young man's head was spinning, but he slowly opened his eyes at the sound of his name. Li Han's worried voice cut through the haze. "Glut, can you hear me? Tell me my name." Hearing this, the young man shot up, answering calmly, "You're Li Han. I'm okay." But Li Han couldn't shake his concern. "Glut," Li Han said softly, "it's finally over and everything's okay, but you were far too reckless. Even if I've finally tapped into my own power." Glut argued back, "I already told you, I'm fine. Stop lecturing me." Seeing his friend was truly all right, Li Han relented. "Fine. In any case, with this, the level 1 migration zone has been completely cleared." Footsteps echoed down a hallway as a mechanical voice announced the results. Level 1 migration zone neutralized. Area A neutralized. The monk, Demishi, who was carrying a mysterious figure on his shoulder, paused to listen to the broadcast. Area B neutralized. Area Gym neutralized. Simulated Battlefield 4 neutralized. 3 days later, Li Han stood on a rooftop when footsteps approached from behind. It was James, flanked by 2 guards, who walked up to him. "Something on your mind, Captain Li Han?" Lihan turned, his expression weary. I'm fine. It's just. For the first 2 nights, I couldn't sleep without medication. James lit his cigarette, listening in silence as Lihan continued. Some of the survivors are in critical condition, smashing windows, destroying things for no reason. An image of a man's terrifying face flashed in his mind. It's so hard to stop the darkness inside people. He recalled the sight of so many people falling in battle. During this mission, we saw countless level 1 bodies. They had no power to defend themselves, just like we were only a few months ago. His voice hardened with fury, and his psychic energy flared, spiraling out of his control. Those monsters treated us like livestock, slaughtering us without a second thought. But in the end, they're just human, same as us. They claim they're afraid of being oppressed by psychics. This must be why. Seeing the raw power, James broke out in a sweat. Lihan finally regained control, pulling his aura back in. But I refuse to become a monster like them, he continued, his conviction unwavering. Humans shouldn't kill other humans. It doesn't matter what the reason is. It's just wrong. Seeing Lihan's fierce resolve, James felt a chill run down his spine. James replied, I don't know about that, especially when the one who saved me was just a teenager. He recalled the moment Kuro's power erupted, a sense of awe washing over him again. I was terrified when I witnessed what Kuro could do. I don't even remember dropping my cigarette. But you're terrifying in a completely different way. At his words, Lihan's turbulent energy seemed to calm. Thank you for saving Kuro. He remembered the scene from 3 days ago, when he'd taken a bullet meant for the boy. Don't mention it. So there really was a traitor among the inspectors. Luckily, I managed to subdue the shooter. I never imagined they'd cause that much damage. They targeted the department on the day with the least personnel. James stroked his chin thoughtfully. Now the higher-ups on the inspection committee won't have anything to say about our department. Then, his expression shifted as if recalling something else. James scratched his head. You probably don't like adults. We only care about personal gain and our scores. But none of that matters if we lose to the dragons. He tried to explain, humans are supposed to be logical, rational beings. But we keep making the same mistakes even when we know the consequences. Where do you think we'd get our weapons if not for them? Lihan's expression darkened, but James pressed on. Everything I'm doing is for the future of this country. I know it's hard to accept, but one day, you'll understand. With that, James turned to leave, giving a small wave over his shoulder. For a moment, Lihan's gaze was lost in thought, but it quickly hardened with resolve. He clenched his fists and called out to the man's retreating back. What a cowardly excuse. James froze, stunned, as Lihan's voice echoed behind him. If you know it's a mistake, then you shouldn't repeat it. Hearing those words, the man stopped dead in his tracks. After a moment of thought, he replied, You really are terrifying. The 2 disasters following the crackdown incident had left a permanent scar on the department. An image of a man with 3 children appeared on a device screen. Before it was quickly put away, tucked neatly into a basket, it was one of Lihan's belongings. With his things packed, he turned to leave. That same announcement echoed once more. The majority of level 1s have been eliminated. Survival rate, 50%. Below the building, a blue car was waiting. Lihan processed the aftermath of the incident. Every surviving level 2 operative was scheduled for mandatory psychological treatment. His footsteps were the only sound echoing down the desolate corridor. He walked with unwavering purpose until another pair of feet suddenly blocked his path. A mysterious figure materialized before him, his face hidden behind a strange mask. Lihan stared back, his mind still reeling. I'm the only one who made it to level 3. The masked man simply watched him, silent and unmoving. Lihan's mind flooded with questions. After a long, awkward silence, he finally broke it. Is there a problem? The figure raised a hand, and only then did Lihan notice his own height. Wait, when did I get this tall? Suddenly, as if realizing he'd been rude, the masked man turned and walked away without a word. Then he broke into a full sprint, leaving Lihan completely baffled. Hey, wait up. But his words were ignored. The figure just kept running, leaving Lihan utterly confused. The scene shifts to another location. Level 3, Area 8. Lihan's gaze fell upon the stranger again as a thought crossed his mind. Psychic core. Just then, a booming voice cut in, belonging to a muscular, blonde man in sunglasses. That's right. Here, we don't care if you're a first or second-gen psychic. We're all one and the same, the psychic core. The man extended his hand. I'm Johnny Sword. And you are? Lihan shook his hand politely. I'm Lihan, sir. But the blonde man misheard him completely. All right, Richard. Pleasure to meet you. Just then, the strange masked man from before walked in. Johnny Sword's face lit up. Ah, looks like your senior is here for you. He clapped Lihan on the shoulder. Well, good luck, rookie. Lai Han simply nodded in response. Yes, sir. Thank you. The senior led him to his new private quarters. Seeing the spacious room, Lai Han couldn't help but be impressed. Whoa, this is huge. Like a wide-eyed freshman, he looked around in awe. This room was easily twice the size of his old dorm at level 2. A synthesized voice suddenly spoke from the senior's device. You can leave your luggage here. It's time for breakfast. The scene cuts to the dining hall, where a chef was putting on a culinary show, while others skillfully prepared delicious-looking tuna sashimi. The senior's mechanical voice spoke again. As long as it suits your taste, you can eat anything you want here. We have everything from Japanese to Chinese cuisine. Confused, Lai Han turned to the masked man. I'm Korean. The senior continued his tour guide speech, unfazed. And there's no need to wait in line for food here. Still overwhelmed by it all, Lai Han tried to explain. I'm just not used to this. The atmosphere is so different from the strict discipline of level 2. As the senior drizzled honey over his own meal, he replied, I don't know anything about Korean food, but they eat white rice too, right? Li Han shook his head. It's not that I'm craving Korean food. It's just been a while since I've had a proper meal. But that seems like a lot of sugar. Hearing that, the masked man flinched. Clearly flustered, the senior quickly tried to justify himself. Psychics require a massive amount of sugar, you know, especially since our powers demand constant brain activity. I need all this just to function at full capacity. Lai Han, still skeptical, simply replied, I understand. He picked up his chopsticks, the simple meal bringing back old memories. Then, Lai Han glanced over at the masked man. His senior had already finished eating and was now staring at him with a sparkling gaze. Thinking he was some kind of weirdo, Lai Han asked, What is it? The man immediately shot back, You know how to use chopsticks. Lai Han replied instantly, Yes. The senior continued, In the West, chopsticks are considered one of the world's great mysteries. Lai Han could only manage an awkward laugh as his senior kept rambling. I heard they can even catch flies with them. At that moment, Li Han felt like he was frozen solid. Huh? An image of a martial arts master snagging a fly out of mid-air with a pair of chopsticks flashed through his mind. There's this movie scene where the character catches a fly with chopsticks. I've probably watched that film more than 10 times. Realizing his senior was a total movie nerd, Lai Han pointed at the mask. That mask of yours is from a movie too, isn't it? His wild guess turned out to be a direct hit. Correct. This mask is the face of a cyborg, codenamed C3, from the movie Destruction Chainsaw Killer, but I had it slightly modified before I put it together. At this point, Lai Han was at a loss for words. Oh, I see. After their meal, the two of them headed to another location. Suddenly, another man approached them. So you're the new rookie who just leveled up? He introduced himself. I'm Lao Cha. It's a pleasure to be working with you. The new kid. Lai Han raised his hand in a salute. I'm Lai Han, sir. Then he added, Master Sergeant Lao Cha. Seeing that Li Han recognized his rank, the man looked impressed. Good observation. I'm not a psychic, so I still have my military rank. Suddenly, Lao Cha's voice turned ice cold. But tell me, Lai Han, are you the one who blew off Sergeant Red's leg? Lao Cha's eyes narrowed, demanding an answer. Beads of sweat formed on Lai Han's brow as he debated what to say. In the end, he decided on the truth. Yes, sir. But it would have been better if I had been the one hit by that bomb. Hearing this, a wild grin spread across his face. Oh my god. Instructor Cha laughed as he spoke. You're no house cat, you're a wild tiger. A fiery aura ignited around his body, his gaze locked onto the boy. You're free this afternoon, aren't you? Then be at the physical training center. Li Han thought to himself, is he challenging me to a spar? The instructor's spirit was overwhelming. This man was terrifyingly strong. On the training ground, a crowd began to gather. A muscular man chuckled. Time for a little skill check. The rookie, Li Han, also readied his fighting stance. He threw out a light taunt. I won't be held responsible if you get hurt, sir. At that, the instructor scoffed. Ooh, I'm so scared. The onlookers began to whisper. He's actually fighting him. Good luck, rookie. Li Han wondered if they were cheering for him or for Instructor Cha. Do they really think I'm going to lose? While lost in thought, a fist flew out. The instructor grinned as he landed a heavy blow to the boy's cheek. Don't lose focus now, kid. Li Han silently gritted his teeth, his own fist clenching, ready to strike. Instructor Cha observed him seriously, expertly dodging his punches and effortlessly weaving past the kicks aimed at him. The instructor thought to himself, a basic combo. Simple, but powerful. A sign this kid isn't just relying on his enhanced physique, but has had proper training. But as he considered this, a fearsome look crossed his face. The veteran lunged forward, slamming a strike right into the boy's face. He calmly critiqued. But that enhanced body of yours still has a weak point. Pain contorted Li Han's face, which was already swelling and bleeding. Before he could breathe, another kick smashed into his ribs. He cried out in agony, gasping for air while thinking, "One more hit and I'm done. I have to find a way to take him down." With that resolve, he grabbed the instructor's leg and dropped low, trying to unbalance him. Seeing this, Instructor Chow grinned. Not a bad idea. Sweat poured down his body as he wrapped Li Han in a tight hold, looking down at him. But this is where it ends. Instructor Chow couldn't help but be amazed by Li Han's strength. A normal person would be seriously injured from those hits, he thought. And yet, Instructor Cha stood firm like a mountain, a victor's aura surrounding him as he looked down at Li Han. "You okay, kid?" Suddenly, in a shocking reversal, Li Han exploded towards him with blinding speed. The instructor was stunned. He thought he'd won, but the tables had turned. Li Han's weapon was now pointed directly at his throat. "I think this is enough." Li Han looked like a mess, panting and drenched in sweat, but his grip on the weapon was like iron. Knowing the match was over, he quickly bowed. "I apologize." Instructor Cha was surprised by the gesture. "Don't be. That's the kind of fighting spirit I want to see." He offered a towel to the boy to wipe his wounds. "You might not realize it when training alone, but pure physical enhancement has a weakness. I see that now." Li Han understood, taking the towel to clean his cuts as he replied, "Do you mean the body gets heavier when you increase physical strength?" Seeing that the boy understood, the instructor continued, "Exactly. Because your body becomes hard as iron to adapt to that psychic armor, you're forced to bear a greater weight." Instructor Che recalled the fight from moments before. "That was an excellent move to instantly change your offensive stance. But if you had realized that I was even more resistant to physical damage, you would have started by trying to immobilize me from the beginning." He turned to leave, still explaining. "The reason is that you are still far too inexperienced. Kid, you have a ton left to learn. That's enough for today. See you at the same time tomorrow, right here." Li Han paused his movements, his brow furrowed in thought. Tomorrow. The scene changes to the following day. In the training hall, the other members had already started their routines. Instructor Chow was waiting. "Welcome back, kid." Li Han's face lit up. "Good morning, sir." Instructor Chow suddenly pointed toward two people training. "See those idiots over there? They're practicing boxing." Each punch they threw was packed with immense power. Seeing them, the boy asked with doubt, "Is that?" Then, it clicked. Johnny S.W. A vision of Johnny S.W. appeared, radiating incredible might. That's right. He's a first-generation psychic who focuses only on close combat to enhance his physique. He fought in 2 wars against the dragon species, and even caught a dire wolf with his bare hands. Instructor Cha looked at the boy and gave an impossible order. "Go and take Johnny down." Seeing Li Han's hesitation, the old man lit a fire under his fighting chicken. "What? Are you scared?" Li Han thought he must have a reason for ordering this. He quickly replied, "I'll do my best." He approached his opponent, asking quietly, "Mr. S.W., would you be willing to spar with me?" Johnny looked at him with complete disdain. "You're the rookie, Li Han, right?" Hearing his name mispronounced, the boy corrected him. "It's Li Han." Paying no attention to him, the man continued, "Do you have any experience using psychic power?" Hearing that question, Li Han remembered his specialty is physical enhancement. Then Li Han made a clear decision. "I will not use my psychic powers." Johnny S.W. simply complied. "All right." He eyed the kid with total confidence. "Let's begin, Richard." As he pulled on his gloves, the boy corrected him. "It's Li Han." Without warning, Johnny S. lunged forward. Same difference. "Here I come." Seeing the sudden attack, Li Han threw his own fist. Lao Cha stood off to the side, enjoying the show. The scene suddenly shifted to the ceiling, from Li Han's point of view. Somehow, he was already knocked out flat on the floor. Johnny S. glanced over at his partner. "This kid's not ready to face me yet, Lao Cha." But Li Han shot back to his feet. "One more time, please." A confident smirk spread across Lao Cha's face. "Keep beating him down until he gets it." Johnny S. gave him a blank look, clueless about Lao Cha's true intentions, but he quickly agreed, scratching his head. "Fine, whatever." As the sun began to set, Li Han just kept taking a brutal beating, fighting well into the night. He gritted his teeth, completely drenched in sweat. Li Han's face was a mask of pure frustration, unable to land a single blow. Carrying a bag of groceries, Lao Cha walked over. Still upset about losing, Li Han replied instantly, "No, I could fight him 10 more times and I'd still lose." Lao Cha pulled out a cold drink and offered some words of comfort. "Of course you would. You have 0 experience in bare-knuckle fighting. Your specialty is armed combat, which is a completely different world." Something in Lao Cha's words finally clicked for Li Han. It's not like using a Boston crab to fight off dragons. A flashback flickered into his mind. "You're gonna kill a dragon with Sambo?" "Hey, I could always try to choke it out if things go south. Seeing Li Han's spirits lift, his master asked, "What is it?" The boy just replied, "Oh, it's nothing." He then turned to his teacher with a question. If that's the case, what was the point of all this hand-to-hand training? The questions started pouring out. So why did you make me do it? Hearing his disciple's query, the master simply said, "Think carefully, and you'll understand." Seizing the opportunity, Li Han made a proposal. "If you want me to beat Johnny S., then let me fight him with weapons." Seeing that his student finally understood the lesson, Lao Cha smiled. "Exactly. We aren't athletes. You just need to defeat your opponent using your own advantages." Li Han's eyes met his. "I understand now." The two of them sat there in silence for a long while. After that, Master Lao Cha taught me so much, Li Han thought, looking at his teacher. And his teammates treated me like a little brother. The scene fast-forwards a few days. The group walks down the street, chatting and laughing. Is that movie really based on a true story? The lively chatter filled the air around them. Yeah. Lao Cha actually took down 2 American soldiers with just a single machete. Laughter echoed in the night. He's a national hero in Thailand, you know. That's why they made a whole movie about it. Lao Cha proudly pointed to himself. So, pretty cool, right? Li Han glanced over and teased, "Yeah, the actor who played you was really handsome." Lao Cha let out a hearty laugh. "What? Making jokes now? Are we?" Someone else chimed in. "They say he's the most famous actor in all of Thailand." Everyone was in high spirits. It's not time yet. Who's up for a few drinks? Lao Cha nudged Li Han. "Let's go." The boy just waved his hands. "No, I don't drink." The scene shifts to Area A. Amidst the heavy silence, only Li Han's footsteps echo when he suddenly spots someone. It was his senior. Recognizing the figure, Li Han called out, "Silent." The familiar, mechanical voice from his device replied, "Is your mission complete? It's been 3 days, hasn't it? What were you doing? Why are you only just returning?" Li Han answered, "Yeah, I watched a movie, Lao Cha, the Jungle Hunter." As he spoke, he remembered watching it with the others. On screen, a handsome young man with a sharp knife roared at his enemies. "Come on, you pig-brained freaks." A horde of disgusting monsters stood before him. An image of the heroic movie Lao Cha flashed by, narrated by Li Han's inner voice. I just wanted to see how different the movie version of him was from the real one. As if latching onto a key phrase, Silent began typing on his device. "If it's a movie, I could have just shown it to you." Then, to Li Han's surprise, he quickly deleted the message. The text was instantly replaced with a simple "good night." Before Li Han could even process what happened, Silent had already turned to leave. "Huh. Hey, Silent," he called out, completely confused by the other boys' sudden departure. But then, he chuckled, remembering their first encounter. An image of Silent appeared in his mind, looking like a god of death. When I first met him, his aura was absolutely terrifying. Connecting that memory to this moment, Li Han came to a realization. But in the end, I guess Silent is just a kid, same as me. Li Han stood with his weapon in hand, observing his opponent. The massive instructor across from him cracked a small smile. "You want a rematch? That's right." In this armed battle, Johnny S. stood opposite him, his breath forming white clouds of ferocity in the air. "It's been 3 days. You think you're actually ready to take me down now, kid?" Johnny S. took another deep breath, his killing intent flooding the area. Li Han offered a wary smile in return. He's still an absolute monster, and he's even more terrifying with a weapon in his hands. Johnny S. charged forward, oozing confidence. "Here I come, Richard." And once again, the boy corrected him. "It's Li Han." Johnny lowers his sword. "For the past 3 days, I've memorized his every move and all of his attack patterns." He calmly evades the strike, then swings his weapon up, clashing and parrying every blow from the blonde-haired man. "I can anticipate every single one of his movements," he thinks to himself. He ducks sharply under the blade, his eyes locked on his opponent, feeling as if he can see into the future. 3 consecutive strikes land hard on Johnny's abdomen, and he grits his teeth, unable to endure the pain. A soft groan escapes him as he clutches his stomach. Li Han remains in his fighting stance, his heart filled with pure shock. Is this really someone who just reached the 3-star level? Li Han rushes forward with his staff, and Johnny instantly counters. They both leap back, raising their weapons for the next exchange. Sweat drips down Johnny's face from the strain. "Is that all? You've pushed yourself hard enough. Let's stop here." Johnny is driven back as Li Han thrusts his staff forward. His hands tighten around his weapon, his eyes fixed on his opponent. The blonde swordsman watches him in silence. Suddenly, Li Han lunges forward, slamming the staff right into Johnny's face. Luckily, he manages to block it with his hand, but the force of Li Han's weapon is enough to crack his glasses. Then, just as suddenly, his entire body relaxes. A faint smile appears on his lips. "I lose." Li Han holds his weapon ready before Johnny, while Johnny's sword is pressed against his neck. Johnny smiles in amazement, his glasses fractured. He made a mistake, he thought. If only he hadn't hesitated at the very end. He immediately praises the boy. You are very strong. Excellent. Richin. Hearing that, he thinks with frustration, it seems my instructor can't get my name right. He has to correct him. It's Lai Han. Johnny takes off his glasses and laughs heartily. Who cares? Let's go eat. I'll introduce you to my friends. He throws his jacket over his back and gestures with his hand. Hurry up. The other trainer puts a hand on Lai Han's shoulder in praise. Well done. The man says with pride, winning isn't always what's best. You've understood the meaning of that now, kid. You preserved his dignity and created a chance for you two to grow closer. Lai Han gives the trainer a small smile. You mean I don't need to crush my comrade just to prove my strength? Because there's still so much I can learn from Mr. Johnny. Octo waves his hands enthusiastically. Hurry up, over here, Li Han. Lai Han replies cautiously, hello. The man shakes his hand cheerfully. I'll reintroduce myself, now that you've reached level 3. I'm the chief engineer of the ZF Sumaker team. Lai Han politely introduces himself. My name is Lai Han. I'm guessing Octo is a nickname. The top of his head is as shiny as a light bulb. That's right, Octo explains. It's because I finish my work so fast, it's like I have 8 arms, so that's what they started calling me. Octo for 8. Lai Han replies with a blank look, as if he understands. Ah, yes. From behind them, Silent scoffs. He's just making that up. He walks off holding a datapad, leading the other 2 guys who follow Li Han. The unit you're about to use only requires a C+ psychic level, but B- is optimal. You're the first A-rank psychic to ever pilot this thing. Lai Han is completely stunned. Huh. Octo grins triumphantly. That's right. You see? The bald man turns and gestures for Lai Han to get a closer look. This is a battle-worn veteran from the final war. His eyes widen in shock as he gazes at the machine. A psychic armor. Lai Han was confused, but it looks like nothing more than a leftover metal frame. Octo explains. This machine is the Old Man Menace 3. I reconfigured it from salvaged parts. Right now, it's only functional for training purposes. You'll be training every day to become fully compatible with this armor. He then presses a few buttons, and machines begin repairing the armor. Lai Han watches as the advanced technology services the old unit. I guess I can't put it on myself. Can I? Octo looks over at him with a warning. That's why you need engineers and all this machinery. Don't move an inch if you don't want an extra hole in your shoulder. Lai Han hesitates with a question. But what happens if? He looks at him grimly and asks, what if I need to use the bathroom? Octo throws his hands up with a scoff. You think that's a major concern when you're in a life-or-death battle? I can't be bothered with adding such useless comforts. Lai Han forces a smile. I think, in a way, my dream has been shattered. The bald man gestures, explaining the process. Once you're stabilized inside, we'll open the cylinder and connect you to the armor's control system. It'll be like holding an incredibly powerful weapon in your hands, and you'll have to get used to using it proficiently. The assembly machines continue to work on the ancient frame. Today, we're going to see the maximum amount of time you can stay inside the psychic armor, Octo announces. A helicopter descends into the water, searching for a location. The destination is the Psychic Research Facility in northern Qinghai, China. Johnny announces the situation. They've been paralyzed, and all activity has been halted by an EU attack. The facility has officially requested military reinforcements from China. Kuro sat calmly and opened with a question. What's the scale of the enemy forces? Johnny answered immediately. Just 1. He then recounted the chilling details of a terrifying, monstrous figure and the savage way it massacred everyone. That's what the intel told us. Only a single target, but its combat abilities are off the charts. They sent 2 special ops teams for backup, and both were completely wiped out. Another young man stroked his chin thoughtfully. Should we be calling for more manpower? This situation seems more dangerous than we anticipated. Johnny described its defensive tactics. High probability that the target is a spirit shield user. A regular soldier wouldn't stand a chance against it. If it deploys a spirit shield in those narrow tunnels, it'll be nearly impossible to damage it. He finished his explanation with a confident smirk. But we're different. We're divine power warriors. All we have to do is shatter that spirit shield, and this mission is over. Johnny turned and grinned. Right, Richard? Lai Han sighed in frustration. Yeah. Hearing the kid accept the wrong name, Johnny's demeanor instantly shifted. That's not right. Aren't you supposed to correct me and say it's Lai Han? Lai Han turned away, annoyed. You don't even care enough to get my name right. Kuro and the other guy pointed and burst out laughing, while Johnny roared at Lai Han's helpless frustration. The helicopter continued its flight. Lai Han's expression was grim. It had been a month since his promotion to Class 3. This was his first mission, and it had to be against a target like this. The image of soldiers charging forward brought back a flood of terrible memories, memories of how the creature had ended them all. A man below used signal batons to guide the helicopter down. This is the Psychic Power Research Center, someone wondered aloud. Why does it look so deserted? Another quickly answered. Many nations are conducting psychic power research, but most of it is top secret. Johnny glanced over cautiously, because if they're discovered, they'd likely be attacked by the pure human faction. As he spoke, his brow suddenly furrowed, as if he detected something. Seeing Li Han's somber expression, Johnny thought to himself, did I say something wrong? He placed a hand on Li Han's shoulder, snapping the boy out of his thoughts. Normally, we wouldn't order you to kill people. Someone's eyes widened in utter disbelief. What happened in ARK was tragic, but there's nothing we can do about it now. We have no other choice, Johnny added. But don't you dare get used to the killing. Li Han frowned in confusion, and the blonde-haired man grimaced in pain. Please. Suddenly, he burst out laughing. Richard. Li Han sighed again, forcing a strained smile. Are you really going to call me Richard again? Johnny replied, unable to hold back his laughter. It's just that saying all that serious stuff gave me the creeps. A military vehicle slowly rolled into the area. More followed, kicking up dust. The regional leadership had arrived. Soldiers disembarked with professional poise, followed by several research scientists. They approached Johnny's group, and the man who appeared to be the lead researcher spoke up. Welcome. The man extended a hand. Thank you all for making the long journey here. Li Han observed them, assessing the situation. The research team from China's National Center, and those behind them must be their military escort. The Special Forces soldiers snapped to attention with a sharp salute, an honor to meet the hero of China. Johnny and his team quickly returned the salute. He then motioned to Li Han and Kuro. I'll go talk to them. You two, wait over there. Li Han and Kuro stepped aside, but the young warrior kept glancing back. A scientist approached and put a hand on his shoulder. So, you're one of the kids from ARK, huh? The moment the hand touched him, a soldier's killing intent and razor-sharp vigilance flared to life within Li Han. He instantly twisted the scientist's arm in a warning grip, causing the man to cry out in pain. Don't touch me. The sheer pain made the man concede immediately. All right. I get it. Clutching his arm, the scientist shot them a glare, confused by Kuro's expression and Li Han's storm-dark face. Damn, that hurt. What a hothead. Li Han was bewildered as Kuro leaned in to whisper, What's with that guy? Just then, an elevator rose silently from the desert sand. Li Han thought to himself, this elevator only goes up to the first floor. All other routes are sealed, so this is our only way in. The four of them, Li Han, Johnny, Kuro, and Kai, entered the elevator. A holographic map of the underground facility appeared. It showed a total of 3 floors. Confirm the map and our route. Johnny held up 2 fingers, his tone now deadly serious. We have 2 objectives. First, secure the research data. Second, confirm the presence of any survivors. Johnny continued with the plan. If we don't encounter the target, ignore it. Once the mission is complete, we'll ascend and detonate the entire research center. Johnny finished, crossing his arms. Li Han, still a bit uncertain, had a question. Do we have any more intel on the research data? Johnny replied. The research team was extremely tight-lipped. Kai added with an annoyed tone. The military brass is furious about it, too. They're saying our comrades died for nothing. The blonde-haired man's expression turned grim. Don't ever forget that, Richard. Even if the 3 of us die on this mission, Johnny pointed directly at Li Han, his voice low and firm. Don't you dare try to get revenge. Just retreat. People with superior genes like you are a priceless, irreplaceable resource. You cannot die. Li Han lowered his head, eyes shut for a moment, before looking up with a determined smile. So, in other words, if I'm weak enough to die on this supposedly easy mission, then it's better if I die quickly, right? Hearing this, Johnny let out a relieved sigh. The elevator chimed, signaling they'd reached the first floor. The blonde-haired leader gave the command, and the team behind him raised their weapons. Victor Squad, the mission begins now. The hallway was dead silent. The point man raised a hand, signaling them to halt and check their surroundings. After a moment, they advanced cautiously. They entered a research lab and scanned the area until one of them reported, It's clear. It seemed the first floor was completely empty, so they prepared to descend to the lower levels. An order was given, and Li Han's expression turned serious. Down to the second floor. A bad feeling washed over Li Han as he frowned. Something feels off. I feel like I'm forgetting something important. The 4 of them stood before the entrance to the second floor. Johnny carefully opened the door and made an announcement. There's a smell. He turned back to the others, and the realization hit Li Han like a ton of bricks. It was the smell of blood. Li Han's mouth fell open in shock, the pieces of the puzzle finally clicking into place. He scowled, deep in thought. So that's what it was. This is why it felt so strange. He pointed out the inconsistency. There were no signs of a fight from the first floor all the way to this basement entrance. Li Han stated his suspicion gravely. There's a high probability this wasn't an attack from the outside. Joni smirked slightly, pushing up his glasses. I get it. I know what you mean. I thought something was strange too. He raised a similar point of his own. Why is the third floor the only one without a direct elevator? It's because they need to maintain absolute control over it. Joni slung his rifle over his shoulder, making an announcement that made his teammates groan, but brought a smile to Li Han's face. We're turning back. We can't continue this mission. The researcher gave us faulty intel. They're going to have to answer for this. Suddenly, the lights went out, plunging everyone into darkness. The blonde-haired man and the others quickly flipped down their night vision goggles, speaking with sarcasm. Perfect timing for the power to go out. It's almost as if they were listening to us. A thought suddenly sparked in Li Han's mind. He remembered the doctor who had placed a hand on his shoulder earlier. So that little brat was one of the bad guys. Li Han thought. Listening in, he immediately began patting down his own shoulder, confusing Joni. What is it? Li Han found a small, circular listening device. He announced, it's a bug. They were listening in. Hearing that, the man's expression hardened, just as I thought. Li Han then crushed the device under his boot as the team faced the path ahead once more. In that case, we have no other choice but to keep moving forward. In a dark room, a man in combat gear was scouting the area, tapping the comms watch on his wrist. But the watch beeped back an error. All communications were jammed. After processing this, the man's tone became terrifyingly calm. He spoke to the soldiers gathered around him. If you want to get out of here, you have to find the power room and start the backup generator. We have no choice but to push forward. Hearing his command, everyone followed him. They moved together toward an open doorway, and the entire squad stepped inside. The faces of every soldier twisted in horrified shock mixed with rage. They all gasped. This is insane. Is this some kind of display? This is absolutely disgusting. As they took in the floor, covered in pools of blood and corpses, one of them noticed Li Han wasn't looking right. He turned and yelled, Li Han, are you okay? At that moment, Li Han stood with his head down, completely silent. Just then, another voice called out, Richard, are you okay? The man's face was etched with worry, his voice sharp with urgency. Richard took off his helmet and drank desperately from his canteen before collapsing to the ground, his hands clutching the bottle. A teammate asked him, have you calmed down? He quickly replied, yes, I'm sorry. Hearing this, a senior officer spoke up, his tone comforting. It's all right. None of us have ever seen a horrifying scene like this before. By now, Li Han had calmed down a bit and stood up, and the senior officer continued to console him. You did well not to pass out. You're about the same age as my youngest brother. Li Han was completely surprised by the statement. You have a brother, sir? I have one at home, too. The man spoke with a gentle voice that was tinged with sorrow. I had 2 younger siblings. My entire family died in an attack. He recounted the old story, his voice filled with an unbearable sense of loss. I charged toward them, screaming and crying. I knew it wouldn't do any good, but at that moment, I wanted to die, too. But you can't just die because you want to. So I joined the army and sold my life in battle, he said with a hint of bitter irony. He continued his story. But it's like death itself was mocking me. Somehow, I never died. My reputation just kept growing and growing. After hearing his story, Li Han's expression was filled with empathy. He never would have thought that Sergeant Harrow had endured something so tragic, and he couldn't stop thinking about it. What would it feel like? To lose them all? The thought was too much to bear. His teammates approached, concern etched on their faces. Richin gave a slow nod, trying to show he was fine. The scout reported in, his voice grim. Second floor is clear, no signs of survivors, and no sign of that monster. Let's head to the 3rd floor. But something felt wrong at the entrance. The air was heavy with suspicion. Looks like this is the only way through. A voice cut through the tension. The power's out, someone observed. This door must be on a total lockdown. Hearing this, Sergeant Red stepped forward. That doesn't matter, he said, his voice firm. Just wait. Suddenly, Sergeant Red's eyes began to glow. A powerful aura exploded from his body. Li Han watched in utter shock. So this is a physical enhancement ability. With a roar, Sergeant Red forced the heavy door open. From the pitch-black darkness beyond, a lone, bandaged soldier emerged. The entire team froze in disbelief. A soldier. Is he a survivor? But in his hand, he clutched a strange object. It began to glow with an eerie blue light. He advanced slowly, a twisted, demonic grin spreading across his face. Get down. Sergeant Red bellowed, but the soldiers behind him were still confused, unable to process the scene. The bandaged figure then hurled the glowing object right at them. Everyone scrambled for cover, diving out of the way. In a flash, a gun was in his hand. A shot rang out, tearing through Sergeant Red's uniform. The sergeant's aura flared, muscles bulging as he charged the enemy soldier. The soldier gritted his teeth and threw another object. A grenade? Sergeant Red's reflexes were inhumanly fast. He dodged just as a massive explosion erupted, blanketing the area in thick smoke. As the smoke cleared, Sergeant Red scanned the area. He's gone. That's when the team found their voices. Johnny, was that an Ilu? I can't believe it. An Ilu using human gear? This has never happened before. Another soldier added, it's not just that. It lured one of us away to kill them. It fights with human-like tactics. A terrible rage burned in Sergeant Red's eyes. At first, my only mission was the generator room, he growled. But now, we're getting to the bottom of this. Li Han stared at the sergeant, his respect for the man growing. It knows firearms won't work on me now, so it won't attack recklessly again. But where did it go? And how? Elsewhere, the ELU seethed with rage. The last encounter had left it wounded and furious. That bastard. Who is he? Human weapons can't even touch him. I must become stronger. I will tear them all to pieces. As it roared, the ELU began to spawn, creating an army of more ELUs. At its command, a strange purple light began to glow on each of their foreheads. A wicked smile spread across its face. Back with the squad, a mechanical hum filled the air. Emergency power systems activating. Li Han removed his glasses as everyone nervously glanced behind them, but Johnny just coolly slipped on a pair of sunglasses. All right, he said. Let's move. The others were speechless, truly unable to understand their instructor. Sunglasses. At a time like this, Johnny simply drew his sword and led the way. The team followed, guns raised, approaching a strange room up ahead. Just as I thought, Johnny muttered. A location that isn't on the map. Let's see what they've been hiding. His eyes burned with determination to uncover the truth. Whether it was data or survivors, all the intel we received was wrong. They must have been trying to retrieve the real data after sending us in. They suspected the mastermind behind this had another agenda. So this was a kidnapping? One asked. Something like that. I'm sure of it. They're trying to train it as a military weapon, and they're doing it secretly, behind the ARK's back. After walking a bit further, they hit a dead end. We're at a fork in the road, Li Han pointed out. Should we split up? Johnny stared down one path, then shook his head. No. His response was firm. They followed him down one path, only to find a grim landmark. 2 blood-soaked corpses sprawled across the floor. Must be the research team, someone guessed. Looks like they died trying to escape. The deeper they went, the more carnage they found. Bodies were strewn everywhere. The attack must have happened recently. The blonde-haired man nodded grimly. Just as I suspected, the glass on a nearby machine was shattered, spattered with blood from the victims. But a nearby computer was still running lines of code. They must have found something important. After they captured the ALU, they tried to unlock new frontiers through research and modification, but they only succeeded in making it uncontrollably powerful. The sergeant began hacking into the system. Li Han suddenly had a thought. The nations involved in the ARK project, they have responsibilities. They're supposed to report any research on spiritual energy to command. But it's just for show. I'm sure the other countries are doing the same thing. But Li Han disagreed. His eyes burned with anger. It's just that they haven't been caught yet. This is just another war fought between humans, and I'm sick of it. The blonde man's attention snapped back to the screen, his rage growing with every line of data he uncovered. I'm betting Command doesn't plan on letting us walk away from this easily. He slammed his fist on the console. Damn it. It all leads back to China. Jay, check the intel. Grab only what's vital, and let's move. Suddenly, a massive crash echoed through the air. Li Han's eyes darted around as he yelled a warning. Enemy contact, 6 o'clock. Instantly, the squad took their positions, their eyes locked on the source of the terrible sound. A violet light erupted. A horrifying beast with massive claws, wielding a spear, charged forward with terrifying speed. The command was given, fire. A hail of bullets tore through the air, slamming into the monster. But they had absolutely no effect. It merely raised a hand to block the attack. The bullets ricocheted right back at them. They were forced to activate their soul shields. Seeing the battle was on a knife's edge, an idea sparked in Li Han's mind. To neutralize this thing, I have to use the spear. From the rear, Johnny knew this was unsalvageable. It was time for him to step in. He blocked the younger soldier's path. Richard, fall back. Let me handle this. Before Richard could even react, the veteran lunged forward with his sword drawn. So, you're not planning to run this time, are you? His aura exploded with power. He closed the distance with inhuman speed. I'll tear you limb from limb. He swung his blade with a deafening war cry. The sword sliced through the air, as if tearing at the monster's very soul. Slowly, the beast began to fall. Li Han realized Johnny was out of patience. He was preparing to use his flash step to end this battle in an instant. But unbelievably, it didn't dissolve. It reformed, its power now doubled. In a flash, it attacked one of their comrades. The soldier screamed, "Attack it, now." But Li Han's face was a mask of fear and hesitation. He fought back with all his might, grabbing the blade pressed against his throat. Blood poured from his hand. A voice screamed inside his head, "Attack, do it now." In that critical moment, he was frozen. A wave of helplessness washed over him. "I know what I have to do. But that thing was once my comrade, my brother. How can I attack him, but the one it's holding? He's my brother, too." He snapped out of it, drawing his gun and unloading clip after clip into the creature. Bullets ripped through its head. Blood erupted in a gruesome spray. The monster released its hostage. Roaring in agony, its power surged. It slashed wildly with its knife, then tossed the soldier to the ground. Red shouted a warning. "Richard, focus." She was about to land a finishing blow when she saw a power stone materialize on its forehead. In a blur, it shot out the door. Everyone was stunned, unable to react in time to stop its escape. Just then, the blonde-haired man noticed his student was wounded. "Damn it, what's J. Harrow's status?" "He's unconscious, sir." The medic holding him could only shake his head. It was too late. Seeing this, a burning rage ignited in the others. "We have to hunt that monster down and get revenge for our fallen brother." Richard looked to Johnny. "We have to pursue it and end this. Now." Lai Hen stepped in front of him, sensing his rage. She answered his unspoken question firmly. "It's not about revenge. This is simply the best time to pursue it." It sustained multiple injuries, and its energy is nearly depleted. A determined fire lit up in Richard's eyes. "This debt will be paid," Johnny agreed. "Let the hunt begin." And so, they moved out, hunting the monster that had betrayed them. Red turned to Lai Han. "What did you learn from that engagement?" Lai Han replied instantly. "It can't use its flash step repeatedly, and it can't use flash step and its soul shield simultaneously." And with that, everything clicked into place. That's why it used Sergeant Harrow as a human shield. Everyone's anger flared at the memory. The ambush was a gamble, but it paid off. Fortunately, we managed to wound it. And just like you said, Lai Han, this might be our only chance to win. When they reached a fork in the path, they split up. Each took a different route. The order was simple. Whoever finds it, don't die. Lai Han cautiously moved forward. The path was a graveyard. The monster had slaughtered everyone here, pinning their bodies to the walls like trophies. The sight was maddening. He tried to calm himself. "It's okay. The monster has to be hiding nearby." Just as he took another step, the monster appeared right behind him. Its bloodthirsty eyes were locked on its prey. It stalked toward him without a sound. Lai Han's mind raced, drawing on his experience in the rift. This display, it isn't just a threat. It's a ritual to charge its power stone. To charge its psychic energy, it's reliving the pure hatred it felt when humans captured and tortured it. And it's feeding on the satisfaction of torturing them in return. Its power is growing, and I know it's right here. And just as he predicted, he was right. The beast lunged from the shadows, swinging a massive cleaver straight for Li Han's head. If he hadn't been ready, he would have been turned into paste. He dropped low, rolling forward to create distance from the creature. Leaning back, he dodged another strike while taking aim. The second his feet were set, he unleashed a relentless volley at the beast. As it staggered back in pain, Lai Han charged in with his long spear. "I have to end this. Right here, right now." He focused all his power into the spear, driving it straight through the monster's heart. But then, its body turned transparent, vanishing before his very eyes and causing him to stumble. But a simple trick like that? Please. He'd seen this move 100 times. Lai Han steadied his spear, driving it in a perfect line straight for the real monster's head. The weapon pierced its skull, and the beast fell in a single, decisive blow. Model. Li Han was still trembling from the effort, gasping for air. They gently placed the fallen soldier into a body bag. The three of them stood together, a heavy silence falling over them as they paid their final respects. Li Han gritted his teeth, his voice thick with rage. These men never should have died. Johnny's grim expression said it all. They would still be alive if those in charge had acted with a shred of wisdom. But to them, the lives of soldiers are just pawns to be sacrificed. The kind of people who can command hundreds with a single word. They'll never change, not until they truly understand the value of a single human life. After a while, Johnny admitted, "Your heart just grows numb. You get used to it." Li Han stared back in disbelief. "Get used to it?" Johnny sighed with regret. "It's a sad truth, but that's human nature. Even the most brutal experience fades if you repeat it enough times." He gently tapped Li Han's chest. "If your heart ever becomes so cold that you can't feel it anymore, you must at least remember with your head that every single life is precious." Li Han's resolve was like steel. I will never forget those who died beside me. I have no intention of ever forgetting. By the time the sun began to set, Li Han's team had carried the body of their fallen comrade to the main gate. Johnny led the way with a large iron shield, followed by Li Han and the red-haired man, Jaijun, carrying the body. But what awaited them wasn't a rescue team. It was a line of professors and soldiers, their rifles raised and ready. Johnny shot Jaijun a look. Should we break through the encirclement like we planned? Jaijun paused for a moment, then shook his head. Let me talk to them. Johnny's voice was tight with worry. Are you sure you'll be okay? Alone, Jaijun stepped forward to face the crowd. I highly doubt they'll open fire on an unarmed man in front of so many of their own soldiers. The soldiers aiming at them suddenly recognized the approaching figure. Wait, that's Jaijun. Jaijun's voice boomed across the tense standoff. My comrades, the research center has deceived the military. They created those monsters through inhuman experiments and sent good men to their deaths just to bury the truth. A professor instantly flew into a rage, pointing a trembling finger. That's absurd. Shoot him right now. But to his shock, the soldier beside him barked, You shut up. Can't you see Jaijun is speaking? The professor was stunned, speechless. What? Jaijun continued to address the soldiers. You are not slaves. You volunteered to carry those rifles, but don't you realize your guns are pointed at the wrong people? His words hit home. From the very beginning, they knew these orders didn't feel right. Why were we ordered to execute our own soldiers the moment they escaped from that research facility? The weight of Jaijun's words grew heavier with each passing moment. The soul of the military is its soldiers, and for that reason, we have a duty to question and to refuse any order that is without basis or honor. Behind him, Li Han and Johnny held their breath, waiting. Then, one soldier broke formation, pointing his gun barrel toward the sky. Seeing his action, his comrades didn't hesitate to follow. The professor could only watch in horror as his authority crumbled. The commander, however, just calmly adjusted the brim of his hat. I expected it would end like this. This isn't surprising at all. Jaijun, the national hero of China, the man who made the single greatest contribution to the country during the First War. Many of the soldiers standing here enlisted after being inspired by the legend of Jaijun. The professor completely lost his mind, lunging at the commander and screaming, What are you all standing there for? This is treason. Order them to fire now. His voice cracked as he made a final, desperate threat. If you don't kill them, it won't just be you, but your entire family. He never finished his sentence. A single, crisp gunshot cut through his tirade. Li Han's group froze in place, utterly shocked. The commander's face was a mask of cold indifference as he lowered his pistol. The professor, who had been screaming moments before now, lay silent on the ground, his life extinguished. Later that night, Li Han, Jaijun, and Johnny met with the commander and his men. Jaijun asked nervously, Commander, will this truly be all right? The commander was already resigned to the consequences. We must prepare to face discipline for defying orders, but the truth of what happened at that research center will eventually reach the ears of the high command. So, if we want to prevent this crisis from escalating across Northeast Asia, all the blame must be placed squarely on the research staff. Jaijun was overcome with emotion. He offered a sincere thank you for their courageous actions. The commander just smiled humbly. All the credit goes to my brave subordinates. Besides, even if they punish me, the worst they can do is ensure I never get another promotion. You're the truly brave one here, he said. You gave up all that fame and fortune to fight for what's right. In the dead of night, a helicopter carrying the three men finally lifted off. Li Han sat in silence, arms crossed, head bowed on his seat. Johnny leaned over to look at him, then turned to Jaijun with a slight smirk. That's the first time I've ever seen someone sleep so rudely. Jaijun wasn't surprised in the slightest. Considering everything he's been through, it's not strange at all. Listening to the man, Johnny studied Li Han for a moment longer. The kid's eyes were shut tight from pure exhaustion, completely unaware. The helicopter sliced through the tranquil, moonlit sky. It signaled the end of another mission. Beneath a sky of blue and gold, a volley of rifle fire echoed with solemn dignity. The soldiers, gathered as one, bowed their heads before the rifles planted upon a small stone memorial. One by one, they moved forward, kneeling in reverence, expressing their sorrow for the comrades who had fallen. Li Han, his own eyes clouded with grief, also paid his respects at his teammate's grave. When the ceremony ended, Li Han walked alongside his two superiors. He recalled Jaijun's tense negotiation, thinking, I was genuinely worried. If your words carried no weight, Jaijun replied, they would have fired before you even opened your mouth. All these soldiers, including Haro and Laucha, will return home as heroes. But I'm not special like that. My job is just to recruit more soldiers. A powerful voice suddenly cut in. Don't be so humble. You deserve to be a hero for all you've given since you joined. Johnny, dressed in a sharp suit, approached Richard. Come with me for a moment, he asked, surprised. Right now? Johnny's response was firm. Yes, you've been summoned. Follow me. Johnny led Lai Han into a room decorated with astonishing luxury. He left first, saying, "Wait here. They'll be here shortly." Left alone and utterly confused, Lai Han mouthed the question, "Who?" The only reply was the sound of Johnny shutting the door behind him. Feeling helpless, Lai Han could only turn to the television to see what was playing. On screen were two familiar faces, Clud and Jay. Lai Han instantly recognized Squad 13. The S-rank, Tier 2 match was restarting. Who was their opponent? Jose roared, "Charge forward. Clud, I'll hold him off." With that vow, Jay unleashed his blazing pagoda flame directly at Simon. Of course, Simon was no pushover. He instantly created a solid shield for defense, but this was the exact opening Squad 13 was waiting for. Jose yelled, "Clud, now." Clud immediately broke into a desperate, all-out sprint. With a piercing glare, Simon shattered his own shield, letting the fragments merge with Jay's pagoda flame. The fire erupted in a massive, violent explosion, so large it even swept toward Clud. Jay was caught in the backlash, throwing an arm up to shield himself but still getting blown away. Watching, Lai Han had to admit it. Simon had grown immensely powerful. "Jose, you have to avoid a head-on clash when you're facing Simon." He suddenly froze, a cold realization dawning on him. Someone was missing. Where is Kuro? At that exact moment, Alexander entered through the door behind him. "I called you here because of Kuro. You are Lai Han." The man introduced himself. "My name is Alexander." Lai Han immediately snapped to attention, swallowing hard. If he was a commander, he had to be from Central Command. This man held real power in Recco. Very politely, he gestured for Lai Han to sit. "Would you like a cup of tea?" He didn't waste any time, getting straight to the heart of the matter. "We are at a critical turning point. I am debating whether to report to my superiors that Kuro is irrecoverable." Lai Han took a sip of tea, then raised his head as Alexander continued. "I believe you are the only person who can persuade Kuro." The memories came rushing back. During the Purist ambush, Kuro had awakened his S-rank abilities. But everything that followed had left him utterly tormented. Back then, Zeus had immediately sensed something was wrong with him. Kuro kept muttering, "They're coming again." Kuro's power began to spiral, leaving his teammates frozen in shock. He screamed in a frenzy, his immense power erupting without any control or direction. It seized a nearby aircraft, sending it hurtling towards soldiers standing guard at the edge of the forest. All they could do was stammer, "What is that?" before the plane slammed into them, wiping them from existence. Kuro is convinced his own ability murdered those people, and now he refuses to train. Alexander's plea echoed in Lai Han's mind. "Please, convince Kuro to return to his training. We cannot afford to let an S-rank talent simply walk away." A voice called out, "Lai Han, we've arrived," jolting him back to the present. A soldier opened a door and gestured him inside. Lai Han stepped into a large room, heavily guarded and buzzing with the work of other soldiers. He opened a side door to where Kuro was sitting. As he entered, Kuro murmured, "It's been a while." "Lai Han, are you well?" Kuro's face was a disaster. He looked gaunt, more hollowed out and haunted than a ghost. Lai Han tried to get through to him. "That wasn't your fault. It was just a freak accident." But Kuro was trapped under a crushing weight of guilt. "You didn't see everything. Maybe, deep down, I already wanted to kill them." Lai Han sympathized with his pain. "Even if that's true, you only did it to protect your friends. No one could blame you for that." Kuro let out a hollow laugh. "Is that what everyone is saying? I'm sorry. I don't think I can go on. Everything should just end here." Lai Han's heart ached for his friend. "Kuro, that's only because you're too kind. In my mind, sympathizing with the enemy is a luxury we simply can't afford. You're not like the other kids who have their own reasons for fighting. You simply wanted to follow me. If things stay like this, I'm going to lose a precious friend. I don't want to experience that kind of despair again, so let it be." Lai Han looked Kuro in the eye. "Fine, then give up." Kuro was stunned, unable to believe he just said that. "Huh?" Lai Han asked coldly. "Maybe you really aren't cut out for combat, so there's no shame in giving up. Kuro, if anyone ever puts you in danger, I'll kill every last one of them to protect you. But you don't need to be the one to do it. Just walk away from this fight. With your abilities, you could easily find work in another field." The soldiers outside couldn't believe Lai Han was encouraging his friend to desert. "He's telling Kuro to quit. I should probably go in and stop him." But just as the soldiers reached the door, Lai Han suddenly shot to his feet. With a surge of strength, he ripped the table from the floor and hurled it against the door, barricading them inside and stopping the two men in their tracks. They banged on the glass, shouting Lai Han's name. "Open the door right now. Open up. If you don't open this door." But Lai Han, having reached his limit, roared back at them to shut up. "I'm talking right now. The soldiers outside yelled to each other. We're breaking it down. Bring the battering ram. Only then did Li Han lower his voice to face Kuro. By the book, I'm supposed to encourage you. But seeing things as they are, I'm not sure you'd even survive until this war is over. You'd spend the rest of your life trapped in misery. Kuro stared in disbelief. Li Han, you'll be punished for this. But Li Han stood his ground. Who knows? I'm a soldier who could be deployed at any moment. The punishment will be light. Kuro gave a bitter laugh. You're clever, he said. So you should know the consequences of your actions. A loud crash from the door made Kuro flinch. He could only watch helplessly as the two soldiers shattered the door into pieces right before his eyes. In a split second, they rushed forward and tackled Li Han, pinning him to the ground. Kuro couldn't stand seeing his friend overpowered. He gritted his teeth as his power erupted. Don't you dare bully Li Han, he screamed. Stop it. Then, to the absolute shock of the three men, the heads of the two soldiers literally vanished. Standing in a corner, Li Han rubbed his bruised wrists. Rico approached, stopping right in front of him with a smirk. You planned this, didn't you? I can't believe it. I was almost fooled. You should have given me a heads up. Just when the two soldiers thought they'd been eliminated, their heads suddenly reappeared right where they belonged. My neck, my neck. They realized Kuro hadn't actually killed them. It was a terrifying illusion. Even restrained like that, he could have annihilated everyone in this room. The thought sent a chill down their spines. Kuro's rage slowly subsided, and he returned to normal. Li Han successfully convinced me, Kuro stated, his voice firm. I will continue my training and reach level 3, so please, release him now. Li Han, he thought, even someone as confident and strong as you can have moments of weakness. But now, I finally have the power to help you. You were always the one protecting me, but things are different now. I will stand by your side. With a grim expression, Li Han walked past Rico. Rico glanced over his shoulder as he left. Just as you said, that kid has a certain charm to him. But a charm like that seems a little dangerous. The scene shifts to the training ground, where Li Cha is relentlessly attacking Li Chan with lightning-fast punches. Johnny also uses his massive bear-like form to lock him in a hold, executing a world-shaking throw that trembles the entire gym floor. After the session ended, everyone cheerfully said their goodbyes to Li Han. See you tomorrow. Richard walked alongside Silent, venting his thoughts. I never should have said I wanted to learn from them. They were way too enthusiastic about teaching me. Didn't you see their faces? Silent typed back on his device. Why are you learning martial arts anyway? You don't really need it. Li Han pouted. Who knows? I might need it someday. Better to be over-prepared, that way I can win in any situation. Silent recalled Johnny's words from earlier. That kid needs to relax a little. Li Cha even forced Li Han to do the splits. Feel it yet? He asked. Yeah. Why so quiet? My calm little friend. Just a little more, which made Li Han howl for mercy. It hurts. It hurts so much. You don't get into unexpected situations that often. Seeing Li Han moving in agony, Silent offered to help his friend. Do you want me to carry you? But the king of pride, Li Han, would never accept. I can handle it, he insisted. Suddenly, the door was kicked open with a thunderous bang, and Red made a grand entrance. I have returned, Li Han exclaimed in surprise. Sergeant Red. Johnny chuckled as he came over to tease him. Those new shoes are looking sharp. Red shot back sarcastically. You want a new pair too? Li Han rushed over to ask. Sir, are you returning to active duty? Red replied. I'll be serving as an instructor for level 1S for a while. We need to recruit more people for level 2S. And for now, I still need to work on my own recovery. I was told you performed very well on your first mission as a level 3 operative. All that praise is probably going to your head, isn't it? Li Han was flustered but tried to hide it. And no, not at all, sir. Let's step outside. We need some privacy. As Red expertly clipped his cigar, Li Han offered his usual reminder. You never pay attention to no smoking zones, do you, sir? Red shot back arrogantly. Shut it. It's not like there are any official smoking spots here at ARK anyway. I've raised this issue with them at every single meeting, but they have zero intention of changing the rules. Li Han was speechless. This kind of behavior wasn't even surprising anymore. After taking a long drag, Red finally spoke. All right, Li Han. You still remember that you made you captured, don't you? How could he forget? Of course, sir. So, did we learn anything new from its interrogation? Red's voice turned deadly serious. The war begins in 3 years. That's just the Scout Division's attack. Meanwhile, their vanguard army is nearly finished with its preparations and is ready to strike at a moment's notice. The news stunned Li Han into silence. Red continued. The prophecy stated we would be attacked in 10 years. It wasn't wrong. But with a vanguard army in the picture, The war will be upon us much sooner than we ever imagined." A heavy silence settled between them, the only sound being the rustling wind. Just then, a knock on the door broke the quiet. "Richard." The door flew open, revealing Johnny's pouting face. Lihan asked, "Is there something you need?" Johnny didn't beat around the bush, holding something out to him. "This is a gift for you." Curious, Lihan took the object. "A memory card?" Johnny smiled brightly and explained, "It's a video of a match between the ranked 2s from yesterday. It's Team 13. The team you'll be leading soon, right? Besides, what are you doing cooped up in your room on your day off? Isn't it more fun to hang out with us old-timers, you punk?" Lihan corrected him. "I wouldn't exactly call it fun. All they did was tell crude jokes. I never knew there were so many ways to describe a woman." Johnny let out a disgusting, booming laugh.
Well, this place is full of guys, after all, but now I'm feeling a little embarrassed.
"Anyway, I'm taking off. Make sure you watch the video." Lihan bowed his head respectfully. "Thank you, sir." As he left, Johnny added one last piece of advice. "Stop dwelling on useless things and moping around in your room." As the door clicked shut, Johnny's smile vanished, replaced by a look of deep thought. The moment he got to his room, Lihan plugged in the memory card, eager to watch. The video opened with a roar of a crowd and the intensely focused faces of the two team captains. "Our opponent is Team 3 again. It must be because they don't have as many ranked 2s since the last attack." Suddenly, Lihan realized something. Jiro is the vice captain. How did Jose and Bruce give in to him so easily? Yeah, but you have to admit, Jiro's personality isn't exactly his best trait. But on the other hand, he's incredibly smart. Lihan watched intently from morning until late afternoon, letting out a frustrated sigh. Good grief. This team is a complete mess. Team 13 only won thanks to Jiro. To think he could split off on his own and hold Zong back until sunset. That was a classic Jiro strategy if I've ever seen one. Night fell, but Lihan couldn't sleep. I'm sure someone will break through to a higher level soon. I wonder who the next one will be. Simon, Dimichi, or Glut? Then a strange question popped into his head. Am I feeling lonely? Flashing back to the battle between Team 13 and Team 3, Jiro made a suggestion. "I'll handle Zong by myself." Gruss and Jose stared at him with complete and utter disbelief. After exchanging glances, Jose brought up Jiro's infamous past. "Isn't this the same guy who said, 'If you're going to make me fight Simon, you might as well just kill me'?" Jiro's face flushed with anger. "Hey, you idiots. That was because Jose was planning a direct frontal assault last time. If the three of us charge and head on, we'll just get ourselves slaughtered." Jose's fists clenched, ready for a fight. "I don't like your tone." A sinister grin spread across Jiro's face. "I don't plan on fighting him head-on. Simon is weak when it comes to teamwork, even though he's gotten a little better. If I challenge him, his ego won't let him back down." Jose was completely confused by the sudden change in plans. "Didn't you just say you weren't going to confront him directly?" Jiro replied, "That's right. I'm not, but I'll make him think I am. I'll handle him myself. You two take care of the rest." The announcer's voice boomed. The flag match between Team 3 and Team 13 begins. In a flash, Jiro had already found Simon and was provoking him. "If you've got the guts, come at me, Simon. I, the great Jiro, will be your opponent." Simon paid him no mind. Seeing the ridiculously safe distance Jiro was keeping, no one would have any desire to engage him. So, to Jiro's utter amazement, Simon simply turned and ran. "Was I being too cautious?" He sighed, resigned to his fate. It was time for a sacrifice. Damn it. I really didn't want to do this, but I guess it's time to play the villain again. With that, he began his tirade. Jiro unleashed a storm of taunts. "Hey, you fake genius. How can you even call yourself a genius when Lihan is a better fighter than you, and Kuro has more spiritual power than you? I'm pretty sure Lihan is taller than you, too. I heard he's like 1.8 meters tall now. Even taller than you. Man, we are so screwed." The second the words left his mouth, Jiro knew he'd gone way too far. His mouth had officially run off its leash. He spun around and immediately started running for his life. But Simon wasn't about to let him off the hook. He was determined to chase him until he was pale with fear. Their epic duel was recorded and went down as the longest in ARK's history. 7 years earlier, in a dark, forgotten alley, Red stood arrogantly, blocking the path. Before him was a mysterious man with a somber, emo vibe. He spoke with weary resignation. "I thought I told you to stop following me." Red completely ignored him. "Look, my mission is to bring you back to ARK." Wei Chen replied, his voice laced with frustration. "I understand your situation, but I want no part of your twisted training center, especially not when you teach children how to become killers. When I was a boy, I was taken in by a cult. It was called the Congregation of Serenity. It was just one of many that sprang up during the war. As a member of the organization, my training was inhuman, a hell I lived through every single day. At first, I started with small animals. Then, I moved on to dogs, pigs, cows, monkeys, and finally, people. Before long, I could take a life without hesitation. Wei Chen lowered his head, exhausted by the weight of his memories. I refuse to let children suffer the same pain I did. If you understand, then leave. Red's jaw tightened. He threw his cigarette to the ground and crushed it under his heel. If we lose the coming war, humanity is finished. There will be no future left. You can debate your ideals after you've survived. I'm not asking you to kill anyone. At the very least, just agree to be an instructor. Wei Chen couldn't understand his stubbornness. Were you even listening to a word I said? No matter what, I have no intention of cooperating. Red clicked his tongue with fake regret. Well now, what are we going to do about that? I need you to come with me, and you refuse to listen. I guess that means we do this by force. Wei Chen paused for a moment, then warned. Don't be so quick to throw your life away. But a hothead like Red, who was all guts and no fear, wasn't about to listen. In a blur of motion, he produced a knife and lunged straight for Wei Chen. Startled, the master dodged, but the blade still managed to slice a thin line across his cheek. If Red wanted a fight, Wei Chen would give him one. He landed a swift, powerful chop on Red's wrist, sending the knife flying. In a single, fluid motion, he snatched the airborne blade and pressed it against Red's throat. Red froze, stunned by the cold steel at his neck. Wei Chen gave a final warning. I won't kill you. But you need to learn when to back down. Before he could finish, Red slammed a fist into the side of his head with a sickening crack. The blow stunned Wei Chen, causing him to drop the knife. Red grinned. You should probably reconsider that not killing me part. Wei Chen's face contorted in pain. High above, an airplane drifted peacefully across the sky, while below, two men prepared for a battle to the death. This time, Red attacked first, but Wei Chen expertly defended against his furious assault. He pivoted, driving a sharp elbow deep into Red's stomach, sending him staggering backward. Wei Chen may have looked like he had the upper hand, but in reality, he was utterly exhausted. You're not so bad. Though his body trembled with pain, Red stood up coolly. He spat a mouthful of blood on the ground and shot a look at Wei Chen. If you want to end this, you're gonna have to do better than that love tap. At those words, Wei Chen's expression turned to ice, but Red was still in the mood to provoke him. Looks like I struck a nerve. Is this some kind of martial artist's honor you're trying to protect? Wei Chen raised his hands, settling into a stance. With this, I will end things between us. You won't die. But be very careful. Wei Chen's hand formed a claw. It wasn't a weapon, but it radiated an aura of overwhelming danger. Red quietly slid a hand into his pocket. Am I just imagining things? Or is his hand even more dangerous than a knife? The two stood in silence, staring each other down. At the exact moment the plane roared over the alley, Wei Chen exploded forward. He swiped at Red, his hand like a blade, his bare fingers tearing the skin at the corner of Red's eye. But Red was just as fast, unleashing a palm of pure fire directly into Wei Chen's face. Then, once again, the alley fell silent. When Joni arrived, he could only stare at the scene in disbelief. What the hell happened? Did he kill you? Did you kill him? Or did you kill each other? Red struggled to sit up. He's just unconscious. I suffocated him with my fire. Joni asked, bewildered. The same fire you used to light your cigarettes. Red, annoyed by the jab, snapped back. That's right. Sorry for fighting dirty. It's all thanks to this. He pulled out a brilliant blue stone. It's a mineral Otto loaned me. It enhances my psychic power. That's how I was able to control the flames so perfectly. I probably didn't burn his face to a crisp, right? Joni was completely exasperated with him. Honestly, your methods are such a pain. I'll run a background check on him. Red pushed himself to his feet. Whatever, just bring him in. Joni tapped his watch. This is Delta, requesting transport. Mission accomplished. So what's his name? Anyway, Joni glanced down, misreading the file. Richin. Red corrected him, his voice full of exhaustion. It's Wei Chen. Idiot. Later, Johnny sat down to rest, cracking open a beer. Lihan sat beside him, watching silently as he drank. After finishing the can, he seemed to come back to life, like a wilting flower that had just been watered. He crushed the can in his fist with a loud, satisfying hiss. He cracked open another can without missing a beat. Glancing at Li Han, who was still nursing the same drink, Johnny dangled a bag filled with water. You want some of this instead? Got plenty more. Li Han took a small sip from his own bottle, shaking his head. No, I'm good. Johnny watched him sip the soda, a smirk on his face. You're a real puzzle, you know that? You've got the body of a man, but you're still just a kid inside. Suddenly, the playful mood vanished. His voice dropped, heavy with memory. You gotta survive, Richard. You can't die without ever knowing the taste of booze, can you? Don't you dare die before you've ever been drunk. That's just pathetic. His words grew more intense, more desperate. Li Han was at a complete loss for words. Are you really just going to talk about getting drunk? Meanwhile, the other trainees were running drills across the field. Johnny stared at them for a long moment, then turned back to Li Han. In 2 years, tops, you'll surpass me as a warrior. His hand instinctively crushed the empty beer can. By then, he thought, not even the ARK will be able to control him. If a fully realized psyker turns against us. An image flashed in his mind himself, drenched in blood, a crazed look in his eyes, fighting, killing someone. Snapping back to reality, he stared at the boy. If you turn your back on us, humanity is finished. Don't become a monster, kid. Later, back in the training room with Otto, Li Han, now suited up in armor, was focused on levitating a ball in midair. Just then, Otto wheeled a cart over, stopping to watch Li Han train. A slow smile spread across the old engineer's face. Absolutely worth it, he thought. This is an engineer's dream. This kid, Li Han, he's a natural. Everyone knew his raw psychic energy levels were low, but his distribution, his control over objects, was exceptional. It meant that not a single ounce of psychic power was wasted. This granted him far greater finesse and control. If a normal psyker could split their focus into 10 parts, this kid could manage 20. My God, he thought, the talent is unreal. The more Otto considered it, the more thrilled he became. If he keeps training like this, he could learn to split his focus into even more threads of power. A system alert announced the training was complete. Drenched in sweat, Li Han collapsed to the floor, gasping for air. Otto walked over, clearly pleased. Operating time, 25 minutes. That's a new record. Well done. Li Han just shook his head. It's nowhere near ready for actual combat. You're just getting started, Otto replied. There's no need to rush things. Li Han was too exhausted to even move. I've got nothing left. It suddenly dawned on Otto. Oh, right. My apologies. Let me get that armor off you. Freed from the crushing weight of the armor, Li Han immediately stumbled over to grab some water. He sat on a bench, chugging water while massaging his shoulder. Otto stood behind him, concerned. You all right? Li Han answered bluntly. It feels like my muscles are screaming. Otto sat down beside him. Of course they are. You were running on pure muscle at the end, and you completely drained your psychic energy reserves. You'll get used to the strain. Besides, the second-generation psychic armor is a lot more comfortable. Li Han's head snapped up in surprise. Second generation? Otto's face lit up as he began to explain. That's right. They're custom-built for specific combat roles, but there are only 80 second-generation suits in existence. We have a severe shortage of dragon-based materials, so we can't produce any more. Hearing this, Li Han put the pieces together. So the number of psyker armor users is already set, with only 50 at the 3rd tier. Does that mean you still need to find 30 more people for the rest of the suits? Otto suddenly realized he'd said too much. He waved his hands dismissively. Hey, I'm just in the tech division. Item allocation is way above my pay grade. With that, he quickly made an excuse to send Li Han on his way. On the route back to his quarters, Li Han bumped into John Red. Sir, are you coming from the 3rd tier barracks? They stood facing each other as John Red searched for a conversation starter. Ah, Li Han. I just ran into Silent. Li Han's face instantly brightened. He must be back from his mission. Seeing the boy's reaction, John Red put a hand on his hip. You seem pretty happy about that. Li Han nodded eagerly. Yeah, he's about my age. It gets a little lonely without him around. Out of habit, John Red pulled out a cigar case. With a practiced flick, he said, he talks about you, too. Sounds like you two have a good relationship. Li Han admitted honestly. Well, I still owe him for something he's helping me with. Besides, everyone here at the ARK treats Silent really well. John Red brought the cigar to his lips, thinking to himself, that's not exactly it. He mused. This kid, Li Han, he genuinely cares about people. Even though he's so young, if it were fake, people would see right through it. And he's no fool. He knows exactly what he's doing, and that acting insincerely only causes harm. Then, John Red asked him an odd question. Tell me, how would you feel if I treated you like you were crazy? The bizarre question clearly threw Li Han for a loop. He stammered, I guess I wouldn't like that. But why does Silent always wear a mask? John Red's eyes went wide, staring as if he'd just heard the most shocking thing in the world. You're telling me you really don't know? Li Han just shook his head. I have no idea. I thought the mask was just for looks, that it didn't do anything special. For a moment, they just stood there, looking at each other before breaking into a smile. A few days later, Johnny appeared. Welcome, rookie. The name's Johnny S.W. I'm a first-generation psyker. He offered a handshake, then turned away. There are a lot of people here who've been wanting to meet you. All right, let's go. He quickly followed after Johnny. Johnny led the way, gathering intel as they walked. They say he's a legendary genius. I'm expecting big things. Suddenly, dark and gloomy images flooded his mind. He remembered others applauding him, saying, Simon, you're an amazing genius. Your psychic abilities are already at this level. At this rate, you'll become the best, even when you get to ARK. Fueled by praise and admiration, Simon entered the training academy with overwhelming confidence and a touch of arrogance. So this is ARK. It's packed with people. Every last one of them is a psychic. But I'll still be number one here. In the crowd of his peers, a sudden cry for help caught Simon's attention. Looking at him, Simon's fists clenched unconsciously. That little brat doesn't belong here. He's getting on my nerves. To think he's a psychic just like me. Don't make me laugh. It's unacceptable. Simon strode up to the boy, who stopped crying and looked up in fear. Without hesitation, Simon's fist connected with the boy's face, sending him sprawling to the ground. The boy kneeled weakly on the ground, staring up at Simon. But the truth Simon couldn't accept was that this boy was a stronger psychic than him. S rank, a chosen one from a completely different realm, a level unreachable through mere training. Back in the training room, Simon practiced like a man possessed, slamming his fist into the wall in a fit of rage. Damn it, what can he even do? What can that kid do besides cry? All this time, I've worked so hard just to stay a genius. In the meeting room, Li Han was already waiting, a worried look on his face. He said it was an emergency meeting. I wonder what happened. Silent, sitting opposite him, spoke up. Who knows? Since we were both summoned, it must be another special mission. A knock echoed through the room. They both shot to their feet, turning to face the Li Han's face lit up. Sergeant T. The man raised a hand in greeting. Long time no see. And with that, the meeting began. Li Han asked in shock, I'm going to be acting as the vice captain? Sergeant T nodded. That's right. We're severely lacking first-generation psychics, which means we're short on captains. You're aware of the Tirana Spatial Rift, aren't you? Li Han. Hearing that name, he froze. The Tirana Spatial Rift. Tirana is the capital of Albania, and it's where the second rift appeared after the First Great War. Back then, humanity couldn't stop the Dragon Legion. The entire Balkan Peninsula, including Albania and Greece, was turned into a dead zone. Li Han finally spoke up. The minions must be trying to reopen the rift, just like they did in Shuyu. Sergeant T replied, this situation is even worse. The entire legion stationed at the rift was annihilated by the enemy. Phase 2 of the war declaration will be announced soon. All ARK legions need to prepare for deployment. Li Han processed the news, then asked, you mean, there's a massive number of minions there? Sergeant Tai continued. A few EU mages managed to open a time-space tunnel. That's how their forces were able to cross over in such huge numbers. Their numbers just keep growing, as if declaring to the world that this time they will succeed in opening a massive gate. Li Han clenched his fist, staring into his palm. He thought to himself, this is escalating far faster than I predicted. This time, the dragons themselves might appear. A knock at the door interrupted the three of them as a voice cut through the tension. Sorry, I'm a little late, Johnny said. He then pointed to Simon behind him. Here's the final member of our team. I'm sure you all need no introduction. After all, you two have fought on the same battlefield before. Li Han and Simon locked eyes, their killing intent palpable. Simon thought, that's right. This bastard is always in my way, acting like he's showing off. It was back on his first day at the academy. He'd beaten up a crying kid, looking down on him for not being on his level. Back then, Li Han was just a small boy himself. He stepped forward, a rock gripped tightly in his hand, stopping Simon from hurting an innocent person. The flashback ended. Simon walked to the table and pulled out a chair. If it weren't for me, he would have been expelled. I will surpass him, no matter what it takes. Johnny took the head seat and started the briefing. All right, now that everyone's here, I'll summarize the situation. Our objective is to prevent the spatial rift from opening. 7 legions from the first generation will provide support with psychic armor. However, we can only spare a maximum of 3 air support units for you. We don't have any more than that. If the plan fails and the dragons invade, we will have to stop them with the psychic armor. Hearing the plan, everyone's resolve hardened. I'm ready. This is what we've been training for all this time. Li Han stood up and asked, when do we move out? Johnny adjusted his glasses and replied, right now. At the Tirana outpost, 20 kilometers from the rift, Major Kang pointed at the screen. This is a satellite image of the rift. We detected a significant number of psychic barriers in the area. The dragon summoning ritual is happening inside one of them. The problem is, we're completely in the dark. We have no idea which barrier holds the summoning ritual. Ideally, an airstrike would wipe them out in one go, but those barriers could probably withstand a nuclear blast. The commander then chuckled, saying, "With all my years of combat experience, I can tell you one thing for sure. We can't solve this with an airstrike. The terrain is urban, and those grants will just burrow underground." He finished, but was met with a sea of blank faces. A bit flustered, he coughed and said, "Let's get started." After the briefing, Lai Han gathered his squad. "I'll give you a quick rundown of this operation." As the tanks rolled out, the horde of monsters outside roared with demonic fury. Li Han's strategy was this. While the main force engaged the grunts, our special ops teams will pinpoint the barriers and eliminate the elf mages. As you all know, there are 7 spirit armors on standby in the air. We can request support from a maximum of 3 of them, but that is our absolute last resort. There will be casualties, but we need to hold out for as long as possible. After all, those bastards want to drain our forces, forcing us to deploy the spirit armors. The tanks opened fire, and explosions echoed endlessly through the city. Monsters were being obliterated without mercy, but their numbers were simply overwhelming. Against our modern weapons, the grants are no real threat. What's truly terrifying is their frenzied swarming effect. They lock onto an enemy and charge forward like madmen, completely ignoring any injuries. The grinding sound of their teeth gnashing together only seemed to fuel their insanity. 30, even 40 of them, are willing to die just to take down a single tank. If it weren't for their rapid breeding, they'd already be extinct. While the explosions drew the horde's attention, Li Han led his team on a flanking route. He spotted the enemy ahead 4 grants. With a deafening crash, a much larger monster smashed its fist into a wall, turning it to rubble. Li Han's squad froze. He grimly said, "We've got an ogre. Sergeant T, stay quiet and handle the grants." "Simon," Li Han yelled, "you're with me. Let's take down this ogre." The team moved as one, charging forward. Besides their thick hides and overwhelming numbers, the grunts were nothing to fear. Li Han pointed at the real threat, shouting, "Over here, you ugly monster." The beast lifted its massive foot, crushing a nearby car like a soda can. It then swung its fist down where Li Han stood, but he leaped out of the way. Gripping his spear tightly, he called to Simon, "I'm aiming for its head. Simon, open a path for me." Acknowledging the command, he raised his hands, focusing his psionic energy to support him. Boulders flew under Simon's control, and he yelled, "Go now, Li Han." He charged with his spear, scrambling up the ogre's massive leg. He gritted his teeth and plunged his spear deep into its open mouth. The monster roared in agony. Seizing the opportunity, he pulled the pin on a grenade and tossed it right down its throat. A massive explosion erupted, blowing the creature's head apart as Simon threw up a shield to contain the blast. The colossal beast collapsed to the ground, dead. Seeing that the minions had also been dealt with, Li Han said, "Let's move." Sergeant T stared at him, thinking, "My God, is this really the same kid I used to know? I always thought he stood out, but now, even after spending nearly my entire life on the battlefield, I feel like I'm being led by a truly dependable commander." Li Han's squad continued to follow his command. At a 4-way intersection, Li Han raised his hand, signaling them to stop. He moved forward, cautiously scouting ahead. He crouched down, touching the dried blood on the ground near some bodies, and said, "They've been dead for a long time." The others searched the area for clues. Sergeant T spoke up, "Li Han, there's some wolf fur here. I'm certain we've got elf hunters nearby." A sound suddenly echoed from deep within an alley. Li Han tightened his grip on his gun, staring into the darkness. He whispered, "Simon, be quiet. Ready your melee weapon." Li Han pressed himself against a wall, a rock in his hand. He thought, if they're werewolves, going for the head will be more effective than shooting them. With that, he tossed the rock into the alley. As the sound drew the werewolves out, Li Han pulled the pin on a flashbang, threw it towards them, and immediately turned to run. The blinding light seared their vision. Seizing the moment, Li Han's group moved in, cutting down the disoriented werewolves. But as he scanned his surroundings, he spotted someone aiming a bow at them. He turned and yelled, "Get down." The masked figure's arrow shot out. Simon quickly grabbed a nearby corpse, using it as a grotesque shield to block the attack. He then noticed Simon staring at him intently. He explained defensively, "What? Our lives are more important." Li Han, already holding a grenade, said, "We need to take that bastard down." But when the other 3 realized what Li Han was about to do, they couldn't help but feel skeptical. A grenade can't reach that distance. That guy will dodge it easily. But Li Han was completely confident. He said, "It'll hit," then pulled the pin and let it fly. Guided by Leo Han's psychic power, the grenade shot forward with incredible speed. The creature turned to flee, but it was too late. A massive explosion ripped through the air. Silence stepped up, clapping him on the shoulder in victory. Sergeant T finally spoke up. "I don't know much about psychic abilities, but he just pulled off the impossible." Simone stood motionless, lost in her own thoughts. That was a difficult technique, like sinking a three-pointer from half-court while spinning. At the rift, the monster horde was terrifyingly dense. Suddenly, an explosion erupted, tearing them apart, but it still wasn't enough to wipe them out. Their attention was now fixed on one goal, breaking into the barrier circle created over there. A voice echoed, "Psychic barrier point 9 is open. Elimination required." The sound of urgent footsteps drew closer as Leo Han responded. "IS squad is approaching point 9. Just 1 kilometer out. We'll finish this within 5 minutes. While running, Sergeant Tai recalled Leo's earlier command. "Sergeant, rig the detonator cord and bring it here. Use more grenades. The noise will draw their minions into this area, so we need to set a trap." Back in the present, a strained smile crossed his face. He's becoming a warrior faster than anyone I've ever seen, but somehow that stings. Just a boy. Barely a teenager. Standing on a tall building, observing the monster horde. The creatures continued to swarm the barrier sphere. Leo Han ordered everyone except Silent, clear a path to the psychic barrier. While you do that, we'll secure the escape route. Silent will cut through the barrier and eliminate Mage E. With their assignments given, they moved quickly. Silent gripped his twin blades tightly, channeling his psychic energy into the steel. Watching him, Leo Han thought to himself, "We were wrong to have relied on you." In a dark room, with curtains blocking all light, a little girl sat engrossed in front of a television. She watched intently, switching from one tape to the next. It turned out her leg was in a cast, rendering her unable to walk. Her only entertainment was watching these old tapes, and in the darkness, the little girl smiled brightly. A voice declared, "I am E." A young man with a rebellious style appeared, fully equipped with combat gear. Wearing a motorcycle helmet, he strode forward with purpose. In the moonlit night, an assassin suddenly appeared above him. At the same time, he saw his friends ahead, charging into battle against a swarming horde of monsters, cutting them down. The young man didn't hesitate. He sprinted forward, launched himself into the air, and swung his sword in a single motion. With a few swift slashes, he struck terror into the hearts of the monsters. After quickly dealing with the grunts and their leader, he landed gracefully on the ground. A line of text materialized on his helmet, "Kill monsters." Touching down safely, he scanned his surroundings. But more monsters were coming, their numbers growing by the second. The text on his helmet glowed a menacing red, before morphing into a skull icon. He instantly dove back into the fray. With a blade in each hand, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, carving through anyone who dared block his path. Suddenly, he vaulted into the air once more, raining down explosives onto the horde below. Boom! A series of earth-shattering explosions erupted. The young man's silhouette moved right through the blast, passing the soldiers who were still fighting. Amidst the deafening roar, Leo Han gripped his rifle and yelled, "Team, I took down point 9. Let's fall back before we're surrounded." Hearing this, Simone scoffed. "What's with that childish report? You're giving me the creeps." Her eyes followed Silence retreating back as she sighed. He responded by flipping her an unfriendly gesture. The aircraft powered up and shot into the sky. It reached a high-rise building and dropped several grenades. Watching the building explode from the opposite side, Leo Han reported, "A psychic armor field has been deployed to support the ground. We need to move fast." Suddenly, a voice cut through the comms. "Echo 1. Do you copy? This is Alpha 1. Hearing the call, he thought to himself, "If that's Alpha 1, then this is the Alpha Squad leader." He quickly replied, "Echo 1. I read you." The voice on the other end continued, "Your next target is point 8. Since we're in the area, we were thinking of joining you." Leo Han was stunned. He asked, "You've already cleared your designated location?" He thought in amazement, "They're insanely fast." The person on the other end replied while on the move, "Yeah, luckily we were quick, but there's a problem." Leo Han asked curiously, "A problem? Are you being pursued?" The voice explained, "Well, we just eliminated the E-mages, disregarded everything else, and bolted. Because of that, we've got a pretty large army on our tail, so we're kind of in a tight spot right now." The scene shifted to the city, ravaged and bleak under the dark sky. Leo Han stood on the other side, observing and thinking. The leader of Alpha Squad, Alpha 1, his name is Dick, and his unique ability is generating electricity. Now, if there was just a place where he could really unleash that power. Elsewhere, a group of soldiers ran for their lives, hunted by a monstrous creature. One of them gasped for breath, his words choked and broken. "Alpha 1, do you read me?" A voice finally crackled back over the radio. "Yeah, loud and clear. You told us to wait, but then, nothing. I thought you'd abandon us." Lihan's voice cut through the static, sharp and commanding. "If you turn left for 500 meters, then go straight for another 200, you'll find a large outdoor pool. There should be rainwater in it, even with the city's power out." The soldier listened as he sprinted, his situation growing more desperate by the second. Behind him, a massive, savage beast was closing in fast. Cold sweat poured down his face as he ran, a mix of terror and exertion. Then, it clicked. He suddenly understood what Li-Han was planning. "I think I know what you're after," he thought, a spark of awe cutting through his fear. In that split second, he devised a way to use his own unique ability. Sensing his subordinate understood, Li-Han confirmed, "We'll move to that position and wait for you." Before cutting the connection, the soldier managed to shout, "If we survive this, if we make it back to base, let's be friends." Hearing those words, a flicker of warmth touched Li-Han, and he nodded slightly. "You got it." The four soldiers bolted forward, a horde of monsters relentlessly pursuing them, lunging and snapping just to terrorize their prey. One of the soldiers, his stamina failing after a near miss, cried out in panic, "How much farther do we have to go?" Another teammate reassured him, "We're almost there. It's just around that corner. As soon as we link up, I'm frying all of them to a crisp." As he spoke, his eyes flashed, and golden electrical energy began to crackle down his arms, ready for release. Li-Han and his team arrived at the designated spot first, only to be struck by a devastating sight. The area was completely barren. The four soldiers skidded to a halt at a dead end. Simon looked down at the ground. It's empty because the floor and walls are completely destroyed. There's no water left. Staring at the dry basin, Li-Han gritted his teeth, his entire body trembling with self-directed fury. He bowed his head, overwhelmed by a feeling of uselessness. "This is all my fault. I've led everyone into a death trap." Seeing him spiral into despair, a teammate placed a firm hand on his shoulder. "Li-Han, get a grip. It's going to be okay. No one is dying here." Looking into his captain's unwavering eyes, Li-Han slowly regained his composure and nodded. Just then, the roar of the approaching horde echoed through the ruins. Everyone tightened their grip on their weapons, steeling themselves for the coming battle. Li-Han's presence flared to life as he yelled, "The enemy is closing in fast. Prepare for combat." The Bay team saw Li-Han's squad ahead and felt a surge of hope, like spotting a lifeline in a storm. They pushed their limits, sprinting to join the others. Their captain saw them and waved, shouting orders. "Get moving. Prioritize protecting the Alpha team." Li-Han's soldiers immediately engaged the swarm of monsters. Swords and knives flashed in the dim light, everyone using whatever they had. Machine guns roared to life, and spent casings rained down on the concrete. Li-Han commanded them, "Fall back. Only kill the ones that get close," but for every monster they killed, more seemed to swarm in to take its place. Worse, these creatures were becoming more ferocious with every passing moment. The captain realized retreating was no longer an option. Their backs were against the wall. He called out, "Li-Han, we can't fall back any further. We need to request psychic armor support." Hearing this, Li-Han bit his lip, his mind racing. He had to be incredibly careful. Everyone's lives depended on this choice. "If I request ground support like Corporal Tia said, we might escape this moment. But there are only 2 units left. If I call for one, only a single unit remains for all the other squads out there." Li-Han clenched his jaw in determination. "We have to get out of this on our own. Think, what can I do?" Suddenly, his eyes locked onto something in the distance. Was that a water tank? With no time to spare, he began issuing orders to Simon, get to the other side of that pool. Alpha 2, 3, 4, and Squad I3, hold the line, lure them into the basin. Silent, there's a water tank behind that tree directly in front of you. Check what's inside now. We only need it to be half full." Silent immediately dashed off, vaulting over a wall to inspect the tank. At the same time, "Simon, get ready to destroy the support structure." Everyone moved with purpose. After giving his orders, Li-Han dove back into the fray, helping his team hold back the tide of monsters. After getting the OK signal from Silent, he bellowed his final command. "All units, retreat. Alpha 1 is ready to engage." On his command, the tank supports were shattered, and the massive container tipped, unleashing a torrent of water onto the monster horde below. Standing on a high wall, Derek stepped forward with a grin. "I guess it's time to restore my reputation." He powered up, a powerful electric aura flaring around him. He looked down with glee, and a terrifying bolt of lightning shot from his body, striking the massive puddle where the monsters were thrashing. The creatures shrieked in agony, their screams echoing across the ruins. An entire section of the city was illuminated by Derek's blinding attack. When he decided it was enough, he stopped, panting and planting his hands on his knees as he surveyed the charred husks below. An overwhelming victory. He laughed, satisfied, but failed to notice he'd pushed himself too far. Blood trickled from his nose and mouth before he collapsed, completely exhausted. Just as he collapsed, Leon was there to catch him. Looking at Leon, Rick offered a weak smile and stammered, "Sorry. Captain, I'm at my limit. Alpha team is in your hands now." Leon helped Rick to the ground, saying, "Yes, sir. I know you're exhausted, but we have to move immediately." Rick affectionately cursed the stubborn young soldier. In another sector, their comrades were still locked in a brutal fight for their lives. Leon immediately led the team forward as reinforcements. All psionic armor support units had already been dispatched. "We've gained the upper hand. That's the last location." The support squad raced through a desolate area, a wasteland littered with the corpses of slain monsters. They exchanged looks of awe. Did they really wipe out all the minions? I thought there must have been a ton. They gazed toward the other side of the city, where relentless purple lightning crashed down from the sky. There's only one stronghold left. Here, every available soldier had gathered for one final push to exterminate the beasts. But before they could even reach the monster's epicenter, they first had to cut through a swarming sea of its underlings. They advanced step by grueling step. Leon then ordered Silent to phase through the energy shield. They swiftly shattered the defensive perimeter, tearing a crack in the monster's violet protective barrier. Stepping inside, the scene that greeted them made everyone's eyes go wide with shock. The monsters within weren't preparing for battle, but seemed to be in the middle of some dark ritual. Leon thought to himself, "What in the world are they doing?" The bizarre sight stunned him for a few seconds, but he quickly regained his focus. There's no time to hesitate. We have to kill the mage, Aaron. Instantly, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, igniting a massive explosion. The monsters remained in their trance, kneeling with their hands raised to the sky, while the mage at the center was impaled by a single, fatal blade. Seeing the mage fall, Leon removed his helmet for a breath of air. But a sudden, blinding light erupted, his pupils contracting as his expression soured. From the violet glow on the floor, a black hole materialized, and a massive claw began to slowly emerge from its depths. In the blink of an eye, a truly colossal monster appeared. Everyone stared in stunned silence, their minds reeling. What kind of monster is that? Leon's face went deathly pale as he stared in absolute terror. Even though I can only see its front claw, there's no mistaking it. Compared to the dragons we studied back at the ARK, this thing is at least twice the size. The black spatial rift was now slowly expanding toward Leon's feet, but he found himself completely frozen in place. Seeing him in mortal danger, Silent and Delia rushed forward to help. He's going to fall into the rift. A memory suddenly flashed through Leon's mind. He heard someone call his name and turned to see Silent standing before him, saying, "Don't you die." Leon couldn't react. Silent continued, "Courage isn't about being fearless. It's about overcoming your fear." Leon smiled at him and replied, "I don't plan on dying either." "Where'd you pick up a line like that, anyway?" "From the movie Moon-Slaying Samurai. I'll show it to you when we get back to the ARK." Returning to reality, Silent tackled Leon, dragging him away from the danger zone. The spatial rift expanded rapidly, the killing intent pouring from it growing more potent by the second. A monster with a monstrous head and razor-sharp fangs crawled out. Silent had pulled Leon clear, but the resulting shockwaves sent them both tumbling across the ground. The two of them scrambled back to their feet, staring at the creature and its blood-red, ravenous eyes. It had now emerged up to its neck. The sight sent a cold shiver down Leon's spine. It's devouring its own followers. It wasn't just Leon. His entire team was paralyzed by the gruesome spectacle, their faces pale, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The colossal beast slammed a massive arm down onto the ground with a deafening crash, right in front of the fallen Silent and Leon. Leon stared at the horrifying sight, his mind racing to analyze the situation. The rift is too small, so only its head and foreleg can get through. We have to request psionic armor support immediately. At that moment, the monster let out a ferocious roar. Its shriek was so powerful that everyone who heard it collapsed, clutching their heads in agony. The monster's ability was unidentified, but it was devastatingly effective. It could control their nervous systems, rendering them powerless to fight. Its thunderous voice then boomed, "So, the disgusting pests who disturbed me are finally here? Once this rift is fully open, I will annihilate every living thing on this planet's surface." The helpless soldiers writhed in pain on the ground, groaning, "Stop it. Damn it." Delia was drenched in a cold sweat, her head feeling like it was being split open. "Damn you," she growled. "Get out of my head." The monster bellowed, "First, I will destroy the toys you built from the flesh and bone of my kin." It looked up toward the aircraft hovering high above its head. Following its gaze, Leon immediately knew its target. He thought frantically, "It's aiming for the cargo plane. I have to stop it." But right now, escape seemed impossible. A fresh wave of agony racked his body, forcing a violent shudder. Meanwhile, the monster's jaws gaped open, gathering a terrifying torrent of energy in its... Watching this unfold, Del Simon gritted her teeth in fury. "We're all going to be wiped out." Forced to his knees by the pain, Lihan's expression hardened, as if he were making a final, desperate choice. "Everyone is going to die. Unless I do something." Just as the monster's energy blast was about to complete, Li Han suddenly surged forward, snatching up his weapon and charging headfirst. With a blaze of pure determination in his eyes, he let out a fierce battle cry. Del Simon, struggling to break free from the monster's hold, finally raised her gun. Die! But the weapon suddenly slipped from her grasp as a wave of crushing despair washed over her mind. Her gaze then fell upon Lai Han in the distance as she thought, How? How are you resisting this? Why are you the only one? Why are you the only one still standing? A memory from the past suddenly flashed through Del Simon's mind. In an office, John Red dropped a file on the desk, saying, Here's what you asked for. So, what's the plan with this Tier 3 promotion list? Johnny picked up the file, his eyes scanning the pages intently. After a moment, he spoke. I'm thinking of assigning one of these agents to the Tirana mission as a member of Richard's squad. Richard? Hearing the unfamiliar name, John Red paused, pulling a cigarette from its pack. Johnny answered, Lai Han. Richard is just a nickname I gave the kid. It was meant to be funny. With the unlit cigarette dangling from his lips, John Red retorted, That's the same kind of dumb nickname you gave Juan. Have you even matured since then? Johnny shot him a sideways glance and fired back. And what about you smoking in a non-smoking area? Suddenly, something on the page caught Johnny's eye. Wait a minute, Mayor, a medic. He was on Richard's squad before. He held up the file, pointing to a photograph. I like this guy. He kind of looks like me. John Red gave him a deadpan look, then stood up and pointed to another profile. This one's a better fit than that guy. The two continued to debate. I don't know. He looks more like you. After some more bickering, they finally reached a decision. John Red snapped his fingers, sparking a flame to light his cigarette. Just do it my way, he said. They'll make a perfect pair. Closing the file, Johnny asked, So, do they get along? John Red answered, Not at all. To be blunt, their relationship is terrible, but they've never let it affect a mission. That kid hates losing more than anything on this earth, and that's precisely what drives him to succeed. Back in the present, Del Simon screamed, Lai Han. If you can do it, then so can I. Meanwhile, Lai Han had already reached the monster's snout, his long spear poised to strike. Del Simon was still fighting to break free from the creature's psychic grip. Staring into the monster's piercing eyes, Lai Han had a realization. I doubt this attack will do much damage. But maybe. I can change the trajectory of its death breath. He raised his spear and plunged it down. At that exact moment, the monster unleashed its condensed power, firing the blast straight up into the sky. The force of the blast sent Lai Han flying from its snout. The cargo plane above was hit dead on, exploding in a massive fireball. Having achieved its goal, the monster growled, looking down at the fallen Lai Han with scorn. All that effort was completely wasted. You foolish human. You have no one left to save you. But Lai Han refused to give in to despair. He struggled to push himself up, glaring at the beast with pure hatred. I can't feel my left arm or my legs. The monster's eyes glowed. And yet, for some reason, you still think you have a chance. It warned him. That look in your eyes is starting to piss me off. With one of its eyes destroyed by Lai Han's attack, the monster stared him down, its voice a low threat. Do you truly believe you can win? With that, it swung its massive claws right at Lai Han. But suddenly, the monster's claw stopped midair. Its entire arm began to tremble. It roared in disbelief, I'm. Shaking, its claws slammed into the ground, tearing up the earth. The rift. Why is it closing? Hearing this, Lai Han was stunned. The monster tried to dig in, but a powerful force from the closing rift pulled it back. Its claws carved deep gouges in the ground, but even that couldn't stop the pull. It managed to lift its claws one last time. Seeing the claws descending upon him again, Lai Han knew this was the end. He glanced at his useless legs. Damn it. Just as the claws were about to make contact, a streak of light shot down from the sky, intercepting the attack. Blinded by a cloud of dust, Lai Han squeezed his eyes shut, shielding his face. As the dust settled, he hesitantly opened his eyes and stared in shock. Standing before him was his spirit armor. It had deployed on its own, without an activation command. He stared in disbelief. The only person who could do that is. The armor seemed to look right at him, its voice echoing in his mind. Looks like I made it just in time, huh? For a second there, I thought I was the only one who'd make it out of this alive. But as he stared at the carnage, tears streamed down Richard's face. His gaze fell on the armor's leg, crushed by the monster's claws, and a raw scream tore from his throat. Your leg. The armor seemed to pay it no mind. Its voice was quiet, almost a whisper. Live a long life, Richard. And with that, both it and the monster were sucked back into the dimensional rift, vanishing before Richard's eyes in a mere instant. He was left alone, kneeling on the ground, crying out in utter despair. At that same moment, the sun began to rise, signaling the end of an infinitely long and dark night. That creature was given a codename, Bahamut, the eighth dragon to appear during the Tirana mission. Alexandra, Rico, and Gray reviewed the battle footage on the main screen. He spoke first. Bahamut? Huh. You gave it a rather epic name, Gray. Gray leaned forward, her expression grim. That abomination is unlike any dragon that has ever appeared in the past. It's significantly larger and far more powerful. In the conference room, they analyzed the battle, searching for lessons. The annihilation of the fourth squad and their psychic force armors represents a devastating loss for us. Even if we were granted an increased budget, it would be nearly impossible to re-equip our forces in such a short amount of time. John Red pointed to the display. The good news is, Bahamut's appearance has pushed many other nations to seriously consider joining the Ares initiative. Alexandra Rico sat there, lost in deep thought. Even if there are good people among their leaders, the appearance of Bahamut has put them in an incredibly difficult position. Suddenly, he noticed a detail on the screen and grabbed the microphone. Wait, pause the playback. Who was it that managed to damage its eye? On the screen was the monster, roaring in fury, one of its eyes impaled by Richard's spear. The image triggered a memory from the past. In the training hall, Johnny and Richard were sparring. In the middle of the fight, Johnny said, "You know, sometimes you act like you're completely emotionless. You act as if that cold logic is the only thing that drives you, even if you have to walk a path that leads you straight to death's door. If you decided it was the right choice, I'm sure you would take that path without a moment's hesitation." After Richard parried a few strikes, Johnny rushed in, grabbing his waist and slamming him to the ground. After the brutal session, Richard lay on the floor, gasping for breath. Johnny said, "Don't you dare die. By any means necessary, you must survive." Johnny knelt down, holding out a hand with a smile. "It's time to get up now." Richard's consciousness returned to the present, where a worried John Red stared down at him as he lay unconscious in a medical bed. At that moment, Richard slowly opened his eyes, his face covered in a cold sweat. John Red asked, "Are you awake?" He glanced over at the man, his voice hoarse. "Sergeant Red." He then struggled to prop himself up with one arm. "How long was I unconscious?" John Red looked at him and replied, "You've been out for 2 solid days." The color drained from Richard's face when he heard the answer. He asked sadly, "What about?" Says W. Jed. "Yes, he disappeared along with that monster. He's listed as missing in action, not killed." Richard hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Sir, could you?" His hand trembled, gripping the thin blanket tightly. He fought to keep his voice steady as he continued, "Please, just give me some time alone." John Red opened the door and walked out. 3 other officers were waiting outside. Seeing John Red emerge, one of them sneered. "What do you think this is? A nursery?" John Red looked at them and sighed in response. "Richard just woke up. I think he needs a little time to get himself together." Inside the room, Richard sat alone, his face a mask of rage and bitter resentment. Back in the command office after the meeting, the officers began to murmur among themselves. "We've lost contact with operatives from numerous nations. It seems most of them were killed during the Battle of Tirana." Alexandra Rico replied, "That's a relief, then. At the very least, this buys us some time to prepare. Is that all for today?" Octo raised his hand. "Wait, there's something I need you to review." Alexandra Rico leaned on the table, listening. "What is it, Octo?" "I am proposing that the Generation 2 prototype, currently being considered for the first squad, should be transferred to us, the 3rd platoon." The moment Octo finished speaking, another officer immediately fired back. "What in the hell are you talking about?" Octo continued, undeterred. "The prototype is capable of immediate activation." The other man refused to back down. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting now? Not even John Red could get it to move, despite his incredible sensitivity to psionic control. The required synchronization rate is just too high." Octo shouted back, "Just admit you want it for yourself instead of making up excuses. You were going to have it dismantled and sent back to the factory anyway." Losing his patience, the officer grabbed Octo by the collar. "Even so, I would never hand it over to you. What kind of twisted creation are you trying to build this time? There is someone who has perfect compatibility with this prototype. Trust me, Director." Cutting through their heated argument, Alexandra Rico, having understood the key point, finally spoke. "Send your plan up to me. Octo, I swear I'm going to lose my mind if I stay here any longer." 3 days later, Lai Han, with his arm in a cast, was walking down the hall when he crossed paths with Simon. They passed each other in silence. Then, Lai Han spoke softly. "Thanks, Simon." They both stopped in their tracks. He turned to face her, adding, "For your cooperation on the last mission." At those words, Simon's expression instantly darkened as her mind flashed back to that life-or-death situation, that moment when she was struggling to escape the monster's grip, and Lai Han had charged in alone with his spear. Simon gritted her teeth, her entire body trembling. She bowed her head and spat. Don't make me laugh. You think you can look down on me just because you were made team leader a few times? Her voice suddenly erupted into a shout. Don't you dare treat me like one of your childhood buddies. Lihan's face hardened. He pointed a finger at her. Then how many times have you actually beaten my childhood buddies? Oh, that's right. You just suffered a crushing defeat against Jiro, didn't you? Choking on her anger, Simon was completely provoked. If you've got guts, then follow me to the training room. Let me break your other arm for you. Annoyed, Lihan accepted. Fine by me. And with that, they both stormed off towards the training room. But as they walked, Lihan started to feel a pang of regret. He thought to himself, damn it, her pride seemed really hurt. Did I just make everything worse? Walking behind him, Simon was also berating herself. I can't believe I let him see my insecurity. What the hell am I doing picking a fight with a cripple? Looking at her, he thought, I really don't think I said anything that crossed the line. Their expressions hardened with the same thought. Either way, I refused to be treated like a joke, especially by them. Behind them, two figures exchanged a glance. Hey, isn't that? Then they called out, Lihan, Simon. Hearing their names, the two rivals whipped around to see Dimichi and Glut. Dimichi grinned, boasting, long time no see, you two. Have you heard the news? Glut and I were promoted to rank 3. At this, Lihan and Simon glanced at each other, then huddled close to whisper. Lihan spoke first. I think we both need to cool our heads a bit. Don't you? Simon retorted. In that case, just stay out of my sight from now on. Even if I do calm down, I can't promise I won't get pissed off all over again. Dimichi and Glut, beaming with pride, waved as they strode toward them. In the mess hall, the air was buzzing with stories of Lihan's incredible performance against the colossal monster, Bahamut. Lihan, I heard you chased it with just a single spear. So cool. Lihan, good morning. Seeing this over-the-top reaction from his comrades, Glut looked slightly surprised. He then turned to tease Lihan. So, how does it feel being hailed as a hero? Lihan's reply was terse, not good. Just then, Kuro walked past, commenting, that little accident is easier to deal with if you just keep it in your head. Lihan, you remember your promise, don't you? That you'd be my friend if we both survived. The image of the soldier who could wield electricity flashed in Lihan's mind. He stammered. Alpha 1D, the man beamed, pleased to be recognized. Whoa, you even know my designation? That's awesome. It's great to finally meet you, Lihan. And so, the three of them headed to a table together. But just then, a wave of chatter erupted, pulling everyone's attention in a single direction. Lihan's eyes went wide with shock. Derek turned, a grin spreading across his face. There he goes again. The center of this commotion was Silent. He was carrying an entire cake several times larger than his own head. As he approached, Lihan commented to Derek, It's been 5 days now for Silent. The rumor is, when he needs to think something through, he just stares at a wall for days, without even drinking water. He calls it wall training. Anyway, the amount of food he consumes after one of those sessions is absolutely insane. Lihan added, I've noticed he eats even more than I do. Beside them, Clue, tearing off a piece of a bun, replied, I'm willing to bet it pushes the very limits of the human stomach. And then, the massive tray piled high with cake was set down right in front of them. Looking at him, Lihan asked, You change your mask? Silent pointed to his faceplate. I just forgot to charge it. Staring at the rigid mask, Lihan wondered to himself, how does he eat without it? Then, does his jaw move down or something? Driven by curiosity, he asked, So what were you wall training for? Silent replied, I was reflecting on my own cowardice, how I did nothing but stand by and watch you fight alone. His gaze then shifted to Clue. Who's this beside you? Turning to Silent, Lihan introduced him. This is Klumer Mayer. You've met him before. Clue leaned in so his face was visible and gave a small wave. It's nice to meet you, though I'm not sure if you remember me. Silent's response was cold. I will try to remember you. Clue looked a bit stunned. Silent then removed the lower half of his mask, revealing a surprisingly delicate face. Clue stared, completely dumbfounded, his face flushing crimson. Later in the training room, while everyone was busy working out, he was lost in a bewildering question. There's no way there are girlmen here. If he's not a girl, does that mean I'm into guys? No way. Staring from across Silent's training area, Clud felt his resolve harden. He had to know the truth to get rid of this nagging feeling. Clud Mayer grew up staring at the North Sea of Norway. Instead of fearing the unknown, he always believed in confirming things for himself. Sweat dripped like rain from his intense workout. Taking a deep breath, he gathered his courage. This was his chance. That mechanical mask made it impossible to guess what was underneath. He grabbed a towel, wiped his brow, and whistled nonchalantly as he approached Silent from behind. Rumor had it the guy had a scar on his face. If that was true, all he'd have to do was apologize later. But just as he reached out to make his move, a long leg lashed out, sending Clud flying backward with a single, powerful kick. Silent slowly approached him and said, "Never let your guard down, no matter where you are. This is the way of a true soldier." With that, Silent turned and walked away, leaving Clud seething on the ground. "Just you wait. What the hell is this way of a soldier nonsense?" Just then, Lai Han walked over and patted Clud's back, saying, "I really think you should just stop." Clud glared at him and shot back. "Unlike you, once my curiosity is piqued, I can't just let it go." Suddenly, Derek placed a hand on his shoulder. "Clud, you magnificent bastard, I know exactly how you feel." The two of them shared a devious smile. Derek said, "Meet me on the dorm roof at noon. We'll discuss this in detail." Clud immediately nodded. "You have a plan?" Right in front of Li Han, the two shook hands and said in unison, "See you later." They left him standing there, completely bewildered. At noon, 4 people gathered on the rooftop to discuss their plan. Derek was the first to speak. "All right, Clud, let me introduce you. We are AC's top secret organization, the Silent Mask Opposition, SMO for short. We've come together for one purpose, to see Silent's face. Welcome to the cause, Comrade Clud." He then handed Clud a homemade badge fashioned from a bottle cap. Clud grimaced at the badge in his palm. Derek spoke up. "You seem a little disappointed." Clud held up the bottle cap in frustration. "Couldn't you have done better than this? It looks like a piece of trash. What kind of organization is as pathetic as its badge?" The corner of Derek's mouth twitched. "Like a piece of trash, you say? Ah, that's precisely the aesthetic we were going for. It's one of the reasons we've been able to maintain our secret identities for so long." He then continued with his presentation. "Trying to go after Silent all by yourself is impossible, but if you join us, there will be 4 of us. And what's the minimum number of people AC requires for a mission?" Seeing that Clud understood, Derek grabbed his arm. "Exactly. With 4 members, we become an official force to be reckoned with. And the final empty seat in SMO will finally be filled." Clud couldn't argue with that logic anymore. He sighed. "All right, so what's the plan?" Derek smiled, as the 4 of them looked down from the roof into the courtyard below. "In 20 minutes, over in Training Ground 7, Silent has a flashbang competency test. Afterwards, he won't be able to blink. That's when we'll surround him and launch our ambush." After hearing the plan, Clud turned and asked, "Doesn't that sound a little cowardly?" Derek replied, "You don't know the first thing about Silent, do you? Just watch, and you'll understand." Down on the training ground, Silent was stretching in preparation for his test when a voice called out, "All right, Silent, let's begin. There are 6 flash emitters within a 35-meter range. As always, the last one is vertical. Begin." At the command, Silent shot forward like a lightning bolt. He blazed straight ahead, hitting each target one by one. A little faster, a little farther. Even if I blink, I can't lose my acceleration. All the kinetic energy will be released the moment I land. Watching from the rooftop, Derek explained to the others, "See, as long as he can blink, you'll never catch him." Clud had to admit, "That bastard is more terrifying than I thought." Derek then said, "He's got 2 more rounds like that to go. No more hesitation. Get ready." The two high-fived, full of excitement. Today, we finally uncover the Academy's greatest mystery. Meanwhile, Lai Han was walking by, carrying a stack of books. He remembered the conversation between Derek and Clud from earlier and offered a silent prayer for them. "I hope those guys will be okay." Clud and his new partner stared intensely ahead. Just as they were about to sneak forward, the masked figure spun around to face them. In an instant, the masked man was surrounded from all 4 sides. The blinding sun shone directly into Clud's face. He scowled at his defeated allies and muttered, "You guys are so weak." He angrily watched as his teammates were taken down one by one, conveniently forgetting that he had been beaten just as badly. The guy next to him, Lenif, complained, "Did you ever stop to think that maybe our opponent is just too strong? Besides, I don't think I can even use my electric ability on Silent." Clud shot up in frustration. "This isn't working," he thought to himself. "We need a strategist. Someone to oversee the plan and give us orders." In the distance, Lai Han's figure appeared, watching them with a thoughtful expression. Clud and Derek sat there, looking completely defeated. Lai Han said, "I don't want to do something that he clearly doesn't like." Clud cut him off, his voice like an interrogation. "Be honest with yourself. Aren't you just a little bit curious too?" The face behind that mask. Clu's question made a cold sweat run down his back. His eyes widened as he gave his answer. "No." Clu clutched his head, a splitting pain shooting through it. I really thought he'd hesitate for a moment. "Well, whatever. This whole thing suddenly reminds me of the past." He was thinking about when he first joined Team 13. "Even if I wasn't around, I'm sure you would have figured out a way to build your own team." With that, he turned to leave, saying, "I'm heading out. Bao Trong, let's go." Lai Han watched him, thinking to himself, I'm sorry, silent. Then he called out to Clue. I'm only helping you this one time, he warned. If you fail again, you better just give it all up. An ecstatic grin spread across Clue's face as he shot back a confident thumbs up. The plan was set near a road marked for construction. Lai Han's voice came over the comms, crisp and clear. We'll lure Silent to the rooftop. This way, we can set traps throughout the entire building. I've already marked the key positions, sharing the coordinates now. Instantly, the smartwatches on their wrists pinged, startling everyone. There are a lot of them, so move with extreme caution. The team was in awe. How could he map out the area in such detail so quickly? He even knew all the best spots for traps. See, what I tell you. I told you we could just leave it all to Li Han, Clue cheered. Lai Han's voice cut in again with instructions. Move in pairs when I'm not with you. Also, stay at least 20 meters away from Silent. Get any closer, and he'll spot you in an instant. If he vanishes at close range, lunge forward. If you're lucky, you might just dodge him. The team listened, completely amazed. All right, the kid's a genius. Lai Han gave the command. All right, team, move out. Roger. Let's go. Up on the rooftop, Lai Han made a final adjustment to a silver tarp. Tapping his earpiece, he ran a comms check, and the team responded one by one. Smo 1, 2, Smo 3. All clear. He gave the order. The target will appear in front of Team 1 any second now. Lure him towards Team 2. Roger that. Clue burst forward, fists clenched, hot on the heels of the masked figure. The target dodged past Jam, who barely missed him. Lai Han announced, Target has entered the building. All right, Smo 1 and 2, fall back and head for the rooftop. Now it was up to Smo 3 and 4. One of them sent a can, flying with a powerful kick, smacking the masked man right in the face. He clutched his face in pain, his eyes darting from the can to the path ahead. He thought to himself, a trap? They're far more organized than before. There's no way these idiots got this smart on their own. There must be someone intelligent pulling the strings. He glanced at the two agents closing in on him and cursed under his breath. A panicked voice came over the radio. The target ignored the first trigger. He's blowing past all the traps at an insane speed. It was then that Lai Han realized just how serious this was. I never plan on catching him, he thought. The important thing is making him aware of the traps, so he lets his guard down. The masked man scoffed, pathetic. I'd never get caught by something like this. And with that, he continued on with blinding speed. But still, something felt wrong. He couldn't shake the feeling that the commander was playing him like a fiddle. He broke into a sprint, heading straight for the roof. Clue yelled over the comms. Target is heading for the rooftop. He burst through the door, and standing there, waiting for him, was Lai Han. So, it was you. He saw him from a distance, with two strange tarps laid out between them. A thought crossed his mind. This is absurd. Do they think I'm some kind of monster? He shot forward as the other two agents arrived on the rooftop. I just have to clear the first trap, he thought. And when I jump over the second, I'll be on top of Lai Han in an instant. A faint smirk appeared on Lai Han's face. That's exactly what he's thinking. But as he leaped over the tarp, a trap sprung from nowhere. Wait, I didn't touch anything. Lai Han simply tugged a thin wire wrapped around his finger. I can trigger the second trap myself. He'll have no choice but to use his flash step. In an instant, the man appeared directly in front of him and walked right into the real trap. With a swift motion, Lai Han slammed a bucket right over his head. Sorry about that. As the others swarmed in, he yelled, Now, everyone, attack. But Lai Han simply stood back and observed. Movements you should only be able to see in movies. I never imagined they could happen in the real world. But Silent is a complete exception. His physical abilities are unbelievable. In a flash, he took down everyone around him, all while still wearing the bucket. Slowly, he removed the bucket from his head. His piercing gaze locked onto Lai Han. You are the absolute worst. A bead of sweat trickled down Lai Han's face. Oh, now I've really made him mad. The man turned to leave. A voice crackled on Lai Han's comms. If you had time to put a bucket on his head, why didn't you just take off his mask? We were supposed to attack together. Why were you just standing there? His reply was cold and distant. I'm not part of your team. Lai Han reached for the door. But then he hesitated, pulling his hand back as he stood there lost in thought. He whispered, it was a mistake. His hand clenched into a fist. I came here to apologize. I'm so sorry. The girl inside heard him, but remained silent. Suddenly, a notification lit up his watch. It was a message from her. Why would you do that to me? He typed back his reply. I couldn't say no to Clue. He's the one who made all the tough calls for me in the past. His gaze fell in regret as he shook his head. No, it's all my fault. To be honest, I just thought it would be fun. Her reply was instant. What part of that was supposed to be fun? Model. I want to test my abilities and see if they're enough to capture you. Besides, I'm curious about the face hiding beneath that mask. And sure enough, the masked figure was a girl. She stood there, carefully watching his every reaction. She let out a soft sigh of relief. Suddenly, a bright light shone directly in his face. He watched, stunned, as she opened the door. Only to be wearing another mask. She pointed to a device. Looks like it's finished charging. Then, she typed a message on it. Don't ever do that again. He sheepishly agreed. He figured she must have her reasons. I have no intention of unmasking someone who clearly hates it. He broke out in a cold sweat. I'll make sure he tones it down. Should I make him come apologize? It's fine. I just want an apology from you. All right then. See you later. He turned to leave, but she quickly grabbed his arm. Her grip was tight. She pulled him back inside, leaving the hallway utterly empty. Scene change. On an airstrip, a military squad is preparing for deployment. Today is the final day of our operation to suppress the Puristas. So how did we finally locate their headquarters? You can thank the dragon, Bahamut. Ever since we confirmed the enemy's movements, one of the Puristas' executives traded their location for his own safety. It's a bittersweet victory for humanity and for our next generation. I suppose so. Down below, everyone was in the middle of physical training. Did you apologize to Silent yet? Clue replied instantly. I already stopped by. He said it was fine. I kind of like that indifferent attitude of his. Li Han grew curious. So does that mean you've given up? Oh, yeah, just like I promised. Suddenly, someone came charging from behind. Coming through, he yelled. By the way, Clue, you want to watch a movie tonight? A movie? Silent lent it to me last night. Yesterday, she had pulled him inside and handed him something. Remember how I said I'd show you a film? Samurai have a lunar slash, right? Hold on, let me find the file. His eyes scanned the room, and a thought crossed his mind. Wow, are these all movie posters? He voiced his curiosity. You must really love movies, she replied. It's the only way I can see the outside world. The outside world? Come to think of it, he did say he's been in ARK for a long time. He must have arrived here when he was just 7 or 8, maybe even younger. So the only world Silent knows is either from movies or this artificial island. She spoke again. I know these films are just fiction, but I can't help but admire the people in them. They're so incredible. Then she handed him a USB. Enjoy the movie. Back at the training grounds, he thought to himself. It seems quieter than usual today. Only the third years are here. Where did all the soldiers go? As he walked, someone called out to him. Li Han, this is an emergency. I'll give you a moment to change. Get dressed, then meet me downstairs. He rushed to the vehicle, and the man tossed him a helmet. Here, take this and get in. I won't be answering any questions on the way. Understood. The two of them sped off into the distance. Li Han's mind raced. What kind of emergency requires a major to personally pick up a common soldier? What if the legends of Lower ARK are true? It was a common joke among the soldiers stationed at ARK, but seeing the scene before him, a wave of anxiety washed over him. This is far beyond anything I could have imagined. The sound of footsteps approached. I'll guide him from here. The war chief. The war chief himself stood before him. Li Han placed his hand on the scanner for identity verification. The system chimed. Access granted. They stood before a massive door. As it slowly opened, they stepped inside. He couldn't help but ask, Sir, what's going on? I don't think I have clearance for this area. The war chief replied, You're right, but someone desperately wants to meet you, even if it means breaking the rules. And that person doesn't have much time left. They stopped at another door. We're here. Li Han, the person you are about to meet is the current vice commander, John Teller. The name struck Li Han like a bolt of lightning. They were quickly ushered inside. A voice echoed from within. Come in. The man before him immediately demanded, Are you Li Han? He extended a hand. Come closer. Li Han flinched at the man's tone. An IV was still attached to his other arm. The man narrowed his eyes as if reading his mind. There's nothing to worry about. Li Han hesitated, frozen in place, but finally stepped forward to shake his hand. Instantly, a bizarre phenomenon occurred. What is this? The man spoke. This is what's inside you. It's your true form. The man's gaze was impossibly deep. You regained your composure quickly, just as the report said. A true prodigy. Was it your environment that forged you into the person you are today? His hand reached out with a chilling aura. Will you allow me to see inside you? Panicked, Li Han shoved his hand away. The force sent him flying backward. He gritted his teeth, backing away in pain. Li Han stabilized himself, then demanded, What did you do to me? His escort shouted, How dare you? It's all right, War Chief. His reaction is perfectly normal. He's sensitive, and his mind is protected by walls so thick that even I cannot see through them. Lihan responded, Sir. Then that means you're the only psychic in ARK, and the one who interrogated the mage, you. The commander stared at him intently. Meeting you in person confirms it. I know I can entrust this to you. Second generation mana armor. Lihan's mind reeled at those words. Generation. 2. I'm tired now. Can you all leave? The two of them quickly departed. As they walked, Lihan couldn't help but ask, Does the commander have some kind of mental issue? The man shot back bluntly, That's none of your concern. You will speak of what you saw today to no one. Of course, Lihan replied. I was just making sure. He had noticed the restraint marks on the commander's wrists, and more importantly, the lock was on the outside of his door. It seemed the commander's periods of lucidity were terrifyingly short. That must be why his wrists are frequently bound. The man suddenly exploded. Stop. Don't say another word. Are you trying to show off how clever you are? But he knew Lihan's words weren't just wild guesses. He covered his face, weary. It's just as you say. He's been tormented for a long, long time. The windows of time when the commander is himself are incredibly brief. In those fleeting moments, he analyzes all the data and determines ARK's entire strategy. And today, he used that precious time on you. Do you have any idea what that means? The Generation 2 mana armor allows an enhanced soldier to fight a dragon on equal footing. But put another way, it means an enhanced soldier is a threat to humanity. On the same level as a dragon, Lihan realized the truth in a flash. He was testing me to see if I would become humanity's savior or its destroyer. With that, the man turned and walked away. Just know that it was an agonizing decision to make. Of course it was. Entrusting everything to a mere child. He's barely 10 years old. You're just twisting the knife. Even I, the chief marshal, often forget. As cruel and shameful as it is, we are placing the very future of mankind in the hands of children. But perhaps, all this time, we've been searching for a child just like you. A prodigy. Who we can burden with this weight without feeling any guilt. Lihan's thoughts were interrupted. Let's get a move on, he said, in the blistering desert heat. Clutch whined endlessly. Man, it's scorching. I can't even bring myself to step out of the shade. The girl beside him snapped. You're being a pain. Just sit still. But just sitting around is so boring. Clutch groaned. She'd lost all patience. I'll throw you off a cliff myself. Lihan zoned them out, his mind elsewhere. This is the Great North Fey Desert, where the fourth dragon appeared long ago. That dragon was capable of firing beams of pure destruction, carving countless canyons into the landscape. He recalled the commander's words. Locals call these canyons the dragon's maw. And it seems they've found a fossil here, one believed to belong to a dragon. Something older than human history itself. Clutch turned to the masked figure behind them. Hey, Silent, aren't you roasting in that thing? You're wearing a full helmet in this furnace. Silent replied coolly. I had the R&D department install an internal temperature regulator before we left. A portable battery? The others asked, stunned. What? Clutch lunged like a wild animal. Gimme that. Let me borrow it. Annoyed, Silent simply kicked him away. Lihan sighed from the sidelines. I just want to go back to ARK. But for now, they were stuck in this place, hotter than a volcano's crater. Suddenly, another team approached them. A woman from the group spoke up. It's pretty hot down here, huh? Anyone want to head down into the canyon with us? Hearing this, Clutch and the others suddenly pretended to be busy. Lihan saw their pathetic display and stepped forward. I'll go. Silent spoke up as well. I'll go too. Teams are supposed to be in pairs, and the heat doesn't bother me. They moved out quickly. Soon, they were all inside the transport lift, descending into the dark. Stepping out, each person held a bright flashlight. It's over there, Lihan said, pointing his light. But the sight that greeted them stole his breath away. It's absolutely massive. If this really belonged to a dragon, it would be in the same class as Bahamut. The woman from the other team asked, Can you confirm what it is? Lihan stepped forward, reaching out a hand, and gently touched the fossil. He focused, trying to read it. The others watched, their fear palpable. Oh, my God. The massive fossil began to glow. Lihan struggled to contain the overwhelming energy. Just as he was about to collapse, Silent was there to support him. Her hand steadied him before he hit the ground. He let out a ragged breath. Thanks. The woman from the other team gasped in awe. It's incredible. It really is a dragon skeleton. Leave the rest to our team. Excellent work. As Silent helped him away, one thought echoed in his mind. Impossible. If that's truly a dragon fossil, does that mean dragons existed on this planet before humanity? The archaeology team began to scan the area curiously. Hey, what's this? I think I stepped on something. He shined his flashlight down at the ground. What in the world? A sudden chill ran down Lihan's spine. The other archaeologists gathered around, confused. What's happening over there? The strange object had latched onto the man's hand. He couldn't shake it loose. All he could do was scream in terror, "Somebody, please, get this thing off of me." The thing before them terrified everyone. They watched as it began to swell. "Help me, somebody do something." A squad behind them opened fire, but it was useless. It was too late. The creature had already swallowed him whole. Lihan roared, "Everyone, get to the elevator, now." "Damn it, that's a death worm. How is it still alive?" He jolted. A death worm. According to what he learned at the academy, it would soon form a cocoon to metamorphose. "We need to get back to the surface immediately." "Is squad. Copy that. Everyone, prepare for battle formation. Our target is a death worm, preparing to evolve to its second form." The death worm expanded at a terrifying speed. A mix of fear and anxiety washed over Lihan. "It's so fast, it already hatched." Pure terror gripped the squad. "It's coming this way. Help me." The death worm latched onto their elevator car. It shook violently, throwing everyone into a panic. But amidst the chaos, Lihan remained perfectly calm. He stared it down, calculating his next move, then spun around and yelled, "Everyone, get a hold of yourselves. We're almost to the surface," he spoke into his watch. "Listen up, everyone. We have to predict its movements and sever its head as fast as possible. We cannot lose, no matter the cost. If anyone dies, that bastard's evolution will accelerate exponentially. Target has appeared. Move out, now." Claude's team scrambled into position, every barrel aimed at the death worm. "Over here, you bastard." Bullets rained down on it, but had no effect. Claude grunted, "I don't think firepower is working." He tossed his gun aside and charged straight for it. He was fighting the monster with his bare hands. "Damn, that hurts." At the same time, Dimichi grabbed hold of its tail. He lunged forward. The two men held the death worm down with all their might, but as it continued to swell, they were quickly losing control. A woman's voice yelled out, "Jump." A soldier from above dove down, spear first. With a powerful war cry, he plunged the weapon right into the top of its head. Slowly but surely, the attack seemed to be working. Where did these guys even come from? Claude yelled, "Lihan, the bastard is paralyzed." Lihan gave the signal. "Silent. The rest is up to you." Then, he rushed towards the beast. Claude looked up and saw him closing in. Lihan tossed a grenade right at it. "Claude, get clear." Everyone froze, watching as the death worm took the full force of the blast. Its massive body was terrifyingly engulfed in flames. High above, Silent's eyes were fixed on the scene below. Without a moment's hesitation, she dove. Her entire body began to glow with a mystical power. Using her flash ability, she accelerated with gravity itself. Her sword slammed into the creature, slicing its body in two. Silent then leaped back to a safe distance. Seeing this, Lihan grew cautious. "Its body is moving towards the head. Don't let them reconnect." A truck driver suddenly spoke up. "Leave it to me. I'll push it off the cliff." He executed a few skillful maneuvers, the truck moving smoothly with him. His driving was decisive and incredibly precise. "Die, you insect." In an instant, the truck shoved it straight into the abyss. The driver stepped out of his cab. Disgusting bugs. Lihan saw this and screamed, "Don't get near it." But the man furiously opened fire on the creature's remains. "I'll riddle you with holes." Suddenly, he felt a looming danger. Less than a second later, he became the death worm's next meal. Lihan could only watch in weary frustration. The woman yelled in anger, "Damn it, these amateurs. They should have stayed out of it instead of interfering." Watching the death worm mutate again, they grew anxious. "It has wings. It's reached its third form." "Simon, silent. Prepare for aerial combat." Suddenly, the creature took flight, attempting to escape the area. The team stared, mouths agape with surprise. "It's getting away." Lihan thought to himself, "No. If we lose it now, the casualties will be even greater." "Simon, get the skyboards ready." Once again, they all charged into battle. Lihan raised his rifle, taking direct aim at the beast. A second later, his shot found its mark. He said, "The ground is a much better place for bugs like you." Then he unloaded his clip into it. After a moment, it lost its balance and began to fall. The team rushed over worriedly, calling his name, Lihan. Meanwhile, in a laboratory, researchers were busy at work. In another section, a head scientist was focused on an evaluation report. After a moment, he made a comment. "Among the A rankers, he is quite special. Truly an extraordinary individual." Someone standing next to him asked curiously, "Would it be difficult for him to become an S rank?" The scientist replied, "I believe we just need a bit more external stimulus. He is most likely an unawakened S rank." Just then, the system announced the test was complete. A female researcher waved and asked with a bright smile, "Great job, Kuro. Do you want to get something to eat?" He pulled the helmet off his head, speaking with an annoyed frown. No, I just want to rest. His cold response made the woman a bit awkward. She gave a forced laugh. Oh, okay then. Let's get you back to your dorm. Watching her, Kuro thought to himself, her kindness is a facade. The moment I become useless, that attitude will vanish. He then followed the girl back to the dorms, and along the way, she gave him an update. The evaluation period is almost over. You'll be promoted to level 3 in no time. Kuro looked up at the moonlit sky, thinking, level 3? Huh? From now on, I will protect you, because I finally have the strength to do it. The scene shifts to a desolate desert, where Li Han, Claude, and Lai Han charged ahead with his spear, thrusting it clean through a monster's head, finishing it with swift and effortless precision. Monster blood splattered everywhere, covering Lai Han. He casually wiped the gore from his face. Suddenly, a sphere of brilliant blue light materialized right in front of him. He reached out and caught it, realizing this was the hoverboard. Staring at the orb in his hand, he thought, so Simon was the one who saved me. Just then, his teammates rushed over to his side. They anxiously scanned him from head to toe, asking repeatedly, are you okay? Lai Han, moved by their concern, replied, I'm fine. He then turned to Simon, his eyes filled with sincerity, and said, thank you, Simon. Faced with Lai Han's gratitude, Simon seemed a bit flustered. But to hide his embarrassment, he started grumbling loudly. Damn these division soldiers. He turned to leave, muttering, I won't let them get away with this. They dared to revive the bastard we almost killed. Watching him walk away, one of them asked, are these guys really soldiers? Claude rested his chin on his hand, wondering aloud, why is Simon always so angry? Silent replied, it's just one of his bad habits. Back in a headquarters briefing room, the team was reviewing combat footage and holding a discussion. This is the report on Kronos, a dragon fossil that was recently discovered. It appears to be from the Cretaceous period. As a result, countless speculations about the origin of dragons have surfaced. Enough about their origins, Alexandra Rico declared sternly. You can research whatever you want, but only after we fend off the dragon invasion. What's so important about that fossil anyway? We can already mass-produce draconic tools and spirit armor. Why don't we just skip this and move on to the prophet? We're already planning to awaken her. Hearing this, John Red froze. He spun around and demanded, are those the commander's orders? Isn't it still far too early? Seeing his agitation, the others tried to calm him down. Hey Red, calm down. Why are you being so disrespectful? But their words fell on deaf ears as he continued. Shut up. We haven't even been treated yet. Left with no choice, they had to restrain him by force. Damn it, help me calm him down. Everyone, hold him back. A light flared in John Red's eyes as he growled, get off of me. A wave of fire erupted from his body, forcing the others to retreat quickly. This chaotic outburst had finally pushed Alexander Rico past his limit. He rose to his feet, strode right up to John Red, and slammed a fist into his face to snap him out of it. His gaze was sharp, radiating absolute authority. He snarled, control yourself, John Red. Are your feelings more important than the cause? Bahamut and Kronos, everything we've faced so far was completely unforeseen. What if the dragons attack us ahead of schedule? What do we do then? The blow seemed to bring John Red to his senses. He nodded slightly, raised his hands, and said, I'll reflect on my actions in a confinement cell. Alexandra Rico turned away. That won't be necessary. It's not like I don't understand how you feel. A few days later, in the mess hall, Lai Han's group grabbed their food and sat down at a table to chat. Claude started the conversation. The prophet. There's a rumor spreading among the soldiers. I heard she has finally awakened. Derek, who was eating a sandwich beside him, asked curiously, is that the one who can see the future? Claude nodded. Yeah, I heard they woke her up recently. Silent, have you ever met her? Silent, busy with her tray piled high with sweets, shook her head frantically when asked. Dee looked at her mountain of food with disgust. Good grief, how can you possibly eat all of that? A pair of long legs appeared before the doors, which slid open swiftly. A girl with long, blue hair stepped inside, leaving everyone in the room utterly stunned. The prophet. It's the prophet. Hearing the whispers, Claude turned around curiously and asked, what's all the commotion about? The blue-haired girl arrogantly brushed her hair back. Noticing all the stares, she demanded, what are all of you looking at? Have you never seen a person before? Claude urgently tapped Derek's shoulder and whispered, that must be the prophet. I can't believe she's a girl. Derek turned to look and gasped in amazement. Wow. Most of the spirit masters from our generation are men. Silent, who had been eating, suddenly froze. Her eyes darted over to Lai Han beside her. Lai Han was deep in thought. She looks so young. Is she really from the first generation? To him, the first generation meant someone like John Red. He couldn't help but wonder. At most, she looks like she's in her 20s. How old was she when she first went to war? Silent stared intently at the newcomer, her expression shifting. She decided then and there. She didn't like this new girl one bit. As she walked and smoked, a voice suddenly called out to her. The prophet. Turning, she found John Red, his face a grim mask of disapproval. He challenged her. What do you think you're doing out here? Fury flared in the girl's eyes as she jabbed a finger at his face. I have permission to be outside, so why do you care? They only permitted a casual walk, John Red stated coldly. You absolute idiot. The first thing you do is try to light up. Have you lost your mind? In a flash, he snatched the lit cigarette from her lips. If you're so eager to die, just say the word. With a snap of his fingers, a tiny flame erupted, turning the cigarette to ash. His duty done, he seized her wrist and started dragging her away. Shut your mouth and come with me, you brat. Fighting against his iron grip, she screamed, let me go. Who the hell do you think you are? And before the eyes of everyone, she was forcibly hauled away. Ditchy watched the scene unfold with a sigh. Man, those two are both seriously intense. What did she even do to get nabbed by Sergeant Red? But none of them noticed the dark shadow that crossed Laihan's face. He remained silent in his corner, saying nothing. Tap, tap. The sound of footsteps echoed. John Red scanned the area, muttering, where did she go? Meanwhile, the girl was pressed against a nearby wall, holding her breath as she waited for him to pass. In the lab, Osto was monitoring an experiment. He spoke into the mic. Laihan stood ready, already clad in armor with his weapon in hand. Otto gave the command, begin. Instantly, the simulation activated. He could feel the power he was about to command. The Generation 2 psionic armor. Meanwhile, the girl known as the Prophet walked down the hall, lost in thought. How dare he try to control me? He's nothing but ARK's loyal dog. After flawlessly completing the simulation, Laihan was completely drained. His legs trembled as he leaned over, gasping for breath. Otto approached, clapping enthusiastically. Training complete. Your movements were incredible for a first-timer. I knew I picked the right person for the job. Keep this up, Laihan, and the upcoming test will be a piece of cake for you. Laihan looked up at him. What test? Otto was hesitant to reveal the details, thinking of the others on the team. Sooner or later, you'll have to perform in front of everyone. Just be ready to show them what you're truly made of. Laihan grabbed a towel to wipe the sweat from his face. As he did, he asked, Otto, you're pretty close with Sergeant Red, aren't you? Otto seemed a little surprised. John Red? Laihan pressed on. Do you know anything about the Prophet? I heard she just recently awakened. Is it true she's unable to move on her own? Otto thought for a moment, his brow furrowing. The Prophet was cryogenically frozen. The cost was as high as installing a new psionic unit, but her abilities are worth it. Laihan's curiosity was piqued. Why did she have to be frozen? Otto explained it was due to a psionic outbreak. Some people awaken their powers too early, and if their bodies can't handle the strain, they slowly turn to stone, and then they die. The Prophet is in a state where she could die at any moment. A new voice cut through their conversation. The very girl they were talking about was standing in the doorway. With her arms crossed, she said, That sounds like a fun story. Otto. The moment he saw her, sheer panic flashed across Otto's face. He let out a startled cry. Otto stammered, Prophet. What are you doing here? In a cold voice, she replied, I need you to do something for me. He asked nervously, What is it? She said with dead seriousness, Please get me a handheld gaming console. I'm bored out of my mind. Otto was stunned. Where would I find something like that in the ARK? And why should I? But she gave him no chance to refuse, grabbing him by the collar. You're a technician, aren't you? If you can't find one, build one. Otto was terrified, stammering a reply. What kind of nonsense is that? Just then, the girl noticed Laihan standing there. Her eyes lit up. Oh my, you must be a Generation 2, right? How can you be so young and so built? She rushed over and started poking at his muscles. Whoa, look at these biceps. You grew up way too fast. It's totally unfair. Then, with a mischievous grin, she asked, I have something to tell you. Want to go somewhere quiet? Desperate to get rid of her, Otto immediately pushed Laihan forward. Yes, that's a great idea. Take him with you. He's done with training for today. Go on, Laihan. See you tomorrow. Then he whispered to Laihan, Just get her out of here. I can't stand stubborn brats like her. Her voice cut in. I heard that, you know. And before dragging Laihan away, she gave Otto one last reminder. Don't forget to build that game console. They ended up in the courtyard, the quiet place she'd mentioned. She stood there silently, so Laihan spoke first. What did you want to talk about? She replied. You heard what Otto said, right? About my condition, it's true. I don't have much time left. My hair wasn't always this color, you know. But I plan to live happily with the time I have left. So, would you like to run away with me, to someplace far from here? Hearing such a bizarre request from a total stranger, Lehen simply turned to leave. If that's all, I'm going. But she quickly called out to him. Wait, you really don't have a sense of humor, do you? She asked. He looked a bit surprised. So, you do know who I am. Suddenly, her eyes glowed crimson as a red aura flared to life around her. Yes, I know you, she said, and there's something you need to hear. She placed a hand on his forehead. After a tense moment, she spoke. If you want to live, you will back out of this mission. I'm only saying this because Red is concerned about you. Lehan asked, Did you see my future? She replied, I'm telling you this precisely because I saw absolutely nothing. In most cases, that means you're going to die. A dead man has no future. But contrary to her expectations, he replied, Most cases, that means there's still a possibility I'll survive, right? Hearing his question, she was completely stunned. What? But Lehan simply turned and walked away, not forgetting to offer his thanks. I appreciate the warning, he said, but I walk with death every day. I knew the chances of dying were high from the start. Watching his retreating figure, she seethed with rage, grinding her teeth. Fine, then. Go live and die like a loyal dog. She was being dragged away by John Red, screaming the whole time. Let me go. You're hurting me. He hurled her into a room, veins popping on his furious face. What the hell is your problem? He advanced on her, planting a hand on the wall and staring her down. You didn't just find out about the dragon invasion today, did you? Why didn't you say anything before? She shrieked back at him. Don't you already know why? It's because I don't care about this world. John Red flinched for a moment. Stop acting like a child, Catherine. You're not the only one making sacrifices. Do you know how old those second-generation kids are? The oldest is only 12 or 13, and they're out there risking their lives. Catherine didn't even blink. So what? John Red was appalled, unable to believe what he was hearing. Then Catherine's head dropped, her voice choked with emotion. Sacrifice? It sounds so noble, so heartwarming. But why should I have to sacrifice anything? I won't even be alive to see the next invasion. At least those kids still have hope. Tears streamed down her face now. Catherine continued to scream with bitter rage. They'll get to live in a peaceful world once the dragons are finally gone. So why should I care about my ability to see the future when I don't even have one myself? John Red's brow furrowed, his eyes filled with sadness. Because you're a good person. Wiping her tears, Catherine walked right past him. How ridiculous, you absolute fool. The scene changes. Military helicopters patrol the skies, securing the evacuated city below. Soldiers march through the empty streets. Clue speaks as they walk. Seeing a city this intact is both a relief and kind of creepy. With everyone gone, it feels like a ghost town. Dimichi, walking beside Simon, spoke up. This place will probably be a crater in 7 days. Huh? Simon just shrugged. Probably. According to the prophecy, a dimensional gate and a dragon will manifest in Paris within 7 days. An unprecedented event of this scale, happening in a brand new location, had attracted the attention of elite special forces from all over the world. As Li Hen's team advanced, another squad appeared, blocking their path. They were all huge, battle-hardened men carrying heavy weapons. Their leader stepped forward. You the psychics from A. C. E. Move it along, little buddies. Dimichi let out a cold laugh. The road's plenty wide. Why don't you try walking around? But the soldiers on the other side just roared with mocking laughter. Aren't you guys supposed to be magicians or something? Why not just fly over us? Dimichi gritted his teeth in anger. Bastards. Li Han put a hand on his shoulder, signaling him to calm down. He asked, And who are you? Spotting the flag on their uniforms, Li Han guessed, Looks like you're from the United States. The man on the other side pointed to himself. We're the U.S. High-level Special Forces, codename Helby. Hearing that name, Li Han was shocked. He had definitely heard of them before. These guys were his age, but instead of psychic powers, they had all undergone extreme physical enhancement. It was rumored their level-up potential was even higher than A. C. E's. That must be why they were all even bigger than Dimichi. The American soldier noticed Li Han's silence after hearing their name and turned to his comrades to provoke them further. Look at the size of you guys. Without that little psychic power of yours, you'd all be crushed flat. Li Han didn't take the bait and simply walked past them. That's hilarious. All right, everyone, let's go. Annoyed that his taunt failed, the massive U.S. soldier sneered. So boring. Bunch of weaklings. See you around. After moving for a while, the A.C.E. team finally reached their assigned quarters. Looking at the clean, luxurious room before them, Clue was in awe. Whoa. I've never stayed in a place like this in my life. Right after that, he dropped his gear and dove straight onto the bed with delight. Man, this bed is so soft. Watching him, Li Han sighed and eyed the bed. I've never touched anything this soft either. He reached out a hand. Is this silk? So this is what high class feels like. Clue walked over to a nearby fridge, and when he opened it, his eyes lit up. Hey, Lee Han, look. The fridge is packed with drinks. You want something? But Lee Han declined. No thanks. Life is short and unpredictable. Clue paid Lee Han no mind, grabbing a handful of snacks and loudly munching away. Whoa, this stuff just melts in your mouth. What does the writing on this say? It's all in French. Lee Han replied, taking a bite himself. And you think I can read it? After refueling, Clue's spirits were higher than ever. He leaped off the bed, declaring, All right, let's move out. A baffled Lee Han asked, Move out where? Clue pointed at the bag with a devilish grin. To raid the other rooms for more of these, of course. Those soldiers wouldn't eat this stuff anyway. That's a horrible idea. Lee Han immediately shut him down. Don't go wandering off. Besides the guards, there are plenty of other squads around here. But Clue wasn't the type to be easily persuaded. He stood at the doorway, waving casually. You're not the captain on this mission, are you? So I don't have to listen to you. Lee Han was speechless, clutching his head. This guy is a menace. He walked to the desk and pulled up a map on a tablet. I need to memorize the position of every key building while there's time. Without proper preparation, victory is impossible. You don't use everything you prepare for a fight, but having those extra options is what brings victory. I will not forget that. Just then, a knock came at the door. Lee Han figured Clue had returned, but the visitor was actually Catherine. As the door opened, there was a sudden gasp for air. Catherine's voice rang out, Wait, just let me sit like this for a moment. Silent wondered, What the hell is going on? At that moment, Catherine was drenched in sweat, breathing heavily as she leaned against Lee Han. Silent saw the scene and immediately turned to leave. A thought raced through her mind. That girl. What is she doing with Lee Han? Meanwhile, outside, Dimichi was facing off against 5 opponents from another team. He gritted his teeth and snarled. What? Too scared to come alone? You had to bring your friends? The other man looked down on Dimichi with a smug grin. Don't worry. I'm the only one fighting you. They're just here for the show. That is, of course, unless you decide to run away screaming. Hearing this, Dimichi smirked back. Is that so? Well, don't you worry either. I won't use that magic you're so afraid of. Their eyes locked, sparks flying between them as they spoke in unison. Then let's begin. Waiting by the elevator, Silent replayed the scene in her mind. Catherine leaning on Lee Han, and her heart ached. She placed a hand over her chest, thinking, This feeling is so suffocating. I have to go to the roof for some fresh air. Just then, Clue returned, his arms full of stolen loot. Seeing Silent by the elevator, he wondered, Silent, where's she going? At the same time, the fight outside exploded. Dimichi lunged forward, swinging his fist at the American soldier. But his opponent didn't even flinch. He took the punch head-on, right in the gut. It was like punching a wall of solid steel. The impact was incredibly hard. Dimichi thought to himself, this bastard's body is inhuman. He then unleashed a furious barrage of strikes with all his might, but he realized none were connecting. In fact, his opponent was catching every single fist with perfect accuracy. The soldier threw a counterpunch, striking Dimichi's forehead and drawing blood. But Dimichi refused to back down. If fists don't work, he'd just have to try a different tactic. With that thought, he grabbed the man's muscular arm and hoisted his entire body up. The onlookers shouted in amazement, an arm lock. Dimichi saw his opponent was trapped and grinned. Surrender now. If you don't want a broken arm. But in the next instant, the tables were violently turned. His opponent reversed the hold and slammed him to the ground. The immense force made Dimichi cry out in pain. Seizing the opening, the soldier rushed in, raising his foot to stomp him flat. With only a split second to react, he rolled to the side, narrowly dodging the attack. Kneeling on the ground, Dimichi looked up at his enemy. That was dangerous. Now, I'm going to fight you for real. A door slammed open. Dimichi turned to see Silent walking toward them. She pushed him aside and went straight for his opponent. Seeing her slender frame, the soldier smirked. Get out of the way, little girl. What if you get hurt? Silent's eyes were burning red. I'm feeling annoyed, she said. I need to destroy something. The man's face went pale as a scream of pain filled the air. She had broken his finger. He clutched his hand and roared, You damn brat. Do you want to die? He swung his fist down at her, but Silent simply tilted her head to the side, effortlessly dodging the blow. Her delicate arm shot out and struck him squarely in the stomach. He crumpled to his knees in agony, immediately ordering his men, Get her! Grab her now. At that moment, Clue suddenly appeared beside Dimichi. It's not that Smo is weak, he remarked. It's just that Silent is overwhelmingly strong. Silent moved with cold efficiency. In a flash, every single one of his cronies was on the ground, writhing in pain. Watching Silence retreating back, Dimichi thought, I don't think I could ever beat her. Meanwhile, Lee Han was looking at Catherine, who was exhausted and leaning against him. He remembered the moment she came into the room. I'm reporting this to our superiors, she had said. Li Han will die if he participates in this operation. All I have to do is say the word, and you'll be moved somewhere safe. He looked at her and replied, I thought we already discussed this. Catherine slammed the door in a rage. A dragon will appear. You've seen a dragon before. You will die. You're still too young to die. Suddenly, she froze. All the strength left her body, and she collapsed onto the floor. Seeing her like this, Leo was gripped by worry. A prophetess. He helped her sit up. I'll call a doctor right now. She weakly shook her head. No, I'm okay. Just let me rest a bit. Back in the present, he stared down at the unconscious Catherine in his arms. He wondered, was that a spiritual power overload? The survival rate for that is 0. Later, amidst the wreckage, he saw her standing on a ledge. He took aim, but a voice suddenly shouted, Hold your fire, there's a survivor. But then she lost her footing and slipped. Gasps of terror erupted from below. Yet, as she plummeted through the air, her expression remained impossibly calm. Outside, the sky began to brighten. She gently closed her eyes. Back in reality, her eyes shot open. She awoke from a haze, lying motionless in bed. Her entire body was stiff. So, it was all a dream. She slowly climbed out of bed and stared at the man before her. He's as stubborn as they come, she thought. For a moment, she saw John's shadow behind him. Why are they so alike, she wondered. I guess it's true. Birds of a feather really do flock together. He turned around just then. You're awake. Are you feeling any better? Hearing his question, she finally replied, Yeah, I'm better. At her response, he shoved her straight out of the room. Then get out, he growled, and don't come looking for me again. He shot her a look of pure disgust. Still trying to process what just happened, she finally spoke up. Leo, what the hell was that? Later, in the research lab, her loud voice clearly irritated the professor. You want me to wear the psionic armor? Are you insane? You want me to run around bragging that I have a spare life? Furious, she pointed directly at his leg. Take a good look at your own leg. John shot back, unconvinced. Stop it. That's why I'm trying to compromise. We're short on reinforcements. If I join, we'll have one more fighter. Suddenly, John noticed something and darted his eyes to the side. The professor was making some kind of signal. A series of gestures that made no sense to him. She turned to leave, but translated for John on her way out. He means, either I shut you up, or we both get out of his lab. Follow me. There's somewhere I want to go. At the bar, Dunn handed her a glass of water. Here, drink this. If you're so worried, just look into my future. See if I live or die, and then you'll know. Hearing this, she spun around, her voice rising in anger. I don't give a damn about your future. I just pity you for this pointless gesture. As she spoke, she slammed the glass down on the counter. And another thing, give me some liquor. Do you really see me as a child? John calmly responded to her outburst. Drinking isn't good for your health. She wasn't having it. Tapping the glass against the table, she said angrily. Don't you think it's a little too late to be worrying about my health now? That was the last straw for John. His face darkened with fury. I already told you we're researching a cure. That's why I've been stuck in that lab, serving as a damn test subject. At his words, her voice suddenly grew quiet, filled with a deep sadness that made his eyes widen in surprise. You know I'm not going to live that long. He ran a hand through his hair, feeling helpless. He thought to himself, damn it, Kathy, more than anyone in the world, I wish you never had to awaken. Then he grabbed the bottle. Fine. Let's not talk about it anymore. You want a drink? Then we'll drink. He poured the liquor into her glass, his expression filled with sorrow. Seeing this, Kathy said, You should have won, too. John could only let out a heavy sigh, and so they drank together. Before long, the table was covered in empty bottles. Kathy was already drunk, but John just kept pouring. She glanced up at him, then reached out without hesitation, and ruffled his hair, stunning John completely. Looking at his messy locks, she complimented him. Your hair looks way more handsome when it's all messy like this. Suddenly, her eyes shot open. She sat up, looking around the room. Wait, this is Red's room, she realized. She checked herself over, then glanced at the empty space beside her. He must have slept somewhere else, she sighed. Always the perfect, flawless gentleman. The scope locked onto the target, aimed directly at her, perched on the window ledge. But then, he spun around and yelled, Hold your fire. There's a survivor. That's a distress signal. He looked up at her, thinking, This is strange. How could someone be all the way up there? Suddenly, a look of pure horror washed over his face. Without a moment's hesitation, she had jumped. He sprinted forward on pure instinct. Just before she hit the ground, he caught her securely in his arms. He looked down at her, panting heavily. Weren't you the one sending the distress signal? What were you thinking, jumping out of a window? She didn't answer right away. Instead, she just looked at him for a moment. then broke into a radiant smile. I foresaw it. I saw that you would catch me. Later, Kathy walked over to the sink, staring at her own reflection. Suddenly, noticing something, she opened a cabinet door and was stunned to find it packed with emergency food supplies. Seeing the stash, she couldn't help but think, guess he's not a woodpecker after all, even if he acts like one. She grabbed a bite to eat and went to enjoy the breeze out on the balcony. A gentle breeze whispered past, making her soft hair dance in the wind, but her mind was still stuck on last night. On the stunned look on John's face when she'd messed up his hair, and Liz said, "You look way more handsome like this." He had instantly blushed, and now she couldn't stop kicking herself. "You're insane," she thought. "Truly out of your mind." She frowned, looking at the half-eaten snack in her hand. Stepping into the room, she realized there wasn't a lighter here. With a flip of her hair, she walked back out. Suddenly, her eyes shot wide as she saw a familiar figure, exclaiming, "Hey, you're Silent, right?" Hearing his name, Silent glanced over, thinking, this is Sergeant Red's room. His intense gaze locked onto her, making her stammer in embarrassment. "Well, you see, the thing is," before she could even explain, he tapped a few keys on his wrist device. The word pervert flashed on the screen, leaving her completely stunned. "What?" Without another word, he walked off, leaving her standing there shouting, "Hey, I think there's been a serious misunderstanding here." As she hurried away, she thought to herself, for some reason, he seems to really despise me. Meanwhile, in the research lab, the professor was buzzing with excitement. "Let me show you the new toys. First up, this." He just stared at the device, utterly confused. Seeing his blank expression, the professor continued, "You don't know Spider-Man. He shoots webs just like this." Thwip. He listened for a moment before replying flatly, "I have no idea what you're talking about." The professor sighed. "Never mind. On your left arm, you'll find the replacement for your grappling hook. It's completely detachable, so if you don't need it, just take it off. It also comes with a backup power supply, which is essential when hunting those disgusting flying monsters. But be very careful not to get hit from behind. If that thing explodes, I guarantee you'll be seriously injured." Another soldier nearby chimed in, "Every time the boss says you'll be injured, it means there's a high chance you'll die, so you better be twice as careful." He thought to himself, I can only imagine what would happen if a device that can lift this much weight just explodes. I have to be cautious. The professor continued the briefing. "The prophecy is about to come true. Lee Han, you already know this, but you'll be on the reserve team. The 4 psionic armor users will confront the dragon first. The ideal scenario is that they succeed in eliminating it. It's unbelievable that we prepared all of this with our own hands. In the last 10 years of peace, humanity has grown far too complacent." He stared at the giant screen in front of him and declared, "I won't let that happen. I'm not fighting for humanity. I'm fighting for my friends, for my brothers." A moment later, an alarm blared, signaling the opening of the dimensional gate. Alexander was in the command center, monitoring the situation. He spoke into the comms. "If this is like the previous gates, the ground will be far below and the minions will start crawling out." The system's automated voice announced, "The epicenter is the predicted location of the spatial gate. All squads will be assigned to their respective positions." Outside, the sky began to fracture as the dimensional gate ripped open, pulsing with terrifying arcs of crimson lightning. One soldier shuddered. "Damn, my stomach is churning just looking at it." The system's voice continued its report. "All psionic energy is converging in a single area, specifically the space directly above the predicted location." Hearing the report, Alexander calmly ordered, "All right, all teams, prepare for combat." The dimensional gate pulsed, unleashing incredibly powerful surges of energy. Below, the army had tanks and heavy artillery aimed and ready. But one of the soldiers noticed something was off, saying nervously, "Something feels very wrong." The American squad started joking, "Why isn't anything happening? Maybe they got stuck in traffic on their way here." Suddenly, someone screamed, "Look up at the sky." The gate was showing signs of bursting open. Even Alexander couldn't maintain his composure. In the sky, both he and the professor were utterly shocked by this development. The dimensional gate finally ripped wide open, and from within, thousands of monsters began to pour out. They plunged straight down, their numbers so immense they formed a solid black pillar connecting the sky to the earth. As the first creatures slammed into the ground, the soldiers could only stare in horror. What the hell are they trying to do? Then, the entire horde began to fall at once. Panic spread through the ranks. What in God's name is happening? Lee Han watched the scene unfold on the monitor, his mind reeling. A gate in the sky? Everyone was frozen in shock. The commanders must be completely paralyzed, too. After all, they had spent all their time preparing a defense system for a ground-based battle. The system's voice cut through the chaos once more, confirming survivors from the impact. The dead are likely acting as cushions for them. It is recommended that all units prepare to engage. The monsters frantically charged forward. A command roared across the field. Commence the operation. As soon as the words were spoken, a storm of bullets ripped into the monstrous horde. In an instant, countless creatures were sent straight to hell. The guys on the machine guns were having a blast, almost like it was a video game. An easy win, and they were getting paid for it too. But on our side of the fight, it was a different story. Damn it, those bastards are pouring in. If only this was all we had to deal with. But fate had other plans. A horrifying rain of monsters poured from the heavens, their numbers growing by the second. Damn it, there's no end to them. Are they trying to make us waste all our ammo? After the larger ground units fell, a new shadow loomed over the battlefield. Another type of life form. Flying monsters are swarming in. The system's cold voice echoed once more. Flying hostiles confirmed. Activating fixed artillery. Instantly, the first volleys tore through the sky, ripping into the monstrous swarm. One after another, the creatures fell as the cannons fired at maximum capacity. Suddenly, one of the beasts dove straight for a tank and detonated in a massive explosion. Inside the control room, Alexander watched in awe. Are they self-destructing? Right on cue, dozens more monsters kamikazed forward, unleashing a wave of fiery explosions. Our squad was fighting desperately, but we were trapped on the defensive, losing ground with every second. Countless giant monsters, armed with brutal weapons, marched relentlessly toward our lines. Giants below, living bombs above. The system's voice continued its grim report. Recommendation: detonate Area 1. Everyone, fall back. A soldier shouted over the chaos. You heard the order, right? Let's get out of here, if we stay any longer. But he never finished his sentence. A diving monster, glowing with explosive energy, slammed into him with a deafening boom. Still, everyone fought with all their might, trying to take down as many of the creatures as they could. As another monster's self-destruct sequence zeroed in, he swiftly activated his skill, shielding himself from the blast. Keep moving. Area 1 is ready for detonation. From the command room, Alexander gave a stern order. Hold your ground. Back on the battlefield, two soldiers struggled to support one another. Hang in there. We have to get out of this zone. This place could become a crater at any moment. A badly wounded soldier pleaded with his comrade. Just leave me here. If you don't, you'll be caught in the blast, too. But his friend refused, glaring up at the sky. Don't be a fool. If we die together. Who the hell are we? Hearing that, the injured soldier's spirit reignited. We are warriors from hell. That's right. They looked at each other and shared a final, grim smile. See you in hell, brother. Just then, a flying monster dove straight for them. The two men stood their ground, shouting in defiance, Who are we? Warriors from hell. The creature exploded in a blinding flash, but a figure suddenly leaped forward, throwing himself directly into the blast to shield them. The two soldiers could only stare, their eyes wide with disbelief. The one who saved them was Dimichi. As he absorbed the explosive force, he flashed a grin and called back over his shoulder, Don't you guys think that slogan is a little childish? The two men were speechless. He glanced back, offering a rare word of praise. Even so, your loyalty is pretty commendable. The world plunged into darkness. Dimichi looked around, seeing only scorched earth and fire. He scanned the horizon, seeing all his comrades were gone, fallen. A scream of pure agony tore from his throat. A brilliant blue aura began to erupt from his body. The light was so intense it could be seen from miles away. He was like a cornered beast consumed by rage, raising his weapon as cries of sorrow echoed for his fallen brothers. You damn bastards. I'll kill every last one of you. The system's voice cut through the silence. There are still surviving soldiers. Should we delay detonation? Alexander's response was cold and immediate. No. Detonate it now. The moment he gave the order, the entire sector was engulfed in fire. A chain reaction of massive explosions erupted, and in a flash, the area was nothing but smoke and rubble. Alexander watched the destruction on the monitor. The glorious reputation of Paris ends here. Elsewhere, on Li Han's side, the professor also spoke. To a man like him, even this beautiful city is just another tool for defense. Even if we win this war, Paris will be reduced to a barren wasteland. Li Han heard this, his mind reeling from the sheer scale of the explosion. I just wonder if everyone managed to evacuate in time. Back in the command room, an officer reported to Alexander. The majority of the minions have been annihilated. Nothing else should be able to get through the gate. Alexander's expression remained grim. Monitor the remaining hostiles and tend to the evacuated soldiers. Prepare the first-generation spirit power armors. It will be appearing soon. After all this time, I finally get to witness the divine power core with my own eyes. Outside, ominous streams of purple energy began to pour from the gate. On the ground, 4 figures stood at 4 corners of the portal. A voice crackled through their comms. Does everyone read me? We are going to end this war. As he spoke, a titanic monster, impossibly huge and terrifying, began to emerge from within the gate. The voice crackled again. All right, commence the operation. It's using dragon breath. This was a familiar attack pattern, not much different from what we saw against the first dragon. In fact, this blast seemed even weaker than what we'd faced before. Even if it's not Bahamut, we can't be reckless. Proceeding with the plan, target its wings. The dragon unleashed a constant barrage of red energy streams toward the squad. Without hesitation, everyone poured their strength into the fight. Dragons fly using their spiritual power, but once their wings are gone, that power is useless. After all, sensation and imagination are key to a dragon's might. The voice came through the comms. I'll obstruct its vision for a moment. Climb on from behind. Instantly, a soldier leaped onto the dragon's back. The intense heat radiating from its body began to scorch his gear. He successfully restrained the beast. At that moment, two others charged in, slashing deep into its flesh. We're forgoing the wings. Prepare for a ground battle. The dragon seemed ready to unleash its true power. Its eyes burned crimson, and a terrifying red aura exploded from its body, flooding the area. Its power was so immense it sent the charging soldiers reeling back. Seeing this, Zoe cried out in shock. Impossible. The dragon's overwhelming pressure made his sword hand tremble, but he still unleashed a mighty slash, wounding the beast. Its blood sprayed through the air. The voice from the comms echoed, I won't forget your tenacity. Wounded, the dragon plummeted from the sky, crashing to the earth in a small explosion. The voice commanded, pursue it. Don't give it a second to recover. Immediately, the entire squad descended, racing toward the fallen dragon. Through the dust and smoke, the massive dragon emerged with mangled wings. Suddenly, a powerful red light enveloped its entire body. June watched with suspicion. What in the world is it doing? He stared intently. Is it changing form? The dragon's wings were completely gone, replaced by four incredibly muscular, powerful limbs. The voice on the radio spoke again. I guess you could call it a new species. Our old methods won't work on that monster. Zoe gritted his teeth and declared, that doesn't mean we're just going to roll over and die. If it's a ground fight, we still have a chance. John yelled to his comrades, set your jet boosters to maximum output and stick to me as close as you can. We'll hit it with a synchronized attack. I'll go first and charge it with electricity. Another soldier asked worriedly, but what will happen to you, Red? John replied, if I'm lucky, it'll die before the shock gets me. And with that, he shot toward the monster. There's no time to hesitate. Let's go. Damn it. All right. The whole team charged toward the beast. Its eyes glowed red, its body shrouded in a crimson aura. Suddenly, the ground around it shattered, sending rock and debris flying into the air. Zoe cursed. Is this thing a psychic? Before he could react, massive boulders came hurtling toward him. The monster was truly enraged now. It lunged forward, swiping at Zoe with its colossal arm, sending him flying backward to crash hard against the ground. The brutal impact left his head bleeding. But those blows couldn't break John's will. He struggled to his feet, his body trembling. The monster was sniffing the ground, its eyes glowing fiercely. It turned its gaze toward John as he spoke. Damn beast. First time I've ever seen anything like this. This is insane. John thought to himself, I just need to hold on a little longer. I have to figure out its abilities before I die. The voice on the comms cut in, Li Han, begin the operation. John heard this and was stunned. What? At the command, Li Han immediately charged forward. Realizing something was wrong, Zoe thought in a panic, no way. Our commander would never give that order. He screamed into his mic, why? But Li Han continued sprinting toward the monster. Zoe's voice came through the comms, why do you have to join this fight? Li Han. Rewind to a few moments earlier, in the command room. A questioning voice rang out, sacrifice his body to save Zoe? Kathy stared at the commander, unable to believe what she was hearing. Hearing her question, Alexander merely glanced at her, his face a mask of indifference, as if Zoe's life or death didn't matter. Someone approached her. Prophet, you can't. She angrily slapped his hand away. Don't touch me. Alexander spoke up. Just leave her be. Kathy fixed her furious gaze on him. Alexander said, Prophet, you are aware of how important this is, are you not? This dragon is a new breed. We have no idea what it's truly capable of. If we lose our second-generation enhanced soldiers to some unforeseen event, it's game over for the world as we know it. Hearing this, she lowered her gaze, lost in thought. Suddenly, she drew her weapon. I said, if you kill it and leave me behind, that will be the end of my world. Her sudden move left Alexander stunned and completely at a loss. Her expression was dead serious. If Red dies, I'm going with him. Staring into her unwavering eyes, Alexander was rendered speechless. She opened a channel to him, her voice trembling. Kai, I'm so sorry. I know this sounds hypocritical. After all, I warned you to stay away if you wanted to live. You can hate me all you want. But please, you have to save Red. Tears began to stream down her face, each one a testament to her desperation. She couldn't hold them back any longer. "Please save Red. I'm begging you, Kai." Hearing her desperate plea, he turned to the professor. "Get my gear ready. Now." The professor was shocked. "Kai, you can't be serious." Then he spoke to her. "The Oracle. Whether you asked me or not, I was going out there anyway. I'm not about to watch Sergeant Red die." Kathy trembled before the monitor, unable to stop her tears. Alexander remained silent, his face an unreadable mask. Back on the battlefield, Kai shot towards the monster like a bullet. His speed was blinding. Just as it was about to strike, Zone sensed Kai's arrival and spun around. Seeing his student on the field, he roared in fury. "You damn fool. What are you doing out here?" Kai ignored the outburst, asking, "Master, can you burn its eye again?" Zone's reply was swift. "No, I'll act as the decoy. It'll be more effective." Kai shot back. "I told you, you'll die. And so will the sergeant." "Shut your mouth and do as I say," Zone commanded. But before he could finish, Kai cut him off. "I'm not fighting for humanity. I'm fighting so I don't have to watch anyone I care about die." The beast unleashed a volley of crimson energy spheres at Kai, but with his incredible agility, he dodged every single one with ease. Then, the monster used its psionic power, shattering the very ground beneath them. Zone shouted a warning. "It's using its telekinesis. Watch out." Kai leaped into the air as the earth erupted. "Master, use your flames to blind it. I'm going to fry its brain." Seeing his student's reckless resolve, Zone yelled, "You can't, if you do that." But he changed his mind, summoning a massive inferno. "Fine, have it your way." A torrent of fire shot directly at the beast. Kai seized the opening, firing a laser beam from his suit. The beam coiled around one of the monster's horns. He charged forward, his mind racing. Faster. The laser needs to move faster. I have to max out the reactor's output and obliterate this dragon in a single strike. Zone watched on, thinking. "What's your plan, Kai?" Just then, Kai's entire body erupted in a brilliant blue aura. He remembered a conversation from before. He'd asked, "Is there any way to handle the electrical feedback?" The professor had answered, "You'd have to temporarily discharge your entire spiritual power." Kai had questioned him, confused. "What did you say?" Seeing his confusion, the professor explained. "He might be a rude, insufferable punk, but we can't afford to let him die. If he's ever in danger from the dragon's energy, discharge all of your own." And now, remembering that advice, Kai unleashed every last drop of his spiritual power. His mind raced. The Gen 2 suit has a higher ratio of exotic materials. It's designed to neutralize other energy signatures when I discharge my own. The resulting explosion was immense. Zone threw up an arm to shield himself from the blast. His heart pounded with worry for his student. But through the smoke, Kai stood completely unharmed. He retracted the helmet of his combat suit. On the ground before him, the monster lay scorched and motionless. Then, a strange blue energy began to envelop the dragon's corpse. Zone watched in awe, a single thought crossing his mind. Maybe, just maybe, the kid I picked is the one who will save the world. Kai stood frozen in place, his gaze fixed on a colossal pillar of light that had appeared before him. The light surged forward, engulfing him completely. He peeked with one eye, curious. Then he opened both, and his jaw dropped. The world around him had completely transformed. Kai stared in astonishment. At his feet was a tiny, unfamiliar creature. Paying it no mind, he began to wander through the strange landscape. The little creature leaped onto a nearby branch. Soon, Kai came upon a clearing, and a massive dragon. He flinched at the sight. The dragon was perched atop a massive, splintered tree trunk. Another dragon? He wondered. As if sensing his presence, the colossal beast stirred. It bared a maw of razor-sharp teeth. Its single, tri-pupil eye was horrifying. After a low growl, its gaze locked directly onto him. It launched itself from the trunk, hurtling towards the ground below. Kai was paralyzed by a mix of awe and terror, unable to move a muscle. The great dragon roared, its voice thundering in his mind. "Human, I will test your will." And with a jolt, Kai's eyes snapped open. A hospital room, he thought, bewildered. Just then, Kathy's voice cut through his confusion. "Oh, sorry. Did I wake you?" It had all been a dream. He shot up in bed. "Clud, how long was I out?" His friend replied, 3 days. He asked, "Why are you in a hospital gown?" While wiping a table, his friend answered, "I had a psych evaluation. They told me I had to be admitted for a while." After saying that, he froze for a long moment. The battlefield flashed before his eyes. A world choked by the thick smoke of explosions. A furious roar tore from his throat as streams of power swirled around him. That brilliant light enveloped his body, forging immense strength. His clothes were shredded away by the raw energy. The deep wounds covering his body began to seal shut as tears of rage streamed down his cheeks. "You bastards! I'll kill every last one of you." He then charged headfirst into the horde, a whirlwind of relentless fists and fury. Each blow tore into the flesh of the grotesque beasts, sending blood flying. He gripped his spear, thrusting with deadly, lightning-fast strikes. His eyes burned with pure hatred. He lunged forward again, a blur of motion. The creature shrieked in agony. With flames of vengeance in his eyes, he struck them down one by one in a deadly rhythm. In moments, the entire pack lay defeated at his feet. The world around him was consumed by fire, leaving him stunned. Back in the hospital room, he continued, "Lai Han, you always said you fight to protect the ones you love. I will also fight to protect my friends. Anyone who dares to hurt them will die by my hand, even if I have to follow them to the depths of hell." Lai Han looked at him, filled with pride. "Grr." He was studying Clud's expression when someone else entered. Clud immediately said, "I'll give you two some space. We can talk more later." Catherine stepped inside, her voice filled with concern. "How are you feeling?" "I'm fine. I heal fast." "It seems you've changed your mind about cooperating properly," she replied. "It's because I overrode Command's authority and sent you out." At that, her expression began to tremble. She said slowly, "The kind of people who take 10-year-old kids and train them for war as if it's completely normal. The soldiers who are always ready to fall and call it their duty. I hate all of them. But even so, I still sent you out there. When you left, I felt so relieved." Tears streamed down her face as she admitted, "I'm no different from them." The two of them sat there in a heavy silence. She wiped her tears. "I'm sorry. I came here to thank you, and now it's turned into this." He watched her cry and thought to himself, "She's so fragile." Suddenly, an alert flashed on her watch. She grabbed her coat and quickly stood to leave. "I have to go. The funeral is about to start. Take care of yourself." He nodded slightly and thought, "You don't need to feel guilty. You were just doing your job." This used to seem insane, but now it's just a part of our lives. To protect the people I care about, I'll keep fighting. "I understand." He stood at the door for a long time, watching her silhouette fade. Down in the lobby, Kuro and Simon ran into each other. Kuro asked curiously, "Simon, what are you doing here? Where are Lai Han and Clud?" Simon snapped, "They're both hospitalized. Why else do you think I'd be here? Use your brain for once." Kuro was taken aback. "What? Are they okay?" Simon's reply was ice cold, like I care. "If you want to know, drag yourself over there and see them." He then said to Kuro, "Try to keep up. If you fall behind, don't expect me to give a damn." With that, he stormed off. Kuro stood there thinking, "I guess Simon still can't stand me. Whatever." He thought to himself, "Just looking at that stupid face pisses me off. That bastard only gets his act together when a comrade dies in battle. I would never trust him to watch my back, not even in the most desperate situation." 3 days later. "It's good that you've been discharged. Here, drink this while it's still warm." Lai Han picked up the cup and took a sip. He set it down on the table. "This is really good. Since when did you learn how to give compliments?" The man dropped a sugar cube into the cup. "It's better with a little sugar." The cube slowly dissolved into the warm liquid. Lai Han asked curiously, "I'm sure you didn't call me here just to have a friendly chat. Is this about Kuro?" "That's right. I need you to guide Kuro so he can join the fight. He's going to be fighting in a second-generation psychic mech unit. We've decided to form 11 additional units. There will be 3 squads with 4 members each, and one of them will be yours. We've killed all the dragons that appeared outside of Vanamu. We used to be able to kill them with just 4 first-generation psychic mechs, but that's impossible now with the new breed of dragons. They're evolving to counter us. From now on, our future depends entirely on the second-generation psychic mech teams." He stepped outside, his mind already racing. "Right now, I'm holding 2 trump cards. Unless they reassemble the prototype, I'm the only one who can pilot it. Plus, Kuro is at his strongest when he's with me. He needs me right now. Every advantage is on my side." Scene change. The sound of a foot kicking a door open echoed loudly. "Hey, get a move on." Simon roared at Kuro, his face a mask of fury. "What are you doing, dragging your feet like that?" "Sorry." Kuro could only stand there, scratching his head. A summons was sent out. "All A-rank personnel to the lab, immediately. We're late, let's move." He thought to himself, "I swore I would never be weak again. But no matter how hard I try, without Li Han by my side, I feel like I'm reverting to my old self." They all gathered in the hall, staring at a new device. Simon's curiosity was piqued. "What is that thing?" "It's the new mental power evaluator. Just looking at it, you can tell it's designed to measure our mental power levels or something. This device synthesizes a limit index for your mental power based on your output. You just have to sit down, put on this helmet, and try to use every last drop of your mental energy." The machine chimed, its evaluation of approximately 8,000 methods complete. Simon eyed it for a moment, then shoved the person in front of him aside. My turn? Fine. He confidently settled into the device. The machine whirred to life, beginning its analysis. The onlookers murmured with anticipation. I wonder what his score will be. He's England's prodigy, so who knows what he's capable of. Inside, Simon squeezed his eyes shut. Suddenly, his mind exploded with power as sweat poured down his face from the immense strain. The system's voice echoed. Evaluation complete. Approximately 10,000 methods. The crowd erupted in shock. That's insane. Isn't that the highest record so far? No one's ever broken 9,000 before. Simon shot a challenging glare at Kuro. Hey, you should get tested too. Kuro just waved his hand dismissively. No need. I've already been evaluated. Simon sneered. How much? What's your mental power level, Kuro? The girl operating the device looked completely flustered. Well, 1,200 methods. Another person stepped forward and said, that's just based on his average results. The sudden appearance of a cold-looking woman intrigued everyone as Simon muttered something under his breath. Then he walked away, leaving her curious. That's not fair. Doctor, we don't have to do this. The doctor explained. With a stubborn personality like his, he'll never let it go until he finds out what he wants to know. Kuro stood there, thinking to himself, it might be Simon. The scene shifts, now focusing on Lai Han. It digitizes a person's mental power level, kind of like stats you'd see in a video game. I haven't tried it myself, but I think I get what you mean, he thought. The organization wouldn't build something like this without a purpose. They're probably planning to use it in combat somehow. So, Captain, what's our mission this time? He looked towards Silent and gave a solemn nod, his eyes filled with grim determination. We'll begin the briefing now. A voice suddenly rang out. Hey, you pathetic loser. Let's fight. I'm going to beat you to a pulp. The girl pointed her sword at the young man. He turned to face her. What's the reason for this fight? She yelled. I don't like that our names are so similar. That's it. He just smiled softly. All right then, I suppose that's reason enough. Back in the present, Silent pondered the memory that just surfaced. Is this a fragment of memory I lost after my injury? Lustu, a small village nestled in the Pyrenees Mountains. Are all the soldiers from the French front fleeing to this location? Clue replied, it seems highly unusual, considering their known behavior and intelligence. Something must be manipulating those bastards. My guess? It's one of the elves. Lai Han gave the order, sweep the village again. Judging by the climate and the state of the corpse, it's only been about 2 days. And there are no other bodies. Are the rest of them hiding somewhere else? Someone called out to Lai Han. We have an approach from the front. Everyone, to your battle positions. Just then, a man pulling a cart moved closer. Lai Han commanded, confirm his identity. The man set his cart down, slowly pulling down the brim of his hat. You're soldiers from the organization, aren't you? As you can see, I'm just a simple farmer from this village. Lai Han studied him, his eyes filled with suspicion. That skull, with a diving helmet on your hand, it's a common tattoo for the Marine Corps. If you won't identify yourself willingly, then we'll do this the hard way. He raised his watch, database scan, initiating. The man immediately surrendered. Jack. Just call me Jack. Lai Han pressed him. What's your full name? The old man yelled back, that's so rude. Being rude is better than overlooking a potential threat. Finally, the man relented. It's Jack C. Gunner. Lai Han read the information on his device, retired 6 years ago, and a former member of the PF. That's right. I decided to seek you out after all these years on the run, but you're not listed as a deserter. So what's the problem? The old man replied. Psychics are always monitored. Even after retirement, there's no freedom. They're terrified we'll use our powers to commit crimes. He slowly turned away, then stared back intently. You're going to help me, right? I can't bury every single one of them by myself, but I just want to give them a little dignity. At this point, the entire squad had gathered around. He explained, I originally settled here to escape the surveillance, but I've grown to love this place. I want to live out the rest of my days here. The man paused for a long moment. I'm guessing you're hunting those bastards, right? Let me join you. Lai Han's eyes widened at the offer. The man continued, I could only stand by and watch as everyone died. Because of this power, I chose to live like a coward. But as he spoke, his eyes filled with new resolve. Lai Han thought to himself, invisibility? Even if I don't know his combat potential, an ability like that would be invaluable for reconnaissance. Pleased to meet you, Jay Gunler. My name is Lai Han. I'll be hiring you on a temporary basis. He stepped forward, offering the man a gun as a sign of their deal. Jay Gunler gripped the weapon tightly, his gaze now filled with confidence. He looked forward to proving his worth. Captain Lai Han gave the signal, and the team moved out, heading into the dense forest. The new recruit, however, was already lagging behind. Seeing this, Lai Han called a halt. Take a break, we'll set up a rotating watch. Thank God. Jay Gunler sighed, warily unscrewing his water bottle. Are you guys even human? I didn't think I was this out of shape. There's no way I can keep up with a squad of fully equipped soldiers like you. Leihan simply stated, we are psionic enhancers. Generation 2. So they're still going with that project? He thought. Looking at them now, they don't look much older than 13 or 14. They must be stronger than the first generation, but they're so young. Leihan's voice cut through his thoughts. Why did you leave the ARK? His eyes were fixed on the old man, who stared up at the sky for a long moment before answering. Because to me, ARK has become as twisted as the dragons and minions we fight. Nearby, Silent couldn't help but lean in, listening intently. He thought to himself that if it happened 6 years ago, it must have been right around the time of the incident. Suddenly, a splitting headache shattered Silent's focus, like 1,000 volts of electricity surging through her brain. A vision of a giant hand appeared in her mind. Come with me. Her eyes shot wide with terror. We were not born to be raised like cattle. Everyone out there is our enemy. Now, come with me. The man in her vision tried to pull her away, his gaze terrifying. A single name flashed through her mind, Reeb. The sound of frantic footsteps grew louder. Catherine was moving with extreme urgency, and the man following close behind her was just as tense. They stopped at a door, and she snapped, Don't just stand there. Open it. The door swung open instantly, revealing a pitch-black space. Most of the physical files had already been digitized and stored on the server. She said coolly, Don't take me for a fool. In the 10 years I was asleep, the records from that 6-year period were altered. I will find out what really happened during that time. Meanwhile, Leihan asked the old man, Is your hatred for them because they recruited and trained children like us? The man looked at him for a long time, then replied, Don't put too much faith in ARK. ARK stole children just like you. Suddenly, the system alert blared. This is Izetu. Leihan jolted, glancing at his watch. We're tracking a low-grade monster. It's immobile due to a serious injury. It appears to have been abandoned by its pack. Without hesitation, they started to move out. Leihan commanded, Let's go. But then, his gaze shifted to Silent. She was clutching her head, trembling uncontrollably from the blinding pain. He spoke into his comms, Kuro, you handle this one. Kill it. The command startled Kuro, and his hands and legs began to shake violently. Clue watched Kuro's reaction and thought, Ultimately, the goal of this mission is to give Kuro some real combat experience. He needs to get used to eliminating these minions. Go. Take care of it. Kuro approached the creature, sweat beading on his forehead. The massive, ferocious beast was ready to tear him limb from limb. He raised his rifle, standing directly in its path. I'm going to kill you, he muttered, aiming down the sights. But his entire body was trembling, his heart pounding in his chest. He steeled himself, thinking, If I don't eliminate you, my friends could end up just like the bodies we found back at you. With newfound resolve, his hands steadied. Elsewhere, Leihan was focused on Silent, anxiously calling her name as she spiraled. Silent, Silent. Calm down, I need to calm down. She repeated the words over and over in her head. I'm not wrong. If anything is wrong, it's this world. That child was. He grabbed her shoulders, shouting her name. Silent. She slowly began to return to herself, though his expression remained deeply worried. As her emotions stabilized, she regained control and touched his arm. I'm okay now. Only after seeing she had calmed down did he turn away. 2 other members approached them. It's time to switch shifts. Kuro, good work. One of them walked over, patting Kuro on the shoulder. He looked at the hand on his shoulder, but said nothing. The old man watched them from a distance, thinking, So, these kids must be the second generation. Huh? They're completely different from the second generation I once knew. They don't seem like children forced into a role, but like young adults who grew into it naturally. A curse echoed through the room. Damn it, it's not here either. Catherine furiously threw things around the office. She glared at her companion. You knew from the start it wasn't here, but you didn't stop me. He replied calmly. Restricting your actions goes against my principles. Why don't you just go die? Because I won't move a single step until I find the truth. Now tell me why the files were altered. He let out a long sigh. Between the first and the current second generation of Sicers, there was another generation. 50 children with the highest psychic potential were selected. He lifted a painting from the wall, instantly teleporting it away to reveal a hidden safe. But we lost control of them during the program's initial phase. The project was a failure, he stated, as she watched with intense curiosity. He pulled a notebook from the safe. Her jaw dropped. Don't tell me that's. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, the rest of the team was taking a break, buzzing with excitement. We finally found them. Jack, you're our scout. Report back on their equipment and identify their leader. No problem. He then took off his shoes, slowly surveying the area. Using an invisibility technique, he scouted the perimeter. He moved silently, counting. 17 low-grade monsters. This is so easy. Even a normal first-generation member could handle it. Still haven't spotted the leader, though. Where could it be? It has to be close. Just then, Layden's voice came over the comms. Jack, you've been gone for a while. Return to base. You'll be detected if there's a loom mage nearby. Here, just a little longer, he whispered back, thinking, it's fine. There are only low grades here. He continued to scan his surroundings, completely unaware that a monstrous pair of eyes was now fixed directly on him. A knot of worry tightened in Lihan's chest. I've lost contact with Jack. The others were grim. They had no choice but to push forward. Our top priority is Jack's safety. Let's split up. They spread out, scouting the surroundings. Instantly, a sinister presence filled the air. Strange footprints were burned into the ground, each surrounded by a mysterious crimson aura. A glowing red face, twisted in fury, slowly materialized. A figure emerged, questioning their mission. Are you serious about this? You actually plan to kill those children? They tried to explain it was about control, not killing. Even so, some might die in the process. That's murder, plain and simple. I can't follow orders like that, he declared. I'm leaving the ARK. I refuse to have the blood of children on my hands. He tightened his grip on his blade, grabbing a soldier's head. He pressed the steel to his neck. In one fluid motion, blood erupted, and the man crumbled to the ground. This man was Jack. His eyes burned red as he stared down at his victim. Elsewhere, Silent launched herself at a monster, ready to tear it limb from limb. With a single, devastating move, not one, but several beasts fell before her. Lihan commanded, advance. Kuro, support me with your psychic energy. Roger that, he complied. He steeled his resolve. I have to protect him, no matter the cost. Facing the monstrous horde, all fear vanished. At that moment, a surge of power enveloped him completely. It felt like lightning coursing through his very veins. He charged forward, a fearless one-man army. Lihan was stunned by his potential, a terrifying power that threatened to shatter everything, unleashing a chain of earth-shattering explosions. Lihan watched, completely overwhelmed. The young man continued to unleash his newfound strength. Lihan thought to himself, so this is the power of an S-ranker. Now I understand why the ARK wanted him so badly. Impressive, Kuro, but conserve your energy. You don't need to waste it all on low-level trash. Sorry, this is easy Thori. Does anyone copy? Back with Jack, a voice echoed, I don't know why. Jack turned, astonished. The man he just struck down had regenerated his body and mind in an instant. But I know this. Right now, you are my enemy. The man rose slowly to his feet. I don't care what your reasons are. Bring it on. Old man Clue glared, his face contorted with rage. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Easy team, converge on Easy Thori's position. Lihan relayed the order to everyone. Across the battlefield, Clue charged forward with his spear. His opponent dodged with masterful skill, then hurled 3 daggers in a single motion. The unexpected attack struck true, drawing blood. He was thrown back by the impact, blood splattering across the ground once more. Just as the old man moved in for the final blow, he raised his dagger, ready to plunge it down. But his target seemed lost in thought. He raised his eyes, locking them with his attackers. An overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from his body. The old man froze in utter shock, his killing blow missing completely. Clue managed to escape. My apologies, old man. The warrior then tossed a grenade in his direction. Caught off guard, the old man collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain. He stood over him, casually brushing back his hair. Just because you have regeneration doesn't mean you're immune to pain. Just then, the rest of the team arrived. What in the world happened here? He quickly explained. He ambushed me. But from the look in his eyes, it's like he's a puppet on a string. Curiosity piqued, they started to move closer. But Clue stopped them. Stay back. He's still dangerous. Lihan glanced at the man's mangled leg, thinking, but if we leave him like this, he'll surely die. Abruptly, the man's body jolted back to life. His blood-red eyes stared directly at Lihan. He let out a primal roar. By your command. The team could only watch, utterly stunned. His power seemed to surge back in an instant. What is that thing? Lihan wondered. Hearing the roar, Jack screamed in desperation. Han. Hearing the warning, Lihan spun around to intercept. Get back. He knew he'd have to use more of his own power. Lihan tossed his weapon aside. His entire body began to tremble violently as he reached for the malevolent energy. Pain contorted his face, his mouth agape in a silent scream. Seizing the chance, the sinister aura plunged into his body. Before their astonished eyes, Lihan's frame began to swell, absorbing almost all of the crimson energy. In moments, Lihan's body was transformed. He now resembled a demonic beast, his face twisted into a ferocious snarl. A dark, red aura poured from his very being. His eyes snapped open, revealing pupils that were now solid, crimson light. Lihan let out a piercing, inhuman shriek. Deep in the forest, a brilliant red light erupted like a violent inferno, followed by a furious roar. Sweat poured down Lihan's face as pulsating veins bulged across his skin. His entire body was racked with agony. His own teammates were forced to pin him down. All three of them looked on, their faces filled with dread. Kuro asked in frustration, "What are we supposed to do now?" Clut replied calmly, "We've reported back to base. We might have to bring him back like this." Clut's calm facade was breaking. He turned to Kuro. "Can't you use your ability to enter his mind?" Kuro was stunned. "Me? Do you really think I can do something like that?" Clut was resolute. "For now, we try everything we can." Kuro simply nodded. Understood. A powerful energy flared from Kuro as he held his hand towards Lihan's face. Inside Lihan's mind, a psychic entity now stood, while his true self was a small figure in the distance. Lihan stared intensely at the creature. They faced off against each other. He thought to himself, this place. He remembered meeting the old man here. He realized this was his own mental space. It seems we've gone much deeper than before. Lihan's eyes were firm, while the psychic entity snarled like a monster. It spoke with his face. "It's unbelievable you've held on to your consciousness this long. This is a first." The monster held a weapon in its hand, shocking Lihan completely. "It was 10 times his size. I will destroy you, once and for all." Tensely, Lihan took a defensive stance. "Sounds just like me, doesn't it?" Outside, Kuro was channeling his power. Clut asked impatiently, "Can you see anything?" Kuro quickly answered, "I think Han is fighting it right now. If he can push that thing out of his body, I might be able to capture it. But I can't make any promises." Clut couldn't hide his anxiety. "Damn it, just take it down." But inside, Lihan was getting brutally beaten. The psychic entity smirked, pointing its blade at him. "This is the end for you. Die." A sinister look twisted its features. "Don't be sad. All your friends and family will be joining you soon enough." It pressed the weapon down, making Lihan scream in agony. The entity was pleased. "This is the only thing you can be proud of." Lihan was enduring both physical and mental torment, but the entity offered a twisted compliment. "You are the only human to have lasted this long." Just then, the space began to glow. The entity's arm suddenly vanished, shocking it. "What in the world is this?" It felt like it was being pulled apart, its whole body disintegrating as it grew weaker. It couldn't believe it. "My spiritual power is being rejected." Lihan was also stunned, rejected. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. "Han, we've never seen a case like yours." A series of images flashed before him. No one had ever used spiritual power that so violently rejected a psychic entity. The psychic creature was now on its knees, completely drained. Lihan hesitated. "Is it because of my unique circumstances?" The entity seethed with rage but was powerless. Lihan forcefully grabbed its collar and cocked his fist back. His face was terrifying. "Your little charade of pretending to be me ends now." The impersonator, still gripped by the collar, was furious but helpless. "Stop trying to be me." From the opposite angle, Lihan looked violent, terrifying. He coiled his body, winding up his arm and roaring, "Be gone." He then unleashed a devastating punch, completely caving in the entity's face. The force of the blow sent it flying into the distance. Its face contorted in pain as it shrieked. It seethed, "You little brat." Lihan suddenly knew he had to get out of there. That thing's power was too dangerous. At the same time, the psychic entity was being forced out of Lihan's body. The group watched in shock as the situation unfolded. A brilliant golden light shot out from Lihan's body, ascending into the air before their astonished eyes. Clut immediately pointed. "Up there. Kuro, can you do it?" Without a moment's delay, Kuro was enveloped in a green aura. He declared with conviction, "I'll try." Kuro soared into the air, his long hair flowing behind him. He powered up, his arms straining with energy. Slowly, he clasped his hands together, trapping the psychic entity inside. He announced, "I've got it." Trapped within Kuro's palms, the psychic entity raged in silence. Suddenly, the red orb in its containment began to expand. Everyone watched in horror. Is it trying to escape by turning into smoke? Just then, Lihan's voice cut through the air from behind. "Let me give it a try." Everyone turned to him, their faces filled with concern. "Han, are you all right?" Blood stained Lihan's face, splattering his armor. His left arm was especially noticeable. A golden prosthetic hand gleamed in the dim light. He forced a smile. "I'm okay." Glancing down at the arm, he muttered, "I never thought I'd actually have to use this thing in a real fight." With that, Lihan raised his golden fist high, aiming it at the energy bubble imprisoning the psychic entity. He supported his golden arm with his other hand, and the prosthetic began to glow with a brilliant light so intense that everyone had to look away. The psychic entity was instantly shattered, letting out shrieks of agony before exploding in midair. Everyone stared in shock as Lai Han lowered his clenched prosthetic fist. Kroot yelled in disbelief. "What in the world just happened?" Lai Han replied calmly, "It's the Hive's latest experiment." He remembered the dragon's skeleton, still lying in the freshly dug pit. He recalled his teacher holding a piece of its bone. Lai Han explained, he secretly took some bone and skin when they were excavating the golden dragon's remains. Before silent, he held up the arm and said grimly, "I wasn't comfortable using this in combat since it wasn't approved by ARK, but now that I've tried it, perhaps it's perfect for someone like me, who has no special strengths of their own." Beneath the calm night sky, the group gathered around Jack's side. They called out softly, "Jack, Jack." Lai Han's face was etched with worry as he pleaded, "Jack, can you hear me?" Perhaps his desperate calls managed to pierce through the darkness. The old soldier's eyes fluttered open, his face drenched in sweat as he breathed out a single name, Han. Seeing him awake, Li Han's spirits lifted, his heart filled with a sliver of hope. "Hang in there." ARK sent a bird to the medical team, but the old man cut him off. "No, it's too late for me." The view from above showed the team huddled around Jack. He now only had one leg left. In the quiet that followed, he spoke. "But even if I die right now, I have no regrets. Thank you for avenging me against those bastards." Looking forward, Jack saw nothing but the faces of his loved ones. It seemed that even at the end, Jack could not forget them. He reached a hand out. "It won't be long before I see my friends again." His voice suddenly caught in his throat as he clutched his chest. "So you don't need to feel guilty about my death." Kroot fought to hold back his tears, unable to say a word. From where he lay, Jack could see Kroot's pained expression clearly. The old man said with a bittersweet smile, "I suppose I should get some rest now, shouldn't I?" Under the bright sun, every face was grim as they looked down at Jack. Back at a meeting, the discussion turned to the psychic entities. That is what we're calling these spiritual parasites. Everyone in the room was working tirelessly, their eyes glued to their monitors. They seemed to use their host's memories and skills. You could say they're even harder to deal with than dragons. Suddenly, a man spoke up. "We need to run a full examination on Lai Han." A blue-haired girl looked at her screen, her face shadowed with sadness as she delivered the news. "Jack de Gunler, the veteran soldier, has died." She remembered a conversation she had with a colleague. "You killed them?" she asked, clutching the documents in her hand. "The children from the original plan. You killed all of them." It turned out she was speaking to John Red. He recalled the silhouettes of those figures. "We tried to capture them alive, but they were stronger than us. Then," he said coldly, "in the end, we had to use the psychic mechs to eliminate them." Hearing this, the blue-haired girl screamed in disbelief. "How could you do that?" But he remained calm. There were some casualties in the process, but most were captured alive. As for their current whereabouts, I honestly don't know. The girl was furious. "You don't know? You expect me to believe that?" John Red answered immediately. "I would never lie to you. Especially not about this." Thinking back, she lowered her head, a gloomy expression on her face. "Only the chief of staff and his inner circle would know. Like you said, maybe they really are dead." She glanced sideways, her thoughts aimed at the man beside her. What did they do to those children? The sound of a running shower filled the silence. A young woman had just finished bathing. On her desk, a skull was plugged in, charging. She collapsed onto her bed, throwing an arm over her eyes, wondering why that memory was surfacing now. A thought flashed through her mind. It was the image of a handsome young man, a calm demeanor and an intellect that far surpassed his age, with a persuasive ability that made others agree before they even realized it. Then, suddenly, an image of Li Han appeared in her mind. "He reminds me of Han." Abruptly, a closet door flew open from the outside. Light streamed in, clearly illuminating the objects inside. A shirt suddenly levitated out of the closet, followed by a jacket. Both garments moved toward the same point. They flew through the air and dressed a young man standing there. It was none other than Lai Han. He was using his power to make a notebook and pen move at his command. His eyes glowed with a brilliant blue light as he placed the notebook on the table. Han uses his power again, levitating the pen. The first line of his log appears. "After the space gate materialized in Paris, we received deployment requests from other nations in Europe." At that same moment, flashes of a memory flicker before our eyes. It's Han's past. His squad, Lean, Silent, Kuro, and Klut were in hot pursuit of something. His voice cuts through the comms. "This is Squad Y. We have eyes on a fleeing minion." Ahead of Han's team, several human-like figures wielding weapons are also chasing the creatures. Han reports into his comms, "Confirmed. 5 LLU warriors." The response is cold and direct. "Neutralize them." The moment the comms cut out, Han immediately whips his head to the left and issues an order. Kuro instantly grasps the plan. He readies himself, replying to Han. On it. As he speaks, Kuro thrusts his hand forward. A torrent of blue energy erupts from his palm. As the light flares, a massive mountain of earth suddenly juts out from the ground, blocking the minions' path. The wall of rock is impenetrable. The minions have no way through. They screech to a halt, staring up at the peak, desperately searching for a way to cross. Seeing their chance, Han's squad closes in without hesitation. With their escape cut off, the creatures can only turn and face their doom. They decide on a final, desperate charge. Their leader lets out a roar, and the others instantly fall into a battle-ready stance. Seeing this, Han leaps into the air and shouts his orders. Clut, silent, move in. Clut immediately rushes forward. Meanwhile, a golden light bursts from Han's own hand, his gaze locked onto the enemy. With a battle cry, he unleashes a precise and powerful attack. Arcs of lightning surge toward the minions, instantly paralyzing any that are struck. Clut immediately unloads a hail of bullets into the monster stunned by Han's lightning. It can't dodge or defend itself, forced to take the full barrage. As blood splatters everywhere, Silent dashes straight into the fray. Before his feet even touch the ground, he unleashes a flurry of slashes imbued with a dark aura. Each strike lands perfectly, severing the minions' necks. After the assault, all that remains is a flicker of dark energy, and the sight of a masked figure with twin swords, landing gracefully on the ground. The moment Silent's feet touch down, the shadowy aura behind him fades away. Later, on a plain beside a forest, Han's team is resting after the battle. One of them finally speaks up. Silent, you're a total beast. How do you slice them up so cleanly like that? Silent replies, the real monsters are the ones that can make things erupt from the ground like that. Hearing this, Clut, who's lounging nearby, chimes in. He's got a point. Han turns to Kuro with a smile. You did great work, Kuro. Hearing the praise, Kuro rubs the back of his neck, a grateful smile spreading across his face. Han continues. Your situational awareness has improved by leaps and bounds. Just then, a finger taps him on the shoulder from behind. Han turns to find Silent, looking at him curiously. What is it? Pointing at Han's gauntlet, he says. Let me have that. After the blunt request, Han just lets out a sigh. This thing would be useless to you. You just waste the mental energy you should be saving for your teleportation skills. Hearing Han's refusal, Silent seems completely undeterred. He insists, give it to me anyway. Seeing Silent's unwavering resolve, Han holds out the gauntlet with a grin. Fine. On one condition, you have to take off your mask. Hearing this demand, the other three are stunned. Clut can't hide his shock, jumping to his feet. What did you say? Silent, however, remains calm and determined. He slowly raises a hand to his mask, as if he's actually going to remove it. Seeing this, Han, Clut, and Kuro are all in disbelief. Their eyes are glued to Silent, as if this is a moment they've been waiting for forever. As for Silent, he slowly begins to pull the mask away. But you can see him hesitate. In the end, he gives up. Silent lets his hand fall from the mask, saying with a hint of regret, I don't think I can. This is who I am. Seeing this, Han lets out a quiet sigh of relief. He thinks to himself, that's exactly why I made that condition. He looks at Silent with a bright smile, trying to comfort him. Hey, don't get too down about it. I'll let you borrow it next time. Hearing those words, Silent's disappointed expression is instantly replaced by a thrilled grin. He starts punching Han's shoulder playfully. You promise, right? You promise? Han manages a strained smile. Yeah, I promise. Then adds through gritted teeth. Ow. That actually hurts. Silent. Just then, a helicopter appears in the sky above, arriving to extract them. Down on the ground, Clut immediately explodes with jealousy, shouting, What? Han, what about me? I want to turn, too. Kuro looks like he's on the same page. I'd like to try it as well. Seeing their reactions, Han can only sigh in defeat. All right, fine. The final line of Han's journal entry appears. Over the course of the 2-week expedition, we managed to bring most of the chaos originating from Paris under control. He ended the entry, saying, It's only been 2 weeks, but it feels like we've gone through years of training. Suddenly, a notification chimed, snatching Lai Han's attention. He turned and saw a new message. A quick glance at the clock revealed it was from Siegfried Schuler. After reading it, Lai Han immediately headed for his teacher, Otto. The moment Otto saw him, he declared with immense pride, Behold, the new second-generation psychic mechs. They all contain your prototype data. Walking over to one of the suits, Lai Han asked, So you called me here to test them? His teacher replied, Exactly. We can't afford to release any defective units. Otto put on a headset, his voice booming through the microphone. You better conserve your strength if you want to deal with all of these mechs. Hearing Otto's challenge, Lai Han simply said, "Got it." He was now clad in silver and black armor, etched with glowing energy circuits. The moment Otto's voice faded, Lai Han's entire body erupted in a brilliant blue aura. He launched his attack in an instant, beginning the grueling test. Meanwhile, in a distant briefing room, a blue-haired girl stood and announced, 30 days from now. Facing the assembly, she continued, "The location is northern Arizona, USA, the Grand Canyon." She then turned her gaze to Alexandra Rico. "That is where the dragons will appear." With a grim expression, Alexandra Rico stated, "So the countdown begins again." He continued, "There are 11 second-generation psychic mechs in this new batch." As he spoke, an image flashed in his mind. A lone figure, wielding a long spear, wreathed in blue flames. Thanks to Lai Han, who nearly single-handedly wiped out the dragons with a prototype, our armaments are better than ever. He rose to his feet, his voice firm. "Prepare 2 full teams of second-generation mechs within 10 days. Select suitable candidates for the mission from the third-year cadets." A blond man in the room questioned. 2 teams? Not 3? Elsewhere, under a setting sun, 2 men stood before a massive estate, one with red hair and the other, a brown-haired young man named Gio. The red-haired man pointed and said, "You're far more talented than you think." Surprised by his words, Gio asked in confusion, "Why are you saying this all of a sudden?" The man continued, "You're clever. You know when to backstab someone." Hearing this, a flush of shame crept up Gio's neck. "What?" The man pressed on. "And you can make up for your shortcomings with your cunning, can't you?" Fed up, Gio shouted, "Just say what you mean." Then, a look of realization dawned on his face. He calmed himself, his eyes fixed on the man before him. After a moment of thought, he recognized him. The man speaking to Gio was Jose. He said calmly, "It's time for your 3rd-level promotion." Jose stood before the examination board, a panel of 3 judges. A voice cut through the tension. "This is completely unprecedented." It was Sergeant John Red. He looked at Jose sternly and said, "To request a promotion evaluation. I can only assume you believe you're ready for the test, correct?" As Sergeant Red's question hung in the air, Jose's hand began to tremble. It was a mix of thrilling excitement, crushing anxiety, and some other strange, unidentifiable emotion. He clenched his fist, steeling his resolve. He had made his decision. In a flashback to Jose's past, a TV screen shows a middle-aged blonde man, his hand extended as if to shake hands with the viewer. He spoke enthusiastically. "Does your child have psychic potential?" He continued, "Apply to the Academy today, and you'll receive countless government-sponsored benefits." Off-screen, Jose's father muttered, "Doesn't a single one of our kids have psychic power? If just one did, we'd be set for life." Suddenly, a hand slapped his shoulder. It was Jose's mother. Holding a baby in her arms, she nagged. Instead of mumbling that nonsense, "Why don't you actually watch the kids?" Her husband's face filled with fear. All right, I will." Just then, Jose was about to leave the house. The sound of the door opening drew everyone's attention. His mother asked, "Jose, are you going out to play?" He turned slightly and replied softly, "Yes." His mother smiled and pointed at him. "Can you do me a favor on your way back? Pick up a few things for dinner." After his mother's request, Jose left the house. It was clear his home was located in a slum. The surrounding buildings, including his own, were dilapidated and run down. He pulled out his bicycle, ready to depart. Getting on the bike, he scanned his surroundings one last time, his eyes filled with a deep melancholy. He then began pedaling through the grim streets. His body looked frail and thin. Still, he pushed forward, pedaling his bike with all his might. It's unclear how long he rode or how far he went, but those weak legs just kept moving, never stopping. He finally reached a tunnel. Though exhaustion was setting in, he continued to push onward. He emerged into a large, empty lot surrounded by old, worn-out houses. In the center of the lot was a pristine water fountain. Here, other children were passionately chasing a ball, pouring all their hearts into the game. Among the kids playing soccer, a voice suddenly piped up, "Hey, what's a psychic?" As they skillfully passed the ball, they chatted as if it was the easiest thing in the world. Another boy answered, "It's someone with supernatural abilities." The kids kept chasing the ball, their faces filled with pure excitement. "I heard the government pays them a fortune. You'd be even richer than a soccer player." One of the kids playing was named Jose. He just got the ball and was dribbling with lightning speed. As he ran, he asked excitedly, "For real?" Jose was now facing a man holding a bag of fruit who offered it to him while speaking. Hearing the man's words, Jose's earlier excitement instantly vanished. "He's just spouting lies," Jose thought, taking the bag of fruit. The man leaned in closer. "Those scum just want to drag naive kids into their mess." Jose looked up as the shop owner continued, "Then they let them die fighting monsters." Without missing a beat, he warned the boy, "If you have some kind of special power, You make damn sure nobody ever finds out. Walking his bike home, the bag of fruit in his basket, Jose replayed the shopkeeper's chilling words in his mind. His face was heavy with thought, the man's warning echoing in his head. If they find you, you're dead. Holding a piece of fruit, Jose wondered anxiously, could that guy have been telling the truth? Suddenly, Jose's eyes glowed with a brilliant blue light. The fruit in his hand was also enveloped in the same blue aura, yet his expression showed no surprise. Staring at his own power, Jose was lost in thought, completely focused. Gently, he placed the fruit back in the basket, having finally made his choice. He muttered to himself, don't tell anyone. I don't want to fight monsters anyway. By the time he got home, the sun was setting. He carried the fruit inside and called out, I'm home. Stepping inside, he was met with the usual chaos. The older kids were playing all over the house. The youngest was asleep, and his father was sitting on the couch, watching TV. As Jose walked in, his mother looked up from the pot she was preparing for dinner. Oh, you're back? Perfect timing. Walking past his two younger brothers, he told them sternly, stop messing around. He brought the groceries to the kitchen, where his mom told him, you can just leave that there, honey. Hearing his mom, Jose placed the bag of fruit on the counter and replied, okay. His two brothers were still roughhousing nearby. Suddenly, the one in the red shirt pushed too hard, shoving his brother into a cabinet. The boy in white cried out in pain. Hearing his brother scream, Jose whipped his head around. As he turned, he scolded them, you little troublemakers. I told you to stop messing around. But then he saw a vase on top of the cabinet, teetering on the edge from their violent horseplay. And right below it were his baby sibling and the two rowdy boys. The vase lost its balance, and suddenly, it started to fall. Seeing this, Jose's blood ran cold. His mouth fell open, his eyes wide with terror. The vase plummeted directly towards his youngest sibling. It was falling so fast. The sight sent Jose into a state of absolute panic. His face was a mask of pure fear and horror. He instinctively lunged forward, but he knew he wouldn't make it in time. He was cornered. With no other choice, he had to use his psychic power. He thrust his hand forward, and a blue aura erupted from his palm. His mother witnessed the scene, her mind completely blown. Her jaw dropped, and she stared, frozen, at Jose. His father and the two naughty kids stopped everything they were doing and stared, too. A blue light emanated from his hand and his eyes, his face locked in intense concentration. The vase, now enveloped in Jose's blue aura, froze in midair, just inches away from his baby sibling's head. The baby underneath just giggled, looking up at the floating vase with delight, completely unaware of the danger. Jose slowly used his telekinesis to move the vase to a safe location. In that moment, he was the center of his own universe. Everyone else in the house was motionless, stunned by what they were seeing. Back in that original room, a hand dropped a file onto a desk. You were always on the shortlist for promotion. There was only one reason you were cut from the final test. Looking at Jose, who stood on the opposite side of the room, Sergeant Red continued, your psychic output was too low, but I don't think you were showing us your true power. All three examiners stood up and advanced toward Jose. Despite the pressure from the three men, Jose remained calm, not taking a single step back. Sergeant Red declared, now is the time to show us everything you've got. The moment Sergeant Red finished speaking, Jose's expression hardened with focus. He wasn't just alert, he was more careful than ever before. He immediately shot his hand forward as if to unleash his power, but this time, a red-orange light blazed from his palm. In an instant, the tiny spark in Jose's hand erupted into a crushing wave of pressure that filled the room. This immense force caused the two judges some difficulty, but for Red, it was nothing. The oppressive aura began to transform. From Jose's palm, the red light morphed into flames. They burned fiercely, quickly spreading across the entire room. The heat radiating from the blaze was so intense the two judges had to throw up their defenses. Witnessing the power Jose had unleashed, the judges turned to Sergeant Red, one of them shouting, Hey, Red, you look pretty calm over there. Isn't this getting too dangerous? He slowly approached Jose, pulling a cigar from its case. He spoke calmly. This fire is created by psychic energy. He can even choose which specific objects to burn. As he finished, Red's expression hardened. He stared directly into Jose's eyes, as if to intimidate him. Of course, Jose didn't flinch, meeting Red's gaze head-on. Sergeant Red continued, that's assuming he has perfect control over it. Jose's flames roared even more violently, threatening to incinerate the room and everything in it. The fire finally seemed to affect the two judges. They cried out in agony. Suddenly, the scene cut to a muscular man's arm, covered in a bizarre tattoo. At the center of the ink was a terrified skull. His words were nothing but lies. It was him, the shop owner Jose met when he was just a child. He remembered that day vividly, the man's warning echoing in his mind. If you possess some special power, make sure no one ever finds out. The shopkeeper who met Jose that day was Jack. His voice was chilling. If they discover you, you will die. Snapping out of the memory, Jose thought to himself, old man, I don't have to hide anymore. In Sergeant Red's hand, a cigar ignited with a sudden flame. The two examiners beside Sergeant Red were petrified by Jose's sudden blaze, their entire bodies trembling in fear. They lost their footing and collapsed onto the floor. In the room, not a single ember of the fire remained. It had vanished completely. Even so, their hands wouldn't stop shaking, as one of them trembled uncontrollably. Holding the freshly lit cigar, Sergeant Red calmly stated, well now, what a magnificent way to light my cigar. Opposite him stood Jose. After unleashing his psychic power, he remained perfectly composed, facing Sergeant Red as if nothing had happened. Sergeant Red couldn't hide his amazement. This ability, it far exceeds the requirements for this evaluation test. He looked Jose dead in the eye and declared, Jose, starting tomorrow, you will be promoted to the 3rd grade. Hearing this, Jose returned his serious gaze. Without another word, he turned and walked away, leaving the 3 examiners behind him. A single thought burned in his mind. I have nowhere left to return to. I will use everything I have to destroy them. An image of his family flashed in his memory, only to be consumed by a searing flame. At the center of that fire was Jose, his face a mask of pure rage and killing intent as he departed. In the end, Jose was promoted to the 3rd grade. At that moment, a trash can launched into the air, scattering garbage everywhere. It slammed back to the ground, shocking everyone nearby. The one responsible was Simon. He stood with clenched fists, his face twisted in anger. Nearby, Clue was eating with Lihan and Dimichi. Looking at the scene, he sighed. There he goes again. Another tantrum. All because he was rejected from the 2nd-generation reinforcement program. Lihan said nothing. Dimichi, holding a piece of bread next to Clue, chimed in. I heard they're only picking 3rd years who've been at this level for at least 1 year. Lihan remained perfectly still, listening to their words. He's just furious because Lihan was the only one granted a special exception. Lihan's memory drifted back a few days, to a forest where 4 figures stood in advanced mecha suits. So, this is our first job. Our official mission is to wipe out the minions, but our real objective is to get used to these psychic mechs and learn to work as a team. One of them, the apparent leader, announced. Regarding teamwork, Lihan thought to himself, I'm pretty sure I can handle this mission all by myself. The 3 other mechs looked powerful and robust, but Silent's suit was noticeably smaller in comparison. From inside his cockpit, Lihan looked forward and said, Mu, an A-class, superhuman from South Africa. He then raised his hand. I mean, do we really need these suits just to crush a few minions? It's a cakewalk, a formation, a system. Is any of this really necessary? Hearing this, Mu turned his head with a grim expression but said nothing, offering no reaction at all. Lihan carefully pressed on, Mu, did you hear me? Amiya shot back with an angry voice. Our main goal isn't to kill minions. It's to familiarize ourselves with the psychic mechs and work as a team. Mu finally spoke up, gesturing casually. All right, don't be so serious, Amiya. I was just kidding. Witnessing their dismissive attitude, Lihan simply fell silent. A worried expression began to form on Leon's face, but standing behind him was silent. He hadn't said a word since they started. He could tell Leon had a lot weighing on his mind. The squad advanced. Their boots crunched against the undergrowth. Gripping their rifles tightly, they charged forward with unyielding resolve. Leon's voice echoed through their comms, powered by his psi frame. The zone has been located. He declared confidently, Silent and I will approach first. Before he could finish, a teammate cut in. Awesome. Moss, up at the front, yelled out. Time to get to work. Let's find some action. True to his word, he instantly unleashed a hail of bullets at the minion ahead. Reacting to his reckless move, a teammate shouted, Moss, slow down. Leon remained quiet for a moment before calmly advising, everyone, stay on him. The following scene was unbelievable. Bright projectiles slammed against someone's armor, his steps kicking up small clouds of dust. A triumphant smirk spread across Moss's face. He said excitedly, look what we have here. But suddenly, he froze. Before him stood a pack of wolves. There were dozens of them, all the same species. Their defining feature was bizarre, long, glowing whiskers that serve as eyebrows. They snarled endlessly, showcasing their power. The sight made him gasp in astonishment. Didn't realize there were so many dire wolves out here. In the very next second, the entire pack surged forward, launching an all-out assault on Moss. Standing alone, he gripped his rifle and declared, I'll wipe every last one of you out. From the wolves' perspective, his gun barrel erupted, spewing fiery rounds that illuminated the murky darkness. Moss's face was a mask of victory. One of the fire rounds struck a wolf, making it seize up in agony. Not just one, but its packmates began to fall one by one. As Moss was lost in a frenzy of gunfire, his teammates finally caught up from behind. Every one of them raised their weapons high. One of them issued the order, all units, provide fire support. But just as the command was given, they suddenly fell silent, their faces frozen in shock. Before them stood a creature with a massive maw. Its teeth were like a cavern of razor-sharp stalactites, and its body resembled a dragon. It let out a single, powerful roar, unleashing a gust of wind that staggered Leon's team. A dragon? Leon observed it closely. No, that's not a dragon. Then he shouted, "It's a basilisk, on our flank." In that split second of analysis, Leon realized this massive beast was no mere grunt. It was leading an army. A basilisk is a large-class minion beast, capable of crushing a tank like a matchbox. An ordinary soldier could never take this thing down. But with the second-generation Psy-frames, it was a different story. As everyone stared tensely at the monster, a command came through the comms. "Silent," marked the basilisk. A new message followed immediately. "Amia, cover Silent. I'm going to back up Moss." Without delay, the four of them split into two teams. Silent and Amia sprinted toward the beast, while Leon, rifle ready, charged in Moss's direction. Moss was still busy fighting off the wolf pack. They all replied in unison, "Roger." Leaping into battle, Amia activated his ability, controlling several mini-drones. At least 3 of the hover platforms zipped around him. He yelled, "Aim for the head. Let's take it down in one go." A purple energy flared to life around Silent, shrouding him in a dark aura. He carefully observed Amia's combat strategy, slightly surprised, using 3 Ebby's platforms to distract the basilisk, and another 4 to reposition it. After witnessing the eye-opening display, Silent had to admit the guy was good. But not one to be outdone, Silent immediately crouched low and bolted forward. While Amia's drones swarmed the monster's body, Silent executed a decisive slash. A single, clean cut from its tail all the way to its head. In the next instant, it collapsed to the ground, creating a powerful shockwave. The 2 of them stood proud. Last one. The barrels of their guns looked absolutely menacing. As the first rays of dawn broke through, their new day began with a glorious victory. They had wiped them all out. From a bird's-eye view, Leon's group had reached an old trail in the forest. This must have been their starting point. Mission complete. Power down the Psy frames and rest until reinforcements arrive. Leon and Silent sat down together. He removed his helmet. Nearby, Amia looked completely exhausted. He took off his own helmet, breathing in the fresh air. In stark contrast to Amia, Moss seemed thrilled. Just like Leon and Amia, he opened his helmet. His face still wore a confident smirk, his rifle clutched in the hand that had fought all night. Seeing his behavior, Amia shot him an annoyed look and said, "Moss, are you pretending you didn't hear him again?" Moss just glanced back at him, calmly replying, "Relax. Just a little longer. Our mission's over anyway." He caressed the gun like it was a priceless treasure. Seriously, this thing is an absolute masterpiece. As the orange sun bled across the dawn sky, Lihan's gaze shot in a single direction. These weapons are perfectly scaled for the Psycho Frame mechs. I love watching the minions melt like slag with just a single burst of flame. A smug look on his face, Lihan couldn't resist a reply. Yeah. Loud and clear. Captain Lihan let out a sigh. He explained. The Gen 2 Psycho Frames use less dragon material, but everyone adapted to them incredibly fast. When it comes to combat experience, they're seasoned veterans, no doubt about it. He glanced skyward. Massive choppers sliced through the air, blotting out the sun. Just as Lihan tried to get them under control before the Grand Canyon assault, an armored Eolu hunter emerged. With a guttural roar, he commanded his pack of minions to attack. The beasts swarmed towards the 2 mechs. But they stood their ground, utterly unfazed, weapons primed and ready for the slaughter. One of them raised his rifle, slamming a new clip home with a satisfying click. The first shots rang out, dropping 2, then 3 of the creatures. The wounded minions let out piercing shrieks of agony. Silent moved like a phantom, closing in on the Eolu hunter. A flash of twin blades, and in the blink of an eye, the hunter's head went flying. Right on his heels, Silent's partner arrived, his battle aura blazing like an inferno. Not wasting a single second, he dove into the fight, his voice ringing with pure confidence. "I'll take this one." He leaped into the air, arm raised high, ready to deliver the final blow. The terrified hunter desperately threw up a violet energy shield. The mech pilot brought his blade down in a vertical slash, cleaving the Eolu hunter clean in 2. With the enemy annihilated, Moss's helmet retracted, revealing a face beaming with victory. "Wow, what a huge problem that was," he sneered. "Too easy. Where's the fun in that?" The 4 members of the squad regrouped. The once ferocious monsters and their hunters were now nothing but corpses littering the battlefield. Han tapped a button on his wrist gauntlet. "Mission complete," he stated. "I've already informed the boss. Everyone, take 5. The 4 of them found a spot away from the sickening stench of monster blood and settled into talk. The bald one turned to the other. "Hey, Amiya, you tired of just being my backup yet? Next time, let's make a wager. Most minion kills." Amiya instantly shut him down. Stunned, Mouse's voice cracked. "What? Why not?" Amiya simply replied, "You're only challenging me because you know you can't win against Silent." Stung by Amiya's words, Mouse bristled. "What the hell are you talking about? Who do you think you're talking to?" "Hey, Silent, you and me, let's make a bet." Han fell into a contemplative silence. He watched the two of them, understanding all too well why they were like this. His mind flashed back to that time, standing on the back of a storm wolf, driving his blade into its hide to save Jijo. Now, the squad's power was so overwhelming that slaughtering minions felt more like a game than a battle. A true life-or-death struggle seemed impossible. It was like that desperate battle, fighting on the brink of death against that dire wolf, had just been a phantom of his imagination. Suddenly, Han's brow furrowed. His gaze hardened with resolve. He called out to them, and the two froze, turning to face him. Han's tone was dead serious. "You two are the elite of the elite, but that's also what stops you from trusting me completely." Every line on Han's face was etched with conviction. "When we're in the middle of a battle, I expect you to put your pride aside and follow my orders." Amiya's eyes narrowed, as if weighing every single word Han spoke. Beside him, Mouse's expression was an unreadable, icy mask. Han's own face was a portrait of grim resolve. "And you will not question my judgment. Not for a second, not under any circumstances."
Because a single moment of hesitation could get us all killed. Later, 2 figures walked down a sterile corridor in the facility. A voice broke the silence.
"Yeah, right." The footsteps belonged to Mouse and Amiya. They were talking as they walked. Mouse strolled along, hands shoved in his pockets. He scoffed lightly. "What's there to worry about? We have 8 of those Gen 2 psycho frames. We could take on 3 or 4 dragons and it'd still be a cakewalk." It's Han's sullen attitude, and the way he treats us like his personal grunts that pisses me off. I mean, skill-wise, is he really any better than us? Amiya, however, didn't agree. "But Han is our captain. Technically speaking, his orders weren't wrong." Hearing this, Mouse's expression soured even more. He grumbled, Yeah, I know." Mouse walked on, completely oblivious to the figure behind him, still venting to Amiya. "But even I have my limits." He knew it. Mouse should have seen it coming. The person behind them was Silent. He launched himself from the shadows, leaping high to strike Mouse down. Sensing the danger, Mouse spun around just in time. Silent's fists slammed directly into his head. The force of the blow was so immense, blood sprayed into the air. But this was all just a vision, a dark fantasy playing out in Silent's mind. He always weighed his options before acting. "I really shouldn't kill him, right?" Standing back and watching them talk, Silent couldn't shake his thoughts. "We can't switch teammates now, and we can't operate as a 3-man squad." After carefully considering the consequences, he decided to turn away. "I'm letting you off the hook out of respect for him." Deep in a winding canyon, nestled in the vast desert, a field camp came into view. Tents were erected in clusters, with massive transport vehicles parked alongside them. In front of one of the tents, a voice cried out in shock, "Nuclear weapons." Inside, 4 people sat facing each other, discussing how to eliminate the minion horde. "We don't need to engage in close combat here." It seemed their plan was to wipe out the minions with a nuke. A man with dark skin and curly hair questioned it. "Won't that kill us too?" Daimichi, sitting next to him, replied, "They'll provide us with protective gear." Hearing this, Clue's mind started racing with wild ideas. What if we turn into mutated monsters? Am I going to start growing horns and a furry tail? Simon shot up from his cot in the back, grinding his teeth. "You're already a monster." He rested a hand on his thigh, glaring at Clue with intense eyes. "Stop talking nonsense and get back to your spot. You're starting to piss me off." Clue and Kuro both turned to stare at Simon after hearing his words. But Clue wouldn't back down. He stood up, looking Simon dead in the eye. "I don't like the way you're talking to me. Why are you taking your anger out on us?" Clue pressed on, adding more fuel to the fire. "It's not our fault you failed to become a second-generation enhanced soldier." At those words, Simon's face twisted into a furious scowl. "What did you say? I dare you to say that again." Simon rose to his feet, facing Clue before brushing past him toward the exit. At this point, Clue wasn't going to take it anymore. If he wanted a fight, he'd get one. They both walked out of the tent, leaving everyone else stunned. No one knew how to react. Clue and Simon marched out in unison, pushing aside the tent flap. The dark-skinned man watched them go, confusion written all over his face. As the tension mounted, he finally spoke up. Should I go stop them? Daimichi smirked beside him, a spark of interest in his eyes. Let's go watch. They exchanged a look. Meanwhile, in a quiet infirmary room, a young woman with blue hair awoke, an IV line still attached to her hand. Her eyes were filled with confusion. She stared blankly at the ceiling, trying to remember. Did I pass out from another seizure? She sat up, rubbing her head, looking utterly exhausted. The time between seizures is getting shorter. Maybe it'd be better if I just died. Suddenly, her eyes shot wide open, her pupils glowing red. The wings of some great beast unfurled in her mind. The white-silver dragon. A surge of purple energy pulsed from above. Countless monstrous creatures appeared, diving straight for the blue-haired girl. She covered one eye with her hand. The prophecy is breaking. Her expression changed in an instant as she leaped from the bed and sprinted out of the room. I have to warn someone as soon as possible. In her haste, she forgot about the IV needle in her arm. It ripped free, tearing her skin and drawing blood. Her figure vanished down the hall, leaving the IV bag still dripping behind her. Outside the camp, a massive surge of red energy erupted. It swirled like a violent storm, shaking the very ground. Red alert! A dimensional gate is forming. The crimson light in the sky grew more intense, forcing Clue and Simon to halt their standoff. The others also stared in confusion toward the source of the red light. The light began to spiral inward like a cyclone, a black hole appearing at its center, growing larger by the second. Crash! Two massive hands slammed down on a desk, creating a deafening sound. A cold sweat broke out on Alexander's face, his eyes betraying deep anxiety. It's a day earlier than the prophecy foretold. At that very moment, the organization's automated mech suit system activated, meticulously assembling itself, starting from the feet. Soon, the armor rapidly formed up to the shoulders. In the blink of an eye, the suit was fully assembled and complete. The black-haired man inside the mech extended his arm, revealing a hand equipped with a brilliant yellow mobility device. Lihan clenched that hand into a fist. From within the black hole, a terrifying creature began to emerge, its gnarled legs and sharp claws tearing at the fabric of space, clawing its way out. In his office, Alexander sat frozen, his hands on his desk, his gaze locked and tense. Suddenly, the door burst open, and the blue-haired girl rushed in, her face a mask of pure urgency. Alpha Squad and Blue Squad, stand by for orders. Her body trembled uncontrollably, raw panic etched on her face. Her eyes were locked forward, completely lost in the horror unfolding before her. It wasn't just time that had changed, it was the entire prophecy. But how? How was this even possible? Before them stood the colossal monster that had ripped a hole in space itself. Was it because of that silver dragon? The gargantuan beast finally crawled free from the deep abyss. It let out a soul-shattering shriek. The sheer force of that cry paralyzed her and Alexander's minds. Utter disbelief was written in their eyes. The massive creature descended, then went on a frenzied rampage, viciously tearing into the minions and revealing its grotesque face. From its gaping maw, a sharp light glinted in its eyes, as if it were sizing up a delicious new prey. The ferocious beast began to devour its own kind. The black dragon was consuming its brethren, seemingly absorbing the silver dragon's spiritual core. The monster's savagery left everyone stunned. Must turned to Amiya, his face a mask of shock. What is happening? The dragons. They're killing each other. But Lihan remained perfectly calm, his eyes fixed on the brutal clash between the silver and black dragons. He missed not a single detail as combat strategies began forming in his mind. His gaze never left the furious battle between the two monsters. With a steady voice, he reassured everyone, stay calm. This could work to our advantage. That means one less dragon for us to deal with. After Lihan spoke, Silent shot him a look, seeming to ponder something. The savage black dragon slammed its claws onto the silver dragon's neck. It reared its head back as a sphere of dark blue energy materialized in its throat, gathering power for a final, decisive blow. And when the black dragon was ready, it unleashed its power. With overwhelming force, the silver dragon was completely obliterated in mere seconds. After annihilating the silver dragon, the beast stared up at the humans before it. It let out a great roar as the portal snapped shut. In the organization's command room, an operator with a panicked face ripped off his headset and turned to the commander. There's only a single dragon remaining. No signs of any minions on site. The commander's eyes burned like fire. Alpha Squad, Blue Squad, it's your turn. The black dragon opened its massive jaws, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs. Its powerful wings unfurled with majestic force. The beast beat its wings, sending a crushing pressure wave across the ground. Below, the agents stood ready for combat, each one gripping their weapon tightly. Their eyes were locked on the beast hovering in the sky. Everyone was in position, never taking their eyes off the monster. The leader commanded, "We'll target its left wing first. Then Blue Squad will destroy the right, and we'll proceed directly to Phase 2. The members of Alpha Squad listened to their captain outline the strategy, their eyes burning with fighting spirit. I'll support Silent as an attacker. Mus, you go with Blue Squad and create a diversion. And Amia, you'll support us from the rear. In the sky, the two squads closed in, surrounding the colossal beast. They were ready to face the monster and fulfill their mission. It seems we have nothing to worry about. In the end, Han will probably take down the dragon all by himself. Beside the commander, the blue-haired girl stood with a calm composure. The girl turned to Alexander. This time, we have 8 other second-generation members. As long as this thing isn't as strong as Jupiter, our victory is assured. The dragon was immense, with a long head and blazing red eyes filled with bloodlust. Its appearance was utterly ferocious. Jupiter. That was the name given to the golden dragon that Hannah captured before. The blue-haired girl clasped her hands, praying for everyone's safety. 2 agents codenamed Sky raised their enormous guns and fired in unison, aiming straight for the beast. All right, we've got its attention. Move in, destroy its wings. As his teammates drew the monster's attention, a powerful violet aura erupted around Silent's body. In a split second, Silent teleported directly in front of the beast with a single, decisive motion. He swung his sword at the roaring monster. The gleaming blade carved a deadly arc through the air. The razor-sharp blade flew straight towards the beast, but the impact sent Silent spinning through the air, his body thrown off balance as he plunged uncontrollably toward the ground. He desperately tried to right himself, but the powerful momentum made it impossible to stabilize his posture. Luckily, Lee grabbed a device and managed to catch Silent's hand just in time. Li-Han gritted her teeth, pulling Silent back with all her might. Silent looked up, overwhelmed with a feeling of gratitude. In his mind, Silent cried out Li-Han's name, Han. The image of Li-Han firmly holding his hand created a perfect picture of camaraderie. He couldn't speak the words, but his heart overflowed with thanks. Thank you. In that instant, Silent's slash had completely severed one of the black dragon's wings. Sensing the tide of battle turning, Li-Han seized the opportunity and ordered everyone to attack the beast. Now, everyone, attack. Following Li-Han's command, the entire team unleashed a massive wave of energy toward the staggering black dragon. The colossal beast was bombarded from all sides, unable to retaliate. The dragon's other wing was torn to shreds by the team's combined power. In that moment, it twisted to look at its mangled wing, its body writhing in agonizing pain. In the observation room, as the black dragon fell from the sky, the staff jumped to their feet, cheering wildly. The tension finally eased from Alexander's shoulders and the girl beside him. When the giant beast hit the ground, the impact shook the very earth. The members of Blue Team rushed down to the dragon's corpse. Incredible. Clean it up. From above, 2 members of Alpha Team quickly descended. Those bastards from Blue Team. They're trying to steal all the credit for this. Mus ripped off his helmet. His face was a mask of urgency as he turned back. Han, what are you waiting for? We need to move. With that, Mus slammed his helmet back on and leaped down onto the colossal dragon's corpse. Both teams moved in, surrounding the massive carcass. Mus rushed forward, eager to claim the kill and cut its throat himself. He charged ahead, ignoring Li-Han's advice. We still have time. Sword in hand, Mus advanced with deliberate steps. A hunger for glory was etched onto his face. Let's take its head, he muttered, before the Blue Team gets here. But Li-Han couldn't shake a feeling of dread. Tailing Mus from behind, he realized something was terribly wrong. Li-Han's gaze sharpened, and then he froze. This was a mistake. Why would they send a dragon this weak to face them? Panic seized Li-Han as he yelled to the others. His voice was laced with terror. Everyone, fall back now. From a command room, Mr. Alexander shot to his feet. A flawless victory. He was overcome with a wordless, chilling delight. Staring at the result, Alexander clenched his fist tightly. Our little project is a complete success. Nearby, a blue-haired girl watched with anxious eyes, praying silently. Please let this be the end of it. The organization's warriors gathered around the giant dragon's body. The Blue Team was ready, their blades glowing with draconic energy. We'll move together and strike as one. They closed in, forming a tight circle around the fallen beast. Li-Han hung back, desperately trying to warn them about this all-too-easy victory. Everyone, wait. Blue Team, you too, fall back immediately. Mus whipped his head around, his face twisting with impatience at Li-Han's baseless claims. What the hell is your problem? He sneered. Everything is going perfectly for us. We need to be extremely careful. Li-Han insisted. This could be a trap. Just take a moment to calm down and assess the situation. Li-Han pleaded, trying to convince them to retreat. If I'm wrong, you can mock me all you want later. But if there's really something wrong here, this could get us all killed. This isn't just some game. Mus waved a dismissive hand toward the dragon. So what do you want us to do? Just stand here until it wakes up. The members of Blue Team grew restless. One of them finally spoke out. Alpha Team, do whatever you like. Just leave the dragon's head for us. Hearing the challenge from Blue Team ignited a fuse in Mus. His irritation and frustration finally boiled over. He turned his back completely on Li Han and shot a curt reply back to Blue Team, his voice dry and impatient. That's hilarious. His pace quickened, causing Amy to call out in confusion, Mus. He must have sensed her intention to stop him, because he spoke without breaking his stride. Don't try and stop me, Amy. I just want to get this over with and rest. Then, Mus glanced back at her. Make sure you think this through, too. You don't want to be just another nameless hero, do you? Mus's words struck a chord with Amy. Why him? After a moment of hesitation, she decided to follow him. From behind them, Li Han called her name, Amy. But she kept walking with Mus. He tried again, his voice firm, Amy, returned to formation. Now, she paused at his command but didn't turn to face him. I'm sorry, Han, but I think Mus is right this time. And with that, Amy continued forward. Watching her go, a profound sense of unease washed over Li Han. I just hope I'm worrying for nothing. Now, only Li Han and Silent remained outside the circle. Everyone else was gathered before the dragon's head. Is everyone in position? One by one, the assembled warriors raised their swords high. On my count, everyone. 1, 2, 3. The instant he finished, without a second's delay, every single sword swung down. As the warriors brought their blades down, blood sprayed into the air. But in that same moment, something pierced clean through a warrior's chest. Mus had been impaled by that strange, barbed weapon. His eyes widened in absolute shock. He stared down at the jagged blade sticking out of his chest, unable to believe what was happening. Agony and disbelief flooded Mus's body. In his final moments, all he could do was gaze at that bizarre weapon. Ugh! What is this thing? Where did it come from? Just like Mus, the others fell victim to the same thorny blades. Witnessing this mysterious slaughter, Li Han urgently called out, Silent, get back here, now. Li Han gritted his teeth, his mind racing, unable to pinpoint the source of the attack. What was that? What in the world is attacking us? One by one, Li Han's comrades collapsed, and a pair of feet suddenly appeared, stepping callously over their bodies. Li Han couldn't tear his eyes away from the scene, his gaze locked on the assailants. Are they all using some kind of invisibility technique? The ancient enemies of demons, the hunters, had finally revealed themselves. Every single one of them wielded those wicked, thorny blades. A sound like roaring thunder echoed through the area. Their leader launched himself into the air, his body held aloft by some unseen force. He balanced perfectly in midair and held his sword before him, the cold steel glinting menacingly. Then, he gave the order for his minions to attack Li Han and his last remaining teammate. They charged toward Li Han and his partner with raw savagery and brutal intent. Li Han and Silent stood their ground as the hunters shot toward them like living arrows. Here they come. Then, with the snap of a finger, the world fell silent. The hunters, who had been charging with such ferocity, had suddenly vanished without a trace. Li Han's eyes went wide with astonishment. Their opponent's sudden disappearance left both him and Silent completely stunned. He scanned the area, but everything was empty. Only dust, kicked up from their charge, lingered in the air. Li Han quickly identified the magic they were using. Invisibility. He scanned his surroundings, his focus sharpening as he searched for any trace of the enemy. He activated the special ability of his Spirit Force armor. They're using cloaks to stay invisible. I have no choice but to predict their path based on their speed. Slowly, Li Han began to pick up on the smallest clues. Bloody footprints from the hunters appeared on the ground. They have to be right here. Li Han raised his golden gauntlet toward the hidden hunters. He began to gather energy in his palm, creating a brilliant, powerful golden light. Li Han unleashed the stored energy, sending out a massive golden shockwave that pulsed outwards, wiping out everything in its path. The hunters were hiding under their invisibility cloaks. As the wave washed over them, their positions were completely exposed. In that golden moment, Li Han yelled out his partner's name, Silent. Following Li Han's echoing call, Silent teleported with blinding speed, swiftly cutting down the exposed hunters. The bodies of the EU littered the ground. Where is the last one? Suddenly, an icy chill crept through the air. He could feel the enemy's presence nearby, and his face tensed up. Before he could react, a precise strike smashed into the helmet of his Spirit Force armor, completely shattering it. The helmet exploded into tiny fragments. Luckily, Li Han had dodged just in time. I knew it. That hunter wielded an incredibly powerful weapon. There's only one thing that can destroy Spirit Force armor: a weapon forged from the parts of a dragon. The blade was a deep blue, with countless sharp barbs jutting out from its edge. They were all equipped with weapons made from dragon parts. The youth swung his razor-sharp blade high, preparing to bring a fatal blow down on his head. A look of tense despair crossed Li Han's face. Damn it, I don't have time to dodge this. Swoosh! A powerful slash cut through the air just above him. It was silent. He had teleported in and sliced off the Yu's arm just as it was about to finish him, saving Li Han from certain death. Li Han quickly regained his composure after that heart-stopping moment. He gripped his own blade tightly and unleashed a counterattack. He thrust forward with all his might, burying his sword deep in the hunter's throat. After finishing off the Yu hunter, Li Han turned. Thanks. Silent. The final Yu stood before them. Now the only one left is that Yu over there. It seemed like the battle was about to end quickly and easily, but reality was far from simple. Just when Li Han and Silent thought victory was in their grasp, suddenly, countless strange tales erupted from the last Yu's back, writhing and twisting through the air. Li Han's face contorted in disbelief, his teeth clenched and his muscles locked in terror. His entire body seemed to freeze in that one moment. It was the very same dragon whose wings he and his team had broken in their last battle. The beast now towered before Leo and Silent. Its eyes blazed with fury as a guttural, overwhelming roar ripped from its throat. Leo and Silent knew instantly. They were facing an unbelievably dangerous opponent and had to prepare for a fight to the death. The monster threw back its head, unleashing a monstrous roar. Leo's eyes widened in disbelief. The creature seemed completely unaffected by their earlier attacks. Silent's grip on his sword tightened, his knuckles turning white as his hand trembled from the sheer pressure. Impossible. The monster's eyes began to glow, turning a hellish, blood red. The beast was gathering energy, preparing for a devastating attack, but Silent was already one step ahead, focusing his own power in response. A deep, powerful violet aura exploded from his body. I won't make the same mistake twice. In a flash, the hunter Elu appeared beside Leo. At the same moment, the beast charged forward with immense force, targeting both of them at once. This pincer attack was incredibly dangerous. He quickly shouted a warning to Silent. It's coming! The monster brought its massive leg down, aiming to crush Silent. But he reacted in an instant, leaping into the air in a flawless dodge. Silent's body was shrouded in a mysterious violet energy. This violet glow seemed to amplify his reflexes and speed, allowing him to evade the monster's assault with ease. However, the beast wasn't finished. It immediately tried to stomp on Leo, but he activated his psionic armor, generating a powerful counterforce. The force erupted in a flash of brilliant blue light. Propelled by the armor, Leo easily dodged the monster's devastating stomp. He gritted his teeth. It's safer to attack from below. The roar of Leo's thrusters echoed as his body shot up from the ground, rocketing directly toward the beast's underbelly. His razor-sharp blade aimed for a single, calculated weak point. At that exact moment, Silent was fighting furiously from above. He spun, gathering momentum for a devastating strike. He raised both swords high and plunged them downwards with immense force. They unleashed a massive wave of energy that surged directly toward the monster. Leo raised his blade, and in one swift motion, he slashed across the monster's flesh. But he was intercepted by the hunter Elu. Elu's own blade cut through the air like a flash of lightning. Leo's blade couldn't react in time. In a shattering instant, it was cleaved in two by Elu's razor edge. A look of pure shock spread across Leo's face. His mouth fell open. Seizing the moment of Leo's stunned disbelief, the hunter Elu moved without hesitation, delivering a powerful kick straight into his chest. The impact sent Leo flying backward, causing him to lose his balance and crash hard onto the ground. He cried out, but before he could recover, a colossal foot armed with knife-like talons appeared above him. It descended like a falling mountain. The monster slammed its foot down where Leo lay, but in that critical moment, he activated the armor's thrusters. A burst of blue energy enveloped him, propelling him just out of the impact zone. Silent desperately tried to plunge his twin blades into the monster's back, but his strength wasn't enough to pierce its incredibly thick, hardened hide. Leo was on the ground, pushing against the dirt, struggling with all his might to get his body back up as fast as possible. Leo gritted his teeth, his face a mask of pure, strained determination. Leo sprang to his feet with blinding speed, just in time to see the hunter Elu raising his sword. He stared straight at Elu, his gaze cutting through the thick dust and smoke like a dagger. Elu's sword descended with incredible velocity, its cold, sharp edge hurtling directly toward Leo. But Leo dodged just in time, narrowly escaping Elu's powerful and devastating blow. Hovering in midair, he activated the power of his bracelet. It flared to life, unleashing a powerful torrent of blue energy. The stream of energy shot directly toward the hunter Elu's hands, forming into tethers of energy that bound Elu's wrists. With his arms locked, Leo charged straight for him, concentrating all his power into one targeted punch. After Leo's attack slammed him into the ground, Elu struggled to sit up, his gaze locked forward in horror. Standing before him was Leo, now holding Elu's own sword and preparing for the final blow. With one decisive motion, he used the hunter's own weapon to end his life. The blade plunged straight through the hunter. After finishing the fight with Elu, some of the tension in Leo's eyes finally faded. Leo then turned his gaze to the final remaining enemy, his brow furrowing in deep concentration. His eyes never rested, not for a second, constantly observing, analyzing, and predicting his opponent's every move. Before Li Han, the monster's maw gaped wide. Meanwhile, Silent relentlessly drove his sword deeper into its back. Just stop. But the deeper he plunged his blade, the more his patience frayed. Why won't you just die? The beast opened its mouth, inhaling deeply. A colossal vortex of air was sucked in as a terrifying energy began to form within its throat. We need to get clear. The words barely left his lips as Li Han activated his mech's thrusters, trying to escape the monster's devastating attack. But it seemed his combat suit had suffered a critical malfunction. It refused to move with the smooth, lethal grace it once had. A cold dread froze Li Han's expression. Right before his eyes, a torrent of violet light, immense with terrifying power, shot towards him. Li Han was paralyzed. He gritted his teeth, staring down the oncoming blast, desperately searching for the slimmest chance of survival. But it seemed there was no way out of this. Despair and helplessness crashed over Li Han. He shut his eyes tight, bracing for the final impact. The beast unleashed its attack, a powerful beam of violet light that tore through the air toward Li Han with incredible speed and force. After a tense moment of waiting, he felt none of the expected impact. The sudden silence was deeply unsettling. He cautiously opened his eyes, his expression immediately shifting to one of utter disbelief. In the wake of the colossal monster's attack, the very earth had been ripped asunder by an unstoppable force. Confused, Li Han raised his hands, examining them carefully. Am I still alive? Li Han glanced to his side, his eyes still wide with shock and disbelief. That incredible power. A figure clad in black and violet armor stood beside him. The figure stared at the cratered ground where the attack had been nullified, his voice laced with amazement. You created a brand new canyon in the blink of an eye. Before a stunned and bewildered Li Han, the figure in the black and violet armor stepped forward with an air of pure confidence. He even offered a compliment. You did well. It would have been a waste to let you die so soon. He stood tall. My squad will take it from here. Both Silent and Li Han flinched, hearing the decisive command in his voice. Omega Squad, move out. Behind the black armored figure, Li Han was still reeling. He had never heard of a combat unit called Omega. Li Han's mind flashed back to a conversation with Sergeant Red, recalling how he had stood before him and asked the question, what are we going to do with the remaining psychic mechs? John Red, his face an icy mask, had answered him. It's just a precaution. It's not that you don't trust me, right? He turned his back to Li Han, his expression remaining perfectly calm. Like you said, other squads exist. Don't ask any more questions. They say curiosity can bring a lot of trouble. And with that, Sergeant Red walked away. Li Han watched his retreating back, his mind still filled with questions. Just as John Red was leaving, Li Han's words rang out, stopping him in his tracks. Jack once told me that 6 years ago, they killed the children they trained. Sergeant Red turned, his gaze now radiating pure killing intent toward Li Han. But Li Han pressed on, desperate for an answer. A reckless light flashed in his eyes. So, would you do that to us if things went wrong? The color drained from Sergeant Red's face, as his pupils flashed crimson in an instant. In John Red's palm, a violent flame suddenly erupted. The fire seemed to be under his complete control. In a steely voice, he answered, Do I look like I have the ability to eliminate you right now? Li Han stared intently at Sergeant Red, his own eyes lighting up as if he finally found the answer he was looking for. Back on the chaotic battlefield, the war against the ferocious beast was far from over. Li Han sat quietly, gazing forward with a serious expression, seemingly lost in a world of his own. I don't know how those kids were cared for. But maybe not all of them were killed. Li Han watched the back of an Omega Squad member, feeling like he finally understood a piece of the puzzle. A massive explosion suddenly detonated at one of the monster's legs. Struck by the blast, the beast let out a roar of pure agony. Before it could even react, another attack slammed into its other leg. The monster frantically looked from side to side, trying to assess the damage. Its massive feet had now become landing pads for small starships. As the ship doors hissed open, members of Omega Squad emerged, wielding powerful weapons with an air of unshakable confidence. Silent was still perched on the monster's neck. He too was shocked by the appearance of these unplanned allies. Suddenly, one of them called out to him, You, with the skull mask, will you help us? The captain of Omega Squad looked towards Silent and began to lay out a plan to take down the beast. If you can focus all your attacks on its neck, we'll get underneath it and aim for its core. Silent watched them, realizing he had no choice but to work with this team to destroy the colossal monster. And with that, the operation began. They moved with incredible agility, throwing the giant beast before them into a state of utter confusion. Relentless attacks hammered the creature's hide, After successfully drawing its attention, the Omega Squad's captain seized the opportunity and charged in. He drew a razor-sharp blade and thrust it directly toward the monster's core. Although Lai Han wasn't fighting directly, his sharp gaze tracked the movements of both the enemy and his Omega Squad allies. After a grueling battle, the beast was finally bound by a mysterious green energy. Later, in a quiet office, Silent was deep in conversation with someone. He needed answers about the people he'd encountered during the attack on the giant beast. "I want to speak with those kids." Across from Silent sat Sergeant Red. He leaned back on the sofa with his legs crossed, his arm draped over the backrest. His expression was grim, his sharp eyes fixed on Silent as John Red gave his swift reply. "They're far too dangerous. They're criminals who have not only killed their trainers, but even their own comrades. You know this better than anyone." A haunting image flashed in his mind, a little girl lying lifeless in a pool of blood. "One of them might just put a bullet in your head. Are you sure you can contain your rage when you meet them?" A figure appeared in his memory, with shoulder-length hair and a cold, blank face. Silent stared into the distance as his mind drifted back to old memories, to a person with gray hair and glowing golden eyes. It all happened a long time ago. It would be a lie to say I no longer hold a grudge, but I won't fight them. Sergeant Red closed his eyes, appearing to weigh his options carefully before making a final decision. After a long moment, he opened them, his face hardening with resolve. John Red recalled the first-generation prophet, lost in his thoughts. "I'm sorry, but from now on, it's my job to convince you otherwise." A twisted vision suddenly appeared in Sergeant Red's mind. In it, a man wielded a familiar green light, wrapping it around another person's neck like an invisible noose. The man seemed to be savoring his victim's pain and terror, as if he intended to strangle him with that very light. They become monsters, beings who have abandoned their humanity. I don't know how he managed to control them, but John Red pressed his lips into a thin line, holding back something that was difficult to say. Whatever method he used, there's no doubt it wasn't for the faint of heart. Later, Silent left John Red's office and paused in the hallway. Silent seemed to be searching for something inside his pocket. He pulled out a white button, smaller than his fingertip, and placed it gently in his palm. It was clearly important. "Did you hear all that?" Elsewhere, Lai Han glanced at his earpiece. From start to finish, he had been secretly monitoring their entire conversation. Lai Han removed the earpiece. He had already meticulously transcribed everything Sergeant Red said into a notebook. He sank into contemplation. What if everything the sergeant said was true? Behind Alexander, an image of an old man with a furious expression materialized. This had to be the work of the chief of staff, the one with the real power, not the mentally unstable commander-in-chief. If war broke out right now, the chief of staff would be promoted to supreme commander. An image of Omega Squad flashed in his mind. They had to be the chief's creation. Lai Han stared down at the earpiece in his hand. His mind was flooded with questions about the organization and its secrets. What was his reason for creating them? John Red stood perfectly still, his face an emotionless mask. But when he opened his eyes, they were filled with sheer disbelief. Monsters who've abandoned their humanity. Then, his expression began to shift. This isn't their fault. As John Red stared at his own reflection, the chaos swirling in his mind was written all over his face. It's the fault of... No, it's my fault. It makes me sick. John Red's arm began to tremble. He struggled to keep the overwhelming emotions from taking over. By the time the war ended, truly and completely ended, Lai Han was there, clad in full armor. The report came through loud and clear. Mission complete. Clue spoke to Lai Han. This area has been completely decimated. It's now an uninhabitable zone. Simon and the others behind him remained silent. On the projector screen, a notification flashed. Alpha Squad mission accomplished. As the 4 members of Lai Han's team appeared on screen, praise echoed from below. Alpha Squad's teamwork is flawless. This was the 6th engagement they had endured since the Grand Canyon incident. Alexandra Rico's eyes narrowed as he spoke slowly, but this is also the 3rd time. The prophecy was flawed. Worry flashed in her eyes. She rose before them all, her voice clear. "I believe the white silver dragon is the cause." After a moment's thought, she continued. "I feel as if the future itself shifts every time the white silver dragon appears, like a railroad track changing course when a lever is pulled." She pressed on with her theory, stating that the white silver dragon was killed by other dragons. It suggests a conflict between them and dragons of a different color. Alexandra Record leaned in, his tone serious as he asked, "Are you suggesting that dragons have different traits based on their color?" There's still a chance the white silver dragon was connected to the open gate and that it was forced to turn against its own kind. Sasa Grazer finally spoke up. "We could have conducted a deeper study on the LLU specimen we captured. But the fact remains, we know absolutely nothing about dragons," Alexander Record replied. "Nevertheless, we have no other choice but to trust the Oracle's visions." The entire war room fell silent, listening to Alexander. "The only thing we can change is how we respond to them." It seems our best course of action is to deploy the Black Crows and mobilize our troops immediately. He got straight to the point. The time has come to prepare for the final battle. The academy underwent a major restructuring. First years would not be recruited, as there was no time left to train any new ability users. All the ability users who had served as instructors either returned to the battlefield or went back to their hometowns. As W. Chen walked off with a large bag, a voice called out from behind, "You're going back to China?" The man lit a thick cigarette. John Red held the cigarette in his mouth, looking up at W. Chen. "I know you only agreed to join on the condition of being an instructor, but I thought you would change your mind after the kids showed you so much affection." W. Chen just smirked and replied, "You should worry about yourself first." John Red stood there, watching the plane fly away. He brought the cigarette to his lips without a word, then tilted his head back. Inside her room, she looked up at the plane, thinking, "I'm a little sad to see him go." She clenched her fists, her eyes welling with tears. Although, I'm sure there's someone else who's feeling even sadder than I am. Elsewhere, they had appeared. A voice crackled through the air. "This is Red P2. A soldier in crimson armor, rifle in hand, listened for the command. Lure the minions to the designated area." The situation reports began to pour in. "We've gathered about 200 of them. This is Red P3. Moving to the target point. I have about 300 of them here." The monsters chased them with a frenzy as another voice echoed, "This is Red P4. Same here. I'm bringing a party of about 500. All right, that's enough joking around. Things are getting tense, so let's get serious." The four agents converged from four different directions as their mission was laid out. It doesn't matter how many of them there are, just get them all to the target location. The four suits of armor will combine into a giant robot, and then our captain will eliminate all of them in one fell swoop. A massive explosion erupted, and colossal flames continuously engulfed the horde of monsters, burning them all to ash and dust. Everything returned to normal. A cheerful voice rang out. Now that was peak performance. The four of them sat at four corners, the chatter unending. "I still can't believe it. With that much firepower, how did he manage to only burn the minions?" The armor's helmet retracted, revealing Jose's face. Someone wondered, is that the captain of the red team? On the monitor was Jose's face, along with buzz about how he had annihilated all the minions with a single spark. "Impressive," John Red said, watching the screen. "His pyrokinesis is especially powerful when facing a large number of minions. Moreover, he's the single best ability user when it comes to explosive fire skills." John Red frowned, thinking. But the one thing he's best at is hiding his own power. He always controlled his abilities to ensure he never stood out. John Red recalled Jose's past, lost in thought. For instance, how he was placed in Class D despite having mastered telekinesis, or how he completely hid his pyrokinetic abilities until the survival training exercise. And above all, he chose to stay behind as a second year for a long time, even though he could have been in a much better position. John Red remained lost in thought. Why would he suddenly show off his skills like this? I'm worried he might be in some kind of danger. Alexandra Record spoke up, asking the Oracle, "What is the prophecy now? Do you feel any changes?" She was stunned for a moment before bowing her head to reply, "No, sir. The next invasion will be Peninsula Island. I see a massive army of minions and a dragon." Alexander Record's expression turned grim as he said, "This mission will be assigned to." Everyone listened in silence as Alexander continued. "Alpha Team." He hesitated, then went on. "And Red Team, deploy." A golden-hued hand moved, engulfed in flames. Lihan thought with grim determination, "I won't let another person die." Jose's face was just as serious. "Let's send them all to hell." No one knew if his family name was Lai, or if his given name was Han. Was his full name even Lai Han? He was just a newborn, abandoned on a cold doorstep, so small, crying endlessly. The note left behind had just one word, Lai. The sound of frantic footsteps. A man giving chase. He screamed, "Stop right there, you little brat." Meanwhile, in a brightly lit studio, a cheerful announcer spoke. "Today, we have the pleasure of welcoming Major Bahant Tang, the head of Korea's A branch, along with Korea's very first superhuman, Gyrozone." As the broadcast played on, little Lai Han gritted his teeth and ran for his life. The news report echoed from a nearby storefront. "Once the war against the dragons is over, our nation's military might will depend on the number of superhumans we possess. We must increase the number of superhumans at any cost. Right now, humanity shares a common enemy, but the future will be a war between superhumans." The television screen continued to flash with the broadcast. The man chasing Lihan finally stopped, gasping for breath and cursing. "Damn it." His voice echoed through the streets. "Next time I catch you, you're dead, you little rat." Clutching something tightly, Lihan ducked into a narrow alley. He scanned his surroundings, eyes darting back and forth. Suddenly, Lihan was lifted off his feet. A powerful hand tossed him through the air. A sinister grin spread across the man's face. Finally found you, you little thief. Li-Han coughed violently, his small body aching. The man's smile was pure malice. You're Li-Han, aren't you? He held out a hand. Give me the bag while I'm still asking nicely. Li-Han looked up, his expression defiant. And what if I don't? The thug stepped closer. Got some nerve, kid. You're not just some ordinary street urchin. No wonder a kid like you survived this long on the streets. I think I found a way to make you useful. He let out a disgusting laugh. Why do you think I know your name? Li-Han's eyes widened in shock. The man reached out, his voice dropping to a threatening low. I know every place you've ever hidden. You can try to run. But do you think your siblings can do the same? 1 month later, in a quiet neighborhood, a small figure walked down the deserted street. Li-Han watched cautiously, trailing an old man. Suddenly, the man turned, and with a gentle smile, walked toward him. Startled, Li-Han pulled his hood over his face. The old man took his hand. Li-Han gritted his teeth, glaring, ready to fight back. But the man just smiled and offered him an apple. Still, the old man asked, Young man, do you like apples? Li-Han was stunned. Staring at the man, Li-Han thought to himself, is he just trying to give this to me? His mind raced with possibilities. No, don't be fooled. What's he hiding in that bag? Panicked, Li-Han turned and bolted, leaving the old man utterly bewildered. In a flash, Li-Han snatched the entire bag of apples from his hand. The old man cried out, Hey, kid. Li-Han stared at the bag of apples. He found a hidden corner and hugged his knees, thinking, I can't believe it. He was just being kind. I've never met anyone like that before. A wave of sadness washed over him. Living like trash. For how much longer? Just then, the blonde-haired thug appeared. He shouted, There you are, you little piece of garbage. Hands in his pockets, he sauntered over. You've been running from me for a month, without paying a single cent of protection money for your siblings. He grinned cruelly, cracking his knuckles. You know what's interesting? Maybe you'll finally learn your lesson. If one of them gets hurt. Li-Han calmly thought, I already moved them somewhere safe. Then, with a defiant voice, he said, You can try. But as long as I'm alive, you won't touch a single hair on their heads. The thug roared in anger. Yeah, right, you're all talk, you brat. He charged forward, screaming, Maybe I should just end you right here. Li-Han immediately grabbed the apples and ran. The chase was on again. The thug pursued him relentlessly. Leaping across rooftops, Li-Han made a desperate jump to another building. From the other side, the man screamed in frustration. I won't let you get away this time, you damn bastard. The sky darkened as raindrops began to fall. Through the rain-slicked, empty streets, the blonde thug continued his pursuit of Li-Han. The man cursed as he ran. Stop right there. But Li-Han didn't stop. He just kept running and running, carefully protecting the bag of apples. Behind him, the thug was panting heavily. The sharp ringing of a warning bell sounded as the railway crossing gate began to lower. Suddenly, a hand grabbed the back of Li-Han's collar. A few apples tumbled to the ground. Gritting his teeth, Li-Han glanced behind him. The train's blinding headlights barreled towards them. A foot slammed directly into the blonde thug's face, and Li-Han struggled free from his grasp. He scrambled off the tracks just in time. The thug vanished in a cloud of dust and smoke. Li-Han sat there, completely stunned. The stolen apples lay scattered around him. Li-Han's mouth was open in a silent scream. Later, behind bars, he sat curled up in a corner. An officer wondered aloud, What's with this kid? His partner replied, He was at the scene, so I brought him in. The first cop raised his hand menacingly. Are you serious? You think a scrawny kid like this could push a grown man onto the train tracks? The other officer quickly explained. It wasn't him. That thing. It activated. The psychic energy detector at the west gate went wild. The officer stared in disbelief. Li-Han just sat there, unfazed. The officer cautiously approached him. Sorry, kid, but you're not going anywhere. His words caught Li-Han completely by surprise. You might be an Esper, the officer continued. We've already contacted the AEC to check you out, so just sit tight. The guard flinched when Li-Han spoke. Major Kang. He looked up, his gaze piercing the officer's eyes. Major Bihan Kang. Tell them I want to see him directly. I have nothing to say to anyone else. The officer stepped back, a chill running down his spine. This kid. He's terrifying. Li-Han's eyes burned with resolve. I'll protect them, no matter the cost. Visions flooded his mind. My brothers and sisters. This world. And all of my friends. I will slaughter every last dragon. A command rang out. Red team, attack. Instantly, every soldier raised their weapon. They unleashed a unified barrage against the monster horde. A massive explosion rocked the battlefield. A voice echoed, They're just grunts, but they're surprisingly smart. They're using their own dead as meat shields. Blue team was also on the offensive, likely under the LLU's complete control. A blue team soldier yelled while fighting, "I'm leaving the rest to you guys." Li Han, clad in blue armor with red team, turned. Alpha team will engage the dragon. A crimson dragon hovered in the sky. Blue team focused on the beast, swords drawn, and they charged forward as one. A massive mech strode through the sea of flames. Blue team raised their blades, ready for combat. Li Han gave the order, "Alpha 3. Roger that," Klaus replied. He leaped onto a blade, diving straight for the dragon's head. Klaus roared, "Over here, you overgrown lizard." He plunged his sword deep into the dragon's skull. The beast threw its head back, bellowing in agony. Klaus ripped his sword free, only to strike down again. Simon gritted his teeth. That idiot. He's drawing the dragon's aggro. From the ground, Simon thought, well, at least he's doing a good job of it. The dragon began to falter, its strength fading. A flash of purple light appeared. Gus approached the beast alone. Perfect. Its psychic core is exposed. Seizing the opportunity, Li Han charged forward with his sword. His entire body erupted in a brilliant aura. He drove his blade straight toward the dragon. The creature staggered, then collapsed into the inferno below. The dragon we just defeated was a red class. It's the same type as the very first one we ever fought, back when all of this began. Class 2 dragons, like Jupiter, have unique patterns on their bodies. They're on a completely different level from Class 1s. Class 3 dragons are colossal. They possess immense psychic power to match their massive forms. It's highly likely they possess true sentience. Beings like Kronos, whose remains we discovered, and Vahamu were both of this type. Standing in the shower, Li Han thought, we can handle Class 1 dragons easily enough. He clenched his jaw. But they're appearing more frequently. The team has already fought 2 this month alone. At this rate, we'll be facing an all-out war by next year. Li Han stepped out, towel drying his hair. He spotted an envelope on the table. Picking it up, a rare smile touched his lips. It was a letter addressed to Li Han. We're all doing fine thanks to the government stipend. We hope our efforts will contribute to our great nation. Li Han crumpled the letter in his fist. My family would never say something so formal. Do they really think I'm that easy to fool, Major Kang? He tossed the wadded-up letter into the trash, then fell onto his bed without a word. Li Han stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. He asked himself a single question. Am I really doing the right thing? 2 weeks later, Li Han and Klaus boarded a transport plane, surrounded by a sea of soldiers. Watching the choppers in the sky, someone spoke up. 12 enhanced soldiers? CL asked. Isn't that overkill for a single-dimensional gate? Li Han replied, it just means they want to minimize casualties at any cost. Every other place we've been deployed to before this was completely annihilated. Simon chimed in, Australia is the AEC's biggest financial backer. They're paying for maximum protection, and that's what we're here to provide. The AEC sent all of us to the front lines to prove to Australia that their investment is paying off. Klaus wondered aloud. But hey, with 12 enhanced soldiers, won't taking down 1 dragon be a piece of cake? Li Han cut him off. We should get some sleep while we can. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, then closed again. He said nothing more. The helicopters continued their journey. Later, Li Han turned to the others. 1 room per person. Take your pick. There's no training scheduled for tonight, so do whatever you want. The Australian night was dazzlingly luxurious. Air Force Base. Most of Australia had remained untouched by the war. This led to a huge influx of intellectuals and talented refugees, transforming Australia into a powerhouse, one fighting to secure its place on the world stage. At that very moment, in a room somewhere else, a person ran their hand over a comfortable bed. Not bad, they thought. It's been a long time since I've had a bed this soft. Not since these deployments started. In another room, Li Han opened the door and was greeted by the sight of his own private quarters. It was a comfortable room with every amenity. He dropped his gear, about to get a shower, when his digital watch buzzed with an incoming message. He opened it. The message was from Silent. What are your plans tonight? He typed back a quick reply. I was planning to see Octo after my shower. Why? Silent's response was immediate. Then I'll go with you. I need to get some repairs done on my mech suit. Hearing that, Li Han agreed. All right, I'll see you in an hour. His teammate replied with a simple, okay. Footsteps echoed on the cold pavement. It was Dio, taking a walk down the street. Suddenly, he heard the low murmur of voices from a nearby tavern, the sound of men talking over their drinks. He quickly stepped inside. The owner was polishing glasses, a cigarette dangling from his lips. He looked up, a bit surprised as Dio walked in. Getting a closer look at the boy's face, a thought crossed his mind. He looks pretty young. Probably not even old enough. Since it was his first time seeing him, the owner asked, Are you one of the soldiers from A Squad? Dio completely ignored his question. his eyes fixed on a young man at the bar, raising a glass to his lips. He pointed to the man's drink and declared, "I'll have that." The bartender glanced over, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. A moment later, an identical glass was set down in front of Deo. He lifted it, bringing it close. A grimace twisted his face as he thought, "It smells like cigarettes." But in one swift motion, Dio threw the entire drink back, stunning the owner. The man's voice was low. "That's not how you're meant to drink it." Dio's face was already flushing a deep red as he yelled, "Who cares? Give me another." In another part of the building, Silence stood knocking on a door. Suddenly, she realized it wasn't locked. She pushed it open gently, thinking, the door's unlocked. Inside, Lee Han was still getting dressed. He called out, "Sorry, I'm not ready. Just give me a second." He had just stepped out of the shower. A single towel was wrapped around his waist, leaving his entire upper body bare as he dried his hair. The sight made her blush instantly, and she quickly pulled the door shut. Before she could recover, CL appeared. "Silent, what are you doing here?" he asked. She texted her reply, waiting for Han. CL's eyes widened. "Where are you two headed?" She answered, "To the lab." "I'm coming too," CL said excitedly. "I've got nothing else to do." But then he saw the message that popped up on her screen. "If you have nothing to do, go to sleep." He looked shocked. "Why can't I come with you guys?" The screen lit up again. "Not really." Just then, Lee Han emerged from the room, fully dressed. Spotting CL, he asked, "CL, are you going to the lab too?" Hearing this, CL eagerly replied, "Well, I was planning to." But before he could finish, Silence slammed a fist into his gut, making him keel over in pain. Lee Han watched, having no idea what was going on. Her screen lit up once more. "Let's go." As they prepared to leave, a soldier suddenly rushed towards them, shouting in a panic, "Han!" Seeing them, he gasped, "You have to stop him." Meanwhile, Deo was still at the bar. He was now completely drunk, stumbling and shoving other customers. Tables and chairs were scattered across the floor, a mess of his own making. The entire place looked like it had been torn apart by a massive brawl. He muttered under his breath, "He's an esper." Cries echoed through the bar, "My God, what are we going to do?" Just then, Lee Han and the others rushed in. Seeing the chaos, he yelled, "Dio." As he was about to take another drink, Dio froze at the sound. "That's enough. We're going back to our room." Lee Han roared directly in his face. Seeing Lee Han, a mocking smile crept across Dio's face as a thought took shape in his mind. "Well, look who it is. Our wonderful captain." But his words slurred out. "Look who? Our captain." Lee Han's face was a storm of anger and confusion. "I have no idea what you're talking about," he said, "but we'll talk after you've sobered up." At those words, Deo's anger suddenly exploded. "Why?" he screamed. "Why? Why was it you and not me?" Deo's rage hit its absolute limit, and a powerful energy began to radiate from him. It was so intense that the shattered bottles on the ground lifted into the air, swirling around him like a vortex of glass. Seeing this, the others, who were now huddled behind Lee Han, cried out in terror, "This is too dangerous. Someone do something." Lee Han's expression hardened with fury. "I can't get a single moment of sleep," Deo screamed as he lunged at Lee Han. "So why doesn't any of it affect you?" Lee Han reacted instantly, using a table to block Deo's reckless charge. After a loud crash, Lee Han seized the opening and rushed forward, grabbing a hold of him. Deo was so drunk he couldn't even stand straight, and he nearly vomited right there on the floor. The others could only slap their foreheads in utter disbelief. The bartender finally dared to emerge from his hiding place. Lee Han was flushed with embarrassment. While holding Deo tightly, he said, "I am so sorry for this entire mess." The next morning, Deo woke up in his bed. As the memories of the night before came rushing back, he violently kicked the blankets off his body. He slammed both fists into the wall, his face burning with shame, thinking, "So humiliating. If I ever drink again, I'll just end my own life." Just then, the door opened. It was CL. "They're calling a meeting," he said. "Are you sober yet? Why are you punching the wall?" Dio glared at CL, his humiliation boiling over into pure rage, his face turning beet red. He slammed the door shut, screaming, "Get out." The door crashed into CL's face, and blood started dripping from his nose. CL stood there, completely baffled, thinking, "Is it just me, or does everyone think they can just push me aside whenever they feel like it?" In another room, Simon sat huddled on his bed. He was completely lost in his own despair. He could feel countless people surrounding him, pressing in from all sides. The zombie-like figures stretched their hands towards him, their voices begging, "Save me, save me, please, save me." They got closer and closer, whispering over and over, "Save me, save me, save me." He snapped his eyes open, and the world was painted in a shade of blood red. The figures grabbed onto him tightly. "Save me, save me." He felt like he was sinking, being dragged down into an endless darkness. Lately, the nightmares won't stop. I remember last night at the bar. He just stared into his glass. I can't get any sleep. If I drink this, maybe I can finally rest. With that thought, he raised the glass and downed it in one go. In a hazy stupor, he wondered, was it because his dose of combat stimulants had been reduced? The bartender warned him that's not the kind of drink you can chug all at once, but with a flushed face, he was defiant. Fine, give me another. He still couldn't escape the images from before the last battle. Most of the reinforced soldiers took combat stimulants. They made them aggressive and erased any fear or guilt about the war. He stared at the fresh glass on the bar, but his mind was somewhere else entirely. My judgment and psychological control have been slipping. So I cut the dose in half. He gripped the glass, a bitter thought crossing his mind. I'm done trying to control it. My body froze in terror before that dragon. I have to go back. He drained the second glass amidst the laughter of the other patrons. A moment later, a fight erupted in the bar. What? A few angry men pointed fingers at him. Why would you do this? Others tried to hold him back, but he was lost in his own delusions. Why is this happening? He roared with fury, throwing everyone aside. As the bar descended into chaos, he struggled to catch his breath. Like a man possessed, he screamed, "If I wasn't here, all of you would die. I'm protecting you." Suddenly, Li Han's voice cut through the noise. Simon. His face was grim. Stop this, now. But Simon seemed to look right through him. Who is this? Aren't you supposed to be the great captain? He squinted at Li Han. You're the only one on the team who refuses to use any combat stimulants. Then, he screamed, his voice filled with anguish. Why doesn't any of this bother you? What makes you so special? And with that, the memory of the black dragon flooded his mind. As Simon yelled, raw power swirled around his hand before finally exploding outwards. Why is it that only you can do it, and I can't? Back in the present, high above, in the command room, a group of soldiers was being reprimanded. You caused a disturbance at the bar? The commander asked worriedly. Was anyone killed? Li Han hesitated for a moment before reporting. No, sir. Not a single one. The commander finally let out a breath and sat down, but his voice turned stern a second later. It's a relief that no one died.
But, soldiers, weren't you all forbidden from drinking alcohol? Eventually, the squad was dismissed, but Li Han realized the military was surprisingly tolerant of bar brawls.
The real problem was that the center of this chaos was a psychic. The fact that there were no serious injuries made things much easier. Li Han shot a suspicious glance at Simon. What are you trying to tell me? He couldn't bring himself to ask again. At that moment, Simon's own mind was in turmoil. Damn it. So it wasn't a dream. This bastard, he needs to die. The same thought seemed to cross both Li Han's and Simon's minds. I don't know how to deal with that guy. The tension between them was razor sharp. One thing was certain. He should never be allowed to drink again. The squad walked together under the setting sun, because a battle where countless lives hung in the balance was about to begin. At the assembly point, scores of soldiers were gathering. They laughed and joked while making their final preparations. Daichi asked with a smirk, should I start taking bets? Who's going to be the first to claim the dragon's head? Just then, a commander barked, Hey, you think this is some kind of joke? Li Han paid it no mind. High morale was good, but it couldn't lead to arrogance. Suddenly, a red alert blared through the base. The entire group immediately broke into a run to investigate. A deafening rumble echoed around the base. A massive iron structure was being lifted from deep underground. The soldiers stood before the observation monitor, stunned. Is the base burrowing into the ground? Walls as hard as steel rose one after another, crowned by massive cannons. An impenetrable fortress, fully armed, was complete. The soldiers were all in awe. It's massive. It's become a steel fortress. The professor adjusted his glasses. Who would have thought he'd amassed this much power? He gazed thoughtfully at the base before him. If the war ends like this, the next global superpower might just be Australia. In the sky above the base, unnatural lightning crackled as multiple helicopters flew into formation. Li Han relayed the intel. The local forces will handle the minions. We just need to focus on the dragon. Daichi scoffed. You say that with so much confidence. You hiding some kind of ace up your sleeve? A flying bomb unit was on patrol. Gate formation detected. They had spotted a portal opening up, and were preparing to open fire. A massive gun was also readied, its barrel huge and incredibly steady. Octo exclaimed, Is that a railgun? He and the other soldiers with him turned pale. It seems they have more money to burn than we ever imagined. A monster's foot slammed into the ground, sending tremors through the earth. A horde of monstrous creatures appeared with savage fury. They poured from the gate like a swarm of angry wasps. The faces of Silent and Simon hardened. Those are beta death worms. And accompanying them were hordes of giant, snake-like centipedes. Clu's voice was filled with dread. They're enormous. The creatures we captured before were mere infants compared to these. Are we really expected to intervene and fight monsters on this colossal scale? As the monster's roars shook the heavens, the cannons began to glow with destructive light. A beam shot out, striking a centipede and causing it to swell grotesquely. Octo and the others could only stare at the sky, mouths agape in shock. A massive explosion erupted, setting the forest ablaze and sending the monsters into a panic. Someone gasped. What in the world was that? That was incredible. Dimichi's face lit up with excitement. Can we get weapons like that? Clue just scoffed. The recoil would snap your spine. Dimichi shot back with total confidence. I bet I could handle it if I just braced myself. More beams of light rained down from the base, unleashing a chain of explosions that annihilated the horde. Li Han rallied the troops. It's time to focus on the battle. Now, it's our turn. The relentless bombardment finally ceased, and from the portal, the dragons began to emerge. More and more of them poured out of the spatial gate. A voice commanded, "Dragon positions confirm at the gate. Type, green dragon. Open fire." The artillery cannon fired with a sky-shattering boom, but the dragon was completely unscathed. The beast took no damage, its powerful wings beating the air with impunity. Octo cried out, just as I predicted. It has no effect on the dragon at all. Young ones, it's all up to you now. He roared to boost their morale. Soldiers, prepare for battle. Go and destroy it. Someone else gave an order. Launch the dropships. Now, helicopters swiftly moved in, dropping their payload of bombs. Below, the dragon glared as the fiery ordnance rained down. The dragon began to open its massive jaws. It unleashed a tremendous blast of energy, blowing the bombs away. Li Han's face paled. It's aiming for us. Clue and Dimichi screamed in unison, a breath attack. The dragon fired a condensed blast of power, creating a massive shockwave in the sky. With a shriek of tearing metal, Li Han's face went dark with terror. Simon. The helicopter exploded into a cloud of fire, and debris began to plummet to the earth. The surviving soldier, escaping the incinerated wreck, cursed back. The name's Alpha B, you bastard. Li Han called out, Han, are you okay? Inside his machine, Simon was still analyzing data, his face pale from the shock. I'm fine. At least for now. I'm definitely dead if I keep free-falling like this. He was plummeting through the sky amidst the burning wreckage of the chopper. Gripping a rocket, Simon spun several times to build momentum. Then, he hurled it upwards. The projectile quickly arcs back down towards him. 3 successive explosions propelled him downwards even faster. Simon slammed into the ground, coughing violently. Damn it! He lay there for a moment, catching his breath on the cratered earth. A fellow soldier offered him a hand. He held it out right in front of Simon's face. Clue smirked. So you managed to survive after all. Simon shot back, get lost. Clue reminded him. Save your energy for the fight. As Simon slowly got to his feet, another voice spoke up. Something's not right. Li Han's eyes were deadly serious. The dragon has appeared. The terrifying beast was hovering at the spatial gate, but the portal itself wasn't closing. Someone wondered aloud, was the prophecy wrong again? Li Han replied, it seems so. But the good news is, 3 dragons appeared, their roars tearing through the sky. This is a 3-on-3 battle. As more dragons flew out one by one, Li Han tensely surveyed the situation. He knew that one dragon was suspicious. That silver one. It must have done something to change the prophecy. An order was given. Each squad will handle 1 dragon at a time. A soldier shouted, do you think this one is a Class 1 or a Class 2? Another yelled back, just treat it like a Class 2. The command to charge rang out. Alpha Squad, attack. The soldiers charged forward, calling out their targets. Then the green dragon is ours. The assignments continued. Nobel Squad, you take the 2 identical black dragons. The others, also prepared to strike as a dragon, began charging a massive ball of energy. Understood. Dimichi grinned with confidence, gathering his power. All right, let's take them all down. The dragon continued to amass energy in its mouth. The more agile soldiers easily dodged the impending blast. Dimichi let out a menacing laugh, filled with bloodlust. You know what? I've been wanting to try this for a long time. He was in a free fall, high above the dragon's head. My spear isn't the only thing you need to worry about. A flashback showed a teenage Dimichi cracking his knuckles, smiling as a younger Li Han kneeled before him, trembling. I've been training in Sambo since I learned how to walk. You have absolutely no chance of beating me if I can get my hands on you. Li Han's stern, doubtful expression made Dimichi's smile fade. Oh, is that so? And you plan on catching these dragons with your Sambo techniques? Dimichi could only laugh. By the end of this, I might just be able to choke a few of them out, you know. With a murderous glint in his eyes, he dove towards the beast. Han, sorry for eating my words, but I don't think I can actually choke this thing. Its hide is too thick. Instead, He carved a series of devastating paths across the dragon's body. Dimichi roared fiercely. I'll just have to try and break its wings. He summoned all his strength, grabbing hold of the dragon's wing. A sickening crack echoed as bones shattered. The soldiers were already focused on taking down the other dragons. A soldier gathered his energy, unleashing a massive blast that sent the dragon roaring in agony. Lihan roared, now. Silent lunged forward, twin blades flashing. Clue cheered him on. Finish it. Lihan charged in, his own sword ready to strike. Killing intent flared in his eyes. He plunged his blade deep into the beast's hide. The dragon plummeted from the sky amidst the cheers of everyone at the base. ARK celebrated with the technicians, their triumphant whistles filling the air. Amazing. They'd taken down 3 dragons in the blink of an eye. At this point, level 1 beasts were no match for them. Inside the base, operations continued as normal. There were no signs of minion activity near the gate. The comms team sent out the confirmation. All dragons eliminated. A nearby soldier looked on in disbelief. Is it really over? But his hand was still trembling slightly when a sudden explosion rocked the base. The shockwave blasted down from the floor above, staggering everyone. Octu cried out, "What was that?" The soldier trembled in pure terror. It can't be. The same dimensional gate the monsters used had reappeared, right when everyone was wounded. A portal. Opening right inside the base, swarms of monsters poured out of the portal, led by a grotesque centipede. They began blowing the base apart, shattering the main gate and sending the guards into a panic. What the hell is going on? Continuous explosions sent soldiers flying through the air. The sheer number of flying monsters was overwhelming. They tore into the soldiers, ripping them apart in a brutal assault. Explosions ripped through section after section of the base. Octu frantically tried to raise them on the comms. Han, can you hear me? The airbase is falling, he screamed the desperate news. We can't get the bus to you now. We can't send any reinforcements. He choked out one last command as the monsters closed in. Survive, no matter what. A soldier grabbed his arm, shouting, Director, we have to move. Octu's last words were a plea. Don't you dare die. You have to survive. And then the comms went dead. Clue gritted his teeth in fury. Damn it. What the hell is going on over there? Are we losing? The dragons' corpses were self-destructing, even after we already killed them. Anger and grim determination set on everyone's faces. Lihan analyzed the tense situation. They used all 3 dragons as bait. Lihan glanced at the slain dragons on the ground. Does that mean? The dragons weren't even their main force. Suddenly, a strange sound caught Lihan's attention. Everyone saw it then. Something was emerging from the portal. Lihan gave the signal. Let's move. We need to fall back while we can. Dimichi gritted his teeth, his face twisting into a dark scowl that stunned Lihan. Running away is for cowards. Let's just wipe them all out. Power began to surge around him again as he seethed. I don't think I can rest until every single one of them is dead. Dimichi, Lihan said sternly. Just then, another massive explosion rocked the base. The blast sent Professor ARK to flying, and he cried out in agony. A technician yelled, He's hurt. Someone carry him. ARK clutched his head, weeping in despair. We're all going to die. The team scrambled to help the professor, another explosion chasing them down the corridor. This way, the soldier supporting him said reassuringly. Just a little further. There's a bus on the deck that can get us out. ARK pressed a cloth to his wound, crying out, No, water. We need water. The monsters had torn the base apart. They owned the skies now. Reinforcement choppers were approaching, but the swarm of flying beasts descended on them, blowing them out of the sky in a rain of scrap metal. Seeing the utter chaos, Lihan turned to Dimichi. He reminded him of their mission. Team Nobel was to eliminate all minions. There are no dragons left here. Our only job now is to stay alive until the rescue team gets here. Dimichi pointed defiantly. But if you insist on retreating, then we'll buy you time. Suddenly, a few of the fallen monsters began to stir. They rose to their feet right behind Lihan, who spun around, startled. He stared at the soulless creatures. They began to chant a name. Muz Amia. Lihan's brow furrowed. A new resolve hardened in his eyes. This time, I'm not just going to stand by and watch. Lihan shouted as he launched an attack. Wait, it was Simon, attacking Dimichi. His expression was deadly serious. Debris flew everywhere, enraging Dimichi. He whipped around and grabbed Simon by the throat. Simon choked, struggling for air. A murderous glint appeared in Dimichi's eyes. What the hell was that? Are you trying to die? Simon's face was a mask of fury. If we die together, you bastard. Have those combat stimulants fried your brain? Simon gasped out, unable to breathe. We're not invincible. Once our armor's power runs out, we're all dead. Lihan stepped in to break them up. He's right, Dimichi. If we run into something like another dragon right now, we won't be able to handle it. Dimichi fell silent. Finally, he released his grip on Simon, letting him go. Dimichi turned away, his expression cold and distant. I wasn't thinking clearly. I'm sorry, Simon. Simon, Lai Han called out to him. Shut up, Simon snapped, his voice tight with irritation. He slowly began to walk. I don't want to talk about it right now. Hearing that name was starting to exhaust Li Han as well. A wave of immense power slammed into the ground. The soldiers quickly covered their ears against the deafening frequency. My ears. What is that? One tried their equipment, but it was no use. Comms were completely dead. Another confirmed the grim reality. This situation is not good. Lai Han replied, we need to get out of here. Clu's face paled. This feels just like Shin Aizu. Those energy beams continued to rain down, hunting them. We're a dozen miles from the base, but it's still jamming our communications. Lai Han felt a growing unease. A cold dread crept up his spine. It feels like we're the prey, and something is hunting us. Dimichi's suggestion cut through the tension. Let's head for the nearest town. It was a spark of hope for Lai Han. If we're lucky, we can use their communication equipment. He turned with a bright smile that surprised even Dimichi. That's a great idea. It should be empty since everyone evacuated. After the gate warning had been issued, Dimichi turned away, seeing they all agreed. Lai Han observed his team. They still weren't far enough to escape the radio interference. He knew their most urgent need, but survival came first. We're out of food. We have to find something to eat. Lai Han yelled. Let's move. The man stood under a blinding light, his posture rigid and solemn. He was surrounded by high-ranking leaders. Someone announced, Chief of Staff, you have failed. Alexander Rickover shot back. We haven't failed yet. We still have the Australian forces. The man clarified his point sharply. In other words, you failed to seal the gate. The real war hasn't even begun, and Australia is already a massive disappointment. Alexander Rickover thought bitterly, as if we had any other choice. A screen displayed a gate with multiple locators as someone offered their opinion. The one bright side is that the gate opened in Australia. It won't be able to spread to other countries for now. Another official reacted violently. That's only a matter of time. Those bastards can use teleportation magic or whatever else. We can't just sit here and believe Australia can handle this. Alexander's face darkened. Their words were infuriating. Then what do you propose we do? Someone suggested the ultimate weapon. His resolve was absolute, and it made Alexander's blood run cold. We will use nuclear weapons. Stunned, he asked in disbelief. What? You? You can't be serious. What are you saying? The other man simply held up a hand, shaking his head. We cannot do that. Alexander frowned. The accent was Australian. This must be Australia's High Commissioner. The man continued dramatically. That region is like a cancer cell. To destroy it after a failed surgery, you must be prepared for bloodshed. Someone else suggested they put it to a vote. Alexander cursed internally. These bastards, they're using this as a chance to crush Australia, their strongest rival. One official raised his hand, looking horrified. This is absolute madness. Nuclear weapons, another pointed, explaining. It's better than the entire human race going extinct. Countless nations were lost to the flames in the last war. We'll just deploy the psychic mechs again after the nuclear strike. The Australian commissioner slumped in his seat, devastated. Please, stop. We absolutely cannot use nuclear weapons. Let us retain some dignity. We are all making a difficult decision here. As Alexander was lost in thought about humanity's fate, the faceless figures around him revealed terrifying, deceitful smiles. It's like I can see the mockery on their faces. Even in the middle of this political war, Alexander's thoughts drifted elsewhere. Can we really win this war by fighting like this? Suddenly, someone kicked the door clean off its hinges. The shattered door lay motionless on the floor. Soldiers cautiously looked around. Someone flipped a switch, and they began to search the building. Find anything? One of them asked. Starving, they quickly started eating whatever they found. This is actually delicious. Someone scanned the airwaves. All television channels are dead. No signal. In a corner of the living room, Lai Han set up a radar unit. He gave the cord a hard pull, then plugged it into the radar's power socket. As Lai Han began connecting to the network, Silent approached. He held out a plate with a sandwich, startling Lai Han. The radar unit appeared to be charging as Silent and Lai Han sat down a short distance away. As they leaned against the railing, Lai Han spoke up. Where's yours? Silent simply replied, I already ate. The device continued to beep incessantly. Silent said his name, and Lai Han glanced over. Silent was tapping on a screen as he asked a question. What do you want to do when the war is over? Lai Han was quiet for a long moment before revealing his thoughts. I haven't really thought about it. I guess I'll go see my siblings. Silent turned back to his screen, still typing. He stated his own intention, surprising Li Han. I'll go with you when you visit them. Lai Han offered a gentle smile. All right. Suddenly, the radar flashed with a red alert. The two of them rushed over to it instantly. Lai Han read the notification as Silent peered over his shoulder. HQ just sent us a mission plan. Lai Han's head spun. He hadn't even finished his dinner yet. The nearest rendezvous airspace is no longer secure, so we have to move on foot. As a strange light flooded the area, Lai Han yelled out to him, "Let's move!" Silent. "We've been here far too long." Status check. But another explosion rocked them, too sudden to dodge. The sounds of the horde converged on the base right after the blast. An order came through, switching all comms to a private channel. A teammate's voice cut through the static. Lai Han crouched low, relaying the message. "This is Alpha 1. Does everyone copy? Check the route I just sent. Now, we'll have to take the long way around to shake them." Lai Han announced, "With the power we have left, we can just barely make it to the rendezvous point. That means only those with energy to spare can stay behind and buy time for the rest." Lai Han glanced toward the enemy swarm. "Silent and I will handle the minions." His plan was clear, his directions precise. "The rest of you will split into two groups, move through points B and C, then regroup at the objective." Demichi looked uneasy. "Are you sure you'll be okay?" Just then, a figure stepped toward X-Mong with an arrogant look. "I'm staying too," he declared. Another soldier stepped forward. "We'll all stay together." Clue let out a hearty laugh. "We're Alpha Team, after all." But Lai Han stopped him. "Clue, you go help C. Simon was injured during the fall earlier." Clue's face fell in surprise. "What? No way." X-Mong protested. "It's just a small fracture. I won't drag anyone down. Don't worry about me." Lai Han stated it plainly. "I have no intention of sacrificing myself here. I made this decision because I know we have the strength to handle this. So trust me. I'll see every single one of you after we make it out of this alive." The fires blazed furiously as his teammates fell silent. Clue looked down, dejected. "Okay." X-Mong frowned, lost in thought. The flames roared even higher, fed by the monster's attack. Dragons and other grotesque beasts were preparing their next assault. Silent and Lai Han charged out, weapons ready. Silent's blade became a blur of motion, slicing into the nearest creature. "We need to conserve the mech's energy. We'll use our firearms as much as possible." The horde swarmed them like ants as Silent and Lai Han fought to hold them back. Nearby, the river's current raged violently. The soldiers waded through the water. "I didn't even know there was a river here. I guess this is the best way to cover our tracks." Clue grit his teeth, his mind racing. Han wasn't kidding about our remaining energy. At this rate, we might not make it to the rendezvous. Panic crept into Clue's heart as he panted. But Han, is he really going to be okay? That prototype suit of his consumes even more energy. Suddenly, Clue froze in the middle of the raging river. Elsewhere, Lai Han was still firing relentlessly, but with monsters still swarming him, his gun finally clicked empty. He decisively threw it aside and called out, "Silent." He slammed his blade into a monster and gave the order, "Get to point C first and wait for me there." Lai Han added one last thing. "If I don't meet you in 30 minutes, head straight for the final rendezvous point." Silent hesitated for a moment. Lai Han roared as he fought, "That's an order." Silent. Silent stood, frozen on the other side. "Go, now." Silent nodded grimly. He turned and ran. Lai Han continued his relentless assault as Silent broke away. He ran with absolute faith, leaving Lai Han to hold the line and buy more time. "I trust you, Han." Silent prayed silently as Lai Han swung his blade with everything he had. "You have to survive." His foot slipped on the rocky slope. Li Han scrambled, trying not to fall into the chasm below. Luckily, he found a foothold on the steep cliffside, catching himself. Panting for breath under the shade of a tree, Lai Han thought to himself, "Is this point C?" He struggled to steady his breathing. Silent has probably reached the final rendezvous by now. "I'll just rest for a moment, then I'll catch up." Exhausted, he closed his eyes for a second. But suddenly, the scent of blood filled the air, snapping his eyes wide open. Lai Han drove his blade deep into the monster's gut. As it snarled, he warned it coldly, "Don't you dare look at me like that." The creature shuddered from the wound, yet it still reached for its weapon, intent on killing him. "You're actually starting to scare me." Lai Han tossed the monster aside effortlessly. It was as if he could now hear their very frequency. "I can feel their spiritual energy with all my senses, like a scent on the wind or a sound in the air." He gripped his blade and charged forward. Lai Han's expression was ice cold as he roared, "Come at me if you have a death wish." Meanwhile, in a nearby clearing, helicopters stood ready. Soldiers stood guard, when suddenly, their commander's eyes shot wide open. A figure emerged from the shadows. Silent, an enhanced warrior. They confirmed his identity. Alpha 2. Murmurs spread through the ranks. "Why is Alpha 2 here by himself?" The commander's face grew grim. "You're right. No sign of Alpha 1. Unfortunately, we're out of time. He hesitated. His orders were absolute: retrieve Alpha 1 at any cost. But turning away, he commanded Silent, get on board, Alpha 2. We need to move out. Silent placed a hand on his shoulder, stopping him. A heavy, deadly silence fell between them. The commander delivered the grim news, silencing him instantly. They're going to level this entire area with a nuke. If we stay any longer, we'll be caught in the blast. Silent didn't respond for a long moment as the helicopter's rotors began to spin. The entire squadron of choppers lifted into the air. Just then, the silhouette of Lihan appeared, his blade dripping with blood. He staggered, heavily wounded, across the desolate landscape. Am I too late? Suddenly, the roar of a helicopter echoed from behind him. Lihan whipped his head around as a voice boomed from above. Just in time, Alpha 1, I'm dropping a line for you. Lihan let out a silent sigh of relief. The chopper flew on, crossing over the stream below. The mood on board was somber. Silent glanced over at the brooding Lihan. As explosions rocked the sky outside, Lihan's expression hardened with resolve. AC needs me now, and my power is finally returning. He looked down, a bitter realization dawning on him. I was completely wrong. Lihan gritted his teeth, clutching his arm. AC is still pulling all the strings. All this time, I took AC's support for granted. I can't believe it took losing everything for me to realize it. Just then, a massive explosion tore through the sky behind them. Everyone on board was thrown by the sheer force of the blast. Something splashed into the water below. Simon hesitated, his face pale. But we should have been far enough away. Just how big was that bomb? Lihan wondered. AC. They control everything. They decide who becomes an enhanced warrior. And they manage them completely. Behind them, the nuclear firestorm continued to rage. They even control who lives and who dies. He couldn't help but wonder, so when this war finally ends, what happens to us? Days later, inside a sterile hospital room, a voice asked, how are the kids? John Red, preparing tea, replied, all of them made it back in one piece. From her bed, Katarine pressed, and what about Han? Z glanced over, a flicker of surprise in their eyes. Z approached with 2 cups of tea. You seem unusually interested in him. Katarine lowered her gaze. He's just an anomaly. Katarine's voice was troubled. No matter how many times I try to see his future, there's nothing there, just a void. And yet, he always survives. Isn't that strange? John Red considered her words carefully before responding. It seems he's an exception, no matter the circumstances. Her lips trembled as she added, but at the same time, it wouldn't be surprising if he just dropped dead at any moment. He's walking a razor's edge between life and death. Her expression hardened. Red. He looked over at her, lost in thought, clutching the teacup. She finally revealed her deepest wish. I want to go home, one last time, before I die. John Red's brow furrowed in anguish. He bit his lip, a look of bitter reluctance on his face. John Red delivered the devastating news. That place. It was completely wiped out. There's nothing left. Katarine's grip tightened on her cup. That doesn't matter. I need to paint something there. John Red remained silent, weighing her request. Please, she begged. Can't you help me? With your position in AC, I know you can make it happen. He turned to leave, much to her shock. I'm sorry. She erupted in a fit of rage. You bastard. How could you do this to me? Red continued towards the door, ready to leave. The Red I used to know would have done it without hesitation. She hurled the teacup against the wall. He would have done it for me. Elsewhere, Lihan stood face to face with Simon. I'm putting in a request to be transferred to another team. The words hum in the air, instantly freezing the atmosphere. Simon knew he wasn't joking. He stared back, his eyes a mix of confusion and suspicion. After a moment of silence, Lihan continued. I always thought we had good synergy, at least on the battlefield. Simon sighed heavily. I won't force you to stay, but at least give me a reason. Is this about what happened at the bar? At the mention of the bar, Lihan gritted his teeth in fury. No, the two of them finally sat down, facing each other. We're just not compatible, Lihan stated flatly. That much has become painfully obvious to me. During that last mission, did you see your squad as people to protect? Because what I need is a partner, not a bodyguard. Lihan's voice was quiet but firm. But protecting my team, that's my duty as captain. Simon crushed the can in his hand. I'm not as good with words as you are, so just shut up. Simon stood and walked away, his back a cold silhouette against the evening sun. Lihan watched him leave, his face a storm of unspoken emotions and longing. A shocked voice cried out. He transferred to the red team. He shot to his feet in anger. But that's Jose's squad. Since when did those two get so close? He seethed with frustration, recalling the memory. Jose is avoiding us again. Seeing Li Han's silence, his friend stomped his foot impatiently. How can you be so calm about this? His mind drifted back to their childhood. 3 kids, dreaming of a peaceful future, sat talking around a small fire. You guys should all come over to my house when the war is over. Jose teased the other 2. I'm sure I haven't had it as bad as you guys, but I've lived in a makeshift home before, too. He laughed, full of pride. I mean, they're all doing much better now. Thanks to me, of course. But his optimistic smile soon faded. Jose bit his lip and lowered his head, a wave of nostalgia hitting him. My mom. She's an amazing cook. I really want you guys to try her food. Though, I'm not sure if you'd like Spanish cuisine. The boy in Li Han's memory. There was no way a kid like that could have a dark heart. I'm sure Jose has his reasons. Let's give him some time. Until he's ready to talk. Elsewhere, a heavy burden weighed on Red's soul. He lit a cigar, taking a long drag before tilting his head back with a weary sigh. His mind couldn't escape the memory of Katarine's face etched with disappointment and fury. The Red I know would have done it in a heartbeat. He wondered, who was this Red that she knew? Red glanced at the table, where photos of different people were scattered about. He picked one up to get a closer look. In the picture, a young, blonde woman was smiling brightly. Katarine Semi. She was an American tourist vacationing in Sabrine. A few days ago, she sent out a distress signal after leading a group of survivors to safety. Back then, Red couldn't believe it. This place was a hotspot for monsters. How was that even possible? The soldier next to him explained, she says she can move through the safe zones because she can see the future. Amidst the surrounding chaos and desolation, Katarine had calmly lit a cigarette for herself, taking a deep drag before breathing out. The scene shifts to a sun-drenched, windy harbor from long ago. With a cigarette between her fingers, Katarine called out to Red, asking for a light. He obediently leaned down, striking a small flame to light it for her. Katarine pursed her lips and blew out a puff of smoke. Red couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle, which made her raise an eyebrow. What's so funny? Red teased her, saying, I've just never been a fan of guys who smoke. Not missing a beat, Katarine shot back, and what makes you think you're my type? The two leaned against the railing side by side, watching the gentle waves of the river. Katarine's voice grew distant. Red, what are you planning to do? After the war is over, he answered simply. Leave the force. Katarine pressed him. Is that all? Red replied, I'm sick of war. Katarine nodded slowly. I get it. She hid her face in her arm, asking shyly, do you want to come to Texas with me and open a barbecue joint? My grandpa taught me his special sauce recipe, so the cooking part will be a piece of cake. With your fire-starting ability, we can split the profits. I get 70%, you get 30. Red couldn't hold back a loud laugh. Deal. But I get 70, you get 30. You idiot. Katarine instantly bristled like an angry porcupine. You might as well just rob me. Let's walk the path to our future together. The photograph showed 3 young soldiers, their faces lit with brilliant smiles, filled with dreams of a peaceful future for mankind. Joni stepped in front of the lens to adjust it. Okay. He smiled, satisfied. All right, this piece of junk works just fine. With that, he sprinted back towards his 2 teammates in the distance. Joni yelled, the countdown is over. Okay, smile. And just like that, the photo of a lifetime was complete. Joni grumbled as he looked at it. Man, this sucks. You should have done something more fun. Red sighed helplessly. Why did you want to take a picture anyway? Joni's face lit up at the question. You want to know why? We're almost done here. We should have a picture to remember our time together. They had fought their way to the final battle, with only the 7th dragon remaining. The war would be over soon. Red glanced to his side. Katarine was already looking right at him. After this is all over, I just want to live a normal life. Standing behind them, Joni's face soured from their public display of affection. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes, offering, care for a smoke? To his surprise, he was brutally rejected. I'll pass. Me too. Joni's feelings were hurt. He clutched his camera and decided to play by himself. Fine, I'll go by myself then. A shrill ringing pulled Red back to the present. He opened his weary eyes, staring in frustration at the alarm clock blaring on the table. All the captains and professors were already gathered in the meeting room. Recco spoke up, asking, Professor Gray, what about the prophecy? Gray replied, she'll have another seizure soon. Her body can't take much more of this. Ron added, but it seems she's already aware of that. Gray conceded that it was a possibility. Red remained silent, his face an icy mask, while Recco was lost in thought. He then asked a question that sent a chilling shock through the room. Is it possible to put her into hibernation again? Her ability is irreplaceable. We can't let her die yet. All the professors were stunned into silence. Recco greedily pushed his point. We just need her power, one more time. At the final moment of the battle, Red was once again lost in his memories. The last day he saw Kathy. He was joyful as a child, running to find Katarine. We finally did it. We killed the last dragon. But as he pushed open her door, he found Katarine losing control, screaming in utter desperation. Red cried out in shock, "Kathy, what's wrong?" Katarine's once clear violet eyes had turned a piercing shade of blue. She turned to him, her face a mask of tear-streaked horror. "Oh, no. It can't be." In that instant, it felt like Red's heart stopped. He understood. "You saw something, didn't you? Tell me what you saw." Katarine just kept mumbling. "That's not it. That's not it." Blue veins bulged all over her body as her lips trembled. The last dragon. Her hair began to transform, turning the same piercing blue as her eyes. Catherine looked at Red, her eyes hollow. This battle was nothing more than a scouting mission. 15 years from now, we're all going to die for real. He shot to his feet, head bowed, grinding his teeth. "So, until the very end, you're going to treat the Oracle like a tool?" "Yes." Rico's face twisted with fury at the accusation. "How dare you? Do you really think you have the right to say that to me?" Red didn't answer him, but his clenched jaw screamed with unspoken rage. He turned and left, slamming the meeting room door behind him. Rico glared at the door, then gave a sharp order to his men. "Keep an eye on Red." That evening, Red went to the professor's lab to check on his prosthetic leg. "All done." "You kept it cleaner this time." Red shot back with a smirk. "I've been out of that line of work for a long time." The professor chuckled. "So even the mighty Red has fallen on hard times?" "Huh." Red fired right back. "Just like you, old man." The professor scoffed defensively. "What do you know? That hack is miles behind me. They all still have to use my designs. They think they're so great just for finding a new application for my creation." Red offered no comment, simply telling him, "I should get going." The professor's tone softened. "Are you going to be okay? This is really about the Oracle. Are you sure you won't regret this for the rest of your life?" His gaze was filled with a sad, pitying light. Red lowered his head with a heavy sigh. "I've already done too many things I'll regret forever." The professor ran a hand through his white hair and stepped forward. He grabbed a black cloth covering something in the corner. "This thing looked like it was dead, but I fixed it myself and got it working again." Red stared in utter disbelief at what lay before him. The professor continued, "Even if they succeed in putting her back into cryo-sleep again, there's no guarantee she'll wake up, given her current physical condition. Alexander is willing to bet on that sliver of a chance, but she's already saved countless lives. Her days are already numbered, but doesn't she have the right to be happy in the time she has left? Don't you agree?" The professor's words echoed in Red's mind. "You and the Oracle are to go to warehouse number 4. I'll have a psychic mech and a helicopter waiting for you there." He walked alone through the night, pulling his cap low to hide his face. Suddenly, a voice cut through the silence from behind him. "Where are you going at this hour, Instructor?" Lihan had appeared from nowhere, staring intently at Red. Lihan's voice was cold. "Where are you headed?" "Sergeant Red." Red's heart seized in his chest, his fists clenching tight. This kid's voice. Damn it. Of course Alexander would send his most troublesome prodigy after me. He feigned calm, telling Lihan, "I'm just taking a walk." But Lihan saw right through the clumsy lie. "While wearing the military cap you never wear?" At that, Red dropped the chair aid. "I know, and you know. So let's stop playing games." Lihan instantly shifted into a combat stance, and Red read him like an open book. This kid always acts with a purpose. He must have a reason for this. I guess I have no other choice. And with that, he too prepared for battle. Just when a fierce battle seemed inevitable, Lihan asked him, "What are you planning to do?" The question stopped Red cold in his tracks. "What?" Lihan produced a cap from somewhere, pulling it on just like Red's. "When you take the Oracle, do you know how to escape the ARK?" Red was shocked that Lihan wasn't targeting him. "Aren't you supposed to be tailing me?" Lihan replied, "Of course. I'm here to help, on the Oracle's orders." Red's voice was a low growl. "And you just take orders from the Oracle now?" Ignoring Red's alarm, Lihan stated proudly, "I've already taken care of the other officers who were following you." Red's anger flared. "Lihan, be straight with me. Why are you doing this?" Lihan didn't hide it any longer. "I made a deal. I help you get out of the ARK safely. In exchange for a data file containing critical information about the ARK." He brushed past Red. "First, let's get the Oracle. There will be guards here too." Red watched him go, his face a mask of suspicion. The two of them quickly approached the building where Catherine was being held. The Oracle should be on the second floor of that building. Lihan proposed, "We'll go in through the third window on the right. It's the closest route to the emergency exit, and there are no guards there." This was the first time Red had seen this side of him. This little brat. What is he really after? He pinpointed every single blind spot in the surveillance cameras and found a perfect route to get here. This wasn't something just anyone could do. It was almost as if he'd been preparing for a scenario where the ARK itself was the enemy. Of course, Lihan knew exactly how wary Red was of him. I know that out of everyone, you're the one who understands why I'd be this prepared. Instructor. In a crisis, only those prepared for the unexpected will survive. Red let out a small laugh, teasing him. You really took Lao Cha's words to heart, didn't you? Still, I can't believe you went this far. You really are a stubborn brat. He said it with sincere admiration. I'll tell you what, no matter what happens to this world, I have a feeling you'll survive. The unlikely pair moved in perfect sync as they infiltrated the building. Leo peeked out from cover, scouting the soldiers. Their patrol route was changing. He decided they'd wait right there. Only 2 sentries were guarding this post. That meant they never anticipated an infiltration. After all, who would ever suspect a loyal sergeant of betraying ARK? The organization's greatest weakness was always from within. Without warning, Leo exploded from their hiding spot, shocking Red. Don't tell me you're planning to fight them with just that gauntlet. And just as he feared, Leo moved like lightning. He shot towards the guards like a thunderbolt, delivering a crippling jolt of electricity to each man. Within seconds, they all crumpled to the ground, out cold. Red emerged, stepping over their still forms. Are these men stable? He asked. I didn't use lethal force. I'm certain I modulated the power just enough to incapacitate them. I've run countless experiments to learn exactly how to control these energy surges. So, don't worry. The scene shifts to an outside warehouse, where Leo helps Red suit up in a menacing mech armor. Catherine handed him the data chip. What you promised, she said with a faint smile. Thank you. And Leo, please, be safe. Red admitted he never expected a student as reckless as him. I never thought I would say this, but thank you. Leo froze, his eyes widening in pure shock at the words. Catherine and Red made their way to the chopper, talking quietly. Who's piloting this thing? A pilot agreed to help. Looks more like I-Strong armed him into it. Leo clenched his fists, his voice low and tight. Do you have any last words of advice for me? Sir, Red turned, looking back at the young soldier. Leo stood his ground, a complex look of defiance on his face. Red considered it for a moment. Advice? I don't have any. You have more experience fighting those things than I ever did. But if I can offer one small warning, it's to never let them see your emotions. No one has the right to judge you for acting like a human being every once in a while. Leo's hand, gripping his drill, trembled uncontrollably, betraying his inner turmoil. Is that really all you have to say to me? After all this training, after everything I've become? Leo gritted his teeth, waiting for something more. Red repeated his warning, his voice cold. The second you show a hint of weakness, you'll be eaten alive. Leo's voice rose, filled with frustration. I know that better than anyone. If that's all the advice you can offer, then I don't need it. Red stared back, his gaze ice cold. But Leo didn't back down, stubbornly waiting for something else. Finally, with a sigh of resignation, Red gave in. All right, fine. I hope you have good luck out there. The words left Leo completely stunned. He watched as the helicopter slowly faded into the distance. Memories of their time together flooded his mind. Leo tilted his head back, watching the chopper cut through the sky. Listening to the whir of the blades, he sent a silent message. Goodbye, Sergeant Red. Meanwhile, in the mess hall, whispers about Red filled the air. That son of a gun. How could he throw it all away for a woman? And they called him a war hero? He's nothing but a traitor. I always thought he was a heartless bastard, but I guess he's a romantic deep down. Clue surveyed the room. The whole base is buzzing about it. Dimitri wasn't surprised. I mean, they're not wrong. He's a pathetic fool for deserting his post now of all times. But what's even stranger is the silence from high command. There's no way Sergeant Red could have escaped on his own. Aren't they even going to search for an accomplice? Little did they know, Red's accomplice had just arrived at his own quarters. He slammed the door open and looked down at the data chip in his hand. As the screen lit up, he saw nothing. No data, no video files. Only a single line of text glowed on the screen. I'm sorry if I didn't do this. Elsewhere, in a remote, unknown location, the ground was covered in a blanket of white snow. A mysterious man, carrying a freshly hunted deer, returned to his truck. He climbed inside, shutting the door against the cold. The engine roared to life as he sped down the snow-covered road. He had left at dawn and didn't return until late at night. The front door of a cabin swung open, and a familiar silhouette rushed out to greet him. Catherine beamed, asking the man, You're late. Did you sell the game? The man smirked. It was Red, now with a thick beard. Sold it. I even picked up something for dinner. The two went back inside, settling down for a warm meal together. Catherine playfully held up her bowl. Should we try to finish it all in one go? Red let out a soft, indulgent laugh. My God, where did this silly girl come from? But despite his words, he played along, his eyes full of affection. They ate and laughed, a picture of perfect, peaceful happiness. I betrayed everyone. just to see that smile again, and I don't regret my choice for a second. Back at the base, Leo's head was pounding. He tapped his fingers on the table, obsessing over the message. I'm sorry. If I didn't do this, Red would be dead. He was certain there was a hidden meaning. Was this some kind of warning? Suddenly, a deafening explosion rocked the entire building. Wiped out, Rico repeated, his face deathly pale. Both divisions of the first-generation Espers were completely annihilated by mere foot soldiers. Even the soldier reporting the news was terrified by the commander. One man from the squad had somehow made it back alive. There were no visible wounds on him, but he was completely unconscious. He was being treated in the infirmary. Rico's brow furrowed with grim concern as he shot to his feet. I'll go see for myself. He thought as he walked, I can't believe this happened the moment Red left. Even if we rely mostly on the second generation, we still need the first. The soldier led him to the door. He's in here. As the door slowly creaked open, they saw the lone survivor was already standing there, waiting for them. But what greeted them was the chilling sound of a gun being cocked. And to Rico's utter shock, the soldier inside unloaded a hail of bullets into the man beside him. Before Rico could even process what was happening, his arm was blown clean off. Only then did the agony hit him, and he let out a desperate, blood-curdling scream. The soldier, as if unaware of his actions, thirsted for more blood, aiming the barrel at Rico and cocking it again. In that tense, final moment, a figure blurred past, and a legendary spear sliced through the air, decapitating the crazed soldier. It was Li Han, arriving just in time to save Rico. Rico stared in horror as the crazed soldier's body was sent flying by the force of the spear's impact. Li Han wasted no time with words. Sir, you need to get out of here. It's not over. And just as he said, a horrifying, bright red energy erupted from the soldier's corpse. It was a specter. Li Han warned Rico again, go. Now. Rico screamed his name, Han. I'll go get reinforcements, before scrambling away, gasping for breath. Li Han muttered in response, no, this thing will just possess you. I'll handle it myself. In a flash, the specter left the soldier's body, screeching as it lunged toward Li Han. He talked a big game, but inside his stomach was churning with dread. I'm not prepared for this. How am I supposed to take this thing down? The specter shrieked and charged straight for him. Li Han gripped his spear tightly. Of course. If its goal is to possess a body, it won't risk causing any physical damage to its target. That means I have no choice but to fight it on a mental level. Li Han didn't even try to dodge, instead opening his mouth to give the specter an easy entrance. The moment it entered his body, Li Han was like a different person. Far from the chaos surrounding Li Han, Catherine and Red were incredibly chill. She was resting while he chopped firewood. Even though he retired from the fight, Red's power was as immense as ever. One swing of the axe was all it took. Catherine pouted, bored, and let out a long yawn. Red, I'm bored. Red told her softly, go inside. We need firewood if we don't want to freeze. Catherine took the chance to flirt a little. We could just keep each other warm. Red asked, exasperated, are you sure about that? As night fell, the two lovebirds sat on the porch, watching the sky together. Catherine sighed softly, it's beautiful. She closed her eyes, savoring the peacefulness. I mean, considering we were facing the end of the world. Red suddenly interrupted her. You're still keeping your promise, right, Kathy? You promised you would never use your powers again. Catherine glanced over and saw Red's face, etched with worry and sadness. She chuckled in response, yes, of course. Red thought to himself, statistically, the next seizure would be her last. She's fine now because she isn't using her powers, but at any moment. Catherine pouted for a bit, then turned to call his name, making his heart stop. She grinned innocently and said, I'm hungry. Red, having just had a heart attack over his crush, stood up helplessly to serve her. You scared me. Good grief. Let's go inside and make something to eat. Catherine cheered. Okay, but why were you so surprised? Red just waved it off without answering. It's nothing. Meanwhile, back with our main character, Li Han, he had finally woken up after his heroic rescue mission. A sharp knock echoed through the room. Li Han was on his feet the moment he awoke, heading straight for Rico. Without even turning, Rico knew who it was. Sit, he commanded. He took a slow sip from his teacup. As always, I expect your report. Specifically, about the recent Spectre suppression incident. Li Han lowered his gaze, his voice steady as he began his account. When I underwent the physical augmentation, my body violently rejected any psychic abilities. They told me it was unprecedented. Never before has an Esper's body refused to accept psionic power. My body reacted to the Spectre in the same way. Since it's pure psionic energy, it tried to invade and possess me, but it simply ceased to exist inside my body. Li Han then fell silent. Rico's gaze was unwavering. Is that all? He answered without hesitation. Yes, sir. But Rico could see right through him. The boy was clearly hiding something. Still, he chose not to press the issue. Very well. You are dismissed. As Li Han departed, Rico was lost in thought. If the preliminary reports were accurate, the Spectre didn't just die because his body rejected it. It was more likely. Forced out, that boy is hiding a crucial detail. If only Red were here now. Li Han closed the door behind him, but lingered in the hallway. In truth, I have no idea what actually happened yesterday. I don't know what possessed me. All I did was reach out my hand. And just like that, the Spectre simply vanished before my very eyes. His mind raced as he walked away. Because I rejected psionic abilities, my power level is so low. I can't even pilot a psionic mech properly. That's why I always assumed my unique trait was just fine-tuned control. But maybe this is my true power. 6 months later, Red returned from a long hunt, making his way toward the house. And just like always, Catherine was waiting for him at the door. "You're back early," she said with a smile. The moment he saw her, Red asked, "Is everything all right?" But Catherine blocked his path. "Wait, don't come in just yet." A look of surprise crossed Red's face. "What's wrong?" Catherine pushed, "Go buy some salt." Red's eyes widened in disbelief, but she just smiled, refusing to move an inch. Defeated, he could only ask, "You need it that urgently?" "You won't even let me step inside," Catherine explained quickly. "I was making pickles, but then I started the soup." And with that, she began pushing him out the door. "Go on, hurry." As she shoved him, he let out a helpless cry. "Oh, come on." Catherine just gave a playful order. "Hurry up now." What choice did he have? He had to accept his mission. All right, I'm going." He figured everything must be fine. For now, Red's pristine white pickup truck rumbled its way into town. He swung the door open and put one foot on the ground, but froze before he could step out completely. "Damn it," he muttered. "Looks like I neglected the maintenance on this thing again." So, Red had no choice but to limp down the street, his prosthetic leg clanking with every step. The townspeople stared, their looks filled with judgment. The crowd parted like the sea, keeping their distance from him. At last, he reached the supermarket. He stepped inside, found the aisle, and reached for a container of salt. This should be enough, right? Suddenly, his brow furrowed. In a flash, he spun around, driving his elbow into a stranger behind him. The young man let out a grunt of pain as he crashed to the floor, gripping the salt shaker like a weapon. Red delivered another punishing blow. He pinned the man down, his voice low and dangerous. "You've been tailing me since the parking lot. I even took the long way here." To make his point, Red pressed the cold steel of his gun to the man's head. "Who are you?" The kid panicked, trying to stammer out an explanation. "Wait, just wait." But Red cut him off, ready to end it right there. Suddenly, a new voice cut through the tension. "That's enough. Sergeant, drop your weapon." Red realized, too late, that he was completely surrounded. Red complied, tossing his gun aside and raising his hands. "You're from ARK," he stated, not turning around. "After all this time, what could you possibly want with a washed-up relic like me?" The door in front of him burst open, revealing a man with the build of a bear. It was none other than Rico, his one arm a stark reminder of the past. "Because the situation has become so dire," he began, "that we have to call upon relics." Red's entire body tensed. "Chief of Staff, it's been a while. What brings you all the way out here?" But before he could finish, a thought struck him like a bolt of lightning. Catherine. In a blur of motion, he broke through the circle of soldiers. He shoved past Rico, sprinting out of the store. The soldiers raised their weapons, shouting, "Freeze!" But Rico held up a hand, signaling them to stand down. "Let him go," Rico ordered. "Just maintain surveillance." He muttered to himself, "Catherine, the Oracle. I never thought she'd still be alive after all this time." On a road blanketed in pure white snow, Red's truck tore through the landscape at a terrifying speed. Right behind him, Rico's black sedans gave chase, but driving that fast on a slick, icy road was suicide. In moments, his truck began to fishtail wildly. Red fought with the wheel, but it was useless. The truck launched into the air before slamming violently into a tree. Drenched in his own blood, Red struggled to stay conscious. He dragged his broken body forward, one agonizing step at a time. He gasped for air with every movement, until his prosthetic legs seized up, sending him sprawling to the ground. But that wouldn't stop him. He began to crawl, digging his fingers into the snow. He had to get back to the home they shared, inch by painful inch. His trembling hand finally reached the door, pushing it open ever so slightly. Before him stood the blonde Katarine from his memories. But the house was now bathed in a blinding, emerald-green light, and the Katarine of the present lay unconscious on the floor. "I'll love you forever, Red." Rico's vehicle pulled up outside the house. His driver waited for the order. "What now, sir?" He was silent for a moment, then said, "We wait." Inside the house, a bone-chilling silence had fallen. Red cradled Katarin's body in his arms. Splotches of blood stained the entire house, a horrifying sight. Red buried his face, his expression completely hidden from view. Katarin's hand was drenched in blood, making it impossible to tell if it was hers or Red's. Tears streamed down Katarin's face, but this time they belonged to Red. He cried out in agony, a scream so raw it could tear a man's soul apart. Outside, it was as if Rico and his soldier could hear that desperate cry, and they sat in silence, waiting. From morning until the sun began to set, the car remained parked there. Snow fell so heavily that the tree branches could no longer bear the weight, dropping thick sheets to the ground. Inside the house, the air was warmed by a pot of soup simmering on the stove. Red slowly ladled the soup into a dish, sitting at the table as if nothing had happened. He picked up the spoon, then set it back down. Instead of using it, he lifted the dish and drank the entire thing in one go. He slammed the plate down, pushed back his chair, and stood. Everything was ready. When Red went to the bathroom to clean himself up, he filled the sink with water and took a razor to the beard he'd worn for the past 6 months. Just like that, he was back to being the handsome Sergeant Red from before. After fixing his appearance, Red put on the camouflage uniform he hadn't worn in so long. Katarin lay peacefully on the bed, as if she were merely in a deep sleep. "I thought about joining you right away," he whispered. Red gazed at her one last time, then pushed the door open and walked out of the house. The door swung shut, leaving only Katarin's motionless form on the bed. "But it seems I still have a few things left to do." A flame suddenly erupted in the middle of the freezing winter day. Red had set fire to the house himself, along with the person who had journeyed with him. He walked towards Rico. "Just wait a little longer. Katarin, I love you." The news of Red's return sent shockwaves through the military. Sergeant Red was back. But how? They said he was on medical leave. This is ridiculous. Lihan turned to his squad mate and said, "There's no time to think about that right now." Clue agreed with him. He's right. The transport plane announced it was preparing for landing. One by one, the aircraft swiftly descended towards the ground, where countless monsters were waiting. Kuro broke out in a cold sweat and complained, "I don't care if it's just for a little while, I just want to sleep." "But there's still another problem," Clue added, agreeing with Kuro. "Me too. We haven't slept in 48 hours. We're going to die from exhaustion before the final battle even starts." They've been on a series of non-stop missions with no time to rest. Even Lihan knew this was a breaking point. If this keeps up, all of us will. A sudden, massive explosion shook the ground, forcing everyone to look. What was that? It came from the gate. "Is that Omega Team?" Kuro asked in surprise. "Are they being sent to block the gate again?" Clue felt a pang of pity. Do they seriously never get a break? Their situation is definitely worse than ours. Ever since they rebelled against Command, does it not matter if they die at any moment? Lihan knew Command was treating them like nothing more than disposable parts. He suddenly felt his comms light up the local network. Lihan spoke first. "This is Alpha 1. The other side replied almost instantly. "This is Omega 1. Requesting support from Alpha Team." Lihan sounded reluctant to accept. "That's beyond our current operational scope. Can't you handle it yourselves?" Omega 1 shot back. "We can't take down 2 dragons at the same time. One of them will escape while we're dealing with the other." Lihan replied, "Request support through your superiors." The voice on the other end let out a slight chuckle. "Are you serious? And here I thought you guys were smart." Seeing Lihan fall silent, Kuro asked, "What's going on?" Lihan gave his orders. "Clue, tell the guys we're providing support for Omega Team." "I'm going with Silent." True to her name, Silent had no right to refuse, accepting the command without a word. Over on the other side, the Omega Team was already waiting. Omega 1 muttered to himself, "Hurry up, Alpha 1. I'm dying to see you, Han." But the path to Omega 1 was anything but clear. The horde of monsters below was thicker than a swarm of ants, crawling over each other and blocking Lihan and Silent's path. Lihan yelled for Silent to ignore them all and head straight for the target point. The two of them shot forward like arrows, stepping on the heads of the writhing, grotesque monsters below. But you can't outrun fate. The two were intercepted by a pair of heavy-class monsters. Lihan said, "Silent, we'll each take one. You first." She dashed forward, and with one clean, sweet strike, she sliced the monster in two. Fast and efficient. Lihan was no slouch either. With a powerful shout, he literally kicked his monster into the air. They didn't seem to face any real obstacles. They continued on their way to Omega's position. But when the two arrived, there wasn't a single rampaging dragon in sight. The moment his feet hit the ground, Lihan asked Omega 1, "Is it over?" The man replied with a roguish grin, "Thanks for coming all this way. It's great to see you again. Silent." Lihan got straight to the point. "Did you lie just to get us here?" Omega 1 waved his hand dismissively. "No, We really did need backup. You guys were just late. Li Han exposed his flimsy excuse. When a dragon's critical point detonates, all communications in the vicinity are momentarily jammed. You're a terrible liar, Omega 1. Omega 1 gave a slight smile. I suppose I underestimated you. Now that the cat was out of the bag, there was no point in hiding it. You're right, Han. It's better if we have a frank conversation. Li Han asked, don't tell me you're planning to restart that failed rebellion from before. Silence stood to the side, listening in. Omega 1 reasoned, we were a bit careless last time. Li Han responded with a smirk dripping with contempt. I don't think much has changed. Omega 1 continued. The only reason we're still alive is because the enemy didn't have enough soldiers, which means there's no guarantee they'll keep us alive after the war ends. However, do you think things will be any different for you? I'm sure you've thought about this at least once. It seemed he had struck a nerve, making Li Han's heart skip a beat. Omega 1 guided him toward the inevitable question. What happens to us when the war is over? The only way for us superpowered beings to survive is to unite. Back then, and even now, I only did what I had to do to keep myself and my comrades alive. Li Han gritted his teeth and shot back. Comrades? You were the one who killed those comrades. You're nothing but a murderer. The accusation shattered Silent's composure. Her hands flew to her face. Did I really do that? A violent tremor ran through her entire body. Han saw the shock rocking Silent to her core. We're going to lose control of this conversation. I have to stop Omega Squad from getting what they want. That's why he accused Omega 1 of being a liar. He's lying, Silent. Don't let him fool you. Omega 1 immediately saw through the tactic. Are you trying to deny my claim? You don't seem like yourself at all. Just then, a razor-sharp sword pressed against Omega 1's throat, cutting his words short. This fool trusts Han unconditionally. In an instant, Omega 1's soldiers raised their guns, aiming them straight at Silent. Drop the weapon. But Omega 1 remained perfectly calm, telling them to stand down. Our business for today is concluded. I look forward to our next meeting. Han turned to leave, but not before reminding Omega 1 that there were a few things he and the others had completely forgotten. First and foremost, we need to win this war. Everything else comes after that. With that, he and Silent flew off into the distance. Omega 1 sighed. What a shame. I've given this so much thought. He's one stubborn man to sway. But one thing became crystal clear today. If I can defeat him, I can defeat the entire third-year class. The scene shifts. Inside the training center, Octo's voice booms out. All right, Kuro, are you ready? Though visibly nervous, Kuro replied, yes, sir. Outside, Rico watched with apprehension. Octo, Kuro isn't even wearing his spirit armor. What are you planning? Octo calmly adjusted his glasses. You'll see soon enough. Inside the room, 3 machine guns were armed and ready. Rico's eyes widened in horror. What? Stop this right now. But all 3 guns were already unleashing a barrage on Kuro. It looked like he'd be turned into Swiss cheese, but no. Kuro dominated the field, creating a psychic shield that absorbed every single round, standing completely unharmed as the bullets rained down. Octo explained that after his experience on the battlefield, Kuro could now use S-rank skills by maintaining an intense focus of his psychic energy. He can now nullify physical damage without the need for his spirit armor. Octo picked up the mic and told Kuro, and next, Kuro, destroy them all. In a flash, Kuro thrust his hand forward, detonating all 3 guns at once. His power has evolved far beyond mere telekinesis. In his current state, Kuro could casually stroll through a battlefield, completely untouchable. Rico couldn't help but tremble at the sight. My God, he's an absolute monster. He then exclaimed with excitement, this time, humanity will achieve total victory. This proves that Project ARK was the right path all along. But Red wasn't celebrating, worried if such immense power was something a gentle soul could truly handle. A knock at the door echoed through the dead of night, sending a chill down the spine. Clue, his face pale with panic, opened the door just a crack. He jumped in surprise. Han, what are you doing here at this hour? But the hand holding the door was trembling uncontrollably. Noticing it, Clue quickly grabbed his wrist to hide the shaking. I'm not feeling well. Han suddenly pushed him aside and strode into the room. On Clue's desk lay a syringe and several open packets of drugs. Caught red-handed, Clue looked down in shame, admitting, yes, they're combat stimulants. I've faced countless near-death experiences, and at some point, it just became my new normal. When I go without action for this long, it feels like my entire body is screaming at me, as if it's desperate to feel the rush of battle one more time. He cursed himself in frustration. Damn it, how did it come to this? Han looked at him in utter disbelief. What if we actually win this war? He trailed off, letting his mind wander. I have no idea. I'd buy a massive yacht, big enough to make everyone jealous. Li Han gathered the last of the supplies as Glut watched him. He walked him out. Sorry for making you worry, Han. And thanks. But as for Kuro, when asked, he seemed completely lost. After we win this war, I've never really thought about it. I guess I'd open an Aikido dojo in Japan. Lee Han suited up in his combat armor, carefully checking every plate, ready for the battle ahead. I can't believe this is it. Our final briefing. He took heavy steps toward the transport ship. A total of 22 teams from the 88th ranked Psychic Mech Division, a force built from every last resource and soul they had. They created an army where the soldiers themselves were the ultimate weapons. Lee Han, Silent, Glut, and Kuro, Jose, Simon, Dimichi, and DK, 500 brothers, bound by life and death, had finally assembled. The boarding call echoed through the hangar as the soldiers marched forward as one, but a voice suddenly called out to Lee Han's squad, "Hey, you guys." Glut spun around, surprised to see them. Stealing his resolve, he said, "There's something I never got to tell you, so you all have to make it back alive. So I can finally say it. When we meet again, I'll tell you everything." Lee Han broke into a wide smile. "Deal." Glut gave a final nod. "See you on the other side." Rekko sat in the command center, eyes glued to the monitors. They'll try to overwhelm us with multiple attack waves. We'll split our forces into 3 sections to prepare for it. If the invasion 15 years ago was just a scouting mission, then this one will be unlike anything we've ever faced. But I don't believe for a second that we're going to lose. He gave the order, put the Mongolian steppe on the main screen. The view switched to a vast, green plain, teeming with a powerful army of armored tanks. 4-legged walking gun platforms appeared alongside legions of elite soldiers, and behind them, rows of heavy missile launchers stood at the ready. Red let out a long breath and took a deep drag from his cigar. "We don't have any psychic mechs with us, but you are still a core part of the psychic corps. Our job is to support the paratroopers and wipe out their grunts. All you have to do is exactly what you were trained for." Down in the ranks, Jijo clutched his trembling arm. "Damn it, I can barely process what he's even saying right now." He tried to force himself to calm down. "Jijo, you idiot, stop being scared. You're not going to die. You'll make it home. No matter what happens, you are going to survive this." The sharp crack of a slap echoed, catching Red's attention. A small smirk played on his lips. "Got a problem, soldier?" Clutching his stinging cheeks, Jijo quickly replied, "No, sir." Red pulled on his helmet, reminding everyone to stay sharp. He glanced up at the vast, clear blue sky. "Is a battle really about to happen in a place like this? Just wait for me a little longer." Kathy stared at the beautiful scenery. Who could imagine that a brutal war was about to unfold here? The lookout scanned the horizon intently through his binoculars. The silence was absolute, the suffocating calm right before the storm. Suddenly, flickering points of crimson light appeared, closing in on their right flank. The soldier's face drained of all color. What in the world is that? The observation room erupted into chaos. "It's a gate. How is this possible?" Rekko's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the monitor. "It's happening right before our eyes, but I still can't believe it. So this is how their main army invades?" The crimson dots expanded, tearing reality apart. Rifts formed in mid-air, not just one, but hundreds of gates opening simultaneously. The heavy tanks immediately opened fire, unleashing a continuous barrage toward the portals. From the smoke and explosions, countless dark figures poured out, swarming the soldiers. The monsters weave and dance through the hail of bullets. Any that managed to break through the initial volley didn't get far. Before the heavy machine gun tanks locked on, they unleashed a merciless stream of fire at the horde. The gunner inside the vehicle never stopped firing for a second. Other soldiers eagerly joined the fight, raising their miniguns to mow down the creatures. "Die, you bastards." Behind the horde, elves began to chant in unison, raising a shimmering shield that deflected the bullets. Red bellowed his orders. Many of them survived the attack. "Stay sharp." Rekko couldn't sit still any longer. He slammed his fist on the console. "Call for an airstrike now. We need a direct hit on those gates." The air squadron arrived in moments, raining down missiles upon the battlefield. But from within the gates, a new horror emerged. Swarms of winged creatures poured out. The second wave had begun. The battle's intensity skyrocketed. The lookout urgently reported in, "I have visual confirmation on a dragon," requesting immediate reinforcements. An impossibly bright light erupted from the portal. The dragon boss had entered the fight, and it wasn't alone. An entire flight of dragons attacked at once, their roars shaking the heavens. A frantic report came in from the observers. "Their breath attacks are tearing our lines apart. Should we deploy the first wave of troops?" Rekko's brow furrowed in deep concentration. "I wasn't expecting much, but is it already over? What a waste. Still, I can at least continue using them as decoys." He gave the order. "It's not over yet. Use the PF unit to keep them distracted just a little longer." A soldier barely dodged a dragon's fiery breath. It was Jiro, his face drained of all color, etched with terror. He glanced back, only to see where his fallen comrades had been completely annihilated. Jiro whipped his head around in a panic. A dragon was already there, waiting. It raised its massive claws, bringing them down right on top of him. Jiro gritted his teeth, his knuckles white on his rifle. But he was completely frozen in fear. Suddenly, a figure shot forward, shielding him from the blow. A hail of gunfire ripped the dragon apart, saving Jiro's life. Snap out of it. Red roared, demanding he get his head back in the game. Drenched in a cold sweat, Jiro could only stare back, shell-shocked. Sergeant Red's report came through. Observation has tallied the numbers. We've lost thousands of our troops in this battle so far, and nearly 10,000 confirmed sightings of roughly 200 dragons. Sir, you have to deploy the first corps immediately. But compared to the soldiers' frantic plea, Recco remained disturbingly calm. Just as I thought. The second-year PF squad lacks experience. Do I truly have no other option? The order was given, and the Air Corps joined the fray. The bloodthirsty dragons turned their gaze upward, tracking the jets as they streaked across the sky. In perfect sync, the jets released strange, cylindrical pods. The dragons roared in defiance, unleashing their fury on the falling objects. But their fiery breath had no effect on these secret weapons. That's because they were deployment pods, forged from dragon materials. This allowed them to withstand any breath attack during their descent. The pods slammed into the ground, hatching open to reveal elite, highly trained soldiers. The first course was composed of 6 teams, all masters of aerial combat. Their mission? Target the dragon's wings and bring them crashing to the earth. Swiftly, the dragons were grounded, their flight stolen from them. Excellent. Move on to the next target. One by one, dragons with shredded wings tumbled from the sky. But on the ground, another unfortunate soldier was viciously taken out by a beast. Jiro forced himself up on legs that were shaking uncontrollably. Damn it all. He unloaded his rifle into the monster, finally scoring a kill. He was drenched in sweat after taking down just one beast. But it seemed Jiro was finally starting to conquer his fear. I'm not going to die today. Hell no. Meanwhile, the observation room gave another update. 60% of the enemy's aerial forces have been neutralized. Sir, we're preparing to deploy the second wave. Recco was more than satisfied with these numbers, taking down 200 dragons with just 24 soldiers. With this kind of power, there's no reason we should lose. Besides, most of these are low-tier dragons. Recco gave the command. Send in the second wave, the elite forces now. Kuro chimed in. We're counting on all of you. The second wave. Daiichi cracked his knuckles. You guys hear that? It's finally our turn. A voice crackled over the comms system. We have no idea what's waiting for us after this fight is over. We don't even know if we'll make it out of here alive. But I swear, I don't want to see any more of my friends sent into this hell. Omega 1 let out a sharp breath, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Lai Han's face was grim as he declared, this is it. This is the final battle. Let's go end this war. A blood-curdling scream from Clue ripped through the air. In a flash, Lai Han, clad in full armor, dove from the sky at breakneck speed. His spear pierced straight through the monster. He turned and shouted, Silent, move to the right. It's a twin-bladed spear. Silent immediately adjusted her position. Seeing the monster trying to flee, she raised her sword. Focusing her psychic energy, she brought it down in a single, devastating slash. Lai Han flew in to provide backup. Under the relentless, combined assault, the monster didn't stand a chance. A cheerful Daiichi used their success as motivation. Alpha Team already took down 3 of them. Hey, we can't let them show us up, can we? Let's send these grounded, wingless dragons back to the sky. In pieces. Jose, his eyes glowing crimson, unleashed his pyrokinetic powers, incinerating the monsters and creating a sea of... Meanwhile, Kuro summoned a colossal hand from thin air, crushing a swarm of monsters in a single, brutal instant. The battle was going exceptionally well. The tide had clearly turned in the army's favor. Back in the command center, Alexandro Recco's hand tightened. A triumphant smile spread across his face. Everything is proceeding smoothly. We can end this war. On the ground below, monster carcasses littered the battlefield. The soldiers, who had been fighting non-stop, finally had a moment to catch their breath. Lai Han retracted the helmet of his armor, taking in the full view of the carnage around him. Sweat poured down his face like rain. Clue, panting as he wiped his brow, asked, This isn't over yet, is it? Probably not, Lai Han replied beside him. There are still beasts like the Vaham to deal with. Plus, we have to prepare for the next wave. The portal still hasn't closed. Right before their eyes, the spatial gate remained. But for now, it was eerily silent. Lai Han thought to himself, there's still a third wave coming. If we can just survive one more offensive without them, the advantage will be ours. But just as he was lost in thought, another swarm of monsters began pouring out from the portal. This time, their numbers were overwhelming. The soldiers could only stare in horror. No, it can't be. Later, a report came through to Alexander in the observation room. Dragon reinforcements approaching the gate, Type 2. Approximately 100 of them. Staring at the monitor, he slammed his fist on the table and shot to his feet, roaring. What did you say? Type 1 dragons are like infants compared to Type 2s. And there are 100 of them. Alexander immediately ordered the third attack wave to deploy. The helicopters scrambled, launching on his command. Han received the order and relayed his own. Combine all squads into a single platoon. The most experienced squad leader takes command. The first wave will focus on support, as they have the fewest offensive options. Receiving their orders, the teams moved out instantly. Meanwhile, Silent was locked in a solo battle against a colossal beast. This is what defines my life, she thought. I fight for what's right. I have to take down at least one more of these dragons to lessen the burden on everyone else. After a grueling struggle, the smaller dragons were finally wiped out, their corpses littering the ground. Nearby, GJ lay covered in blood, gasping for every breath. John Red walked over, looking down with concern. You still alive, kid? GJ's eyes fluttered open as he struggled to sit up, clutching his head. Sergeant Red. How am I still alive? What happened to all those monsters? Looking up at the sky, Red answered. They scattered. All of them, all at once. Gij was completely bewildered. What? But why is this happening? John Red wondered aloud. I guess we'll find out soon enough, whether we want to or not. Seated on the ground, his body covered in wounds, Jij watched his comrades fight in the skies above and gritted his teeth. This is really starting to tick me off. John Red glanced back at him. What is? He asked. The fact that I can't be up there fighting alongside them. At that very moment, in the observation room, the team was giving Alexander a critical update. 90% of the Type 2 dragons have been annihilated. The situation is shifting in our favor. We've only suffered 12 casualties so far. Listening to the report, Alexander offered a silent prayer. Please, let this be the end of it. Please. But out on the battlefield, the countless small portals began to warp and drift, slowly merging into one another. Seeing this, both Demishi and Jinu cried out in shock. The gates. They're fusing into one giant portal. Lihan, however, was still a whirlwind of fury among the beasts. He sliced through another monster, then paused to shout a warning. Stay focused. We need to wipe out every last one of these dragons before the next wave arrives. Back in the command center, they too detected the anomaly with the portal. A signature of this magnitude is unprecedented. This must be Bahamut. A captive man in a nearby cell laughed with insane glee, muttering something in an arcane language. Outside on the battlefield, the portal merger was complete. An explosive force erupted from it, sending the nearby soldiers flying backward. From the depths of the spatial rift, a single massive claw emerged, followed by a monstrous creature of nightmarish scale, its appearance utterly terrifying. The others stared in horror. It's too big. Is that the same one from before? Lihan silently watched the monster, his one damaged eye narrowed in focus. He was the one who plunged a spear into its eye last time. After a careful look, he confirmed their worst fears. Yes, I'm sure of it. That is Bahamut. The moment it appeared, the monster radiated an overwhelming arrogance. A wave of murderous intent washed over them as it spoke. You worthless insects. This time, I'll ensure every last one of you is crushed. Inside the observation room, new data flooded the screens. After analyzing the creature, they confirmed it. A match of over 97%. It's Bahamut. Alexander began to tremble, a cold sweat breaking out across his brow. So, it's real. It can talk. Outside, the soldiers were being tortured by Bahamut's psychic roar. The noise in my head. It won't go away. Kuro looked as if he were in a trance. We need to get out of here, he stammered. Because very soon, all life on these planes will be completely annihilated. The colossal beasts stepped fully through the portal, unleashing a deafening, soul-shaking roar. Kuro's face was pale with terror as he stared up at the monster. In a few more moments, he whispered, We're all going to die. Lihan was stunned. What? Zeke charged up to Kuro, slamming a fist into his stomach. Then say it in a way we can understand, he yelled. Don't just stand there like a useless idiot. Lihan's voice was a bit calmer as he explained. He means there's no way for any of us to get out of here alive. Isn't that right, Kuro? Kuro gave a slow, mournful nod. The monster let out another roar, then spread its vast, leathery wings. It launched itself into the sky. After reaching a terrifying altitude, it gathered a blinding energy in its jaws, aimed at the earth, and fired. The ground exploded. Everything was annihilated in an instant as black smoke billowed high into the atmosphere. In the control room, an urgent voice cried out, It's destroyed our external sensors. We have no visuals on the battlefield. Captain Alexander pointed towards the hangar bay, his voice thundering with authority. There's no more time to waste. Scramble the jets immediately. Just then, memories of his younger days at the training academy flashed through Li Han's mind. He and his friends had trained, fought, and laughed together, facing every challenge as one. He didn't understand why those memories were suddenly flooding his mind at such a critical moment. Back in the present, the blast from the monster had completely obliterated the land where they stood. Embers from the creature's terrible attack still danced across the scorched earth. Li Han looked at his own body, which was now surrounded by a protective aura, and asked in astonishment, "What is this?" The others noticed it as well. A shield. I'm not even scratched. John Red, however, was still covered in his previous wounds. Have they all been wiped out? He said. There's no way anyone could have survived an attack like that. He then thought, even if we miraculously survived, it's still attacking us from an unreachable distance. This is the worst possible situation. At Kuro's feet, drops of blood began to pool on the ground. He had used every last ounce of his power to protect his friends. Just then, Simon turned his head and saw the scene, screaming in horror, "Why, you fool, Kuro!" But by then, Kuro was completely exhausted. He collapsed to the ground, his eyes growing dim, but he fought to see that his friends were safe before finally losing consciousness. Simon and Li Han rushed to his side. Simon quickly pulled out a syringe and injected its contents into Kuro. Meanwhile, Li Han placed his glowing golden hands over Kuro's chest, trying to revive him. As they worked, they both called out his name. "Wake up, Kuro! Open your eyes!" Li Han poured all of his remaining strength into restarting his friend's heart. The others could only stand there, praying desperately. But Simon roared with fury. "Damn it, you're not dying like this." Just then, high in the sky, Alexander Rekor's aircraft was speeding towards the scene. He urgently demanded, "How much longer?" The reply came back, "Approaching the airspace near the gate now." Alexander Rekor pressed on. "What about Bahamut? Do we have eyes on it?" After a frantic series of keystrokes, the operator responded. Attempting to get a visual confirmation with a psionic pulse, a sharp beep sounded. Psionic energy concentration detected. It's outside the atmosphere. It looks like it's preparing another breath attack. According to our calculations, we have about 30 minutes until the next blast. Hearing this, Alexander Rekor gave the order. "We need to get there faster. Move it." After his comrades' desperate efforts, Kuro finally stirred, coughing up a mouthful of blood. A wave of relief washed over everyone. "Kuro, he's awake." At that moment, a jet streaked across the sky above them. They looked up, their faces filled with hope. A voice boomed from the aircraft. "Chosen members, get on board." "There's no time to explain. We only have about 20 minutes left." Alexander Rekor yelled. "We have to strike before the monsters do. I'm putting my faith in you, Li Han." In the void of space, the monster Bahamut was surrounded by countless tiny motes of light. Li Han was also there now, receiving a stark warning. "They're like proximity mines. Be careful not to touch a single one." At the same time, Silent used her body's incredible flexibility, gracefully weaving through the minefield of light. Li Han spoke into his comms. "Now, everyone attack the monster at once." The beast Bahamut let out a furious roar. "These annoying flies." It opened its massive jaws in a deafening cry, then began forming a sphere of pure power in its throat. Li Han's face went pale with shock, unable to believe his eyes. A single thought echoed in his mind. We're all going to die. But just as Li Han stood frozen in despair, a hand shot out, shoving him out of the line of fire. Li Han's eyes widened in astonishment. It was none other than Simon. Before he could react, the monster's power was unleashed, blasting down towards Earth. Staring at the horrific scene, he screamed in anguish, "Simon!" At that moment, another friend came to his side. "Get a grip. If you lose control now, it's over for all of us." Li Han snapped back to reality. He swallowed his grief, his eyes now burning with hatred. He gave a slight nod, his hand tightening around his spear as he faced the beast. The monster suddenly sensed a familiar presence. It stared at Li Han and snarled. "You again?" Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through its blind eye. It had recognized Li Han. "You're the one from before. This time, I will kill you." With that, the energy mines surrounding Bahamut all converged on Li Han's position. Seeing that none of its mines could even get close to him, the monster let out a low growl. "When that pathetic spiritual power of yours runs out, I will personally tear you to shreds." Li Han used the opportunity to signal his team. "It's only targeting me. This is your chance. Go, Silent." Receiving his signal, she swiftly broke from the attack zone, teleporting directly in front of Bahamut. She concentrated all of her psionic energy into the tip of her sword. With all her might, she brought the blade down on the monster's neck, but it didn't even leave a scratch. The entire team stared in disbelief. Dragon-forged weapons. They're useless. This plan is a failure. We need a new strategy. Lai Han stepped forward. The gate is still open, so we need people on the ground. Only one team can go up. Silent, Simon, and Lai Han hesitated, unsure of who to choose. One man stepped up and raised his hand. I'll take the final spot. Lai Han turned to see who had spoken. You're checking magic levels, right? I've got more than Canute or Dimichi. They've only ever been vanguards, but I can handle a support role, just like Sim. Li Han was still hesitant, but the man cut him off. Don't worry, Han. You won't have to worry about me getting in the way. I don't plan on dying in a place like this, either. The scene changes. Aboard the helicopter, Lai Han briefed the team. Theoretically, we have 10 minutes. We need to move fast. Instead of the wings, we attack its vitals directly. It's gathering energy for a fire breath attack right now. This might be our only shot. Everyone else, maintain formation and defend against any attacks from your direction. The briefing ended and the hatch opened. Once again, they dove into battle. Lai Han took the lead. Let's move. Spread out and use the jump kits to accelerate. They quickly formed a circle surrounding Bahamut. The monster's head was lowered, the ball of energy in its mouth growing larger. And on its wings, dozens of horrifying eye-like orbs began to open. Suddenly, the terrifying eyes on Bahamut's body began to glow, emitting an eerie, humming sound. Clang. Clang. The sound of weapons clashing echoed endlessly. Li Han was trapped in a whirlwind of attacks from the monstrous Bahamut. Damn it. Lai Han cursed inwardly as the battle raged on. Just then, another attack came crashing down. Lai Han couldn't dodge in time, but just as he thought it was over, a green shield materialized, deflecting the fatal strike. Barely escaping death's grasp, Lai Han looked up to see his teammate had saved him just in time. His comrade's voice cut through the chaos. I'm covering you for now, but we need a new plan, and fast. Because as you know, a dragon's psychic energy is limitless. We have to do something, anything. Think. Lai Han calmed his breathing and focused. His mind flashed back to a dangerous training session with his instructor. To avoid his instructor's incoming punch, he had locked onto a pen in his teacher's pocket. It was his only lifeline, and he used it to fight back. And what about now? The situation was just as desperate, with the monster Bahamut locked onto him as its primary target. What can we do? Suddenly, a plan struck him. He yelled out, Silent, move on my signal. This is our only chance. If we can't damage it from the outside, we'll go in through its throat and tear it apart from within. Hearing this, his teammate's eyes widened in disbelief. That's insane, he yelled. That's basically a suicide mission. But Silent ignored him, already preparing to follow Lai Han's plan. I trust you, Han. With those words, she shrouded her body in a protective layer of psychic energy, then teleported, rocketing straight toward the monster. Her speed. Lai Han couldn't help but exclaim, so fast. The monster Bahamut's voice boomed, worthless creatures. I know your exact locations. Now, disappear. The other teammate saw what was coming and screamed, a breath attack. I knew it. We don't stand a chance. Lai Han's face went pale, and he cursed under his breath. He looked down at his hands with grim determination. I won't let that happen. Watching Silent charge into the monster's mouth, he clenched his fists and began to chant. Adjust. Control. Restrict. He thrust his hand towards the beast, pouring all of his psychic energy into the technique. The sphere of power the monster was forming suddenly fizzled out. It roared in utter shock. What is this? Seizing the opening, Silent shot straight into its gullet, slashing wildly at its throat from the inside, forcing a scream of pure agony from the beast. From the outside, Li Han commanded, find its core. Destroy it. Back in the helicopter, the support team stared at the monitors, their tension palpable. Alexander Rico asked anxiously, did they succeed? Another replied, Bahamut is writhing in pain. As it thrashed, the monster roared, you dare do this to me. The searing pain from its ruined eye made it remember Lai Han. It glared at him and snarled, you are a threat to me and my kind. As it spoke, a hole opened in its chest. It reached inside and pulled out an object that looked like a heart. Li Han watched in absolute horror. Is it taking out its own core? The monster bellowed a final warning. Even if I'm torn to pieces and fade from existence, I will take you all with me. With that, it crushed the core in its hand. A blinding flash of light engulfed everything, washing out all vision. Even the team monitoring the fight from the helicopter was overwhelmed by the sheer force of the blast. On the ground, the battle seemed over, but after the monster had vanished, Li Han had been dragged away with it, leaving no trace behind. Before Bahamut completely faded, it left a final chilling promise, I will return. Watching it all unfold, Lai Han's teammate could only stammer in horror. What did it just say? But for now, the threat on Earth was gone. The war was over. The helicopter brought the remaining forces home safely. A total victory was declared, and the soldiers raised their weapons, erupting in cheers. Clue shouted with relief, "We won. The war is finally over. We actually did it." At that moment, Silent walked over to Lai Han. She took off her helmet, a joyful smile on her face. "Han, we did it. We defeated Vahimit." Lai Han looked back at her and nodded. "It was all thanks to you, Silent. Because you went inside, we were able to." Suddenly, his eyes shot wide with shock. You can speak? Since when?" The scene then flashes back to the past. Deep in a dense jungle, with grass taller than a man, Li Han lay unconscious, his psychic armor completely shattered. The cry of a hunting bird soaring high above finally stirred him back to consciousness. Sunlight streamed through the thick canopy. He pushed himself to his feet, pulling off the twisted fragments of his armor so he could move freely. The effort left him breathless, sweat dripping from his face onto the strange soil below. Lai Han stood, stretching his aching muscles as he looked at the ruined armor on the ground. The only reason he could even remove it was because it was utterly destroyed. He looked down at his palm, and his heart sank with a horrifying realization. My psychic powers. I can't use them anymore. Just then, a deafening crash echoed through the trees, as if something massive was approaching. His head snapped up, eyes scanning the area. A colossal, long-necked dinosaur stomped past, a sight that left Li Han utterly speechless. But ancient beasts weren't his immediate problem. First, Li Han had to silence the gnawing hunger in his stomach. He found a suitable stone and began to sharpen it. After honing it to a fine point, he fastened it to a sturdy branch, forging a primitive hunting spear. With a knife in one hand and his new spear in the other, his hunt for sustenance officially began. As he pushed through the dense foliage, a terrifying roar suddenly ripped through the air, followed by footsteps that made the very ground tremble. Looking up, he saw it. Not far from him, a Tyrannosaurus Rex was on the hunt. Li Han froze, his knuckles white as he clutched his makeshift weapon. After the beast passed, he managed to find a few edible fruits and sat beneath a tree, his thoughts turning grim. It's been months. So many months since I crash-landed here. It feels so hopeless. I can handle surviving day to day, but getting back home feels impossible. I don't know when I'll ever return or how long it will take. But then, his eyes hardened with resolve. Don't you dare lose hope. I know I can get back. During the day, he foraged for food. At night, he used giant leaves as a makeshift blanket, huddled in a hidden corner, pondering his fate. When night falls and there's nothing left to do, the crushing loneliness threatens to swallow me whole. Am I going to die like this? Then he remembered the battle. The moment he fought against Bahamut. I'm sure Bahamut died back then. That special skill I discovered too late. Maybe I should give it a proper name. He stared at the palm of his hand, a faint blush on his cheeks at the thought of something so trivial. I mean, I have all the time in the world now. Spiritual resistance shockwave, or maybe pressure crush for short. That sounds a bit dull. The next day at dawn, he set his course eastward. I'll travel as far as I can today. After walking for some time, hunger and exhaustion set in. He pulled out some dried dinosaur meat he'd stored to refuel. Looking at the jerky in his hand, he chuckled. When I get back, will any of my friends believe I've tasted dinosaur meat? Suddenly, as he was eating, something appeared before him that made him drop his food in sheer shock. Li Han quickly grabbed his spear, scrambling to his feet and shouting, "What in the world is that?" With a piercing shriek, a monstrous silhouette appeared behind the towering trees. Pure terror coursed through Li Han. He stared, wide-eyed, but he was too small, too insignificant for the creature to even notice. A moment later, it spread its wings and was gone, leaving Li Han collapse on the ground. Only then did he let out a choked cry, his eyes blazing with a new intensity. He whispered, "I'm sure of it. That was a dragon." Pushing through the rustling undergrowth, he kept moving. His eyes scanned the sky as he thought, there's no mistaking it. It was a real dragon. A dark premonition settled in his heart. If it had seen me, I would have been killed instantly. Li Han pushed forward frantically, searching for any sign, any trail. There were no other clues, but then his expression shifted. His gaze wavered. Emerging from the thicket, he stared in utter shock at a clearing littered with bones. Startled, Li Han gripped his spear tighter and cautiously stepped forward. Glancing at the massive, long bones scattered around, he wondered, are all of these dinosaur bones? Could they have all been devoured by that dragon? But one shock followed another. Beside him lay the massive, bloodied head of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, a gruesome sight. Sizing up the carcass, he couldn't help but be amazed. Even a T-Rex was prey for that dragon. He then wondered, can I really do this alone? Am I doing something crazy out of sheer impatience? As dusk fell over the forest, a towering, sheer cliff face stood before him. Li Han was already climbing it with his bare hands. He told himself, there's no time to waste on doubt. I can't let this chance slip away. With a powerful shout, he launched himself upward, finally reaching the summit. After all his effort, night had fallen, the moon hanging high in the sky. At the top of the mountain, Li Han clung to his spear, kneeling on the ground, gasping for air, ignoring the sting of sweat in his eyes. He gritted his teeth, his sharp gaze fixed ahead. There, in the moonlight, a colossal dragon lay sleeping. At that moment, the dragon's eyes snapped open. A tremor of fear shot through Li Han's body, but he quickly regained his composure and settled into a battle stance. The monster looked at him, silent for a moment, and then it spoke. "Can you understand what I am saying? I will not kill you. I wish to speak with you." It uttered a single word: human. Under the full moon, a man and a monster began a conversation, a truly unbelievable sight. The monster started to tell its story. "It is an interesting tale, Li Han. A human who fought with my brethren. No. I suppose it is we who are the brethren. This is my place of exile. I have no knowledge of the past. Does this time period even exist in your history?" Li Han replied, "This era is from a very long time ago." He then asked, "Can dragons travel through time?" It answered, "Dragons can distort time and space, but it is a highly unstable power. If you could do anything you wanted, you would be a god." At that moment, Li Han posed another question. "Why are your eyes still shut?" The monster hesitated, then confessed, "Like the rest of my kind, I lose control when I see a human. An overwhelming urge to tear you to pieces and kill you takes over. It is difficult to suppress this impulse." Hearing this, Li Han asked, "Is that your instinct? What kind of being are you?" Instead of answering, a purple aura began to radiate from it, completely enveloping Li Han's body. It said, "Words are not enough to explain. See for yourself." Li Han was pulled into its memories, crying out, "What is this place?" The creature replied, "You are inside my memories." Suddenly, Li Han recognized the colossal monster before him. He yelled, "Is that Bahamut?" Hearing the question, the monster seemed surprised, then let out a low chuckle. "Bahamut? So you've given us names? How amusing." In the memory, Bahamut gazed at the sky and said, "It's been 1,200 years. Has everyone finally arrived?" He turned his head and demanded, looking at the red and blue dragons around him. He asked, "Why have you summoned all of us here?" The pale white dragon spoke, "A short while ago, I was peering through the rifts in space and time, and I happened to find them. Even though I detest them, these creatures of indeterminate origin. Humans." At that word, all 6 dragons roared with savage excitement. In that instant, a powerful killing aura exploded from Bahamut. He commanded, "Open the dimensional gate at once. We will slaughter them right now." The white dragon considered this, then nodded and spoke, "I agree. We must do this as soon as possible. I want to eradicate the human race, but is this truly our own desire? Why must we kill humans? I feel a deep unease, as if someone is manipulating our minds." The red dragon spoke up, asking, "Does it even matter? They are disgusting." The blue dragon beside it roared in agreement. The white dragon questioned, "Is that reason enough? Simple disgust and hatred?" Bahamut stomped the ground and roared. "Enough," he said. "Does one need a reason to crush an insect underfoot? Now, if you refuse to open the gate, I will kill you first." Bahamut roared, consumed by fury. "The only way to escape my influence was to transport me to a dimension devoid of all psychic power." With those words, Bahamut lunged, attacking the white dragon with merciless ferocity. The white dragon continued its story to Li Han. "Bahamut critically wounded my heart, my core weakness, and my psychic power was depleted. It was all for his ultimate goal, to then rip out my heart and destroy it. A powerful psychic explosion caused a massive distortion in space and time. He was willing to sacrifice his own body just to escape me." Li Han was stunned. He thought to himself, "That's the exact same method he used on me." As the story concluded, Li Han was pulled back to reality. He clutched his head, exclaiming, "I can't believe this. My mind is a complete mess." He then asked the creature, "Bahamut wasn't the only dragon leader, was he?" It nodded and said, "That's right. The 7-colored dragons are the leaders. We call ourselves the 7 Kings. The Bahamut you defeated was just one of us. Your world may very well be annihilated." In the present world, before the dimensional gate, Li Han's teammates were truly trembling in fear. They weren't facing one leader, but the 4 remaining kings. The dragon growled, "You've seen enough of my memories to understand spiritual power. There's no way to recharge it here," Li Han replied. "Spiritual power isn't generated, it's borrowed and stored, which means you can't recharge unless you reconnect to your world, correct? And since your kind uses that power to live, you're slowly dying." Since Li Han already knew, the dragon didn't hide the truth. "That's right. We don't normally need to consume food for sustenance. I hunted only to minimize the drain on my spiritual power." The dragon's eyes suddenly shot open as it gasped, "Why are you?" Li Han watched it silently for a moment. "It's nice not having to voice my thoughts. So, do you accept my proposal?" The dragon couldn't understand his offer. Do you truly believe I can't return on my own? Do you have enough spiritual power left to send back a creature as small as yourself? Lai Han's tone was certain. Precisely. And you won't do this to help humans, but to help your own kind. Lai Han's words struck a chord. He pressed on. You'll do this so a being of immense power and intelligence doesn't devolve into a beast ruled by instinct. A surge of power suddenly erupted from the dragon. It spoke, its voice booming. Baseless hatred is a disgrace to intelligence. We must overcome this to be worthy of the name gods. Lai Han was stunned by this incredible evolution in its thinking. Had it truly overcome its hatred for humanity? The dragon unleashed an oppressive aura that shook the very ground, declaring, I hereby renounce the command instilled within me. I will save humanity from the tyranny of the dragons. This will be the proof and the test of my own free will. The dragon bowed its head, pointing its horn toward Lai Han. Take this, Lai Han. I trust you'll know what to do with it. Lai Han reached out to accept its power. Understood. Leave it to me. The moment his hand touched the horn, the dragon's body erupted in a blinding, violet light. An exquisite spear appeared in Lai Han's hands. That is the weapon that suits you best, the dragon said. Use it to carry on the legacy of the silver dragon. There isn't much time left. I trust you have nothing more to say. Now go. Lai Han stared in disbelief as cracks began to spiderweb across the dragon's claws. You have to sacrifice yourself just to send me back alone? Yes, the dragon replied. But I feel as if I've been preserving my energy for centuries just to meet you here today. Lai Han's eyes widened in shock. It couldn't be. Centuries later, I would touch the remains of a dragon. And then I would dream of this very moment. Perhaps countless coincidences overlap to forge an unavoidable destiny. That is what we might call a miracle. With deep reverence, he sent his gratitude to the dragon. I am truly grateful to you, Silver Dragon. It was the first time the creature had been given a name. Humans give me a name, too? Lai Han answered, Kronos. Kronos let out a soft laugh. I like it. A terrifying explosion ripped through the air, marking the end of the dragon Kronos' existence. Elsewhere, a manhole cover on a street rattled, then popped open. A head peeked out, cautiously scanning the area. After confirming the coast was clear, the man signaled, followed by the sound of frantic footsteps. Hurry up, move. A young man clutched his cross necklace, praying, Please, protect us again today. The young man with a bowl cut, who was in the lead, glanced back. We're gonna be fine. Beanie, their leader, pointed toward the sky. Look, the weather is great today. It was always so gloomy when they first appeared. The three men, guns raised, stayed alert as they moved through the area. The world around them was a heartbreaking wasteland of rubble and ruin. Beanie pointed to a structure in the distance. Let's check out that building over there. A moment later, his voice was filled with joy. I found a supermarket. Let's grab as much as we can. The three quickly filled their massive backpacks with supplies, the weight making them stoop. Cross, sweating profusely, said, We should head back now. I don't think I can carry any more. But Beanie wasn't satisfied. We still need to find a few more supplies. But Cross cut him off. We have plenty of food, at least. We have to think about the journey back. Beanie considered this, then nodded. All right, let's start heading back. And so, the three young men began the trek back, weapons at the ready. Suddenly, Beanie froze. He raised a fist, signaling a halt, which startled Cross right behind him. Beanie stared ahead. What is that? Lying amidst the rubble, there appeared to be a person. A minion? Cross asked. Beanie moved closer to get a better look. No, it's a person. Looks Asian. He could see the man's chest was still rising and falling. He was breathing. Bowl Cut looked uneasy. He's still alive. What should we do? Cross was firm. Leave him. We're not in much better shape ourselves. Beanie was silent for a moment, then turned to the others. Let's put it to a vote. We're in America, after all. Cross stared at him, stunned. What? Bowl Cut didn't see the point when the world was in ruins, but the two of them still gave their opinions. Cross said we should leave him, but the kind girl told us to take him with us. Wool Hat sighed and dropped the backpack from his shoulders. He gave his gun to the girl. Hold my rifle. I'll carry him. The terrified group stared at the man before them, as their leader pointed a rifle straight at him. Humanity, am I really back? So this was our unlucky main character, Lai Han. Whoa, I have to be careful what I say. Lai Han quickly lowered his voice. Everyone, please calm down. I don't intend to attack you. He raised both his hands high to show his peaceful intentions. I was just so surprised. It has been a very long time since I've seen another person. Another man approached, placing a hand on the two panicked guards in front. All right, you heard what he said. Stand down. This man looked much more put together than the others. It's good that you speak English. We won't attack you, so you can relax. He made an offer. I want to hear your story. Would you be willing to come with me? Inside the encampment were rows of dilapidated huts that people had cobbled together as their own homes. Lai Han walked past each shelter, finally opening the flap to the one where the man was waiting. The man looked him over and gave him a compliment. "You look like a completely different person. The clothes are a bit old, but they still look good on you." Han had changed out of his tattered rags and into a much cleaner set of clothes. The man nodded, saying thoughtfully, "I see." All the while, Han was absolutely devouring a piece of bread.
So, you survived all this time on your own? Because you have military training as a soldier?
The man calmly tore off small pieces of bread, savoring each one, a stark contrast to Han, who ate like it was his last meal. Incredible. To survive alone for 3 whole years, Han froze. 3 years. Had it really been 3 years since that day? That's still an astonishing feat. For one person to survive that long. The man chuckled, teasing him lightly. "You must be starving. Would you like my share?" As much as his body craved it, Han still had his pride. "I'm fine. They definitely don't have enough food," he thought. "I'm not used to being considerate." The older man then introduced himself. "I was a professor at a university. I suppose that's why I was put in charge of this place. We're in desperate need of any strong, young men. If you were to join us, I'm certain it would be an immense help." Han's reply was full of regret. "I'm sorry, but there is something I have to do." He tensed up, waiting for the man's next move, but the professor just smiled gently. "Is that so? Well, don't worry. I have no intention of stopping you." Han then spoke again, "But I want to repay you for saving my life. Is there anything I can do to help?" And because of that, he went out on a mission with 3 other people. "You're the new guy, right?" A man with long, blonde hair broke the ice. "I'm Colin." "And you are?" He answered curtly, "Han." Colin gave him a friendly welcome. "Nice to meet you, Han." The other 2 members of the team just walked on in silence. "Today, we're going to try and find some gasoline. Everything in the city has been picked clean, so we'll have to push out a little further. Not that there's any guarantee we'll find some there." The woman smirked at Han, sizing him up. "I heard you were a soldier, Han. I guess that means we won't have to worry if we run into any zombies." Watching Colin's optimism made Han think, how could his spirit remain so high, even in times like these? "It reminds me of Clue. I wonder if they're still alive." The team quickly arrived at the gas station, but Colin immediately cursed, "Damn it, it's bone dry. What about over there?" Another teammate from Europe called out, "Same here. So what's the plan now?" Their other companion suggested, "Should we try a different gas station?" Colin wiped the sweat from his brow, considering it. "We need to be back before dark. It's too far for us to make it there now." Han asked, "Is it about 6 miles away?" Colin's eyes shot wide open, staring at him. Han grabbed 2 gas cans, stepping forward. "I'll go and fill these too." Colin quickly tried to stop him. "I know you want to help, but I can't let you do that. You won't make it back in time if you run the whole way. Let's just head back." But Han had already started to move. "I can be back within an hour." He instructed them. "If I'm not back by then, head back without me. I'll catch up." Time slowly ticked by, until a figure appeared in the distance, carrying 2 gas cans and sprinting back toward them. In that moment, Han's aura seemed to shine brighter than the sun. Everyone stared in horror as he returned. "You're already back. Were you in the Special Forces or something? The Army? The Marines?" Colin felt dizzy, completely unable to believe it. How is that even humanly possible? The team returned to base together to sort out the spoils of their mission. Suddenly, a group of children came running toward them. An adorable little girl with blonde hair held out a piece of bread. "Here, you can have this." Han stared with wide eyes, frozen, looking at the bread in the little girl's hands. He accepted it and said shyly, "Thank you." Amid the cheers of the children, he thought back to when he first joined the army. Was I ever that small? Seeing Han lost in his thoughts, Colin turned to the kids with a look of mock disappointment. "And what about him?" The kids bluntly replied there was nothing for him. Defeated, he asked why only Lai Han got one. The kids gave a reason that completely silenced him. "You're ugly," they said, then pointed to Lai Han. "He's handsome." Colin flew into a rage and started chasing the kids, but Lai Han just watched them play, his mind a world away, thinking of his own friends. "I just hope they're all still alive." Just then, Colin walked over to strike up a conversation. "Sounds like everyone heard about what you pulled off today. Running that fast with 2 full gas cans. I mean, the first moment I saw you move, I knew you weren't an ordinary person." Colin then asked Lai Han, "You said you were leaving, right?" He simply answered, "Yes. I was planning to head out soon." Colin's face lit up. "Then let me give you a farewell gift. A bicycle is your best bet for long-distance travel." Lai Han paused. A bicycle. He'd never even considered it, because he had no idea how to ride one. But Colin was already hyped, shouting, "Let's go. I'll take you to see it. It's on the surface, but it's close, so we'll be fine. A small, lively crowd gathered to see Lai Han off. He managed a small smile and waved back at them. They all stood there watching until he disappeared into the sewer. Lai Han felt a pang of regret. They were good people. I wanted to stay and protect them, but I have to be realistic. The manhole cover was pushed aside. Colin poked his head out, confirming the coast was clear. He led the way. It's right over there. That's my bike shop. I'll give you the absolute best one I've got. He bragged to him. This thing is as expensive as a used car, you know? It even has a repair kit on the back. Lai Han's gaze swept across the area coldly, and he hissed, quiet. Colin quickly slipped inside the shop and locked the door. In a panic, Colin grabbed a gun. Do we have company? I can fight too. Lai Han's ice-cold voice cut through the air, Colin, making him jump. Lai Han commanded, I'll point the way. You go. Completely overwhelmed by Lai Han's powerful aura, he obediently scrambled into the shop. Meanwhile, Lai Han readied his weapon, preparing his body for action. I can finally use my psychic abilities again. I guess you all are my welcoming committee. Huh. As he spoke, a horde of grotesque monsters crawled up from the rocks to face him. Inside the shop, Colin held his gun, his entire body trembling. What in the world did I just see? He couldn't tear his eyes away from the crack in the door. He doesn't even have a gun. He took one down in an instant with a single spear. Outside, Lai Han brandished his premium spear, facing down the one-eyed beasts as one of them lunged forward, seeking its own doom. Lai Han raised his weapon and skewered the creature, sending it to the afterlife. Colin could only wonder, is that kid an Esper? With a fierce cry, Lai Han charged forward, smashing into another monster, which writhed in agony before collapsing to the ground. Lai Han tightened his grip on the spear, his eyes blazing with killing intent as a few more monsters crawled out to test their luck. He wrenched his spear free from the corpse, his face splattered with crimson, and stared them down with a gaze colder than an Arctic winter. The door creaked open. Colin flinched back, shielding his eyes. Lai Han stood there, drenched in blood, looking down at him. It's safe for now. You should get back inside before more show up. Colin, still on the ground, couldn't stop shaking. He grabbed his leg, trying to force himself to stay calm. Right? Okay, got it. Lai Han wondered silently. To a normal person. Am I? Also something to be feared? He wheeled the bike out. Thanks for the bike. Get inside before it gets more dangerous out here. And so, Lai Han was alone on the road again, heading west. There was a military base near the west coast. He rode from dawn till dusk, the bike flying across the empty roads. He had to admit, this is more fun than I thought. Suddenly, he slammed on the brakes, glancing over his shoulder before dismounting and kicking down the stand. Spear in hand, Lai Han stepped back. He scanned his surroundings. Are they tracking the scent of blood? They caught up faster than I thought. Right above him. A legion of monsters had gathered without him noticing. At least a dozen of them. Lai Han raised his spear as a warning. Don't you dare touch my bike. I'm starting to like it. In response, the entire horde lunged at him as one. Not wanting a drawn-out battle, he immediately turned and bolted, sprinting towards a nearby building and dragging a cabinet to barricade the door. A monster's arm punched right through the cabinet. This was the moment Lai Han was waiting for. He lunged forward with his spear just as its head followed. With perfect timing, a single, clean strike was all it took to finish one. But that was just one creature. A whole bloodthirsty pack was waiting outside. The scene cuts to later, as Lai Han stumbles out of the building. His body was drenched in a mix of sweat and blood, his breathing ragged. He leaned against the wall, slumping to the ground in exhaustion. The door swung open, revealing the absolute carnage inside. Monster corpses were piled everywhere, the walls painted crimson. Lai Han lifted a trembling hand, staring at it. This is getting harder now. Since I've lost muscle mass, the power boost isn't worth the stamina cost. He got back on his steel horse and pressed onward. Lai Han rode his bike through vast sand dunes, the wheels kicking up clouds of dust. Late that night, he finally stopped to make camp in a new area. Up ahead, he spotted a gun shop. Han pushed the door open to investigate, but the result only made him curse his own foolishness. Was he really naive enough to think any guns would be left? But fortune hadn't completely abandoned him. The supermarket still had bottled water he could drink. Han wiped his mouth, having drunk too quickly. Well, at least there was food, too. He carefully packed everything into his backpack and got back on the road. The moonlight cast Han's long shadow on the wall, the sound of his bicycle eerily quiet in the dead of night. He suddenly stopped and listened intently. That was a human voice. Han gripped his spear and moved toward the sound. They were fighting something nearby. A hideous monster was roaring, its maw gaping with bloodlust as it charged forward. Facing it was a group of people in head-to-toe protective gear, shoving each other forward to fight the beast. Damn it, what are you all just standing there for? Shoot, open fire. At the command, the whole group squeezed their triggers, unleashing a barrage of bullets. But the rounds seemed to have no effect on the monster. It plowed through the storm of lead, charging toward the group completely unharmed. They realized in a panic that the bullets were just bouncing off. "Somebody help us." In the final second before death, Han vaulted into the fight from behind. He landed gracefully, his spear held firm. In a flash of lightning, he swung it in a clean arc, severing the monster's leg. The beast was challenged by him but didn't change its target, determined to lunge at the group, who let out terrified screams. A bright light flared from within the monster's mouth, and it crashed backward to the ground. Turns out Han had gifted it a glowing spear straight through the head. The group was left stunned by the one-sided battle, staring at him with wide eyes and open mouths. The space fell silent once more. Everyone scrambled to thank Han. "Thank you for saving us. We're only alive because of you. We lost one man, but we all would have been dead without you." Han glanced behind them, seeing the body of the unlucky young man lying in the distance. A man named Brian invited him. "If you don't have anywhere to go, you're always welcome with us." Han didn't hesitate. "Sure thing. My name is Han." Brian shook his hand warmly. "It's great to meet you. Let's talk while we move." And so the group set off. Along the way, Brian learned that he was also a psyker. "If you want to raise your rank, you should talk to the commander," he said. Han asked curiously, "Commander?" Brian explained with immense pride, "There's no better unit for a psyker than ours." Han still didn't get it. "What do you mean?" Brian gestured to his backpack, explaining, "All this stuff we're collecting. It's all tribute for the other psykers." Han was hit by his words like a bolt of lightning. "Tribute?" Brian asked him, "Why do you think we risk our lives to get these things for them?" "It's because the psykers keep our families safe. I won't lie. It's tough work, but I can't complain, because my family's safety is guaranteed." Brian asked if he had ever heard of the spirit mechs. "They say you can kill a dragon if you're piloting one of those. I've seen it with my own eyes. So, in a world like this, there is no place on Earth safer than our base." Han's mind was a mess, his heart pounding heavily in his chest. Who could be in charge of such a place? Are they connected to the Malice? Are they friends or foes? Guessing was just giving him a headache. Han told Brian, "I want to meet him, too." "The commander you mentioned." While Han was checking his weapon, a man named Henry sat down and told him, "We just make the deliveries. We're only allowed to go to the gate. If you want to enter Sector 1, just tell us. They'll welcome a psyker of your level. If you join, please put in a good word for us." After that, Han was driven with them to the base in their vehicle. As soon as they reached the gate, someone stopped them. "Halt." Then the guard asked, "Brian, from Sector 6? You're late." He quickly replied, "I was held up." The guard just said, "We'll inspect the vehicle now." After the inspection, they finally reached the main gate. Henry shouted loudly, "Everyone out of the vehicle." Han let their people get out first. A second later, soldiers stormed out from inside with rifles in their hands. Along with them, Edward ordered his men to check the cargo and bring it inside. While they were checking, Han observed their attitude the entire time. After a moment, Han murmured to himself, "I can feel their psychic energy. They're all psykers, and they're even well-trained." Just then, Henry suddenly clapped him on the shoulder, startling Han a bit. He then said, "Honestly, this young man is a psyker, too, and he's pretty strong. He seems to be a trained psyker." Next, Edward aimed his gun at Han and asked, "Are you an outsider? What's your reason for coming here?" And then with a resolute look, Han said, "I want to meet the commander of this stronghold." Without stopping there, the rest of the men surrounded him. Edward asked Han once more, "You were part of a military unit. Which one? Identify yourself, stranger." To protect himself from potential danger, Han thought to himself before answering, Will revealing that I was in A. C. Benefit me here? After a moment of silent contemplation, he decided to reveal the truth. "My name is Leo Han. I'm from the Wicked, a superhuman training academy." The moment they heard his name, confusion rippled through them. "Leo Han? You're the Leo Han?" They looked at each other, murmuring his name in disbelief. But Leo Han. That was impossible. They still couldn't accept it. Seeing their reaction, he felt a surge of confusion himself. Then, one man stepped forward and spoke to Leo. "Follow me." A heavy door slowly creaked open, and Leo followed the man inside. The interior was a vast, sprawling bunker, forcing Leo to marvel inwardly at its scale. "This is bigger than I thought," he mused. "A paramilitary facility, just like the Wicked Academy. I wonder who's in command here." His curiosity piqued, he scanned his surroundings as he walked. A moment later, he spotted a group of children practicing martial arts with fierce concentration. Leo asked as they walked past, "Are you training young superhumans here?" Edward replied without missing a beat, "That's right." Hearing this, Leo couldn't help but mutter in confusion. The face under the visor looked incredibly young. This kid has clearly undergone physical enhancement. but I know every single third-year cadet. So are they the first and second years who survived that day? The two continued walking a bit further, finally stopping in front of a room. Edward gestured to the door. We're here. You may enter. As the door opened, they saw a man with a chiseled, muscular physique doing push-ups. The sight made Leo freeze in silence for several seconds. Then, Leo's gaze sharpened, locking onto the man with intense focus. The other man, however, completely ignored their presence. After a moment, he stopped his workout, turning to face them with a grin. Well, this is a surprise. You're still alive? In that instant, Leo recognized him. It's been a long time, Omega 1. For privacy, Leo shut the door behind him. The other man spoke. Are you really Alpha 1? I saw you vanish right before my eyes. How could you possibly be alive? But Leo ignored the question, his voice laced with fury as he shot back. What about the other enhanced soldiers, Omega 1? What happened to the Wicked Academy? The man lowered his head, silent for a long moment. Then, Omega 1 casually picked up a water bottle and took a long drink. In a sudden flash of rage, he hurled it against the wall, shouting a reply that shook Leo to his core. The Wicked Academy has fallen. Why not answer my question first? Omega 1 quickly changed his tone, a cheerful mask slipping on. How does a dead man suddenly appear on my doorstep? Relax. We can talk things out slowly, can't we? Have a seat. With that, he went to change into a soldier's uniform, then led Leo to another room. As they walked, he added, You traveled through time and space to another world? It's a hard story to believe, but some things about it seem strangely plausible. You vanished without a trace. No body, no sign of your spirit armor. But Leo cut him off, his voice tight with urgency. I lost 3 years. Omega 1. I need information. The man sighed again, lost in thought for a few seconds. After a moment, Omega 1's expression turned serious. Before we discuss that, there's something you must decide. Will you take my hand and become my comrade? Or will you choose a different path? Leo seemed to understand his intent. He narrowed his eyes and asked, What are you trying to say? Without hesitation, Omega 1 laid out his philosophy. I know you understand exactly what I'm talking about. Didn't you think about it on your way here? And Leo did know. A world that ranks superhumans by power. A blatant structure of domination, where the strong receive tribute in exchange for protection. Seeing his understanding, Omega 1 smirked. You see it clearly. But we are only taking the first step, before someone else can beat us to it. Think about it. We were forced to fight those dragons for nothing. We were the ones risking our lives, yet our commanders were all normal, powerless humans. Does that make any sense? So I gathered my like-minded comrades from the Wicked Academy. Seeing Omega 1's casual, smiling demeanor, rage surged through Leo. He gritted his teeth and shot to his feet, roaring in his former comrade's face. Is this really necessary in this situation? The Wicked Academy, the entire world, is on the brink of annihilation. If we keep fighting among ourselves, there won't be any superhumans left. But Omega 1's calm shattered, and he shot back with thunderous passion. Even if we had won that war, the Wicked Academy could never have controlled us. They had no intention of stopping us when we decided to rule humanity. Humanity has always feared us. Those bastards think that ordinary people are the masters of this world, not superhumans like us. Hearing those words, Leo thought to himself, this guy has been twisted ever since the incident. We are all human, and the reason we fought the dragons is because we are soldiers. So Leo asked aloud, So now you're hiding down here like a mole, training those kids? And you think that one day you'll kill all the dragons and dominate the world? Do you really think that's possible with a stronghold of this size? Now that Hannah brought it up, Omega 1's eyes lit up with excitement. I was waiting for you to ask that, he said. Follow me. I'll show you the hope of our kind firsthand. Han's tone hardened. Did you kill those who wouldn't join you? Omega 1 feigned surprise. Why would you assume that? When I started this, I didn't believe in neutrality. I only gathered those who shared my vision. Han was skeptical. Neutrality? Is that what you call it? Everyone was just as strong as you when they left. At that moment, something clicked for Han. Is that why you can't use violence against him? Omega 1 nodded grimly. Exactly. I need him. Soon, they reached their destination. We're here, Omega 1 announced. A massive door slowly creaked open. Instantly, Han felt an immense power from within. This spiritual energy. It's overwhelming, he thought. A smug look crossed Omega 1's face. I'm sure you two are already acquainted. A moment later, a figure emerged from the thick mist. Han tensed, his mind racing. Who could it be? Then, the person slowly turned around. As the face came into view, Han's eyes widened in disbelief, while the other figure cried out in shock. Han! Is it really you? The figure rushed forward, pulling Han into a tight embrace. In that moment, the impossible became real. It was Kuro. Tears streamed down his friend's face as he spoke. You're alive. I'm so happy. I always knew it. I knew you wouldn't die that easily. I missed you so much. But as Han took in his friend's appearance, his joy turned to alarm. Kuro, what happened to you? He ran a hand through his hair, a bit flustered. It's a recent development. Why don't we take a seat? We can talk while we eat. Kuro gestured toward the dining table. Come on, make yourself comfortable. Just then, Han asked frantically, what did you do to Omega? What did he do to you? Suddenly, Kuro's expression hardened. His piercing gaze landed on Han, sending a shiver down his spine. Kuro's eyes remained locked on him, unblinking. Then, his voice boomed with anger. You haven't explained anything to him yet, have you? In an instant, Kuro unleashed his psychic energy as punishment. The other man screamed in agony, leaving Han utterly baffled and in disbelief. As Han stared at Omega-1, Kuro's own face began to transform. His face split into two halves, one black and one white. Didn't I tell you to handle this properly, Vice Commander? And while Han was still reeling from the shock, Omega-1 responded, Yes, my commander. Kuro then pulled out a coat, speaking coolly. I'm guessing you never let your commander fight on the front lines, did you? You kept him as a support unit in the rear. But we weren't thinking strategically back then. The commander's mission was to pierce the dragon's heart, and that's when the miracle occurred. As he spoke, Kuro finished dressing, calmly adjusting his tie. Han could only listen, completely mystified. A miracle? What are you talking about? Omega-1 finally stepped in to explain. When the commander pierced the dragon's heart, he absorbed all the psychic energy that erupted from the mortal wound. Everyone thought he was dead. After all, no mortal body could possibly withstand that much high-density energy. But the commander, he was a special case. Han echoed in disbelief. A special case? He continued, explaining that a psychic crystal had formed inside Kuro's heart. He now has the ability to store and control highly concentrated psychic energy. Inside him flows the psychic power of the dragon Su Long. Hearing this, Han watched Kuro playfully manipulating his own energy, and a terrifying thought crossed his mind, if that's true. Kuro's power surpasses not just other superhumans, but even the dragons themselves. Kuro then added, Now, I'd like to speak with Han alone. You're dismissed, Vice Commander. But Omega-1 snapped back angrily. I still haven't gotten your answer. Alpha, everything depends on whether or not you'll cooperate with us. The moment the words left his mouth, shards of metal shot towards Han's face, a clear and deadly threat. Kuro's voice was ice. Did you not hear me? Get out. Instantly, the blood-stained shards clattered to the floor. Kuro's command was absolute. Do not treat Han that way again. And don't enter this room until I summon you. Defeated, Omega-1 could only bow and exit the room. Once they were alone, Han got straight to the point, asking what happened to the others. Han held his gaze, studying him for a moment. Finally, Kuro sighed and looked back at him. After a pause, he replied softly, I see you still care deeply about your friends. You're still the same Han I've always valued. I'll tell you everything I know. Afterwards, Kuro's men escorted Han to a different location. Along the way, his eyes scanned everything, filled with sharp determination. A short while later, they stopped before a door. This will be your room. I hope you find it comfortable. The man then bowed to Han, adding, It is an honor to finally meet you. Han gave a polite nod in return. Then, he opened the door himself to see what was inside. Just then, Bai Yin's words echoed in his mind. Just as Bai Yin said, humanity will drive itself to ruin, even without the dragons. Recalling Kuro's explanation. They were split into two factions, his group and the Citadel. At that moment, Sergeant Red, their leader, couldn't believe his eyes. The idea that Chief of Staff Alexander had fallen to a dragon was unthinkable. Kuro is strong, there's no doubt, but not strong enough to win this war alone. We'll have to use every last resource at our disposal to achieve victory. Han finally lowered his weapon, sitting on the edge of the bed in deep thought. At last, his mind was clear. He muttered to himself, knowing he had to contact someone from evil. At the very same time, Kuro was in his room, burying his face in his hands. A second later, he spoke to himself. I'm so happy, Han. Thank you for staying alive. I'm strong now, stronger than anyone else. You don't have to do anything anymore. Han, I will protect you, no matter what happens. Kuro's residence was a mysterious place, a maze of ventilation pipes rarely traveled by anyone. 15 days later, Omega-1 came to find Han. He found Han adjusting his new uniform. The moment Omega-1 saw him dressed, he praised him, saying, It suits you well. But inwardly, Omega-1 was thinking, I really don't like sending him on this mission. But he knew Han wouldn't do anything foolish or kill anyone needlessly. Just then, Yanni arrived to see him. As soon as the deputy commander saw her, Omega-1's face lit up. There you are. He then turned to Lai Han. Alpha, this is your partner for the upcoming mission. She was quick to act, greeting him with a sharp salute. My name is Yanni, she said. I look forward to working with you. Taken by surprise, Lai Han was silent for a moment before asking, a girl? She immediately defended herself. Don't underestimate me just because I'm a woman. I may look like this, but I haven't lived an ordinary life. Hearing this, he turned to leave, asking over his shoulder, let's go. Eastern Kazakhstan, right? Yanni quickly confirmed. Yes, sir. That's where the most recent traces were found. He took down a dragon and then vanished. The one named Silent, whom he searched for with such urgency. Lai Han confronted Kuro directly. What happened to the others? Kuro answered with a sincere look. You're still thinking of others, just like always. Lai Han, you're still the same Lai Han I admire. I'll tell you everything I know. The evil you once knew has collapsed, but a new organization, also named Evil, has risen from its ashes. You could call it the rightful successor. C, L, and Joes are there. First Sergeant Red is leading them, supporting Commander Jen. Simon went missing during the war with Bahamut, and as soon as Evil fell, Silent left. Lai Han approached with a stack of files, tossing them onto Omega-1's desk. Startled, the commander asked, what is this? Lai Han answered coolly. I've reviewed the intel gathered by the Citadel. These are the tracking records of unaffiliated enhanced soldiers, collected over 2 years. It's impossible for a regular enhanced soldier to be a master of dual-wielding swords. It has to be Silent, doesn't it? Omega-1 answered with uncertainty. It might not be, but I'm almost certain it is. We tried to track Silent in the past, but failed every time. We don't know why, but it seems that person has no intention of returning to evil. Lai Han's resolve hardened. He declared to Omega-1, I will track Silent myself. With that, he and Yanni prepared their gear to begin the search. As they walked past a long line of soldiers, every single one of them saluted. Sir. Seeing the respect everyone had for Lai Han, Yanni couldn't help but tease him. Senior, you're quite the celebrity around here. The hero who vanished with Bahamut, only to return from the brink of death. I admired you too, but I never knew you were so handsome. Her comment clearly annoyed Lai Han, who shot her a sharp glare. She immediately tensed up and fell silent. After a moment, Yanni quickly explained, Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not interested in men. I like women. For the rest of the journey, Yanni chattered on, while Lai Han remained completely silent. A moment later, Kuro arrived. Seeing Li Han about to leave, he shouted his name, startling Yanni. She quickly snapped to attention, saluting, Commander. Kuro ignored her completely, his angry eyes fixed on Lai Han. Don't go. You don't have to fight anymore. Me and the other soldiers here will handle everything, so just take it easy and rest. You haven't had a real break in all this time. But Li Han shot back in anger. Kuro, I am not some doll you can put on display. He then turned and ordered Yanni, let's move out. As they walked away, she glanced back at Kuro for a few seconds. In that brief moment, she saw the look of utter disappointment on his face. In Kazakhstan, 20 kilometers north of Lake Balkhash, a small cabin sat deep within the forest. After Yanni used her psychic abilities to transport them, Li Han was completely exhausted. Meanwhile, Yanni praised him, you did pretty well. Most first-timers would be throwing up by now. Lai Han, dripping with sweat, asked, Where are we? She replied, One of the Citadel's designated jump points. From the outside, it just looks like a normal cabin. But this is a safe house, fully stocked with everything you'll need. I can only teleport to places I remember, and this is the closest location to Senior Silent. We'll have to walk about 60 kilometers from here. Hearing this, a wave of anxiety washed over Li Han as he muttered to himself. Maybe I should have brought a bike, he muttered. Just then, as he pulled up the map, Yan's voice came through. I'm sharing the map and coordinates now. It's the location where our seniors slew the dragon. After studying the map, he asked, Were there no other traces found after that point? She replied honestly. Further tracking was deemed pointless. We avoid continuous surveillance. Based on his movement patterns so far, he must have headed east. With that, I wish you good luck. Yan's voice chimed in again, full of excitement for his mission. As he traveled, Lai Han carefully marked the trees to avoid getting lost, murmuring his thoughts to himself. What a strange girl. She's a girl, so she can't be malicious, which means she wouldn't have gone through the enhancement procedure. Do all girls just do whatever they want? Just as predicted, dusk began to fall after he'd been traveling for a while. Lai Han stopped to take a drink of water and eat a small snack. He checked the remaining water in his flask, then finished the rest in one go, thinking to himself, I'm almost out of this forest. There should be a clearing up ahead. But just then, a colossal shadow fell over the tranquil woods. Instantly, Lai Han's worried gaze shot upwards to the sky. He stood frozen, watching its path, only to realize the monster was heading right for his position. He quickly dove for cover behind the nearest tree. A monstrous creature circled ominously above his head. Tension coiled in Lai Han's gut as he thought to himself, I'd kill for some psychic armor, or at least a bicycle. As night fell, he reached a vast, open plain. The moment he arrived, the stench of death hit him. The ground was littered with corpses. Then, his eyes caught something out of place, and he moved in to investigate. Gazing at the sheer carnage, a chilling question entered his mind. Could a single person have done all this alone? Why would anyone overuse teleportation to this extent? Either Silent has grown powerful enough to spam the ability, or they were desperately trying to protect something vital. As he knelt to examine the scorched earth, he suddenly found himself in the crosshairs of several unseen watchers. Lai Han shot to his feet, hands raised in surrender. I'm not looking for a fight, he yelled. I just have a question. After a tense beat, a voice called back, Don't move. I need to see exactly who you are. With those words, a figure stepped out from the shadows, approaching him cautiously. When Lai Han saw the stranger's leg, his eyes widened in surprise. Is that a prosthetic? He thought. Next, the figure pulled down his face covering, unleashing a familiar power. A psionic wave pulsed from him, and Lai Han's mind screamed, superpowers. But he wasn't finished. With a flick of his will, a huge slab of rock lifted into the air, drifting menacingly toward Lai Han. The stranger's eyes locked on, giving a silent command. In an instant, the massive rock shot forward, hurtling directly at him. Pushed into a corner, Lai Han had no choice but to reveal his own power. A psychic barrier erupted around him, stopping the projectile dead in its tracks. But instead of attacking again, the stranger suddenly smiled. Your reaction speed is as sharp as ever, Lai Han, he said. And your telekinesis has definitely improved. Hearing that familiar voice, Lai Han froze, a wave of disbelief washing over him as he stammered out a reply. It can't be you. To be sure, Lai Han stared intently as the man in front of him finally pulled down his hood, and there, standing before him, was none other than Del Simon. Lai Han breathed his name in shock. Del Simon. His old friend extended a metallic hand toward him. Lai Han, you're still alive? I never thought we'd meet again like this. Lai Han clasped his hand, replying, I was about to say the same thing. The moment he finished speaking, Del Simon unleashed his psychic power, and his metal fist slammed into Lai Han's chest, catching him completely off guard. Staggering back, Li Han stared at him, bewildered. What are you doing? His friend just looked at his own fist and replied, Rocket punch. Lai Han deadpanned, not funny at all. Del Simon shrugged. Hey, at least the kids think it's cool. With that, he turned his head and started to walk away. When he saw Lai Han wasn't following, Del Simon called back. Don't just stand there, let's get to a safer place. Back to our shelter. Del Simon led Lai Han and his entourage to their hideout. The entire way, not a single word was exchanged between them. As they approached, a group of children saw Del Simon, and their faces lit up. They cheered his name and ran to greet him. They immediately started tugging at his arm. Please do that trick. Hurry up, he just chuckled. Can't you all see we have a guest? But the children pleaded with Del Simon, just one time. In the end, with a dramatic sigh, he gave in. All right, just once. His words made the children erupt in excited cheers. Together, they all shouted, Rocket punch, and Del Simon playfully obliged. Seeing this completely different side of his friend, Lai Han could only shout in his mind, My God, is this really the Del Simon I knew? Later, Del Simon used his metal finger as a clever spout to pour Lai Han a cup of water, but Li Han refused. No, thanks, I'm good. The mood then shifted as Del Simon brought up Silent. Silent thought you were dead. What happened? Lai Han replied, I guess I just happened to survive, same as you. Well, in the end, we failed, Del Simon said bitterly. We failed to stop the world from being destroyed. Lai Han refused to accept his friend's pessimism. It's too soon to say we failed. Come with me, Del Simon. His friend met his gaze, his eyes suddenly serious. A second later, Del Simon stood, holding up his metal hands. I can't even use psychic armor anymore, because I've lost all my limbs. Lai Han looked him over, and after a few seconds, he spoke. You're moving those prosthetic arms and legs with nothing but your telekinesis, moving them so naturally, as if they were your own flesh and blood. That's only a little harder than controlling dozens of ebbets at once. You're still an incredibly talented psionic. There's a place called the Citadel. Lai Han then recounted his entire story to Del Simon. After listening, his friend replied in shock, So, that's what really happened? It's unbelievable. Wait, was all of this planned? Lai Han nodded grimly. That's exactly why I need your help, Del Simon. He gently set his cup down, his mind racing as he thought through everything. Finally, he spoke with a heavy heart. I can't leave this place. I'm sorry. I can't help you. I'm the only trained psychic here. It's my duty to protect them. Lai Han found the excuse completely unbelievable. Still, he tried to reason with him. You can't stop the end of the world by hiding out here. It might sound arrogant, but if you don't help me, everything is finished. Del Simon stared at his own hands, his voice laced with sorrow. If I go with you, I could save thousands, maybe even tens of thousands. But if I save the world and these children die, then it all means nothing to me. The only future that matters now is being with them. After saying his piece, he downed the rest of his drink. That was the last straw for Lai Han, who shot to his feet and roared. You idiot! Stop trying to be so philosophical right now. Del Simon, do you really think someone else will save the world while you just sit here? No one will. Hoping someone else will save the world is a fool's errand. We have to act. Del Simon shot him an annoyed look. Stop messing around, Lai Han. This is my territory. But Li Han's voice was firm. You have never beaten me, not even once. Have you forgotten? As soon as he spoke, their gazes clashed like daggers, and a wave of psychic pressure erupted. A second later, Del Simon sighed, pouring another drink as he spoke. Just admit you failed to convince me. You're just getting desperate now. The words hit home, causing Lai Han to bow his head in thought. He spoke with a heavy heart. You really have changed, Del Simon. And in his heart, Lai Han had another thought. The only ones who haven't changed are me and Omega. Del Simon immediately switched topics. Let's talk about Silent. You came here for her, didn't you? I ran into Silent about half a year ago. She dealt with the monsters and drakes around the shelter, took what she wanted as payment, and left. She said she was heading east. Lai Han looked worried. If it's east, that means Japan. No, Del Simon countered. But Lai Han was lost in thought, remembering Silent's silhouette and her decisive, cold-blooded movements. And as Lai Han thought to himself, by now, she must have already crossed most of China. She'll be in Korea soon. At that very moment, Silent was fighting a massive crowd. She carefully observed her surroundings before making a move. Her enemies were closing in on all sides. Seeing this, she simply let out a weary sigh. A thought echoed in her mind. To think that among this crowd are people I once shared my food with. No matter how bad things get, there are lines a person should never cross. Once you cross that line, you're no longer human. As Silent had this final thought, she lunged into the fray, clashing with her enemies. After a moment, the area fell deathly silent. The ground was now covered in nothing but corpses. This sparked a chilling realization in Silent's heart. Misplaced mercy and sympathy aren't good deeds. They're evils that get people killed. Has she truly been living in a world like this? Meanwhile, the car carrying Lai Han and Del Simon was speeding along. It was now racing deep into the forest. When they came upon a massive chasm, the vehicle simply leaped across it with ease. They were moving so fast that a storm of dust and rocks kicked up in their wake. Del Simon was using his psychic powers to pilot the car. This whole trip only happened because a few days prior, Lai Han had revealed everything he knew. Del Simon had been completely shocked. What kind of nonsense is that? Lai Han then expressed his sympathy for Del Simon's current predicament. I understand you have to move because of the newly discovered dragon's nest. However, it's far too dangerous to just ignore it. I saw a crimson drake on my way here. It was burning down the forest recklessly. Even if it doesn't spot you, in the worst-case scenario, your people could die in a surprise attack. That's why you and I need to handle that drake, which is why Del Simon was now driving them into danger. He glanced over at his passenger. Why are you risking so much for me? You got the information you wanted. You could have just left. But Li Han asked a question of his own. Back then, why did you push me aside and take that hit for me? Del Simon hesitated for a moment before replying, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Hearing that answer, Lai Han could only lean against the door and sigh, but he continued to press his point. Wasn't it because you feel bad? Just like how I feel right now. If I just abandon you like this, I'd feel terrible and restless, and I'd never be able to forget it. Hearing this, a surprised Del Simon glanced at Lai Han. A second later, he suddenly burst out laughing, and so their car continued onward. Finally, the vehicle came to a stop and Del Simon stepped out. When he saw Lai Han following behind with a weapon, he reassured him. This will be enough. A moment later, he aimed a gun toward the sky and fired a single shot. Immediately, a group of people below began to shout, That's the signal. Move out, model. Meanwhile, Simon turned to Li Han. Think that got the dragon's attention? Li Han answered honestly, not sure, but I hope so. He unleashed a second shot, then quickly reloaded and fired a third. To ensure their success, Li Han had brought an entire crate of ammunition. Soon, the final group of survivors came into view. That's the last of them, he said. Before them, a wave of migrants was slowly making its escape. Simon then said to Li Han, "I guess we got lucky. The dragon never showed up." Li Han immediately shot that down. "It's too early to relax." With that, he aimed his flare gun at the sky once more, and right on cue, his deadly wish was granted. The dragon was now soaring straight for them. Li Han screamed a warning, and even Simon tensed up, cursing, "Damn it. Get in the car, Li Han. We have to go now. It's heading right for the migrants." The dragon tore through the sky at terrifying speed. Finally, the group of migrants spotted it, their eyes shooting upward as they screamed in absolute horror. "What is that thing? Look at that." The vicious dragon was now dangerously close. Meanwhile, Li Han and Simon leaped into their car to chase it down, pushing the vehicle to its absolute limit. While driving, Simon's face was a mask of tension. He grit his teeth, whispering to himself, "Please, God. Somebody, please." At that moment, the dragon unleashed fire upon the migrants. A silent scream ripped through Simon's mind, "Save them." But it was already too late, as the merciless dragon rained a storm of fire down directly on the fleeing crowd. Some were burned alive, while others ran in pure panic. Many fell, only to be trampled underfoot. Inside the car, Simon was losing control, screaming, "Damn it." Li Han warned him, "Calm down, Simon. If you panic now, it's all over." Simon grit his teeth so hard they could have cracked as he replied, "I know." Their car was now speeding directly under the dragon's fiery assault. Knowing the danger that lay ahead, Li Han yelled, "Don't slow down. Aim for its belly." Simon did exactly as he was told. When the moment was right, Li Han thrust his spear out of the car window and plunged it into the ground, causing the vehicle to tilt sideways. In addition, Li Han used his spiritual power to lift the car completely off the ground. Just like that, the car was soaring toward the fire dragon. As they drew closer, he launched himself out of the vehicle. In an instant, Li Han closed the distance to its underbelly. Simon roared from below, "Kill it, Li Han." At the same time, he used his own spiritual power to support Li Han. Li Han shot toward the dragon's belly and yelled back, "Of course." Facing the monster soaring through the sky, Li Han readied his familiar spear and charged straight ahead. Once he was within range, he grit his teeth and fired his grappling hook gun. The hook wrapped around one of the monster's roots, and Li Han was yanked upward. Using the wire, he was able to swing behind the beast, seizing the opportunity. He lunged forward, slicing it clean in two. Taking the full force of the attack, it shrieked in absolute agony. Witnessing this scene, Simon was deeply satisfied. Nice. But as the monster's tail and torso split apart, Simon realized in horror that it was falling. Above, Li Han clung on for dear life when his eyes suddenly shot wide open. Li Han saw something that made his eyes widen in utter shock. From the severed wound, a new pair of wings had appeared as if they were never gone. A fresh pair had just sprouted. Faced with this absurd phenomenon, he grit his teeth, realizing, "Damn it, it's a Type 2. How could I forget that?" Then, an idea struck him. He grit his teeth and yanked his spear free, letting himself plummet toward the ground. As he neared the earth, Li Han roared, "Simon." The other man looked up just in time to see the spear hurtling toward him. The weapon flew straight for the moving car. Seeing the monster closing in on him, Li Han raised a hand and unleashed a special power from within. The diving monster seemed to sense something and froze in midair. In the next moment, something unbelievable happened. It fell from the sky, completely unconscious. This scene made Simon, who was sitting in the car, question his own reality. What is happening? Regardless, the car continued to speed forward. The monster then fell weakly onto the desert sand. The car finally skidded to a stop. Simon grabbed Li Han's spear, his eyes filled with killing intent. The monster, of course, noticed Simon, who then questioned why they wanted to kill humanity. At this, Simon became so enraged that he bit his lip until it bled, as he remembered the happy, laughing scenes from his childhood. Do we have to die for nothing, just because we were born into this world? The monster just stared blankly while Simon was consumed by his grief. The more he spoke, the more enraged he became, to the point where his artificial components began to float in the air. If only you had never come here. Unable to contain his anger any longer, Simon grit his teeth, raised the spear, and then plunged it deep into the monster. This attack created a massive energy explosion, causing the components on Simon's body to gradually fly away. The longer it dragged on, the more his weapon shattered. But Simon didn't care, gripping the hilt with his teeth. By now, the spear was splintering apart, but the monster had already suffered catastrophic damage. Minutes later, even Simon's teeth began to shatter as the beast writhed in agony. Though on the verge of collapse, Simon had no intention of backing down. A moment later, the creature's entire body was engulfed in an inferno of brilliant blue flames. Simon then collapsed to his knees before the smoldering scene. Li Han, having just returned, could only watch his friend. Witnessing Simon weep over the monster, he too fell to the ground. With the creature finally slain, Li Han retrieved his weapon and went to scout the area. Just then, a voice called out, "Why don't you rest first?" Li Han turned to see Simon hobbling toward him. Seeing no reaction, Simon spoke bluntly. "You might look fine on the outside, but inside, you're a complete mess." Having exposed him, Simon urged, "There's no immediate danger, so let's get you treated." But Li Han still refused. "No, I have to be at the Citadel in a few hours. I can get treatment there." Faced with such stubbornness, Simon could only sigh and change the subject. "Your plan didn't fail. Without you, everyone would be dead." He didn't stop there, adding, "Thank you for taking down the dragon, Li Han. All the survivors are incredibly grateful to you." Observing his reaction, Simon didn't press further, continuing his line of thought. "Knowing your personality, I'm sure you're just blaming yourself." Those words left Li Han stunned. It took him a moment to find his voice. "Are you a better person than me, Simon?" Simon admitted it without hesitation. "Of course. I've always been better than you." Li Han then walked away, and Simon watched him go, sinking deep into thought. "In the past, I really hated you. I always thought you were nothing but trouble. But when I think back," remembering the image of three boys putting their hands together, Simon had hesitated then, but eventually, he joined in. "Maybe I wanted to be a part of your world, too." As he walked, Li Han's mind drifted back to a fateful encounter with the dragon. "Take this." Li Han, a younger, battered version of himself, cautiously reached out a trembling hand. "You will know what to do once you receive it." The moment he touched the horn, a surge of violet power enveloped his entire body. Witnessing this, the weakened dragon explained, "Dragons of the same kind share a single consciousness with others of the same color. Since I refused to open the gate of time and space, Bahamut must have forced it open using the blood of a silver dragon." It paused for a moment, adding, "When a dragon loses its original body, its new vessel inherits its memories and intelligence." Having explained this, its focus turned inward, thinking of the dragon that was yet to be born. "However, my memories as one dying in exile will not be passed on to the new silver dragon fated to be born. The reason is simple. It would only grow to become another of Bahamut's puppets, destined to open the gate to your world." Having passed on what was necessary, it made a request. "Please, take good care of my kin. I pray that the silver inheritance will be passed on through you." With its final words spoken, it lowered its head beside Li Han's spear, making one last plea. "Please, run this spear, which now carries my will, through me." Heeding its request, he granted its wish, ending its life and that of the new silver dragon. Back in the present, Li Han stared pensively at the weapon in a small wooden cabin. A moment later, a portal materialized, and a figure stepped through. The second Yenny's feet hit the ground. She was chirping happily. "We meet again, Sunbae. It's so good to see you're still alive." Looking at Ian's state, Li Han let out a helpless sigh. "Right. It's good to see you again, Janny." Those words sent a chill down Ian's spine, making him tremble. Witnessing this over-the-top reaction, Li Han was speechless. You were never like this. What on earth happened these past few days?" The question made Li Han recall the sight of Simon's tears. Meanwhile, at the Omega-1 stronghold, an officer was reporting to Kuro. He's heading to New Seoul to find Silent. As he spoke, Omega-1 couldn't hide his dissatisfaction. He didn't even report what happened in Kazakhstan. He's just doing whatever he wants. "Are you just going to let him be, Kuro?" Seeing no reaction, Omega-1 pressed on, trying to persuade his leader. "Unlike the past, we are the rulers here now. Leaders should know the whereabouts of their subordinates." In response, Kuro simply rested his chin on his hand, flipping through documents without even looking up. "Li Han is not our subordinate. Let him do as he wishes." But Kuro didn't stop there. His next declaration shocked Omega-1 to his very core. "If necessary, we will grant him a position equal to our own." "Are you talking about letting him take over this place? The city you and I built?" Kuro remained silent, head down and lips pressed tight. Omega-1 left the room. "Is their bond that much stronger than I thought?" he wondered. That man trusts him, like some kind of one-sided admirer. As Omega-1 stormed down the hallway, he couldn't deny the truth. Citadel needed Li Han. The man possessed true leadership qualities. He walked on for a moment, his face darkening as he clenched his teeth. However, if he somehow encourages division or brings harm to Shido. At that very moment in New Seoul, South Korea, Li Han stood fully armed, rifle in hand, cautiously scanning his surroundings. "I never thought I would come back here." As he moved through the ruins, he saw no signs of movement, no trace of life. Not even a single zombie could have survived in a place like this. Realizing this truth, a wave of sadness washed over Li Han. The chance that my siblings are still alive is extremely low. He then thought of Silent, but that stubborn fool wouldn't worry about the odds. He would still be searching for them no matter what. After a while, Li Han arrived before a massive, fortified structure, the Yunji defensive wall. The sight of it brought back the intel he had gathered. South Korea had built a city within this defensive wall, reserved for a select few of the elite. Even the people who built this wall were forbidden from living inside. From within, dazzling lights radiated everywhere. Inside the walls, the city was as vibrant as ever, so bright it could illuminate the entire night sky. Contemplating this, Li Han pulled out his familiar grappling hook. Just then, in another corner, a shadowy figure was steadily making their ascent. That person was none other than Silent. A moment later, he had made it inside. He wandered around with his bag, observing everything he could. This entire facility could be up and running with just a little maintenance. The more he looked, the more puzzling it became. There was no logical reason to abandon a facility like this. Silent then found a pile of crates. Pulling out a package of noodles, he pondered, "I can't read Korean, but is this something you can eat after adding hot water?" A moment later, Silent discovered an entire case of chocolates. Luckily for him, there were still a few bars left. Having finished his dinner, Silent went to check an information board nearby. "This is written in English. Let's go." To the collective residential area, he soon arrived at a gym, surprised that all the lights were off. Silent suddenly froze, his senses on high alert. This smell. The lights flickered on. He was horrified by the sight of countless bodies lying everywhere. Witnessing this bizarre phenomenon, Silent rushed to examine one of them, tearing their shirt to look for a cause. What did they die from? Finding no wounds whatsoever, he observed for another moment, trying to piece it together. They've clearly been dead for some time. Yet there's almost no sign of decomposition. Is it because of the special environment here? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, suspicion took hold. Even seeing this with my own eyes, I can't make any sense of it. I should try checking somewhere else. Silent was so focused on his investigation that he failed to notice the bodies behind him begin to stir. When he turned around, he was already surrounded. Realizing the dire situation, Silent ran for his life, with the horde in hot pursuit. But as soon as he got outside, he ran into armed soldiers in the same condition. They opened fire, forcing Silent to flee through a dense hail of bullets. Refusing to let this continue, Silent weaved through the attackers with fluid grace, taking down every single soldier. He stood on guard, scanning his surroundings as he theorized. They're definitely not alive. Could they be the undead? At that exact moment, a red light flared to life as a portal began to materialize in midair. Elsewhere, Li Han had successfully infiltrated the city. Seeing the brightly lit scenery, he was a bit surprised. The lights are still on? After observing a moment longer, Li Han's senses sharpened as he came to a final conclusion. Silent is definitely here. Li Han moved through the empty hallways, past a food warehouse, and past a vacant information board. He finally found Silent, and the sight that greeted him left Wei Han utterly speechless. Suddenly, Silent stumbled, then staggered to the ground. Reacting to the threat, Wei Han's hand was already on a grenade. The moment Silent moved, Wei Han didn't hesitate. He launched the grenade. As the explosion erupted, he grabbed his gear and made a run for it. While retreating, Wei Han analyzed the Phantom's movements. Realizing escape was impossible, he stopped dead in his tracks. He raised his hand, unleashing his unique power. Wei Han's eyes flew open in disbelief. Silent was completely unharmed and charging straight for him. Determined to try again, he roared, "Vanish!" But in that instant, Silent disappeared. The ability stunned Wei Han. Instantaneous movement. Damn it. Then, with chilling calm, Silent materialized right behind the shocked Wei Han. The weapon slipped from his grasp. From within Silent, a face twisted in agony emerged. Witnessing this, Wei Han gritted his teeth, on high alert. My attack missed, but it still dealt damage. A thought struck him as he stared at his own trembling hand. But I've never used that power twice in a row. Can I even pull it off one more time? The two were locked in a tense standoff. Wei Han decided to open fire. But against the bullets, Silent moved like lightning, dodging every shot. The part of his body still controlled by the Phantom lunged forward with a wooden sword. Just as Wei Han blocked the strike with his gun, Silent teleported. Reappearing behind him, he delivered a brutal kick to the back of his knee. The blow sent Wei Han crashing to one knee. Silent seized the opportunity, grabbing his head and slamming it violently against the wall. The impact shattered Wei Han's helmet to pieces. Wei Han collapsed to the ground. Silent raised a hand for the finishing blow, but his other hand, free from control, trembled and held it back. With every last ounce of willpower, Silent fought to restrain the hand holding the sword. Seeing his chance, Wei Han shakily raised his own hand to completely banish the Phantom. In a room littered with debris, Silent lay sprawled on the floor among piles of cargo boxes. His familiar mask now bore a small crack. Despite the damage, it still functioned. A moment later, its lights began to glow. The instant the mask lit up, he shot up from the floor. His hands searched frantically, quickly finding his familiar weapon. Sword in hand, Silent rose into a ready stance, but before a battle could even begin, he clutched his head and crumpled in pain. The pain was unbearable. Silent finally collapsed. Right next to another young man. Kneeling on the ground, Silent's body shook as the memory returned. That's right. I let that phantom possess me. As the thought solidified, he trembled even more, wondering, but how did I break free? His gaze suddenly fell upon the person beside him, and he recognized a familiar silhouette. Wai Han, realizing who it was, panic set in. He dropped his sword, scrambled over, and checked if the boy was breathing. He felt a faint breath. Relief washed over Silent, but it was quickly replaced by doubt. You're alive. Is this really Wai Han? Though filled with uncertainty, he decided to help him. He even prepared 2 bowls of hot instant ramen. Wai Han's eyes fluttered open, a white bandage wrapped around his forehead. Sitting up, he immediately noticed Silent huddled in a corner. Without a second thought, he walked over. The moment his shadow fell over him, seeing that he was awake, Wai Han offered a small greeting. It's been a while, Silent. Silent quickly scribbled something down and showed it to Wai Han. The note read, I'm sorry. That thing was controlling my body. After reading it, Wai Han gave a warm, reassuring smile. Don't worry about it. We're both still alive, and that's all that matters. His words caught Silent by surprise, sending his thoughts racing. He's being way too nice. Is it because it's been so long since we last met? Or did I get hit in the head harder than I thought? Pushing the thought aside, Silent pointed towards the 2 bowls of ramen. Wai Han caught his meaning and turned. All right, let's eat. But seeing the soupy mess, Wai Han was at a loss for words. I guess this is what happens when you can't read Korean. Wai Han then turned to explain to the utterly bewildered Silent. This is the kind of ramen where you have to drain the water out first. Then you add the seasoning packets. This revelation left Silent completely stunned. A type of ramen. Without broth? Seeing his reaction, Wai Han gave a wry smile and offered, I'll make you a new one. After their quick meal, the 2 sat down to talk. Silent wrote, I just wanted to find your siblings and let them know that you were still alive. And if you were still alive, I felt I had to protect you for their sake. After reading Silent's words, Wai Han laughed for a moment. Before getting lost in his own world, he did something that even I failed to do. The moment that thought surfaced, his mood plummeted. He hugged his knees, his voice laced with deep regret. There were times I pushed them out of my mind. I stopped thinking about them, making up all sorts of excuses. To be honest, even if they are alive, I'm afraid to see them again. As he spoke, Wai Han couldn't hide the look of loss on his face. He raised his palm, staring intently at it. Too much time has passed. Both I and they have changed so much. Seeing his companion in such pain, Silent felt it too, and began to write again. But in the end, I couldn't find them. I'm sorry. Wai Han could feel the heavy guilt and self-blame radiating from his friend. Wai Han managed a faint smile, his gaze softening to comfort him. It's okay. Thank you. They continued to talk, completely unaware of the strange device on Wai Han's head. After a moment of thought, he decided to reveal a deeply held secret. Silent, you're not going to believe this. With Silent's attention finally fixed on me, I began to unravel the entire story of my past. I calmly started to recount everything I had been through, everything I remembered, for Silent. Piece by piece, I laid it all bare. I started with the age of dinosaurs and their clash with Silver, the secret of the swarm, the dragon army, and the return that ended the Great War. Yi Han, lost in his depression, could only sit huddled in a corner, clutching his knees. I even described the bottomless loneliness and the absolute solitude I had endured. But through it all, Silent showed no reaction. Yan continued to pour out his heart, while Silent just listened in complete silence. There were no more words I could use to describe it. After speaking for so long without a single sound from the person beside him, he was exhausted, panting heavily. But at the same time, he felt a wave of relief. I felt a weight lift from my shoulders, as if the pounding in my head had finally vanished. After all of that, Silent simply wrote a single, short line. It seems you've been through hell. Welcome back. Those 2 sentences were enough to make Yi Han freeze in place. The moment I saw that note, it felt like I had finally heard the one thing I needed to hear most in the world. Leaving the building, the 2 of them climbed a hill, putting the desolate city behind them. But as they reached the crest, they saw someone was already waiting. It was none other than Yanni, who bowed her head and stared with great interest at the masked person next to Yayan. Could this be the Silent I've only heard rumors about? You look more melancholic than I imagined. No longer joking around, Yanni got straight to the point. The transfer gate can only take 1 person, right? Before Yi Han could even stammer a reply, she had already given the order. The decision was made. He could only obey. Take Silent first. Understood. After Yanni spoke, Yan took Silent's hand and tried to comfort the figure before him. Here, take my hand. You don't need to worry. Startled by the sudden touch, Silent turned his head away anxiously. Seeing that reaction, Yuhan gently reassured him. It's all right. This silent exchange caught Yanni's attention, and a knowing smile spread across her face. Well now, this is getting interesting. A few moments later, the two appeared inside a lavish apartment. Leading Silent inside, she made the introduction as he looked around. We've arrived at the Citadel. You have quite a bit of experience with this, don't you? Perhaps because he was also a user of spatial abilities, Silent still showed no reaction, but Yanni didn't mind, flashing a mischievous grin. I look forward to working with you. That expression on Yanni's face made Silent's face harden. He shoved her away without hesitation, adding a cold warning, watch your words, and stay away from me. Despite the harsh rejection, Yanni looked completely satisfied. So adorable, Silent Nim. After Yanni had led Silent away, Yihan was left alone to build a makeshift shelter on the hill near the ruined city. He took something out, staring at it in deep contemplation as countless questions swirled in his mind. Information extracted from Yuni's barrier. What kind of secrets could it possibly hold? Unable to contain his curiosity, Yan finally opened it. With every line he read, his gaze grew sharper and colder. And from that single screen, Yi Han learned a series of world-shattering truths. Emergency evacuation plan for dire circumstances, relocation to the new B-bus sector, abandonment of the Korean peninsula, and seeking refuge in Japan. A moment later, Yan touched the screen, his attention drawn to a single name. Major Kang Ban. No, he's a colonel now. Remembering that honorable and righteous man, Yi Han's eyes filled with a deeper regret than ever before. If he were still alive, he would be the one protecting them. Then, as a thought struck him, Yi Han propped himself up on his knees and gazed pensively at the sky. I hope they're all alive and safe. As soon as the thought formed, he closed his eyes in contemplation, before opening them again to stare blankly ahead. After remaining in that state for a long time, Yi Han finally stood up, preparing to leave. It's time to start over. I'm going to form a team of my own. He slung his familiar backpack over his shoulders, created a new portal, and stepped through it decisively. There's no need to suffer doing everything alone anymore. As he walked, Yi Han recalled the familiar faces of his friends, smiling brightly at him. People he could trust in any situation. Comrades who were his equals. Just the memory of them was enough to bring a smile to Yi Han's lips. When I reach out my hand, there will be people there to take it. Extending his hand forward, a new determination surged within his heart. I just need to move forward with their help. At that same moment, Yanni appeared, watching his actions with an intrigued expression. Oh my, why are you being so unusually proactive today? Her teasing tone did nothing to please Yi Han, who simply urged her on. Let's get back quickly. I'm dying for a shower. I know. The moment they stepped into the office, Kuro shot up from his seat, unable to contain his excitement. Yi Han, you did a great job. You really brought Silent back. After saying that, he rushed over and pulled Silent into a tight hug, much to his obvious annoyance. It's so good to see you again, Silent. After being embraced, Silent could only struggle helplessly for a moment. Afterwards, the three of them finally sat down to talk properly. Kuro paused for a moment, and Yi Han grimly laid out his plan. I'm going to contact the villains faction one more time. The Citadel alone cannot possibly defeat the dragons. Kuro immediately shot down the idea, his voice laced with disbelief. Huh, what are you talking about? With my power, I can wipe them all out. But Leo Han remained calm, explaining patiently. Brute force alone won't destroy the dragons. I need my psionic mech, and the technology to build it is only available at AC. These words were the last straw for Kuro's patience. He finally snapped. Why did I work so damn hard to get this strong? The thought fueled his rage as he roared, why won't you just trust me? His shout sent a shockwave through the room, shattering every wooden object to splinters. Silent instantly shifted into a combat stance. Despite Kuro's explosive rage, Leo Han was as composed as ever. I need you, and you need me. To calm Kuro down, he offered a warm smile. You don't have to fight this battle alone. I'm right here with you. The words stunned Kuro, and slowly, his anger began to fade. After a long, thoughtful silence, he finally accepted the plan. Fine. But remember this, I'm a lot stronger now. Seeing the situation diffuse, Leo Han let out a quiet sigh of relief. Got it. With the conversation over, he and Silent walked side by side down the empty hallway. Leo Han took the opportunity to make a request. Silent, I need a way to make contact. The request seemed to puzzle Silent. You think I would know? His calm reply showed no irritation as he pointed out the obvious. You left AC on your own terms. Your gear was optimized, tailored specifically for wandering alone. Faced with such logic, Silent was out of options. He didn't refuse, but gave a warning first. I can't be sure if it's still valid. All I know is that this was a route used by the technology department. They used it to recruit important scientists or engineers. That phrase immediately grabbed Leo Han's attention. The technology department? Otto must have helped you out a lot. Silent didn't deny it, adding, "They'll be thrilled to know you're alive. They took your death pretty hard." Reading between the lines, Leo Han couldn't help but picture the man sobbing his heart out. That Otto? I can't believe it. I thought they wouldn't care if I died, but his brief moment of joy was cut short by Silent's warning. It's possible the contact method has been severed. I'll go with you. Leo Han rejected the offer without a second thought and even added a condition. No, you stay here and look after Kuro. The mention of his name once again ignited a spark of fury in Silent. That overconfident commander thinks he's become some kind of god, doesn't he? Seeing this reaction, Leo Han just smiled reassuringly. I'm counting on you, Silent. A few days later, in the break room, Yanni stared in confusion at Leo Han, who was armed to the teeth. There aren't any transfer missions scheduled for today, are there? This is personal. Her head tilted, her interest now fully piqued. Personal, huh? You know your reputation hasn't been the best lately, right? Before he could say a word, she explained, a lot of people are saying you're just clinging to the past. And to the commander. Leo Han didn't deny it. That stings. But it's not exactly wrong. The second he admitted it, Yanni offered a sly, mischievous smile. But I like you. My boss can help you out. On one condition. Leo Han didn't refuse, as long as it wasn't too difficult. Given the green light, Yanni pressed her advantage. Tell me what Silent likes. Hobbies, favorite foods, anything like that. The question was a bit strange, but Leo Han still gave it some serious thought before answering. He likes sweets, like cake. And he's a huge fan of martial arts and classic sword-fighting movies. Yanni eagerly jotted down every word. For real? Now that's some useful information. After she finished writing, Yanni gave her notebook a wicked look. Her reaction filled him with a sense of dread. I think I just made a huge mistake. Shaking off the thought, Yanni got back to business. All right, so what's the location? After a moment's thought, Leo Han named a place. To the west of WS, in a small, abandoned coastal town, he walked through the ruins, gear in tow, taking in the scene. Not a single trace of human life. I wonder how much the population has really dropped. The desolate landscape made Leo Han wonder. Even if we win this war, how long will it take to rebuild civilization? He soon found a phone booth and made a call, but the voice on the other end was strangely hesitant. This is our line. The hesitation annoyed Leo Han, but he calmly repeated his request. Blue, I'll say it again. When he got no response, he grew suspicious. Is the line not working? The phone booth then ejected his card. Finding nothing there, Leo Han began searching the warehouses in the village. The warehouses were empty, so he moved on to the next location. Leo Han entered cautiously, weapon drawn. Scanning the area, he finally spotted a card reader. Seeing the device, he took out the card from before and slid it into the machine. The moment the card went in, a camera overhead whirred to life. A few moments later, a voice echoed through the room. We have not received any notification about an outsider arriving at this location. Confirm your identity. Faced with the demand, Lai Han answered each question, his composure unshakable. AC Reinforcements, former captain of Alpha Squad, Lai Han. I was declared KIA during the Bahamut War 3 years ago. After processing the information, the voice on the other end pressed further. Identity confirmed. Lai Han, state your purpose for coming here. At this, Lai Han's brow furrowed with grim purpose. The soldier on the other side of the camera noted his every move. Does a soldier need any other reason to return to his own unit? The response earned a strange, unreadable laugh from the guard. Nevertheless, the massive doors began to open. Lai Han then walked calmly inside. At that moment, inside the headquarters, Kuro's power was flaring wildly as he confronted a strange orb. Staring it down, Kuro raised his hand, channeling his energy to pull it closer with a furious roar. Outside, the guards watched in horror as a Silent, radiating an overwhelming killing intent, approached them. Look over there. It's a Silent. But the tension lasted only a moment before the guards erupted in cheers, their excitement boiling over. Is that really a Silent? Silent, it's an honor to meet you. You were incredible, killing that dragon. Just what we'd expect from the great Silent. The more they cheered, the more fervent the crowd became, which only made Kuro's rage burn even hotter. Thanks to you, our commander has grown even stronger. Before the chaos could continue, a figure stepped out from behind and clapped his hands once. You did well, Silent. Though he hadn't turned around, Silent instantly knew who was speaking. Omega-1, Ren Akima, had successfully captured everyone's attention. He extended a hand, offering, let's talk for a moment, Silent. Without a second of hesitation, Silent flipped him the middle finger, his voice seething with contempt. "You're the one who messed with my head. How shameless can you be, showing your face to me?" This spectacle sent the soldiers behind them into a frenzy of whispers, a fact Omega-1 did not miss. "I just want to clear up a few misunderstandings. Let's go somewhere more private." In a secluded room, the two men locked eyes, staring each other down in a tense silence. To break the stalemate, Omega-1 finally spoke. "Can't you at least take off your mask in front of me?" Before he could say another word, Silent lunged. The two were instantly locked in a fierce struggle. After a moment, as reason returned, he pulled back his hand, reminding himself, "No, this isn't right. Revenge won't bring me justice." His decision made, Silent wrote on a piece of paper, "My name is Silent. I have no other name." "All right, I understand." As the words settled, Silent spoke directly. "I will bury the past. Get to the point." Reading those lines, a sinister glint appeared in Omega-1's eyes. "That's exactly what I wanted to talk about. Don't look at the man I was before. Look at the man I am now." Fearing Silent still didn't believe him, he recounted everything he had been through, accidentally revealing the depths of his own madness. "I built this fortress and now lead the superhumans. On top of that, I've taken in all those who need protection. No country in the world protects its citizens anymore." Silent calmly posed a fatal question. "You did all of that because it was necessary, not because of any real goodwill." Reading those words, Omega-1's eyes widened in disbelief. "Goodwill? You think that's something that should just come naturally?" The topic sent him into a fit of rage, his voice rising with indignation. "Just because you're strong doesn't mean you have a reason to be kind. What if someone who is currently bowing to us suddenly becomes stronger than we are? Do you think they would show us any goodwill?" "Absolutely not." The question triggered a flashback for Silent, a memory of being surrounded by an angry mob. However, he quickly broke free from the memory and stated the facts plainly. "You do what you do because you have to. There was never any goodwill inside you." After writing, he turned and left, a wave of regret washing over him. "I should have just kept my mouth shut." Thinking back on his mistake, he felt a deep sense of frustration. Then or now, I can never win an argument. I'm not Li Han. No matter how angry I get, I can never fight back with words. Arriving in front of a room, his regret deepened. If only Li Han were here. The moment Silent entered, he was greeted by an extremely excited Yanni. "You're back late." Silent stared at her, then stepped back out into the hall in disbelief to check the door again. "Wait, this is my room, isn't it?" Noticing his lack of reaction, Yanni tilted her head with a bright smile. "Don't you like me? I just stopped by for a visit." Silent didn't say a word. He just grabbed her, lifted her up, and tossed her straight out of the room. Thrown out, Yanni immediately started playing the victim. "You're so mean. I put so much effort into preparing all of this." Hearing that, Silent glanced back at the television, which was playing a Chinese martial arts movie. The table was also covered with snacks and candy. After a moment of silent consideration, Silent relented. "You can leave after the movie is over." "Okay, I get it." From behind, Yanni watched Silent with gleaming eyes. That vulnerable look just makes him seem even cuter. Under that predatory gaze, Silent shivered. Why do I suddenly have a chill down my spine? Back at the village, Lai Han was greeted by a group of people as soon as he entered. "You must be Lai Han." The man in the lead stepped forward to introduce himself. "I'm Captain Cuss. I'm also the one in charge of this way station." Suddenly, his eyes widened at who was with her. Li Han looked at the man before him with disbelief. "The United States Army? Are you coordinating operations with Malice?" Faced with the question, Kappas let out a heavy sigh, delivering a shocking piece of news. "You could say that. As of now, Malice is a unit directly under United States command." This revelation left Li Han utterly speechless. Malice. Under the U.S. military? More importantly, does the U.S. still hold that much power? Seeing his dumbfounded reaction, Kappas didn't elaborate. "Follow me. Let's talk somewhere more secure." Li Han remained silent, lost in thought, but he followed the group nonetheless. The group walked on and on, with no destination in sight. Along the way, the entire base suddenly began to tremble violently. Facing this, Kappas was remarkably calm, with a hint of helplessness, as if he was used to it. "Damn it, it's starting again. Everyone, hold your position." His calm demeanor and the strange order couldn't help but pique Li Han's curiosity. "Do earthquakes happen often here?" Kappas didn't try to hide it. "It's a daily occurrence. The dragons were hard enough. Now we're getting tormented by natural disasters, too." Hearing this answer, Li Han pressed his lips together, quietly observing his surroundings. After looking around for a moment, he stared skeptically at the man. "Are you really okay with all this?" Kappas just chuckled teasingly. "Dragon hunters, scared of a little earthquake." After another moment, the tremors subsided. Kappas once again led the group forward. It stopped. "All right, let's move out." The group soon arrived in a large, well-lit chamber. Li Han was shown to a Spartan bedroom. A soldier pointed him inside, informing him it would take 3 days to reach the ARK. The soldier said with a smug grin, "Just stay put until then." As Li Han bent to unpack, he muttered a question. "Are we really staying here for 3 whole days?" Instead of answering, the man just gestured to some scattered magazines, quickly changing the subject. "If you get bored, feel free to read those." Li Han stared thoughtfully at the thick pile on the bed. Brand new magazines. He opened the first one, and his face instantly flushed red. Without a second thought, he tossed it aside. "I think I'll just sleep." He barely settled into the quiet room when the tremors returned, jolting Li Han awake. He watched as cracks spiderwebbed across the wall, dust and debris raining onto the floor. Li Han gritted his teeth. This wasn't just a simple earthquake. When the shaking finally stopped, he scanned his surroundings, on high alert. "I can't just ignore this awful feeling." Determined to investigate, he stepped out of his room, but was immediately stopped by a hostile soldier. "Hey, where do you think you're going?" Li Han ignored him completely, shouting a demand. "Get me Captain Kappa's, now. Hurry." But faced with his urgent plea, the soldiers couldn't have been more indifferent. "It's just an earthquake. Happens all the time." Seeing Li Han's disbelief, another soldier scratched his head and offered an explanation. "All the major nuclear detonations screw with the planet's geology. Now, earthquakes are a regular thing." A nearby soldier let out a massive yawn, making Li Han hesitate for a moment. He could tell they were getting annoyed. That was all the explanation they were willing to give. But Li Han wasn't about to back down. "If they're telling the truth, that's fine. But if it's something else, we could all die." Knowing this, his next demand made the soldier's annoyance obvious. "Let me see the captain." "Are you kidding me? You're as stubborn as a leech." Just then, Captain Kappas himself ran up, shouting an order. "Everyone, move out. Now." Seeing their esteemed captain out of breath and panicked, the soldiers were stunned. This earthquake. Once he calmed down, he dropped a bombshell that made the soldiers' faces turn pale with fear. "We'll stay on the surface until the earthquake stops." Just as he finished speaking, another tremor hit. Standing on a nearby hill, the soldiers cursed. "Damn it, this one just won't stop. At this rate, the entire base is going to collapse. Don't tell me all of Great Britain is about to sink into the sea." Nearby, Kappas remained deep in thought. "We have to move the equipment. This entire location is compromised." And at that very moment, a monstrous creature erupted from the earth. The second he laid eyes on it, Li Han knew exactly what it was. The Black Death Worm. That name alone sent a wave of pure terror through the soldiers. Did he just say the Black Death Worm? No way. The legendary Death Worm. The monster had now locked its attention onto them, charging forward with terrifying speed. Was it always this massive? Kappas, realizing the danger, roared an order. "What are you gawking at? Everyone, run for your lives." As they fled, Li Han caught up to Kappas, shouting a potential solution. "Captain, its body is made of earth and rock. The sea might be our only escape." Hearing this, realization dawned on Kappas. The sea. That's a brilliant idea. With the decision made, he barked out new orders to everyone, all while sprinting at full speed. "Everyone, head for the lighthouse. There's a small yacht docked below." But the monster was rapidly closing the distance. Kappas yelled encouragement to his men. "Just keep heading for the water. If we can make it to the sea, we'll live." After a desperate sprint, the group finally reached the lighthouse. But the beast was still hot on their trail. "Damn it, we have to slow it down. At this rate, we're all dead men." The two soldiers exchanged a look, a silent nod, then shouted. Captain Kuro's turned just in time to see them salute, their bodies rigged with explosives as they charged forward. "We're counting on you, Captain." As they neared the beast, a massive explosion ripped through the air. Kuros roared, "Move. Get below deck. Now." He urged them on as they scrambled down the stairs. "It regenerates too fast. Hurry." The group finally made it to the boat, but the monster was right behind them. The beast had taken the full force of the blast, but it didn't even have a scratch. It closed the distance in an instant. It swatted the lighthouse aside like a toy. The small houses below were crushed just as easily. But with nothing left to stand on, the creature plunged into the water as their ship pulled away. Once they were a safe distance away, the men gathered on deck, watching in disbelief. "Damn, that thing is huge." After a moment, Karas glanced at Li Han. "We should be safe out here, right? I've never heard of a Thanatos runner being able to swim." Li Han didn't answer. He just clenched his jaw, his eyes wide with pure terror. The creature they thought was lost to the sea was stirring. From deep within its gut, it began to vomit out rocks and debris of all sizes. The sight left Kuros and his men speechless. What the hell is it doing? Li Han watched, unable to believe his eyes. It's purging, getting rid of all the rock in its system. After a moment, its hard, purple carapace began to shimmer, transforming into glistening silver scales. Minutes later, its old skin was completely shed. Watching it molt right before their eyes was enough to shatter anyone's perception of reality. This is insane. Is it really going to follow us to the very end? The monster then dove straight into the ocean. Realizing the terrifying truth, Karas bellowed his orders. Full speed ahead. Send a distress signal to the ARK, now. The ship surged forward, burning through its fuel reserves. At the stern, a soldier stood with Li Han, scanning the waters below. Do you see anything? No, but that doesn't make me feel any better. If we just wait here, we're finished. And just as he said that, the creature was closing in on the ship. Without a second's hesitation, Li Han dove straight into the ocean. The moment he was submerged, he came face to face with the approaching beast. The soldiers on deck watched in utter shock as he lost his mind. He jumped in with nothing but a single spear. But Li Han paid them no mind, focusing only on the task ahead. In its aquatic form, its body is much smaller. I have to end this, right here, right now. The monster lunged at him, but Li Han dodged its attacks with ease. He gritted his teeth, raising his spear for the attack. With his preparations complete, Li Han surged forward, delivering a flawless strike. Taking a direct hit, the monster let out a piercing shriek. A cloud of blue blood rose to the surface, a sight the soldiers could hardly believe. Is he actually fighting that thing one-on-one? This is unbelievable. Karus glared at their stunned reactions. Are you just going to stand there and watch? Without another word, he quickly tied a rope around his own waist. All hands, support Li Han now. The moment Li Han broke the surface, Karas dove in, grabbing hold of his hand. On deck, 3 soldiers pulled with all their might. As he gripped Li Han's hand, Karas yelled, "Get the grenades ready." The order left Li Han stunned. What? But a moment later, his spear was rigged, covered in live grenades. The monster, now recovered, began circling the ship. Back on deck, Li Han clutched his spear, watching its every move. We have to finish this in a single blow. But staring at it, he couldn't stop the fear from creeping in. Suddenly, the water churned violently as the beast launched itself into the air, and in that exact moment, Li Han hurled the spear with all his might. The weapon flew true, plunging deep into the monster's open maw. The grenades detonated, and its massive body crashed onto the deck, nearly capsizing the ship. But by some miracle, the boat held steady. The monster, however, was finally dead. With the deed done, Li Han reached out to retrieve his weapon. The moment he had his spear back, Karas approached, breathing heavily. "You're completely insane," he said. "But that insane stunt just saved all our lives." With his weapon secure, Li Han collapsed to the deck, gasping for air. That was way too close. I don't even have the strength to stand. Then a thought struck Karas, and he asked cautiously, "Is it really dead?" Catching his breath, Li Han reassured him, "Even if it's not, it'll take a long time to regenerate." That was all Karus needed to hear. "Good. Let's get the hell out of here." The crew sailed on until sunset. That evening, they shared a simple meal. "All right, eat up. You've more than earned it." As they ate, the mood was finally light, full of conversation. Just then, Karas brought some good news. "We finally made contact with the base. Rendezvous is set for tomorrow morning." With the announcement made, he turned to Li Han. "We've still got some time. I'll tell you about the ARK." Hearing this, Li Han's expression turned serious. As he spoke, a memory surfaced in Karus's mind, an image of dragons breathing fire down upon a target until it was nothing but ash, sinking beneath the waves. He finally revealed the truth. The ARK, the artificial island you knew, it was destroyed. So the United States replaced it with something new, called Terranos. The name caught Li Han by surprise. Terranos? Seeing his reaction, Karas calmly began to explain. "It's a nuclear submarine, one capable of amphibious assaults on both sea and land." As he spoke, Kappas held up 2 fingers, dropping another bombshell. The entire United States only possesses 2 Terrano-class warships. One belongs to the ARK, and the other belongs to the U. Faced with this staggering new information, Li Han lowered his head in deep thought. An organization like the ARK can't afford to stay in one place. It's too risky. They have no other choice but to keep moving. Come to think of it, even the Citadel is in danger now. That night, their boat anchored beside a cliff, but as soon as the sun rose, it shot forward once again. After some time, they finally reached the open sea. Once the boat stopped, Kappas extended a hand in a gesture of goodwill. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Li Han." Li Han managed a faint smile and took his hand. "The honor is all mine, sir." The captain couldn't hide his regret, knowing this meeting would be all too brief. With the greeting over, Kappas explained, "The ARK is currently following a pre-planned route. It should be approaching our position soon." Just as it seemed the worst was over, the water's surface began to tremble, and something massive began to rise. Realizing what it was, Li Han's jaw dropped in disbelief. Even Captain Kappas couldn't believe his eyes. The death worm had returned. And before anyone could recover from the shock, it lunged, ready to strike. Watching his men fall one after another, Commander Kappas seethed. Behind him, Lihan readied his weapon. That thing, was it still alive? Gripping his spear with both hands, Lihan gritted his teeth in terror. It had evolved to its third stage, taking on the form of a deep-sea monstrosity. There was no way they could face it unarmed. Just then, the monster's gaze locked onto Lihan, and it charged forward without hesitation. But before Lihan could even move, its head was severed from its body. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Lihan could only stare in utter shock. A moment later, he finally snapped back to his senses. That's when a figure in full armor appeared beside the fallen beast. Deep beneath the sea, inside a submarine's interrogation room, a slow voice echoed. It's been a long time since I've set foot in a place like this, and it's a shame our reunion has to be under these circumstances. Hearing those words, Lihan remained perfectly calm. I understand. This unshakable composure caught the man's attention. After observing him for a moment, the interrogation began. All right, Lihan. Are you a member of the Citadel? Without a second of hesitation, Lihan gave a firm answer. No. The man across from him wasn't convinced. But your uniform and your gear all belong to the Citadel. Lihan didn't back down an inch. If I had run into the evil faction first, I'd be wearing their gear instead. Faced with such a resolute attitude, the interrogator changed the subject, but Lihan refused to speak on it. What happened during the past 3 years? I can't discuss that here. To prevent any misunderstanding, Lihan stated his terms. Only someone with the rank of Chief of Staff has the clearance to know. There are some things that cannot be spoken of freely. With those words, the man had no choice but to agree. Fine. I'll take you to the Vice Chief of Staff. Leaving the interrogation room, Lihan was placed in handcuffs, staring down at the cold steel. A grim thought crossed his mind. So this is how they treat me. They clearly held no love for the Citadel. After a short walk, they arrived at a door. The Vice Chief of Staff was waiting inside, and Lihan knew exactly who it was. The door slowly swung open, and the two men came face to face. Upon entering, the man spoke first. It's been a long time, Lihan. Lihan sat down and returned the greeting. Indeed, Commander. The man pulled out a cigarette, gesturing to his subordinate. Let's skip the pleasantries and get straight to the point. The other soldier understood the signal and left. As soon as the third man was gone, John Red cut to the chase. This room is secure. There are no listening devices. Tell me everything you know. Hearing this request, Lihan fell silent. To get help from the evil faction, I have to take a gamble and trust him. Commander. After a moment of deliberation, Lihan revealed everything. When the story ended, the commander was clearly impressed. Remarkable. John Red tapped his cigarette on the ashtray and continued. Not since my grandmother told me fairy tales have I heard a story that captivated me so much. After putting out the cigarette, his expression turned serious again. It was Silver who found us, and it was Silver who brought us this fateful opportunity. Lihan leaned forward, his voice filled with urgency. To find Silver's lair, we must join forces. Both evil and the Citadel. Hearing this, John Red narrowed his eyes and leaned in. For the past 3 years, we haven't been sitting idle. We've already destroyed 2 of their lairs. Lihan's retort was sharp, leaving no room for argument. But they're not dead. No, it's as if they're gods, reincarnated. With that same cynical smirk, John Red warned, this is no time for jokes. If it weren't for your information, we would have thought the level 3 threat, Hamas, was a permanent problem. With that, he lit another cigarette and gave his order. For now, stay here in Terranos and await my command. You're free to move about, but don't cause any trouble. The next day, while walking the corridors, Lihan ran into a familiar face. Lihan, you're alive. It's so good to see you back. It's been too long. His cover blown, Lihan decided to press for information. So, where are Glut and the others? The question hung in the air. The 2 men exchanged a hesitant glance, unsure if they should speak, but they answered anyway. Glut's in the engine bay. It's better if you see for yourself. As Lihan stepped inside, the engineering crew greeted him with a wave of enthusiasm. Lihan, you're alive. It's incredible to see you again. Lihan returned their energy with a smile. It's good to see you all, too. Just then, a new figure approached. I heard you'd arrived. Forgive me, I've been swamped. Lihan's eyes widened at the sight of him, staring in disbelief for a moment. Then, a curious question escaped his lips. When I died, were you sad? The man pointed and let out a hearty laugh. Without you around, there's no one better than me. After the pleasantries, Lihan got straight to the point. But first, Otto, I heard Glut is here. At the mention of that name, Otto froze, and a chilling silence fell over the room. Otto adjusted his glasses and pointed behind him. Glut is behind that blast door. Lai Han followed his gaze to a massive door, marked with 2 biohazard symbols. As he stared at the door, a faint sound reached his ears. His eyes shot wide open in utter disbelief. Who on earth could even conceive of such a thing? Otto seemed unfazed by his reaction, calmly pushing up his glasses and adding, "The 3rd-generation psychic force mech is inside." Lai Han thought the shocks were over, but Otto was just getting started, leaning in to drop another bombshell. "It's an upgraded version of the Gen 2 we built, the one that fell into American hands. This one has been completely redesigned from the ground up. Its core design philosophy is radically different from the 2nd generation." Flipping a switch, Otto launched into a stream of technical data, as it utilizes a nuclear fission reactor as its primary power source. Only a pilot with advanced regenerative abilities can even operate it. Its name is the Iron Prison. The moment he heard the name, everything clicked. Otto saw the understanding in his eyes and didn't deny it. "Don't tell me that name is literal." "That's right." To prove his point, Otto brought up a schematic. It looked less like a cockpit and more like a medieval torture device. The pilot's body is continuously destroyed and regenerated, over and over. The sheer horror of it was too much. Lai Han stumbled back. How could they? But Otto remained perfectly calm. Only 3 of the 3rd-generation psychic force mechs were ever built. With those 3 units, they took down 2 level 3 Hamu dragons. After explaining the entire grim history, he gestured back towards the chamber. But now, Glut is the only enhanced soldier left alive. He hesitated for a moment before delivering the final, terrifying truth. The other 2 pilots both took their own lives. Just then, an announcement echoed through the bay. Staff in full hazmat suits rushed forward. "Disengagement complete. Good, let's move." They swarmed the mech, unlocking clamps and disconnecting cables. A moment later, the armor plating fell away, revealing a pilot drained of all strength. "Hold him steady. Be careful." The pilot gasped for air, his breathing ragged and harsh, but he steeled himself with a silent vow. "I'm fine." His eyes flashed, remembering a battle against a monster. "I'm the man who kept fighting with half his body torn apart. This is nothing." After a few agonizing moments, he finally found the strength to stand on his own. While changing, he noticed something. The moment he stepped out, he saw Li Han waiting. To break the awkward silence, Li Han spoke first. "Glut, it's been a while." Seeing who it was, Glut showed little reaction. "So you're alive, Lai Han." But the seriousness didn't last long. Soon, the 2 were laughing and joking like old times. "Are you trying to become Otto's little brother or something? Your hair's all falling out. It barely grows back before it falls out again." Seeing that familiar smile, Lai Han breathed a sigh of relief. They sat down with coffee, and Glut asked, "How did you survive?" Lai Han picked up his cup, answering casually, "Just got lucky. You can read the official report when it's published." They dropped the subject, falling back into easy conversation. But after the last sip of coffee, Lai Han's expression turned serious. "Glut, you know that Kuro is in the Citadel, right?" After a long moment of silence, Glut didn't answer, but asked a question of his own. "You've been to the Citadel?" Lai Han didn't hide it. "Yes, I've been to both the Citadel and the Abyss." Deciding to lay all his cards on the table, Lai Han stated his purpose. "If we want to survive, we need to work together." The moment those words were spoken, the friendly atmosphere shattered instantly. At the mere suggestion, Glut was overcome with pain. "Those people. Do you have any idea what they did?" Lai Han tried to reason with him, but Glut's rage exploded as he slammed the table. "Glut, be realistic. If we keep this up, we'll..." The cup crashed to the floor. Lai Han stared in shock as Glut seethed with uncontrollable fury. "They killed Jose." The news hit Lai Han like a physical blow. Glut bit his own lip, drawing blood to contain his rage. "Get out." Leaving the room, Li Han walked through the corridors. "I haven't seen the sun in 3 days. The thought weighed heavily on him. This place might be safer, but the Citadel offers a much better life. Just then, his watch vibrated, and the screen lit up. Lai Han was summoned to a conference room. As soon as he entered, he was greeted. "We're glad you could make it, Lai Han." Before he could wonder who was speaking, the man introduced himself. "I am the deputy commander here, Lieutenant Colonel Tobias." The others in the room glanced at the deputy commander, then cut right to the chase. "The information you brought us is fascinating. We've reviewed it several times. But do you have any way to prove that he is actually being resurrected?" The question immediately irked him. This is so frustrating. The man paid no mind to his reaction, continuing with a thinly veiled accusation. "Perhaps you have another motive, hiding for 3 years before finally contacting us. You could have reached out much sooner." Before the man could say more, Lai Han cut him off. "I was born and trained in the evil faction. I have survived countless near-death experiences and have slain dragons. If you can't trust me, who can you trust?" The fire in his voice grew with every word. "By the time you find proof of his resurrection, we'll all be dead." His words left the others in stunned silence. Only Tobias remained deep in thought. Contemplating something, he closed his eyes. In 3 days, I will arrange for you to meet the Commander-in-Chief. The mere mention of that title made Li Han's stomach sink. Commander-in-Chief Jian Teller. The reason for the wait was because only then would he regain his sanity. It was the only way to uncover the truth. Faced with such undeniable logic, Liu Han had to agree. Understood. The message has been delivered. With that, he was abruptly dismissed. Then I'll see you in 3 days, Liu Han. Just then, the Commander-in-Chief, who'd been slumped over, suddenly jolted upright. The submarine resumed its silent journey forward. Inside a training room, Kuro and Liu Han faced off, the air thick with tension. Kuro launched the first strike, but was instantly parried by Liu Han. Undeterred, he pressed the attack. As they exchanged blows, they traded words. Kuro, is he all right? Yeah, he's fine. But hearing this confirmation only fueled Kuro's rage. He unleashed a furious punch, forcing Liu Han into a desperate dodge. Evading the blow, Liu Han tried to reason with him. Khan, our mission isn't about revenge. But Kuro had no intention of stopping, his fist raised to strike again. I know, but they're the ones who betrayed us first. He threw everything he had into the next punch, only to be stopped cold by Liu Han's block. That single blow ended the spar. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Kuro stated with grim certainty, Omega 1, he's definitely the one who killed Joes. Do you remember what I told you before, Liu Han? Anyone who lays a hand on my friends. Leaning toward his reflection, his eyes burned with killing intent. He growled a low vow. No matter what happens, I will kill them with my own 2 hands. With that, he stormed out of the room, leaving Liu Han to stand there alone. The next day, Liu Han sought out Dr. Otto. Catching the doctor completely off guard, he got straight to the point. I need my psych frame mech. Dr. Otto stared blankly for a moment, before offering a tactful refusal. Well, you certainly don't waste any time, do you? You know I can't just whip one of those up on demand. Knowing he'd be refused, Liu Han played his trump card. Think again. You're a genius. Surely you have a spare one lying around. The flattery hit its mark, and Dr. Otto's pride swelled. That's right, I'm a genius. Without another moment's hesitation, he turned to his staffer. Hey, do we still have Liu Han's data on file? Get this man for a full physical exam. Test his physical capabilities, too. With the orders given, Dr. Otto rubbed his head and walked off, not forgetting a final warning. I'll check the archives, but don't get your hopes up. As the doctor walked away, Liu Han's eyes narrowed in focus, completely ignoring the staffer waiting behind him. No one knows what comes next. I need a psych frame mech. This way, Liu Han. Just like that, 3 days had passed. When the light turned green, Jed gave the signal. All right, you can go in. Inside, Liu Han saw an old man, head bowed beneath a single lamp. Sensing his presence, the man looked up to greet him. It has been a long time, hasn't it? Liu Han was taken aback by these words. You remember me? The old man chuckled. My mind is as sharp as ever. Liu Han decided not to ask anything else and cut to the chase. You don't have much time, do you? I'm here to prove my innocence. But before he could continue, the old man stopped him. The old man slowly read through each page. When he finished, he smiled. If this report is true, you'll become the hero who ended the war. Liu Han firmly refuted it. I didn't come here to be a hero. Expecting this response, the old man beckoned him closer. As he took a few steps forward, a crimson power erupted from the old man, enveloping Liu Han. The feeling was deeply unsettling. Observing his pained expression, the man offered some gentle advice. Your mental barrier is still very strong. If you want to prove your innocence, you should lower it. Faced with this request, Liu Han was at a loss. I don't know how. The old man wasn't annoyed and instructed him patiently. Relax. Clear your mind. As Liu Han obeyed, the strange power slowly seeped into him. And then, Liu Han felt a horrifying chill as his consciousness began to fade. This was dangerous. He tried to fight back, but an overwhelming power enveloped him completely. The old man then spoke slowly, revealing what he saw. You're the real deal. The power to end this war is in your hands. To be precise, you are humanity's last hope. As he spoke, he clenched his fist, his eyes blazing with a fanatical light. The one who can unite this fractured world. At that moment, his madness was on full display. A truly dangerous existence. The words had barely faded when Leo's own hand shot out against his will, slowly closing around the old man's throat, much to his twisted satisfaction. Instantly, red alarms blared as soldiers burst in with weapons drawn. Damn it, you bastard. Subdue him now. A sharp, brutal blow to the back of Liu Han's neck snapped him back to his senses. He was slammed to the ground, pinned under their boots, while the commander played the victim with a triumphant smirk. What is this? So he really is an assassin from the Citadel. The old man then feigned weakness, letting a soldier support him. Commander, are you all right? Humans were always so amusingly predictable. In a corner hidden from view, a thrilled smile spread across his face as he watched them begin to destroy themselves. Nothing could be more exciting. Soon, Leo was bound to a chair, blindfolded and gagged, left to sit alone in an interrogation room. A moment later, a man swaggered into the room, shrugging off his jacket as he made his threat clear. If you know what's good for you, you'll answer truthfully. Met with silence, the man continued his psychological assault. Otherwise, I'll find a way to make you talk, but all he got was silence. Outside, the base was buzzing with heated discussion. Is it true? Leo Han? He tried to assassinate the commander-in-chief. One soldier then made a chilling suggestion. We should just wipe out the Citadel. The U.S. military has nuclear weapons. After all, a younger man disagreed, but we still have comrades there. His words were immediately shot down by the man beside him. What comrades? What are you even talking about? They all have to die. The first soldier agreed, adding his own thoughts, while Cole remained silent through it all. Kuro's in there too. That guy is an absolute monster. I'm not even sure if a nuclear weapon would work on him. Cole stood in the corner, refusing to speak. Just then, another soldier stepped forward to voice a completely different opinion. I still can't believe it. Do you people really think Leo Han is a traitor? Fearing they'd just argue back, he cut straight to the point. Right now, how many of us in this room don't owe Leo Han our lives? His words silenced the crowd, but not for long. But Leo has always been someone we couldn't understand. He disappeared for 3 years and just showed up now. Seeing their stubborn prejudice, the man couldn't hold back his fury. That bastard. You think just by saying it, you can make it true. Conflict erupted immediately, forcing others to intervene. Stop it, DK. Calm down. The soldier who first made the suggestion pointed a finger right in his face. You need to get a grip, unless you want us to start calling you a spy. 2. At that accusation, a vein throbbed on Derek's forehead. Come here and say that. Let me go. They held him tighter, causing him to struggle even more. I said let go. Damn it. As he fought, Derek noticed Cole, who was still deep in thought. Cole, are you just going to stand there? Say something. But he kept his head lowered, and his silence only enraged Derek more. Back in the interrogation room, the area was now covered in dried blood. As the interrogator, the man couldn't help but click his tongue. Damn it. Just like they said. He's a stubborn one. Leo Han was bruised and battered, breathing with difficulty, but still stubbornly demanded, get your superior. Talking to you is useless. The request earned him a vicious kick to the jaw. Don't play stupid with me. After that blow, Leo collapsed to the floor. Even in his pathetic state, he persisted with his warning. The commander-in-chief is acting strangely. He must be captured and isolated immediately. Before the next strike could land, Leo called out to the person watching from outside. You heard that, didn't you, sir? Sergeant Red. Leo knew he had to be convincing, so he laid out his irrefutable logic. If I were truly an assassin, I never would have been caught so easily. Back when I was with Alpha, I never failed a single mission. Hearing this, the deputy commander was completely unconvinced. Even in a situation like this, you're still trying to sow confusion. As expected from a member of Asia's elite forces, John Red, at his side, couldn't help but agree. From training exercises to live combat, Leo Han was always one of the most outstanding soldiers. Hearing this, Tobias snapped back. Omega was also one of the best soldiers. Set your personal feelings aside. Inside, the interrogator began to land even heavier blows. From now on, if you don't answer properly, I'll pull out your fingernails one by one. John Red said no more, simply watching in deep thought. Leo can last a little longer. Now is not the time to stand around and wait. Leaving the observation room, he lit a cigarette while tapping on a data screen, just as I thought. The surveillance footage. We can't find a single thing. Turning away from the monitor, he walked down the hall, lost in thought, but I still can't shake my suspicions. Liu Han is extremely meticulous. This isn't his style. And if he had truly planned this, the commander-in-chief would already be dead. A few steps later, a frantic Dr. Otto came rushing towards him. Hey, Red. John Red. Is it true that Liu Han is the assassin? Before he could answer, Dr. Otto began reassuring himself. No, that's not right. It can't be true. John Red calmly explained. We are still investigating. Calm down. Hearing that answer, the fury inside Dr. Otto erupted. How the hell am I supposed to be calm? This is all nonsense. Even if no one else knows, I do. For the past 3 years, Liu Han hasn't changed a bit. The more he spoke, the more he lost his composure. People can lie, but machines and Liu Han don't. This declaration made John Red feel helpless. Now that's what sounds like nonsense. Not wanting to argue any longer, he decided to leave. Anyway, just calm down. We'll talk later. As he was about to leave, a thought struck him, and he asked, "Wait a minute, Dr. Otto." Later, in that familiar room, John Red stood in contemplation. Finally, he pushed the door open and entered, speaking immediately. "I believe in you, Commander-in-Chief. You turned the ARK project from failure into victory." Seeing no reaction from the person before him, John Red continued with another stream of hollow praise. Espers are supposed to be human first. Before they're turned into weapons, you always believe that. Because of you, a monster like Omega will never be created again. The other man just stared blankly. Seeing that expression, he let out a mocking laugh. Chief of Staff Alexander truly was an extraordinary man. Now that I'm in his position, I finally understand. I'm not worthy of it. Deciding to drop the pretense, John Red declared, "From now on, I will act on my emotions, not my reason. Just as I trusted you, I also trust Lai Han." Meanwhile, outside, Octo and two mechanics were running for their lives. "The test footage is in the control room, right?" "That's correct. Make sure there are absolutely no mistakes." Back in the interrogation room, the scene was even worse than before, and the interrogator's panic was escalating. This makes 7 times. And he hasn't even let out a single groan. I've never seen anyone like him. Just then, a light flashed outside. "Let's take a short break." Raising a pair of pliers high, the man threatened him through gritted teeth. "We'll be seeing him again soon enough. You can look forward to it." As soon as the man left, Lai Han finally let out a ragged breath. "They can't kill me anyway. But I can't let this go on forever." Considering the Commander-in-Chief's current state, it wouldn't be a surprise if the ARK collapsed at any moment. The problem is, how do I convince the others? Is there anyone who trusts me more than the commander himself? At that exact moment, a panting Octo ripped the blindfold from his eyes. Lai Han was stunned to see who it was, but was urged on before he could speak. "There's no time. We have to get out of here first." Without asking questions, the two fled the room as Octo analyzed the situation on the run. By now, they probably welded the warehouse doors shut. "Terranos will show up in 5 minutes." Octo continued his instructions. "When he does, open the hatch and make your escape." His words left Li Han completely astonished. "Even if you say escape." Sensing his worry, Octo grinned. "Don't sweat it. This genius came prepared." From that expression, Lai Han instantly understood. A psychic-driven mech. Octo didn't confirm, only urging him on. 4 minutes left. We're almost there. After reaching their destination, Octo quickly fitted the armor onto Li Han. After a flurry of activity, everything was finally in place. Done. Hearing that, Lai Han raised his armored hand, examining it for a moment with a hint of doubt. "It looks pretty crude. Is this thing even usable?" Unfazed, Octo watched him flex the arm and replied with total confidence. "It's just a prototype, but I built it myself. Don't worry about a thing. I call it the Dewey Bang. I combine parts from the first and second generations. If you had to give it a name, call it Generation 1.5. With the armor fitted and the specs explained, Octo gave a reassuring smile. "According to the data, it's ready for deployment. But combat data and real-world performance are two different things. If it's you in the cockpit, though, you can do it." Inside the mech, staring at the specs on the monitor, Lai Han declared, "Then I'll complete its trial by fire." Just then, a mechanic approached with his familiar spear. 2 minutes left. "Don't forget this." Lai Han took hold of his weapon, feeling a mix of emotion and contemplation. "They're all willing to help me, even knowing the risks. Why are they going this far?" As the thought lingered, Lai Han decided not to ask. He looked at the man before him with sincere eyes. "No, asking would be pointless. Thank you, Octo." Immensely proud, Octo grinned and pushed up his glasses. "Don't mention it." The second he spoke, red alert lights began flashing everywhere. Octo's tone turned urgent. "I've already programmed the escape route. Go, now." Leon didn't waste a second. As he turned to run, Otto called out to him. "Commander Red sent a message for you." Watching Leon charge forward with his weapon ready, Otto quickly delivered the rest of the message. "The debt is paid." He said you'd understand. But Leon had barely started running when the Syndicate's grunts spotted him, and the chase began. "Over there! Stop him!" Faced with a wall of enemies, Leon launched himself into the air, soaring over their heads as they watched in complete shock. The moment his feet touched the ground, he was sprinting again. Only then did the stunned pursuers finally snap out of their trance. A spirit power armor. The men stood there, jaws on the floor, trying to comprehend what they had just witnessed. How? Where did he get that? Even as he ran, Leon couldn't contain his own amazement. That Otto. He's truly something else. To think he managed to calibrate this entire spirit power armor in just a few days. On the other side, the pursuers were desperately trying to smash through a door, but it was no use. Damn it, who the hell welded this thing shut? Is there a spy among us? Clue, who was standing in the crowd, immediately understood everything. He gritted his teeth in pure fury. Auto. Soon, Leon reached the exit, but before he could successfully escape, he had to get through a warehouse. Standing at the door, Leon carefully scanned both sides, his mind racing. 2 speedboats. Which one is it? After observing for a moment, his eyes locked onto the boat on the left. That's it. However, before he could make a move, a blinding blue light flashed. In the next instant, an armored figure with a similar spear lunged at him. Leon dodged just in time, instantly recognizing his attacker. Clue. Realizing he'd been identified, Clue didn't hold back, roaring his accusation. You try to run after a failed assassination? The fury in Clue's voice was overflowing, an uncontrollable rage building inside him. I never expected this from you. What a disappointment. Faced with these accusations, Leon didn't offer an explanation. No matter what I say now, you won't believe me. Just as he finished speaking, the sea gate began to open, and the boat prepared to depart. Of course I won't. If you want to leave, you'll have to defeat me first. Faced with this challenge, Leon didn't hesitate for a moment. Fine. Let's end this. Clue. Inside his suit, Clue ignored the immense strain on his body, pushing himself to his absolute limit. Even if I lose, don't you dare blame the spirit power armor. With that, the 2 warriors charged. Clue attacked first, but Leon firmly planted his feet and managed to evade the blow. Still, it was a struggle. Destroying those 2 nests wasn't just a rumor, Leon thought. If I can just get close enough, I could have finished them. Not letting the stalemate last, Clue slammed his weapon down, but Liam ducked and weaved out of the way. He then fired his thrusters to create distance between them. I have to get the advantage in speed, but Clue was right on his tail. Once the gap was closed, he launched a powerful kick that brought Leon to a dead stop. Giving Leon no time to recover, Clue appeared right in front of him, swinging his fist down. With that piece of junk, you can't possibly defeat me. Leon took the full force of the punch to his stomach, causing his already battered armor to crumble even more. Clue's punches grew heavier, hammering Leon to the ground as he relentlessly attacked and questioned him. Why did you betray me? Leon gritted his teeth, remaining silent. He pushed the question from his mind, clenching his fists in unwilling frustration. If I use the pressure wave, I can take him down immediately. But Clue would definitely die. I can't let that happen. Seeing no reaction from Leon, Clue lost himself to rage and punched again and again. Surrender. Taking countless brutal hits, Leon's monitor flashed with an S. O. S. Signal. My system is collapsing. What am I supposed to do now? In this desperate, life-or-death situation, Leon suddenly noticed something. On the display for his left arm, a blue circle was pulsing. My left arm. What's on it? Back in the past, Otto was looking at Leon with fury in his eyes. Why are you so stubborn? Otto watched as Leon pointed at his left forearm, demanding something with an infuriating persistence. When would you even use a thing like that? But Leon calmly stated his request. A single spear isn't enough. I need another weapon. Fearing Otto didn't understand, he mimed the motion, showing how the weapon would shoot out from his arm. At that point, Otto could only give in. You're such a pain. Fine. I'll install it when the time comes. Returning to the present, the realization hit Leon, and a wry smile formed on his face. Thanks, Otto. But at least you could have told me about it next time. And so, while still taking a storm of powerful punches, Leon's left hand trembled as he raised it. From inside the gauntlet, a sharp blade emerged. Just as another punch was about to land, Leon surged upward, plunging the knife straight into the head of Clue's armor. Despite the direct hit, Clue spoke, completely unharmed. It'll take more than that to kill me. I won't pass out. Leon replied without a hint of fear. I know. If this was all you had. As soon as the words left his lips, a small electrical current sparked from the blade and surged through the entire suit of armor. After taking that high-voltage blast, Clut didn't move an inch as Lihan pulled out his knife. He staggered, and then collapsed. Lihan turned to escape the submarine. I'm sorry, Clut. Rest for a while. Grabbing his familiar spear, Lihan prepared to board the nearby ship. He had to move fast, but behind him, Clut stumbled back to his feet. Hearing the noise, Lihan turned back, his mind reeling in disbelief. Impossible. A surge of energy then erupted from Clut as he grabbed Lihan and charged. Even as he was being dragged away, Lihan couldn't believe what was happening, 1,000 questions racing through his mind. How can this be? Wasn't he unconscious? Then it hit him with terrifying clarity. He was moving on pure willpower. Clut launched them both outside and shot straight into the sky. Reaching a certain altitude, Clut seized the chance and dropped Lihan, sending him hurtling down toward the ship. The sudden change in pressure forced an agonized scream from his lips. The two of them slammed into the ship, sending violent tremors across the water. On a nearby vessel, John Red and the deputy commander watched, holding their breath. They hit. Did he get him? Their impact left a massive crater on the deck. Klut finally passed out, leaving only Lai Han with enough strength to stand. Even so, his body trembled violently as he tried to force himself forward, one unsteady step at a time. However, the armor behind him began to shift, causing Lai Han to freeze in his tracks, his eyes wide with surprise. In the next instant, a massive explosion erupted in a ball of fire, forcing Lai Han to whip his head around in alarm. A horrifying thought crossed his mind, and he screamed in terror. Klut! Without a second thought, he charged straight into the inferno, ignoring the flames licking at his body as he struggled to lift Klut up. With Klut nowhere in sight and the fire growing fiercer, Lai Han frantically tore away pieces of the burning armor. Pushing himself to the absolute limit, even as his own suit began to melt, he finally managed to drag Klut out of the wreckage. At that moment, ARK soldiers, now fully equipped with weapons and armor, were moving down the corridor. Annoyed by their pace, the deputy commander slammed his keyboard and yelled, "Go get Li Han now!" Over by the wreckage, Lai Han, still dragging Klut, suddenly froze in place. He turned his head, a deep sense of unease washing over him as he stared at the blazing armor. Something was wrong. Laying Klut aside, Lai Han went to remove the energy core. Just then, ARK soldiers completely surrounded him. "Freeze, Lai Han. You're coming with us." Ignoring their threats, Lai Han, breathing heavily, worked to detach the device. "The miniature reactor is unstable," he explained. "If it fails, we all die." The soldiers stared at the volatile energy core and slowly lowered their weapons. Once the ship had moved a safe distance from the main submarine, Lai Han used all his strength to hurl the energy core into the air. After throwing it, Lai Han gritted his teeth, using his powers to pull the object back towards him. "Let me show you all what I can do, who I am." Under Lai Han's control, the energy core detonated, creating a massive tidal wave. The escape ship was torn to pieces and sank beneath the waves. Witnessing this spectacle, the deputy commander was left utterly speechless. John Red then stepped forward, stating plainly, "Whatever the reason, we can't deny that Lai Han just saved the Terranos." He didn't stop there, ignoring any potential protest from Tobias. John Red announced decisively, "I am arresting the commander. We're returning to Sector 1 to find out who was pulling the strings from the very beginning." In a medical bay, Klut shot awake, clad in a patient's gown. A memory surfaced, and his face darkened as he gripped the sheets. Without hesitating, he rushed to find John Red. The moment he arrived, he asked with a trembling voice, "Is Lai Han still alive? What's his condition?" John Red said nothing, merely staring grimly through the observation window. Tonight was a critical night. Klut shakily approached the glass, his eyes fixed on the figure in the medical bed, hooked up to a tangle of wires and machines. Lai Han. Why? Then, his gaze fell upon Lai Han's missing left arm, and he was flooded with overwhelming guilt. Seeing that empty sleeve, Klut's eyes widened in horror. The longer he looked, the more the guilt consumed him. His body trembled as he collapsed to his knees, unable to watch any longer. Kneeling on the floor, Klut was drowning in self-blame. What have I done? He risked his life to save everyone. At just the thought of it, tears streamed down his face. Why did I do it? Why didn't I trust Lai Han? Meanwhile, in the familiar meeting room, the deputy commander sat with his chin in his hand, deep in thought. Could the commander really be the traitor? The truth was still a mystery. The commander had already tried to evade responsibility. But if I treat him harshly and he turns out to be innocent, I'll be the one in trouble. Just then, a nearby screen lit up, catching his attention. He pressed a button and asked, "What is it?" The voice on the other end reported, "Sir, Klut is heading straight for the commander's quarters." That name caught the deputy commander by surprise. Klut, reading his reaction, the officer on the line offered, "I'll sound the alarm." But before he could act, Tobias stopped him. "Wait, hold on." A sinister smile spread across his face as an idea formed. Having someone else to take the fall would be incredibly convenient. If the commander isn't the traitor, then we just pin everything on Klut. As soon as the idea struck, Tobias began giving new orders. "Let's just pretend we never saw Glud. You understand?" Meanwhile, Glud, fully recovered, stormed through the door, his spirit unbroken. His expression hardened as he commanded, "Get up, Commander." Without another word, Glud aimed his pistol directly at the man's head. But even with a gun in his face, the commander didn't look up. He just kept muttering incomprehensible nonsense. Getting no response, Glud's frustration boiled over. He cocked the hammer. At this point, it didn't even matter who the real traitor was. "I've made my choice. I'm going to trust my friend." His finger tightened on the trigger, but then he froze. The commander remained bowed, still whispering those cryptic words. His utter indifference was the final spark. Glud finally erupted. "Damn it, say something." Only then did the man speak. "This guilt, does it stem from your sense of duty?" The question caught Glud completely off guard. "What?" Seeing his reaction, the commander let out a small, chilling laugh. What is it you want me to answer? Glud refused to be rattled for long. He quickly regained his composure and focused on the mission. Who are you? And why did you frame Han as a traitor? At this, the commander simply laughed, ready to tear Glud's world apart. You only believe what you want to believe. But he wasn't finished. The commander pressed his psychological assault. You accused Han of being a traitor yourself. And now that your conscience is eating you alive, you've decided I'm the villain? How convenient for you. The words hit their mark, and Glud's resolve wavered. Shut your mouth. Ignoring the outburst, the commander slowly raised his head, his eyes cold and dead. If you paint me as the villain and deliver punishment, you'll finally be free from that crushing guilt. But the truth is, you never really trusted Han. If you did, you would have acted to save him from the start. Each word chipped away at Glud's determination, twisting his resolve into even deeper regret. Say one more word, and I will kill you. Seeing this reaction, the monster inside him finally surfaced. Is that the extent of your conviction? The moment he spoke, a cage of energy materialized, putting Glud on high alert. What is this? Was this the commander's true power? Watching Glud's confusion, the man erupted in a fit of insane laughter. You are far too careless, Glud Mayor. Compared to Han, you are nothing. Staring at that twisted face, a cold terror gripped Glud. What the hell is happening to him? No. Is he even human anymore? At last, the commander dropped all pretense, revealing his true nature. We are one and the same, John Teller. With that declaration, he seized control of Glud's body. My body. It's moving on its own. A puppet on a string. Glud was forced to aim the pistol between the commander's eyes, leaving things shrouded in mystery. Isn't such a bad ending, is it? Trapped inside his own body, Glud gritted his teeth, fighting for every inch of control. I have proof the commander is the traitor. I can't kill him here. Sensing his internal struggle, the commander only taunted him further. Go on, pull the trigger. Isn't this why you came? But Glud refused to let it end this way. A primal rage exploded within him. Don't you dare underestimate me. With a final surge of will, he wrestled control of his arm and fired the bullet into his own head. The moment the gun went off, the energy cage shattered. But after the shot, Glud stood completely unharmed. He declared with cold fury, You really think you're superior to me? How pathetic, you bastard. This body belongs to ME. The commander was stunned by this turn of events. Seizing the opening, Glud drove his fist deep into the man's gut, sending him to his knees. I will answer for my own mistakes. Immediately after the blow landed, soldiers swarmed the room. Glud, stand down. He offered no resistance, simply raising his hands. The commander-in-chief was still alive. But whether he still deserved that title was another question entirely. Shortly after, John Red confronted the deputy commander in an interrogation room. All surveillance footage from that time frame is gone. Are you telling me no one saw Glud enter the commander's office? The deputy commander calmly sipped his tea. The system experienced a glitch. It was down for maintenance. What a coincidence. John Red didn't buy it for a second, but he played along. Yes. A truly remarkable coincidence. To break the tension, the deputy changed the subject. It's clear the commander has lost his mind. It's a miracle we survived so long under the command of a lunatic. At those words, John Red's eyes narrowed. Choose your next words carefully, deputy commander. The deputy ignored the warning, taking another sip of tea. It's true. The commander's mind was being manipulated by something, but it's too soon to label him as our enemy. The deputy commander immediately objected to that idea. Why not? He showed clear hostility toward the entire human race. John Red calmly pointed out the flaw in his logic. If he truly wanted to destroy humanity, he's had countless opportunities to do it already. Don't tell me you're planning to negotiate with him. John Red didn't elaborate, simply stating his decision. From this point forward, he is my responsibility. Back in his room, another man sat alone, his mind entirely focused on his training. His body thrummed, as if coursing with electrical power. His eyes snapped open, staring intently into the space before him. In his mind's eye, he pictured a single, beating heart. A colossal heart began to materialize in the air. At the same time, his hair grew longer, his face darkened into a menacing shadow, and his chest split wide open. Inside, several more hearts pulsated. He reached for the last one, dangling in the empty air. The giant heart suddenly surged towards him. But before it could reach him, it detonated violently. He roared in fury, a sound that seemed to tear from his very soul. He could barely believe his eyes. As he walked slowly through the doorway, the other man broke into a wide grin. We did it, Kuro. It took less than 10 minutes this time. The absorption rate is getting faster and faster. Kuro pulled on his shirt, his expression serious. That doesn't matter. Is there any word from Han? Not yet. Want me to check in? No need. Han is strong. The man listened intently before replying. But you're even stronger now. Don't sell yourself short by putting Alpha on a pedestal. Nada explained. Li Han is powerful, even without special abilities. But me? Without my powers, I'm nothing. I'm tired. Today, I just want to rest. The two men stared at each other, their eyes filled with unspoken tension. I won't let you use me again, he thought grimly. Outside the door, Silent was watching. She let out a weary sigh. Seeing this, the girl inside stood up. Omega Alpha. Welcome, Silent. I've been waiting for you. Before she could finish, Silent hurled her across the room, slamming her to the ground. She cried out in pain. That hurts. Silent simply wrote a single line on a piece of paper and vanished. There doesn't seem to be any real malice, the girl thought, but showing up like this every day is getting really annoying. Though she was in pain, the girl remained stubbornly persistent. Seriously, do you think I come here because I have nothing better to do? Silent thought. If you were a man, I would have already beaten you to a pulp. As Silent went to flick her forehead, she questioned. Wait, you're not actually going to hit me, are you? Do you even have a spot I can hit back? The sharp sounds of a struggle echoed through the room. A fight had clearly broken out. Meanwhile, on a ship, Li Han lay motionless, covered in bandages and medical patches. His heart monitor beeped steadily. What's Li Han's condition? The doctor replied. He's past the critical stage. He's stable now. I see. That's a huge relief. Looking at the comatose man, the older gentleman felt his stomach twist. Just then, Li Han's eyelids fluttered. Where am I? A cave. His consciousness was adrift inside a massive cavern. This place was clearly man-made. He took a step forward, and a sight made his eyes widen in shock. Before him stood a bizarre, colossal door, a gateway of impossible size. Eerie red light pulsed from above it. Then, before his astonished eyes, the great door began to open. His gaze was a mixture of anxiety and fear. Back in the hospital room, Li Han's eyes finally opened, scanning his surroundings. He saw that a large part of his arm was gone. Looking up, a man sighed in relief. You're awake. How are you feeling? Li Han replied, even if I wanted to lie, I couldn't say I'm okay. The man moved closer to his bed. I was never injured this badly, not even when I fought a dragon. Aren't humans far more terrifying than any dragon? At least you only lost an arm. You'll probably need a prosthetic. The man then grinned. Welcome to the world of cyborgs. Li Han's expression grew serious. What's the situation? If they brand me a traitor, there will be riots. Out of 34 enhanced soldiers, 18 have already filed a petition. They're demanding a reinvestigation to uncover the truth. Did you really calculate everything this far ahead? His eyes were thoughtful. Even if I hadn't planned it, I would never let my people die. I don't fight out of anger or for revenge. I fight to protect someone. Just like we've always done. The man smiled. A fine answer. Just then, Li Han realized something. The man spoke into his comms device. You all heard that. I know everyone here is deeply moved. He turned back to Li Han. Your political skills have improved. This will definitely sway the neutral factions to your side. More importantly, my own situation isn't good. I'm sorry, but I need your advice. Though Li Han was still curious about Nada's meaning, he nodded. I understand, sir. Are you planning to confront the commander-in-chief? The sound of limping footsteps slowly approached. Li Han emerged, leaning on a crutch. Red, who was smoking nearby, glanced over at him. Seeing him struggle, Red said, You're obviously not well. I'm sorry. Li Han replied firmly, But you need me. I understand. What happened to Glue? Red answered. He voluntarily went into solitary confinement. It seems he needs time to think. Li Han nodded. I see. Shall we go now? The scene changes. A delicious meal is spread across a table. A noise comes from the large doors, followed by the soft clink of a fork on a plate. An old commander lifts a piece of food to his mouth. Just as he takes a bite, a group of armed men storms into the room. He continues to savor his meal as if nothing is wrong. Delicious. As Red stepped forward, he demanded, Are you the commander? The old man gave a faint smile. And who do you think I am? The deputy chief of staff. If this were Alexander, perhaps we could have a more productive conversation. Red stared at him, not quite, understanding his meaning. Li Han stepped forward. Wait, everyone, please step back. He stepped forward, raising his hand toward the commander's face. The commander's eyes shot open in disbelief. The surrounding soldiers watched, completely bewildered by his actions. The commander finally spoke, his voice strained. I can't use my psychic abilities. A wave of shock rippled through the room. Is this some kind of psychic resistance? Beads of sweat dripped down Li Han's face. He addressed the others, his voice low. The commander's current state doesn't seem to be related to his psychic powers. Li Han, you have the potential to end this war. I acknowledge that. A murmur immediately spread through the ranks. Is it true? Can he really end the war? The commander let out a bitter laugh. But can we truly trust the word of Silver? We're putting our faith in a dragon. What if this is all an elaborate trap? What if Silver plans to destroy the other hives to become the one true ruler? Or, perhaps, he's offering humanity false hope, only to lure the survivors out and annihilate them all. Red quickly intervened. Everyone except Li Han out of the room. Now, a chilling thought crossed his mind. That aura. It's far more terrifying than any psychic power. It could have a devastating effect on other psychics. This man. He's no longer our commander. It's like I'm staring into the eyes of a demon. The man continued speaking to Li Han. This reminds me of the prophet. You've always been consumed by your guilt. It would have been better if we had all died back then. That's what you truly believe, isn't it? Red answered for him, perhaps. Then, the commander spat. You're useless. Vice Chief of Staff. If Alexander were here, things never would have gotten this bad. With that, the two of them exited the room. Li Han turned to Red. When Chief of Staff Alexander died, Commander Ryan died with him. And it is our fault. We all thought the commander was a Superman. We believed he could endure anything and lead ARK to victory. But in the end, he was only human, with a fragile mind. Believing humanity was doomed, he abandoned himself and became a monster. I always underestimated Alexander. But if he were still alive, maybe ARK would have never fallen. He asked curiously, so what's the plan now, sir? A leader has to be more than human. They have a duty to never show weakness. Officially, we will announce that the commander was being controlled by a specter. The commander never abandoned ARK or humanity. That is the truth everyone will remember. As for Xuan, he's been imprisoned in the deepest level of Tyrannos. The high-ranking officers who know the truth call him a demon. The only reason they're keeping that demon alive is because ARK still needs his knowledge. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass echoed. The one who dropped the cup was none other than Li Han. The doctor sighed. Just look at you. Controlling that prosthetic with pure willpower. Can you really fight like that? Trask replied firmly, I can. I've seen someone fight this way before. Simon was able to do it. And so will I. He strode forward with new resolve, thinking to himself, right now, I need to focus on rehabilitation. But as he walked, he ran into someone, and he couldn't hide his surprise. The person standing before him looked just as flustered. Seeing his expression, he finally asked, What is it? The man blurted out, Hit me. Why would I do that? Because I was wrong. Hit me until you feel better. Until this wound heals, I won't use my recovery powers. It's the only way I know how to apologize. There's nothing for me to gain by hitting you. He let out a long sigh. All it would do is make my own hand hurt. I'm sorry. It would be a lie to say I don't resent you. I should have trusted you, at the very least. But we have to move forward now and forget about petty things. Why do you think I saved you? It's because I don't hate you enough to wish you dead. A look of pure relief washed over the man's face. Li Han, thank you. He lunged forward for a hug, but Li Han stopped him cold with a powerful shove. He stumbled to the ground, his body trembling. You said you wouldn't hit me, but that one push actually makes me feel a little better. Later, Li Han stood tall in his military uniform, weapon in hand. To prevent the resurrection, we need the power of the Silver Hive. Everyone in the briefing room listened with undivided attention. An officer asked, Find the current Silver Hive and stab it with that spear, correct? But there's no way to prove this is real. Red continued the briefing. Regardless, we've decided to proceed on faith. However, locating the current Silver Hive will not be an easy task. Even with our entire intelligence network, there's no telling when we might find it. We just need to combine our forces with the Citadel's intelligence network. He scanned the grim faces of everyone present. The officer spoke again. Even if we accept that, do you really think the Citadel will agree? They will never cooperate with us. Li Han replied, If I go, they will. The Citadel isn't foolish enough to choose mutual destruction. Soon, only 2 people remained in the room. The commander spoke. Congratulations on your appointment, Warrant Officer Li Han. As of today, you are assigned to U.S. Naval Intelligence. Li Han was puzzled. But I'm not even an American citizen. Can an approval like this really happen so easily? Does something like that really matter in our current situation? It's a formality, but it's better than having no rank at all. We will hold on to Silver's spear. Warrant Officer Li Han, you will lead the negotiations with the Citadel. Li Han obeyed instantly. Roger that. The commander thought to himself, he's meticulous and a perfectionist, but surprisingly soft-hearted. Tying him down with a position might help control him. Li Han had his own thought. Not bad. This will make it easier to operate independently of the ARK. Back at the organization's cafeteria, everyone was eating. A young woman focused intently on her noodles, while Silent sat beside her, arms crossed, simply watching. She suddenly shouted, Seriously, how could you mess up a lady's hair like that? You should be grateful I'm letting it slide, and only because we're eating together. Yeah, I know. Silent mused internally. So she can actually get feisty. That means she isn't a psychic who's had physical enhancement surgery. Watching the girl eat with relish, Silent scribbled something in a notebook and showed it to her. Do you like living in the Citadel? Do I look like I do? Nearby soldiers walked past, chatting excitedly. Of course, they've got a super powerful psychic commander and countless strong psychic frames there. She answered Silent's note. There's no place safer than the Citadel. Honestly, I'd be happy if things just stayed the way they are. We don't necessarily have to win the war. Before I came to the Citadel, I never even thought about being happy. Suddenly, she jumped, exclaiming, "Oh, it's time for work. I have a shift today, too. Time to get to it," she said, hopping to her feet. "I'm heading out first, Lady Silent." As she walked away, Silent couldn't help but feel curious. She stood there thinking for a long moment. On the streets, soldiers were still relentlessly searching for something, each with a flashlight on their helmet and a rifle in hand. Lai Han, hidden among the crowd, thought to himself, to get into the Citadel, we're going to need Yanni's help. We have to reach the next checkpoint before the sun rises. Their heavy footsteps imprinted on the ground, while moonlight illuminated the towering skyscrapers. Exhausted, some of the soldiers sat down to catch their breath, but Lai Han kept his guard up, scanning the area. A soldier lit a cigarette, taking a drag while admiring the moon. The moon is so bright tonight. A moment later, Lai Han urged everyone that it was time to move again. Under the pale moonlight, they continued their trek through the night. While scouting every corner of this place, Lai Han suddenly sensed something was wrong. He shined his light ahead, and a deformed, dark figure appeared. It was the silhouette of a monstrous beast. He roared. Enemy sighted. It's a werewolf. In an instant, 3 of them appeared at once. They began scaling the sides of the buildings. He looked up and realized there wasn't just one. Everyone immediately went on high alert. The soldier from before was suddenly struck down, sent sprawling to the ground. Another soldier saw this and screamed, "What? What was that? What the hell is going on?" Lai Han looked towards them, a deep sense of dread washing over him. Then, he charged forward, shielding the fallen soldier with his own body. He unleashed a relentless barrage of bullets into the werewolf beast. A night, the moon still hung high in the sky, as something began to materialize in the distance. Meanwhile, the red-haired girl from before was getting dressed. She quickly tied up her hair and stepped outside. She cheered. "All right, time to go to work." The girl skipped along, incredibly excited for her job. She looked at her watch, counted to 3, and cheered again. Yanni is heading out. She was truly one of the rare few who actually loved going to work. In the middle of a vast, endless field, a brilliant flash of light suddenly streaked across the landscape. It was Yanni. She appeared, looking around with a serious expression. She drew her gun and sprinted towards the nearest cover. She slid down a cliff face and hid behind a large boulder. She thought to herself, the foul stench of blood is being carried on the wind. Just then, she saw Li Han, surrounded by the pack of werewolves. He was desperately firing into the beasts, and each shot sent blood splattering into the air. She watched with curiosity, whispering, "Sunbae." She continued to observe him from a distance. He shouted, "Don't come any closer. There's an invisible enemy nearby." A Knight, a cold sweat ran down her back. "It knows I'm here." He stood before the entire wolf pack without a shred of fear. She thought to herself, "I can't possibly take on a Knight. I'm sorry, Sunbae," she thought. "But if you go down, I'll have no choice but to escape alone." Lai Han stared down the werewolves, his rage boiling over. "You cunning bastard," he growled. "It attacks right when I'm reloading. That's how it's been taking everyone down. Damn it." He continued his desperate battle, trying to aim at each one. The beasts swarmed him, but he calmly reloaded and fired. One of them howled in pain as a bullet found its mark. He prepared his second shot, ducking through the tall grass, dodging their lunging attacks, and landing another perfect hit. A massive beast lunged, intending to devour him whole. It was right in front of his face. It bared its fangs and chomped down on his rifle, then used the weapon to smash him across the face. Seeing this, Yanni was horrified. Seeing him about to be blindsided, she screamed, "Sunbae, behind you." He glanced back, but the beast immediately slammed him with a devastating blow. Ino appeared, severing the attacker's arm with a sword as sparks flew, but Lai Han just smirked. "Sorry about that. It was just a prosthetic arm." Yanni couldn't believe what she was witnessing. The monster went berserk, and now it turned its attention to her. Seeing the danger, Li Han screamed, "Yanni!" In a terrifying blur, it shot towards her location. It appeared right behind her, ready to send her to the afterlife. The tension was suffocating. With his remaining hand, Li Han gripped a sharp throwing dagger and yelled, "Get down, Yanni." Her mouth hung open in pure terror. She immediately did as she was told, dropping to the ground in an instant. Blood splattered instantly. A perfect hit. He stared intently at the aftermath. The sight left Yanni completely stunned. She couldn't help but tremble looking at the vanquished beast. Meanwhile, back at headquarters, he had returned safely. Alpha. Did you enjoy your little trip down memory lane? He replied grimly. Not exactly. It seems you paid a high price for it. He got straight to the point. I'll be blunt. ARK has decided to cooperate with the Citadel. Of course, that's only if the Citadel agrees. He scoffed at those moral hypocrites. Is that true? So what happens next? Don't tell me we're about to launch into an all-out war. Lai-Han answered without hesitation. The only way to end this war is to leave everything to ARK. His words left the man utterly speechless. What? The scene shifts to a massive fortress on the coast as cargo trucks roll through its slowly opening gates. He led his group into the compound. Inside, 3 figures were already waiting for them. They couldn't hide their surprise at the arriving party's size. The commander and his 2 aides observed them closely, until one asked, "You brought 7 people? Weren't we supposed to keep it under 5? He smirked inwardly. The other 2 were ARK's people all along. Alpha is a U.S. naval officer, and silent, despite being a deserter, still belongs to ARK. The commander spoke first. It's been a while, silent Kuro. His gaze was heavy as he scanned the group, then his eyes landed on Kuro as he thought. So it's true. They really can absorb the cores. The psychic pressure is overwhelming. We have 3 psychic mechs on standby, but they probably wouldn't stand a chance. He glanced at the person behind him, thinking to himself that the Citadel had the upper hand, before finally speaking. Let's sit down and talk. Everyone took their seats. Suddenly, one of them slammed his fist on the table and roared. This is absurd. We can provide the psychic mechs, but we will never hand over the core technology. Then this meeting is pointless. If you hoard that precious technology while we all go extinct, future generations will mock our very existence. No. If we lose, there won't be a future at all. Shaking with rage, he retorted, then, by all means, unleash the full power of your great spear. If you fall, rest assured, we will recover it and put it to good use. Suddenly, Red's calm voice cut through the tension. We'll provide it. What did you just say? Even if the psychic mechs become a threat down the road, there's still a better alternative than the dragons. If we lose here, it's all over anyway. Good heavens. The man let out a cynical laugh. And after the war, we demand to be recognized as an independent nation. The commander scoffed. An independent nation built for espers. And where exactly will your citizens and territory come from? He answered with unshakable confidence. After the war, the first lands where we plant our flag will become our territory. And those who seek our protection will become our people. The commander could only curse under his breath. Damn it all. As night fell, he lit a cigarette and stepped outside, still muttering to himself. Damn it. How am I supposed to report this to the higher-ups? These negotiations were rigged against us from the very beginning. Fortunately, the Citadel's demands were within our predictions. Omega-1 is the type of squad that would choose mutual annihilation over failure. Red turned to Lai-Han. You actually made this meeting happen. This is only the beginning, but you did a good job. Lai-Han paused, lost in thought. He remembered the man's words. Promise me one thing, Alpha, that you won't use your power on Kuro, he had replied. I'll make you one promise. If ARK betrays the Citadel first, I will side with the Citadel and fight until the very end. Hearing this, Kuro just smiled. It's all right, I'm not upset. If my ability can help maintain the balance and resolve this peacefully, then I'm happy. I just hope this war ends soon. For a world without war or conflict, I will make that world a reality. The determination in his voice surprised Lai-Han. 15 days later, a massive ship floats on the open sea. The submarine, Terranos, breaks the surface. This marks the beginning of the first joint operation between AC and the Citadel. Someone calls out for Dimichi, as the Citadel's espers also board the Terranos. Hey, Derek. You're still alive? Of course, I am, old friend. A few others followed close behind him. While some celebrated their long-awaited reunion, Derek scanned the area. People were still exchanging greetings everywhere. Dimichi ran over, clapping him on the shoulder. Elsewhere, Red questioned a researcher. What's the status on the psychic mechs from the Citadel? Considering they lack core technology, their maintenance is impressive. I suspect that once they receive it, they'll rapidly accelerate their own developments. Even the United States finally agreed to supply it. They probably think they can strike before the Citadel can mass-produce the mechs. That might hold true for anti-personnel combat, but not for their anti-dragon capabilities. He calmly adjusted his glasses. Who will be in charge of the Silver Spear? Red replied while lighting a cigarette, Gluter. Among our enhanced soldiers, he boasts the highest success rate. You're not assigning it to Lai-Han. It is unexpected, I admit. But Tobias and I are in agreement on this. Lai-Han's pressure wave is our final trump card. He's the only key to controlling Kuro. We can't risk putting him on the front lines. And that young man. He isn't just an excellent warrior, but he can also take on the role of a commander. We'll turn ourselves into bait and enter the dragon's emergence zone. Humanity has already taken down 3 lair-class dragons. Only 4 remain. One of them is the silver lair. Lihan thought to himself, I never expected to find a silver class this quickly, but taking down even one will be a huge help. The ship continued to drift on the open sea. Inside a room, a young man was completely flustered. What? What are you talking about, Kuro? I'll volunteer to lead the charge. This is the perfect chance to impress everyone. He was startled, thinking, damn it, there's no reasoning with him now. Prepare the psionic armor for me. Yes, sir. I'll bring it right away. Kuro said to himself, I'll teach them a lesson right here, right now. No battle begins until I give the order. And that's all for this video. The story I shared is a summary of this incredible series. If you have any thoughts, be sure to leave them down in the comments section below. And don't forget to leave a like, subscribe, and ring that notification bell for more awesome videos just like this one.